In the 30th year of Kai Yuan's reign, the emperor summoned Grand Commandant Shen Zhao's daughter to the palace to be the crown prince's study companion, personally cared for by the empress. This caused a minor stir. The little girl cried her eyes out, clinging tightly to her mother's skirt. "I don't want to leave, mother. Where are my brother and father? I don't want to." The surrounding people couldn't help but whisper, those unaware of the situation thinking they were selling her off. The woman picked up the child and comforted her softly. "Good girl, the empress will take good care of you." Shen Zhao sobbed. "Zhao only wants to be with mother." This sparked another round of whispers. So the Grand Commandant's daughter is entering the palace. It's a good thing for the Crown Prince, though. Crown Prince Zhao Jing pursed his lips, remaining silent. Crown Princess Shen Zhao's eyes were still filled with tears, and their gazes met. Zhao Jing smacked his lips and looked away. 4 years ago, a spring banquet was held in the palace. At that time, 3.5-year-old Shen Zhao strolled through the spring banquet with her mother, causing quite a stir. "Look, that's the Crown Princess, betrothed to the Crown Prince by His Majesty. So cute." Little Jing was building a snowman, and the women around him praised, "Your Highness, your snowman is so beautiful." Shen Zhao's eyes lit up as she stared at the handsome young boy. Crown Prince Zhao Jing was only 4 years old at the time. She was immediately captivated by his appearance. The little girl asked her mother, "Can I go build a snowman with that brother?" Her mother happily agreed, and she skipped over, tilting her head with bright eyes as she introduced herself. "Crown Prince Gij, I'm Shen Zhao. I'm 3.5 years old." Little Jing blushed slightly and called her Shen Zhao Mimi. Shen Zhao suddenly leaned in and kissed his cheek. She said earnestly, "Brother, you're so beautiful." Little Jing pushed her away, embarrassed, stammering, "What are you doing, Mimi?" Shen Zhao was pushed back and bumped her head on the snowman. At this moment, little Jing's father walked over with a stern expression. "Jinger, don't pester Shen Zhao." Shen Zhao's parents quickly helped their precious daughter up. "Are you all right?" Shen Zhao said obediently, "Father, mother, it doesn't hurt at all. The snowman is so big." She then honestly confessed, "I kissed Crown Prince Gij first, so he's angry. Don't blame him." The empress smiled and said, "Jinger, Zhao Zhao is your Mimi and also your future crown princess. You must treat her well." Back in the present, Shen Zhao was still clinging to her mother, tears streaming down her face. The empress gently stroked little Jing's head. "Jinger, Zhao Zhao liked you very much when she was little. Do you remember? Go and coax her." Little Jing blushed slightly, but still walked forward gently. "Zhao Zhao, don't cry. Didn't you like kissing me very much? I'm right here. Come back with me, and I'll let you kiss me every day." The empress picked up a hairpin and gently placed it in Shen Zhao's hair, saying softly, "Sure, Jingwei will come and take you to the library later." Shen Zhao beamed. "I can't wait to go to the library." At this moment, a palace maid led a young man in and reported, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's study companion, Wen Kangyi, has arrived." Wen Kangyi, the Crown Prince's friend and grandson of the imperial teacher, smiled. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince asked me to escort Shen Zhao to the library." The empress forced a smile. "Jingzai must be busy with something." Shen Zhao said understandingly, "Zhao understands." Watching Shen Zhao leave, the empress couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Zhao is so understanding. Outside the palace, Shen Zhao tugged on Wen Kangyi's sleeve and asked, "Wen Gij, what is Crown Prince Gij busy with?" Wen Kangyi thought to himself, "He's not busy, he just doesn't want to come and get you." He could only reply reluctantly, "His Highness is busy with his studies." Shen Zhao looked bewildered. Hasn't he finished his homework yet? Suddenly, a voice came from the tree. "He's lying." Wen Kangyi exclaimed, "Jiang Zhao." Jiang Zhao jumped down from the tree. He was the junior disciple of Shen Zhao's third brother, Jiang Zhao, son of the great general. Jiang Zhao said, "Zhao Mimi, let me take you to the library." Wen Kangyi quickly hid behind her. Shen Zhao ignored him and asked, "Why didn't second brother come with you?" Jiang Zhao replied, "Your second brother is busy chasing after a girl." Wen Kangyi suppressed his anger and reminded him, "Jiang Zhao Shixiang, the crown prince asked me to escort Shen Zhao. Please don't interfere." Jiang Zhao frowned. "I'm also going to the library. Why can't I speak?" Then he turned to Shen Zhao and said directly, "The crown prince tricked you. He already went to the library by himself. He doesn't want to go with you at all." Wen Kangyi awkwardly explained, "Don't listen to him. His Highness is going to make up a lesson." "That's not it at all. His Highness is rushing to the library to make up a lesson." Shen Zhao pursed her lips, silently watching the two argue, and cleverly tugged at them. "Let's go, older brothers." We're going to be late. At the Imperial Academy, Zhao Jing read while thinking, why hasn't Wenkongi come yet? Just then, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Jiang Zhao earnestly instructed, if anyone dares to bully you, tell me. Wenkongi forced a smile, inwardly lamenting, please use me as a shield. Seeing this scene, only one thought remained in Zhao Jing's mind. Is she close to Jiang Zhao? He looked over, and Shen Zhao suddenly glanced at him, then quickly turned away, nestling beside Jiang Zhao. Okay, second brother Jiang, I'll come find you after class, okay. Jiang Zhao nodded. Then I'll go first. Zhao Jing stared at the two. She had clearly looked over here just now. He had no choice but to say, Shen Zhao, come here. I have something to tell you. Shen Zhao turned and asked, what do you want to say? Have you finished your homework? Wenkongi was startled and quickly waved his hands at Zhao Jing, but Zhao Jing had already spoken. What homework? Shen Zhao stormed off. Liar. Zhao Jing coldly stared at Wenkongi. You told her I hadn't finished my homework. Wenkongi was covered in sweat, his hands clasped together in apology. My miscalculation. Zhao Jing turned his head and saw Shen Zhao chatting and laughing with other classmates, completely ignoring him. Zhao Jing tightly gripped the book in his hand, feeling indignant. Was that obedient and sensible demeanor all an act? He remembered when he was coaxing her. Shen Zhao had asked, will you really let me kiss you every day? Zhao Jing had nodded firmly, and as soon as she got his assurance, she immediately started acting spoiled. Following the Empress, she happily waved goodbye to her mother. Goodbye, mother. Zhao Jing was now full of resentment. Ugh, forcing a young maiden into marriage. I will absolutely not marry her. What was I doing back then? Now I must quickly keep my distance from her. Just then, the teacher walked into the classroom. Everyone, welcome our new classmate. Shen Zhao cheerfully greeted everyone. I'm Shen Zhao. The grand tutor asked her, there are empty seats next to the crown prince and the fifth prince. Where would you like to sit? Zhao Jing froze, looking at her. Fifth prince, Zhao Mian, also looked up. Shen Zhao subconsciously looked at Zhao Jing, her eyes sparkling. Zhao Jing inwardly cried, this is bad. Seeing the two children looking at each other, the grand tutor said, since it's convenient, why not sit with the crown prince? Shen Zhao's eyes curved into crescents. Okay. Zhao Jing coldly put down his book. Grand tutor, I'm very sorry. It's not very convenient. Whispers immediately broke out in the classroom. Does the crown prince not like sitting with Shen Zhao? It seems like the crown prince doesn't even want to talk to her. He doesn't want to study with her either. Shen Zhao stood there stunned, then turned and saw Zhao Mian. Zhao Mian was looking at her with disdain. Shen Zhao quickly realized the fifth prince seems to really dislike me. The grand tutor had no choice but to ask again, then would it be convenient to sit with the fifth prince? Shen Zhao shuddered. Zhao Mian's expression changed, and he tilted his head with a gentle smile. I am willing to assist the crown prince and the teacher. Shen Zhao fearfully whispered, I don't want to sit with him. She thought to herself, sigh, why am I already getting nervous? Zhao Mian gritted his teeth. She deliberately wants to embarrass me in public. The scene shifted to the palace's celebratory banquet 4 years ago. At that time, Zhao Mian kept sneezing, but still forced himself to say, Mother, I want to play with everyone. His mother wiped his nose with a handkerchief. No, Your Highness, your cold will spread to the other guests. I'll go prepare medicine for you. After saying that, his mother left. Zhao Mian kept staring at Zhao Jing, who was surrounded by people. At that moment, a child walked past him, ran straight to Zhao Jing, and bit his cheek. Zhao Mian watched in a cold sweat as she was pushed into the snowman, and Zhao Jing was scolded by his parents. At that time, Shen Zhao could only build a snowman by herself, looking very lonely. Zhao Mian thought, I can build a snowman with the little girl. He walked over and said, Hello, I'm Zhao Mian. Shen Zhao happily replied, I'm Shen Zhao. Are you also the crown prince's friend? Just as Zhao Mian was about to speak, he suddenly sneezed, his nose running. Shen Zhao laughed innocently. He has a runny nose. The surrounding people also laughed. Look at that snot. It's like a snail. Back in the present, the Imperial College's Grand Preceptor's voice still echoed. Seats will be rearranged every semester, so sit there for now. Zhao Jing kept his eyes glued to his book. Shen Zhao passed by him, sneaking a glance, but then turned her head away in a huff. Zhao Jing didn't say a word. Shen Zhao sat down and said bluntly, Fifth Prince, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want to sit with you. Zhao Mian smiled amiably. I know, you want to sit with the crown prince. Zhao Jing was watching the two of them intently. Zhao Mian leaned closer and said in a low, gloomy voice, Too bad he doesn't want to sit with you at all. Shen Zhao froze, staring at him. In the Imperial College, the Grand Preceptor was still passionately lecturing. Heaven and earth, dark and yellow, the universe vast and desolate. The other students, including Shen Zhao, were reading aloud diligently. The sun and moon wax and wane, the stars are arrayed. Zhao Mian, however, wasn't reading, just staring at Shen Zhao. Then he deliberately nudged her with his elbow. Hey, you're too loud. I need to study. Shen Zhao paused. Yes, your highness, I understand. After saying that, she puffed out her cheeks angrily. Zhao Mian continued to poke her with his elbow. Hey, Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao turned around impatiently. Your highness, I'm already being quiet. Suddenly, Zhao Mian slapped a piece of paper on her face. Look, I drew this for you. On the paper was a drawing of a pig with the words "Go" for it written above its head. She remembered her brother's words. If you really can't stand it, fight back. She also remembered her father's words. Use your brain, not your fists. Shen Zhao abruptly stood up and shouted, Teacher, the fifth prince isn't paying attention in class. After a while, Zhao Mian was punished by being made to stand outside and scolded by the teacher. Your highness, classmates should look out for each other. Zhao Mian sulked, smacking his lips. In the classroom, Shen Zhao finally enjoyed a moment of peace. Sixth Princess Xiao Huang looked at her with admiration, her eyes full of respect. She actually dared to defy my fifth brother. She's so awesome. Not long after, the bell rang. The teacher dismissed the class, and Zhao Mian was allowed back in. He stormed into the classroom, his whole body radiating anger, and those nearby whispered, The fifth prince looks so scary. As soon as Zhao Mian sat down, he shoved Shen Zhao's arm hard. Move over, this is my seat. Shen Zhao was startled, the character she was writing becoming crooked. Then he pushed her hand away completely. From now on, this whole area is mine. Shen Zhao gripped her brush tightly, stood up angrily, and pushed him back. You're so childish. Shen Zhao grabbed her brush and quickly drew a line on the table. Whoever crosses this line is a big pig. Zhao Mian frowned. Hey, you dare push me. He also stood up and shoved her back forcefully. Shen Zhao was stunned. Just then, a hand grabbed Zhao Mian's wrist. Zhao Jing stood protectively in front of Shen Zhao, furious. Fifth brother, haven't you caused enough trouble? Zhao Mian retorted. She started it. Shen Zhao was on the verge of tears, but still stubbornly looked up at him, unable to help but cry out, Crown Prince, he's bullying me. Zhao Mian was taken aback by her reaction. Is this really your future wife? The next day in class, Shen Zhao exclaimed, Why are there lines all over my desk? Someone poked her, and Xiao Huang whispered an explanation. Everyone was drawing lines everywhere, and they all got transferred to other classes. Shen Zhao was shocked. What? In a flashback, one day Zhao Jing said, Fifth brother, haven't you caused enough trouble? Zhao Mian withdrew his hand, but Zhao Jing interrupted him. Don't bully girls. After saying that, he reached out and took Shen Zhao's hand. Come with me. Shen Zhao followed him, bewildered, but still couldn't help but ask, Crown Prince, does this count as skipping class? Zhao Jing was still trying to justify himself internally. It was all because his mother had repeatedly told him to take good care of Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao was still a little worried. What if the teacher looks for us? It's only our first day of school. Zhao Jing said calmly, Kong, you will excuse us. He then turned around and smiled. Let's go. I'll show you around. Shen Zhao was stunned into silence by his handsome appearance. On the sports field, Jiang Zhao was concentrating on dribbling a ball, and the people around him were shouting, Stop him! Stop him! Shen Zhao's eyes lit up. Brother Jiang Zhao is so amazing. Jiang Zhao looked up. Does your highness want to play too? Xiao Jing turned his head and saw Shen Zhao excitedly shouting, Crown Prince brother, come on. He helplessly agreed. All right. Holding the ball, Xiao Jing said, Do you want me to teach you? How about we be on the same team? Jiang Zhao walked over. Of course I'll teach Shen Zhao in our class. Don't worry about the Crown Prince. Don't waste your breath. I'll teach you how to play. Shen Zhao innocently walked towards Jiang Zhao. Crown Prince brother, don't worry. Second brother Jiang Zhao will teach me. He's very good. Later, Shen Zhao changed her clothes and Jiang Zhao taught her. Yes, just run like that to get the ball. Shen Zhao happily exclaimed, I think I'm almost getting it. She excitedly grabbed the ball. In that case, I'll take care of the ball. Shen Zhao kicked the ball with all her might, but the ball went off course and hit Xiao Jing right on the head. Shen Zhao rushed over, crying, Crown Prince brother, I'm sorry, are you all right? Jiang Zhao came over to comfort her. It's okay. Let's take the Crown Prince back to the East Palace and continue. Shen Zhao hesitated, but Xiao Jing panicked. I've memorized it. Watch out for poaching. He quickly grabbed her hand and said seriously, we should go back. We still have to urge her to do her homework. Shen Zhao was led away with a bewildered look on her face. Is there homework today? Zhao Jing turned his head. There is now. Later, the instructor at the Imperial Academy angrily slammed the table. I heard that the desk drawing incident was caused by your class. Who started it? Zhao Mian immediately stood up and quickly pointed. Instructor, it was my desk mate, Shen Zhao. The instructor was furious. Wonderful. Now the entire Imperial Academy is drawing lines. Shen Zhao, do you realize your mistake? Shen Zhao mumbled her cheap, ly. He took my seat first. Xiao Huang also raised her hand and said, Instructor, I can testify that 5th Imperial brother started it. Zhao Mian glared fiercely at Xiao Huang, scaring her back down. The instructor said, in that case, 5th Prince and Shen Zhao stand outside. Outside, Xiao Mian complained, it's all your fault. Shen Zhao retorted, you're shameless. Xiao Mian frowned. I'm not. I don't need a face. Shen Zhao choked up, you are shameless. Inside, Zhao Jing frowned, listening to the two arguing outside. Isn't it your fault? Who else is there to blame? A wad of paper flew out and hit Zhao Mian right on the head. It had only 2 words written on it, too loud. Shen Zhao smiled triumphantly. See, Crown Prince brother told you to shut up. Zhao Mian stared at the paper ball. I really am too loud, too annoying. School was dismissed and everyone rushed home. But the 2 were being punished were called back. Shen Zhao, 5th Prince, stay behind. No class this afternoon. Restore the classroom to its original state. Shen Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. Instructor. Zhao Mian forced a smile. Understood. Then I'll be going. A hand quickly reached out and stopped him. Shen Zhao stifled a laugh as the instructor added, you also have to wipe the desk clean before you can leave. Shen Zhao was stunned. The instructor then handed over a ring of keys. The desks in the entire library cannot be touched by the servants. Zhao Mian gritted his teeth. So annoying, it's all Shen Zhao's fault. Shen Zhao immediately declared firmly, don't worry. Instructor, I will definitely correct my mistake and put an end to the line-drawing turmoil. The instructor smiled with satisfaction and turned to pat Zhao Mian's head. Yes, 5th Prince, you mustn't lead your classmates astray. Friends shouldn't quarrel, and classmates shouldn't be at odds. Zhao Mian frowned in disgust. Flatterer, always saying nice things to please the teacher. After the instructor left, Shen Zhao waved cheerfully. Be careful on your way, instructor. Zhao Mian complained, sucking up to the teacher again. Shen Zhao retorted, what's wrong with your throat? I'm just showing respect to my teacher. She tossed the keys over. Here, we'll each clean a room. Zhao Mian completely lost his patience and tried to push Shen Zhao. Why are you ordering me around? Try to use yourself as an excuse again. Shen Zhao was pushed and almost bumped into someone. After regaining her balance, she angrily rolled up her sleeves. Can you just calm down? Shen Zhao was about to lunge forward when someone stopped her. Both of you, stop arguing. Zhao Jing gently reminded his sister, stop it, don't fight. He also turned to Zhao Mian. 5th brother, don't let down the instructor's kindness. As a prince, you must be cautious in your words and actions. Zhao Mian turned his face away. You're the best at lecturing. I know. He walked away angrily, still disgruntled. Shen Zhao, you just. Shen Zhao's eyes lit up with gratitude. Crown Prince brother. Zhao Jing quickly stopped her. Don't get excited. Don't kiss me. Let's get to work. We still have homework when we get back to the palace. Shen Zhao muttered to herself. Why does Crown Prince brother like doing homework so much? Xiao Huang finally mustered up the courage to peek out. Brother, I'll help sister Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao asked curiously, what brother? Xiao Huang shyly introduced herself. Oh, I'm Xiao Huang. Zhao Jing explained that I'm her 6th younger sister. I wasn't in the palace when I was little. I'm a bit silly and couldn't even remember Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao protested indignantly. I'm not silly. Yesterday with uncle was an accident. Zhao and the others appeared suddenly. Sister Shen Zhao, let me help you wipe the table. At this moment, Jiang Zhao grabbed a bunch of keys and tossed them to the person behind him. The remaining 9 rooms, you guys divide them up. Zhao Jing glared at him. Senior brother Jiang Zhao, it's just perfect you're here. Jiang Zhao smiled. Your Highness, Crown Prince, you don't have to be so polite. Shen Zhao walked over and whispered to Jiang Zhao. Thank you, second brother Jiang, but can we help 5th brother together? Jiang Zhao laughed. Don't worry, 5th brother doesn't need our help. He definitely has someone helping him over there. Zhao Mian listened to everything in silence. Xiao Huang said with a smile. Sister Shen Zhao, let's work hard too. Shen Zhao rolled up her sleeves and replied, Okay, let's get started. Zhao Mian felt isolated, standing in the shadows, watching them talking and laughing. He pursed his lips and ran away. 2 hours later, Shen Zhao said happily, It's good that everyone helped. We finished cleaning so quickly. Let's go wash the buckets. Xiao Huang obediently followed. Zhao Mian was also by the water source. Is that fifth brother? Zhao Mian glared. Sixth sister, the crown prince isn't your only older brother. Xiao Huang was startled, and Shen Zhao stood in front of her protectively. This has nothing to do with his highness. Xiao Huang is helping me. Don't be so mean to everyone. Zhao Mian said coldly. Shen Zhao, you're still the same, always trying to make me unhappy. After speaking, he splashed the water from the bucket toward the two of them. Xiao Huang cried out, Sister. Xiao Huang shouted worriedly, Sister. Shen Zhao wiped the water off her chin and said, gritting her teeth, Zhao Mian. Zhao Mian turned and left arrogantly. Next time, it won't just be water. Suddenly, a large bucket of water was splashed on him. Xiao Huang stood in the middle in a panic, watching the two splash water at each other. You two stop it. Shen Zhao, are you looking for a fight? Shen Zhao retorted. You were the one who splashed first. Zhao Mian angrily threw the bucket at Shen Zhao, tripping her. Shen Zhao, are you annoying? Shen Zhao slipped and fell to the ground, moving her legs slightly. I slipped. Shen Zhao glared at him angrily. She quickly grabbed Zhao Mian, pinned him down, and sat directly on him. Zhao Mian, you're so annoying. Zhao Mian yelled. What are you doing? Who told you to bully me? Shen Zhao angrily slapped Zhao Mian's bottom. Zhao Mian's face flushed red. Shen Zhao, what are you doing? He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, I can't break free. Shen Zhao continued hitting him. That's for bullying me. Nobody is allowed to bully anyone anymore. Zhao Mian continued to struggle. Let me go. He shouted helplessly. He shouted towards Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, go get the guards. Xiao Huang instinctively ran out. There are no guards in the library. I'll go find Brother Crown Prince. Xiao Huang hurried off to find Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing nodded. Is sixth sister coming to find us? Xiao Huang stammered. Fourth brother, it's bad. Fifth brother and sister Shen Zhao are fighting. Zhao Jing was speechless. Imperial concubine side is definitely going to explode. Jiang Zhao's ears perked up at this news. Really? Take us there quickly. Xiao Huang was startled by his excitement. Zhao Jing also thought this guy was way too excited. Meanwhile, after being pushed away by Shen Zhao, Zhao Mian complained, Just you wait, my mother will skin you alive. Shen Zhao retorted, Go ahead, tell the emperor, let him judge. See if you dare to embarrass yourself. Zhao Mian muttered, Embarrass myself. He remembered what his mother had told him. In a library, don't embarrass me. You have to please me and your father. I want you to be skilled in both literary and martial arts. You can't lose to anyone. A voice startled him out of his recollection. Both of you stop this instant. Zhao Jing came over to mediate. Shen Zhao, it's you again. Stop fighting. Shen Zhao struggled and said, Brother Crown Prince, let me go. I have to teach him a lesson today. Jiang Zhao happily grabbed Zhao Mian, stopping him. Fifth brother. Zhao Mian struggled and shouted, Shen Zhao, just you wait. I'll show you. Jiang Zhao covered his mouth. I'll take fifth brother to change his clothes first. Shen Zhao still looked defiant. Come on then. I'm not afraid of anyone. Only after Zhao Mian left did she calm down. Zhao Jing asked with concern, Are you all right? Are you hurt? Shen Zhao said worriedly, He tripped me first. At this moment, he noticed the scrape on her hand. Your hand, is it injured? Zhao Jing thought to himself, if Imperial Mother and Madame Shen find out, they'll definitely have a headache. Shen Zhao squeezed her fist energetically. It's just a small scrape. I haven't lost yet. She turned around and pretended to shout, Fifth brother, if you bully me again, I'll definitely hit you. Zhao Mian thought to himself, I can't let mother know that my sister hit me. On the way back, Shen Zhao happily hummed a song while riding on Zhao Jing's back. I'm Jing Jing's best friend. Zhao Jing reminded her awkwardly, Stop singing songs about me. Shen Zhao obediently changed the lyrics. Zhao Mian is a fool. When they returned to the East Palace, the Emperor and Empress were already waiting. Jinger, Jiao Yao, come here. The Emperor picked her up and frowned. Why are you all wet? The Empress worriedly wiped the water from her face. Poor child, what happened? Zhao Jing worriedly thought, Oh no, I haven't had time to remind her not to mention fifth brother. But unlike what he thought, Shen Zhao calmly replied, I accidentally knocked over the water bucket while playing with water, and Crown Prince brother got wet carrying me back. Seeing her sad expression, the Empress comforted her. It's all right. Your Crown Prince brother loves to play anyway. She tilted her head and smiled. These two children always remind me of us when we were young. Zhao Jing, their biological son, stood by speechless but also relieved. It's good that fifth brother is okay, but father can be quite scary when he gets angry. Just then, a eunuch ran in Zhang. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The emperor calmly asked, what is it? The eunuch knelt down and reported, Your Majesty, fifth prince suddenly has a high fever. Noble consort requests your presence. The empress smiled and gently smoothed the emperor's furrowed brow, handing Shen Zhao to him. Zhao has always been frail since he was young, always making people worry. In Shen Zhao's eyes, the empress became gentle at this moment, and her gaze gradually filled with respect. But that kid Zhao Mian, what's there to worry about? The emperor said, nonchalantly, let the crown prince carry her. She's too heavy, you'll get tired. Zhao Jing was once again speechless at his father, making a child do work. Shen Zhao lay on Zhao Jing's back and asked with a blank expression, Crown Prince brother, am I heavy? Zhao Jing sighed. Father and mother are always like this. I'm used to it. The emperor affectionately kissed the empress's forehead. I'll come see you later. The empress smiled happily. Shen Zhao watched the two with admiration. Zhao Jing lowered his head, a little embarrassed. Don't move around. Inside Jingxiu Palace's inner courtyard, Zhao Mian lay in bed and hesitantly spoke. Mother, will father come see me? His parents sat tiredly by the bed. What if he does? You're prone to colds anyway. Your father dotes on you even more than I do. In the end, that old teacher isn't a good role model. I must have your father dismiss him. Zhao Mian whispered. Actually, the teacher is quite good. The eunuch outside called out. His Majesty has arrived. The emperor strode in. Xiao Wu, you've been studying diligently all these years, yet you have a fever again in August. Zhao Mian's parents replied. He fell into the well earlier and got soaked. He's gotten better after taking medicine. Zhao Mian huddled under the covers, shivering with his back to everyone. The emperor reached out and touched his forehead, seemingly understanding something. Shen Zhao was also soaked, but she didn't even sneeze. Then Zhao Mian said, Father, I didn't cause any trouble. He silently grumbled about Shen Zhao in his mind. Zhao Mian's parents said seriously, Your Majesty, now we should talk about what those outsiders did. That physician from the Imperial Hospital is even more ignorant of the rules, actually making the prince wipe the table himself. Elsewhere, Zhao Jing was diligently writing. Shen Zhao peeked at him, biting the tip of her brush with hesitation. Zhao Jing put down his brush helplessly. Just say what you want to say. Shen Zhao finally couldn't help but ask, Crown Prince brother, will Zhao Mian die from a high fever? I don't think so. Zhao Jing reminded her, don't talk nonsense. But he's been frail since childhood, Shen Zhao worried. With such a high fever in August, will it damage his brain? She thought to herself, I shouldn't have splashed him with water, knowing he's so weak. I hope he gets better soon. Shen Zhao reached out and took Zhao Jing's hand. Crown Prince brother, let's sneak a peek at him. Zhao Jing and Shen Zhao had already reached the door, and the guards outside saluted. Your Highness, Zhao Jing said openly, this prince has come to see fifth brother. Shen Zhao peeked out from beside him, trying to look cute. The guard cupped his hands and said, Your Highness, please forgive me. Noble consort has ordered that no one is allowed to visit fifth prince. Zhao Jing panicked slightly. Not even this prince. The guard said helplessly, Please punish your highness. Zhao Jing thought, Can't I just do as I please? At night, the two were still outside. Zhao Jing pointed inside and said, This courtyard is fifth brother's bedchamber. Shen Zhao looked up at the high courtyard wall. How are we going to get in? Could she be excitedly fantasizing about Zhao Jing sweeping her up in his arms? Could our crown prince, Zhao Jing? Shen Zhao called out expectantly, Crown Prince, I'm ready. Zhao Jing calmly replied, All right, then let's climb in. Shen Zhao blinked, confused. Zhao Jing sat down and pointed to a hole at the base of the wall. Fifth brother is the most mischievous. He pried open the base of the wall so he could easily slip in and out. Shen Zhao stared blankly at the hole in the wall, thinking, so that's how Zhao Mian sneaks out to play through this dog hole. Inside the palace, the sound of a whip striking skin was particularly jarring. Zhao Mian's parents were mercilessly beating him, scolding, You can't even feign illness properly. You're as timid as a rabbit, not at all like your father in his youth. Zhao Mian curled up on the ground, enduring the pain as he spoke. Mother Consort, this son did not intend to deceive Father Emperor, and besides, Father Emperor saw through it already. But his parents wouldn't listen. So what if he saw through it? You dared to defy me for the sake of the Imperial Academy's teacher. Reflect on your actions. You don't need to go to the Imperial Hospital tomorrow. With that, they left. Outside, Zhao Jing frowned, and Shen Zhao whispered, "Noble consort is so scary." Zhao Jing sighed and warned her, "You absolutely must not tell anyone what you saw today, or the noble consort will beat him again." Shen Zhao nodded. "I understand." Zhao Jing ruffled her hair. "She's gone. Let's go in." Shen Zhao responded dejectedly, Zhao Mian was lying on the bed, whimpering softly. Zhao Jing walked over to him. "Fifth brother." Zhao Mian sat up abruptly. "Fourth brother, why did you bring sister here? Are you here to laugh at me?" Zhao Jing spoke frankly. "We thought you were very ill. Shen Zhao even thought you were dying." Shen Zhao nodded silently. Zhao Mian pouted and looked away, afraid that if I died, there'd be no one to cover up this morning's fight. Shen Zhao decisively handed him a package. "Here, these are all for you. Don't bully me anymore. I don't want to fight with you again." Inside were ginseng, bird's nest, and medicine. Zhao Mian hesitated. "But your external injuries haven't healed yet. How could Mother Consort do this? My mother's family never hit me, and the Empress has never hit Elder Brother Crown Prince. But your injuries haven't healed yet. What's wrong with Mother Consort? My own mother has never hit me, and the Empress has never hit Elder Brother. Elder Brother Crown Prince has never been hit either." Zhao Mian turned over angrily. "Stop showing off." Shen Zhao tried to explain, "I wasn't showing off." Zhao Jing walked over and ruffled Zhao Mian's hair. "Fifth brother, don't mind her. She has a loose tongue." He then turned to remind Shen Zhao, "Be careful what you say in the future. When you were little, you called fifth brother Snail, and the nickname stuck for a long time. Noble consort even made a fuss about it after she found out." Zhao Mian said shyly, "Fourth brother, why did you bring that up?" Shen Zhao looked blank. "That happened. I don't remember." Zhao Jing said, "Yes, and isn't that why you've always held a grudge against him?" Zhao Mian muttered, "All right, today Father Emperor was also angry with Mother Consort. So Mother Consort." Shen Zhao stared at him, thinking, he keeps muttering and won't let me speak. Ugh, I'm gonna burst. Zhao Jing then said cheerfully, "After school tomorrow, Shen Zhao and I will tutor you." Shen Zhao was startled, and Zhao Mian said dejectedly, "No need, no need." Zhao Jing smiled confidently. "Fifth brother, you don't have to be polite. This is what an older brother should do." Zhao Mian thought, "I suddenly don't want to be tutored at all." Shen Zhao backed away. "If you're tutoring fifth prince, then do I not have to go?" Zhao Mian and Zhao Jing said in unison, "No." Zhao Mian thought, "How can they make me suffer alone?" On the way back, Shen Zhao asked, "Crown Prince, our noble consort, and the Empress both the Emperor's King Mizuma?" Zhao Jing asked in return, "You know about King Mizuma?" Shen Zhao said, "My brother told me. You and are also King Mizuma, just like them." She then suddenly looked intently into his eyes. "But you can only have one King Mizuma, and that's me." Zhao Jing thought, "If there were even one more, I wouldn't even want to do my homework." Zhao Jing smiled. "All right, I promise." The next day, Zhao Jing indeed brought Shen Zhao to tutor Zhao Mian. Zhao Jing said seriously, "Today we're going to study and memorize this passage." Zhao Mian and Shen Zhao could only pretend to be cheerful. Zhao Mian said with a forced smile, "Actually, you don't have to come tutor me every day." Just then, the noble consort stormed in. "Me honor." Zhao Mian flinched, and Shen Zhao was startled again. The noble consort said sourly, "I knew it. It's such a pity no one pushed you. Me honor, you should have come to apologize to me sooner." Zhao Mian said frantically, "Mother consort, this has nothing to do with them." Zhao Jing stepped forward, shielding Shen Zhao, and said, "She's only here to tutor my younger brother." "Your Highness, the noble consort, you're overthinking it." Shen Zhao added, "Fifth Prince is so bored he's almost sick. When can he return to the Imperial Academy?" Seeing she couldn't win against Zhao Jing, the noble consort turned to Shen Zhao, her gaze sharp. "You're Shen Zhao, aren't you? How I teach my own child is none of your business, you brats. It's getting late. I'll personally escort you back to the Fenghuan Palace." The noble consort began to scold as soon as she entered. "Empress, I know you're the Emperor's beloved. You're busy with official duties and can't attend to these trivial matters, but don't neglect the children's upbringing." As she spoke, she shoved Shen Zhao. The Empress looked at Shen Zhao with concern. "Zhao Shi." Zhao Jing quickly supported the stumbling Shen Zhao. "Are you all right?" Shen Zhao looked at him. "I'm fine." The noble consort coldly interrupted, getting straight to the point. The emperor did this for the sake of Grand Commandant Shen's family, to consolidate the crown prince's position. Shen Zhao immediately became nervous upon hearing this. What does this have to do with my father? Will the empress be angry? Does this mean I can't go to the Imperial Academy anymore? Zhao Jing, a little flustered, didn't answer her previous questions. Don't worry, as long as you haven't done anything wrong, Mother won't be angry. He thought to himself that it was better not to explain these things to her. The empress smiled gently and patted Shen Zhao's head. Thank you for the reminder, noble consort. However, seeing the sincere and pure friendship between the three of you, I feel very gratified. It's getting late. Someone, escort the noble consort back to her palace. The noble consort's face darkened, and she turned around with a cold laugh. Friendship, that's the cheapest thing. Keep an eye on your son. Don't let him be misled by such base things. With that, she turned and left. The empress, in disbelief, stood there stunned, recalling the good times she once shared with the noble consort, murmuring softly, "The cheapest thing." Shen Zhao sat in a daze at the Imperial Academy, worried. It's been 3 months, and Zhao Mian hasn't come to the library. At this moment, the teacher spoke. Next, in pairs, dictate the vocabulary you've learned this semester. Is there anyone without a partner? Shen Zhao was startled when she heard this. What? How much longer do I have to sit alone? Didn't the noble consort beat Zhao Mian to death? Father, mother, brother, I want to go home. Suddenly a voice startled her. Shen Zhao, Zhao Jing said calmly. Come sit here. When Kang Yi, who had come specifically to fulfill his tutoring duties, was shocked. Zhao Jing turned to Wen Kang Yi and said, Kang Yi, go back to your seat. Wen Kang Yi had a headache. Your Highness, the teacher won't agree. And since His Majesty appointed me as your tutor, if I can't help you study, I'm afraid I would be derelict in my duty. He thought to himself, the Crown Prince's studies are also part of my evaluation. Shen Zhao pitifully hugged her books and squeezed in. But I'm also a study companion. When Kang Yi retorted, you're only a study companion in name. Zhao Jing still looked indifferent. It's fine. The three of us will be together from now on. Shen Zhao sat down happily, and when Kang Yi could only look at the two of them helplessly, his eyes full of sorrow, Shen Zhao said cheerfully, don't worry, Crown Prince brother, the teacher definitely won't be angry. He even let us sit together before. Remembering this, she puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. It was you, Crown Prince brother, who refused to sit with me back then. Zhao Jing patted her head soothingly. Now that I see your homework isn't very good, you still have to sit next to me. When Kang Yi looked at this scene helplessly and sighed inwardly, you just can't bear to let her be alone. Zhao Jing became serious. All right, I'll correct and read aloud for both of you. Nwomi is sticky rice. Denwomi and Xiao Nwomi are glutinous rice dolls. Luluo means layer by layer, piece by piece, and Nap Nalanglang means relaxed and comfortable. Shen Zhao listened with a blank expression, every word going in one ear and out the other. When Kang Yi smiled, why don't we see who makes fewer spelling mistakes? Zhao Jing naturally agreed. All right, let's look at Shen Zhao's first. The more he read, the tighter he gripped the paper in his hand. Both Zhao Jing and Wen Kang Yi couldn't help but be surprised. Wen Kang Yi forced a smile. Shen Zhao, have you been sleeping in class? Shen Zhao defended herself. No, most of the time I was standing in the corner with Fifth Prince as punishment. When Kang Yi couldn't help but exclaim, Fifth Prince left 3 months ago. Honestly, as the Crown Prince's study companion, I'm not asking you to be proficient in everything, but you should at least be able to help His Highness study. He paused and glared at her. Shen Zhao, you have a total of 32 mistakes. Unless you voluntarily give up your position as study companion now, you'll have to accept 32 punishments. Shen Zhao's forehead had just been flicked when the bell rang. Her face flushed crimson. She mumbled awkwardly, I'll be going now. A dull ache throbbed on her forehead, and she felt close to tears from the sheer embarrassment. She quickly ran off. Zhao Jing watched her go, a smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, someone called out to him, Crown Prince. When Kang Yi reminded him earnestly, Your Highness, important matters require careful consideration. Shen Zhao will not be of assistance to your studies. Zhao Jing replied coldly, Your forehead is quite flat as well. When Kang Yi was taken aback, Zhao Jing continued, Would my studies truly be neglected because of another person? That is merely an excuse used by those who lack the will to improve. Are you comparing me to such individuals? Perhaps your forehead also requires a flick. When Kangyi broke out in a cold sweat, instinctively covering his forehead and tapping it lightly, he thought to himself, as expected, I am still not the crown prince's closest companion. Zhao Jing continued unhurriedly. Shen Zhao made 32 mistakes. You shall receive 32 flicks as well. When Kangyi's eyes widened, Your Highness, you wouldn't be using this as an opportunity for personal revenge, would you? Before leaving, Zhao Jing turned back to remind him, Kangyi, from now on, Shen Zhao studies are your responsibility. If she has any questions, I will hold you accountable. In Fenghuan Palace, everyone was having dinner. The Empress suggested, it's a beautiful autumn day, and the academy is closed. Why don't we disguise ourselves and go out for some fun? Shen Zhao was thrilled. Can we really leave the palace? She leaned closer to Zhao Jing and whispered, Brother Crown Prince, can I go home for a visit? Zhao Jing smiled. Today you can not only go home, but you can also have dinner there. The Emperor ordered, Someone prepare for our departure. We'll stroll through the streets first, then go to the Shun residence. A nanny gasped as she watched the carriage depart. In Jingxiu Palace, the noble consort frowned. You wouldn't even allow me to leave the palace to see Kangyi when he and I went to the mountain villa to practice swordsmanship. Yet now you allow the Empress to go out and play. Is this news reliable? The nanny replied. This servant saw with her own eyes the Emperor leaving the palace with the Empress and the young crown prince. I heard they're also going to the Grand Commandant's residence. The noble consort declared, I want to leave the palace too. The nanny panicked. Your Highness, you leaving the palace alone. The noble consort snapped. Silence. My mind is made up. Go and prepare. In the bustling marketplace, the Empress looked around excitedly. We have the Emperor to thank for this lively scene. The Emperor added, It's lively yet orderly. I'm relieved. Shen Zhao looked at her surroundings with excitement. I've never strolled through the streets like this. There's so many people. She ran excitedly between the stalls. Look, rabbit lanterns. Zhao Jing looked slightly panicked, but the Empress smiled. Jinger, pay for it. Shen Zhao then spotted some candied hawthorns. The Empress said again, Jinger, pay for it. She was then attracted by pastries. Beef pastries. The Empress continued to smile. Jinger, pay for it. Shen Zhao's eyes lit up when she saw a stone lion. Zhao Jing quickly stopped her. Wait, not this one. Shen Zhao asked, Brother, isn't the shopkeeper selling this? The Emperor and Empress chuckled. Look at Jinger's expression. Zhao Jing felt a little embarrassed. Shen Zhao asked considerately, Brother Crown Prince, have I spent all your money? Zhao Jing thought to himself, Is it because I can't afford that gilded Pichio? He awkwardly explained, I mean we shouldn't indulge in pleasures too much. Zhao Jing quickly changed the subject. Let's go. I'll take you to make clay figurines. Shen Zhao immediately brightened. Okay. At the Grand Commandant's residence, Shen Zhao happily waved the clay figurine in her hand. Father, mother, brother, I'm home. Grand Commandant Shen Lifang was so moved he was almost in tears. My little darling, come to daddy. The Emperor found this amusing. It's rare to see the Grand Commandant like this. Shen Lifang coughed awkwardly. I was overcome with joy and lost my composure. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The Emperor laughed. There's no need for formalities, Shen Qing. Shen Lifang scratched his head. Thank you, Your Majesty. At the dinner table, Shen Lifang had completely relaxed. Your Majesty, I offer you another toast. Shen Zhao's parents said, Fenger, take the crown prince and Zhao Jiao to the side hall to play. Don't cause any trouble. The Emperor smiled. Let the children go. Shen Feng immediately obeyed. In the side hall, Shen Feng announced loudly, You two, one the crown prince and the other a descendant of a military family, will have to drink alcohol sooner or later. This is fruit wine, a tribute from the western regions. Would you like to try some? Both Shen Zhao and Zhao Jing looked curious as Shen Feng smiled and poured the wine. Shen Zhao took a sip. It should be fine, sweet and sour. Zhao Jing thought, since Shen Zhao drank it, he could not drink it either. After a while, feeling tipsy, he mumbled, Another cup, 2 more cups. Zhao Jing excitedly put his arm around Shen Zhao's shoulders. Come on, Imperial brother, teach me some boxing moves. Shen Zhao, already slightly drunk, slurred, come on, let's spar. As a result, they both tumbled to the ground. That night, Shen Zhao rubbed her eyes. Ugh, my head is spinning. Shen Feng sat by her bed with a bright smile. Little sister, you're finally awake. You have such a low tolerance for alcohol. Hearing him call her little sister, Shen Zhao sat up abruptly. Second brother, what are you doing here? She blinked and looked around. Wait, this place. This is my home. She relaxed her guard and fell into Shun Feng's arms, mumbling, "Second brother, my head is still spinning." Shun Feng chuckled. "You really don't have the same heroic spirit as our brother." Shen Zhao retorted, "You want me to compare myself to those smelly boys?" Shun Feng teased, "And even compared to His Highness, that kid falls asleep fast and wakes up even faster." Saying this, he picked her up. "Come on, second brother will take you to see Zhao Jing and father practicing horse dance." On the other side, Shun Lifang stood with his arms crossed, sternly instructing, "Lower your center of gravity, legs apart, yes, just like that." Zhao Jing, frowning and sweating profusely, held the horse stance. Just then, Shun Feng walked over carrying Shen Zhao, father, His Highness. Shun Lifang's face immediately softened with affection. "You're here. Perfect, come over." As soon as Shen Zhao approached, Shen Lifang ruffled both their hair. "Today, father will personally teach you martial arts." Shen Zhao looked at Zhao Jing and said seriously, "Imperial brother, if you blink hard, the sweat will flow faster." Zhao Jing glanced at her skeptically, but he tried it anyway. As a result, the sweat flowed directly into his eyes, making him wince in pain. "It's in my eyes." Shen Zhao shouted, "Second brother, quickly use your handkerchief to wipe Imperial brother's eyes." Shen Feng laughed and took out his handkerchief, casually wiping Zhao Jing's sweat. "As you wish." "Haha, we never got pampered like this during our training." Zhao Jing blushed. "Thank you, second brother." At this moment, Shun Lighting sat leisurely under a tree reading a book, while Shin DeBeo complained, sweating profusely, "Father, if books are so interesting, why don't you use them to practice horse stance?" "I won't practice if you don't watch me." Shun Lifang squinted, but didn't speak. Shun Feng, while eating snacks, said seriously, "Father never watches our little Dao practice." Shun Lifang lightly tapped him. "What nonsense are you talking about again?" Then he stood up, took the book, and knocked both children on the head. "Practicing martial arts strengthens the body, protects the country, and is definitely not a waste of time. It can also protect your grandmother." Zhao Zhao, no slacking, understand. Shun Zhao then asked, "So, can we stay home and practice instead of going back to the palace?" Shun Lifang patted her head proudly. "How about father goes to the palace to personally teach you?" "Happy to see father every day, right?" Shun Zhao asked curiously, "Father, I heard that 5th Imperial brother is practicing bamboo sword fighting with the sect leader." Shun Lifang thought for a moment. "That's true." Shun Zhao became more worried. "Then who is more skilled, father or the sect leader? If I learn from you, what if I still can't beat Zhao Mian?" Zhao Jing thought silently to himself. "Doesn't she know her father used to be the most skilled martial artist?" Shun Lifang said proudly, "Learn from father, and I guarantee you can beat him." Shen Zhao's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. "Okay." Zhao Jing silently wished his younger brother well in his heart. Zhao Mian, run. That night, in the side hall of Fenghuan Palace, Zhao Jing studied diligently, while Shun Zhao played with paper dolls. Shen Zhao's paper doll taunted, "Imperial brother, how did you become so dull after just one day?" Zhao Jing's paper doll replied, "It must be from reading too much." Zhao Jing watched her antics speechlessly, then reminded her, "Stop messing around. Do your homework." The nanny said with a smile, "Your Highness, young miss, it's time to rest." Zhao Jing closed his book. "All right, it's getting late." The two began their nightly routine, and a servant brought in a basin of water. "Please soak your feet, Your Highness," and young Mississippi Shen Zhao and Zhao Jing comfortably soaked their feet, then brushed their teeth together and finally washed their faces. The two tacitly handed their towels to the servant. The nanny sighed, "Your Highness, you and young miss are getting closer and closer." Zhao Jing said calmly, "Since mother brought her to the Jiuyo family, we naturally feel more sympathy for her." Shen Zhao, hearing him call her junior sister, immediately protested with displeasure. "Who wants to be a disciple? I want to be the crown princess." Zhao Jing's face was expressionless. "Then what do you call me every day?" Shen Zhao excitedly replied, "Crown Prince brother." Zhao Jing asked excitedly, "Then what do I call you every time?" Shen Zhao mumbled in reply, "Little sister, Shen Zhao." Zhao Jing said matter-of-factly, "Siblings care for each other. What's the problem?" Shen Zhao felt something was wrong, but still said, "No problem." Zhao Jing didn't say anything more. Shen Zhao pursed her lips and raised her hand to speak. "But the Empress said I will be the crown princess in the future, not little sister, but I understand now. I won't call you brother anymore. I'll call you Zhao Jing." Zhao Jing spread his hands. Nonsense. If proper people heard that, they would definitely say you don't understand etiquette. Shen Zhao looked aggrieved. But I don't want to be little sister either. Zhao Jing flicked her forehead. Have you ever heard me call anyone else little sister? Xiao Huang doesn't count. Shen Zhao rubbed her forehead and replied, it seems not. Zhao Jing continued. That means you're unique, different from others. Shen Zhao's mood immediately brightened upon hearing this. So Crown Prince brother likes me a lot, right? I like Crown Prince brother the most. Zhao Jing blushed slightly and looked away, thinking, how could she say she likes me every day without being shy? Shen Zhao happily picked up 2 clay figurines. Yao Yao must have been mistaken. Crown Prince brother is the most handsome person in the world. Zhao Jing raised his hand to stop her from playing with the clay figurines, reminding Shen Zhao, little sister, you weren't mistaken. It's just that you haven't done enough of your lessons. The nanny smiled gently at this moment. Come with me to bed, both of you. The 2 maidservants in the back secretly laughed at the sight. Shen Zhao moved closer, but I still want to play house. Zhao Jing was a little puzzled. How can we play house? Shen Zhao confidently patted her chest. You be the dad, I'll be the mom. That's enough. Zhao Jing saw that she clearly wanted an excuse not to do her lessons, so he exposed her. We don't even have children. How can we be dad and mom? Shen Zhao looked innocent. Then you be the groom, and I'll be the bride. He reached for the book on the table. You just refuse to study properly. Then I'll be the father, and you be the student. Shen Zhao inwardly groaned as her plan was seen through. At night, Shen Zhao grumbled to herself. How did it become like this? Zhao Jing instructed seriously. This character is wrong. This stroke should be a downward stroke. Shen Zhao frowned. This wasn't the game she wanted to play at all. Zhao Jing sighed. Why do you always miss this stroke? Do you want me to teach you hand in hand? Saying this, Zhao Jing took her hand. Understand. Understood. Shen Zhao's eyes sparkled as she followed his writing. Crown Prince brother is truly the best. The nanny looked at the 2 little ones and couldn't help but smile. These 2 children, just like His Majesty and the Empress when they were young, growing up together. Zhao Jing began to read. When you see a worthy person, strive to emulate them. He had only read a few sentences when Shen Zhao had already fallen asleep on the table. Why do you fall asleep as soon as you start reading? He turned and asked the nanny, Nanny, can you carry her to bed? The nanny smiled and nodded. The nanny gently settled Shen Zhao in bed. Suddenly Shen Zhao yelled, I'm not sleepy, not sleepy. Help me up, I still want to study. Zhao Jing rolled his eyes. You don't rest when you should. Have you forgotten that the Grand Commandant is taking us for training tomorrow? Shen Zhao rolled around on the bed, acting coquettishly. Horse dance, horse dance. I've been practicing it since I was little. It's so boring. Zhao Jing gave a dry laugh. The nanny interjected. The Grand Commandant said we have to get up at Mao Shi tomorrow, miss. You should rest early. Shen Zhao suddenly woke up and shouted, Mao Shi, isn't that getting up as early as a rooster? The 2 couldn't help but laugh secretly. Returning to Fenghuan Palace, the nanny recounted the little prince's words to the Empress. The little prince's feelings for Miss are those of a brother and sister, but Miss is not convinced. The little prince coaxed her for a while and explained things clearly, and Miss said she liked the little prince the most. The little prince taught Miss to read, but Miss fell asleep in his arms. Miss also said that getting up at Mao Shi is like learning to crow like a rooster. Like a rooster crowing. The little prince almost couldn't hold back his laughter, and the Empress covered her mouth and laughed. Only she could come up with an analogy like crowing like a rooster. At this time, the Emperor walked in and asked, Why is the Empress so happy? The nanny and the maids in waiting slowly withdrew. Seeing the Emperor, the Empress nestled in his arms and sighed. Jinger and Zhao Zhao are just like us back then. Those were good times. The Emperor smiled contentedly upon hearing this. Really, I think now is even better. The Empress softly called out, a Chang. The atmosphere gradually became intimate, and the 2 kissed lightly. Mao Shi, the next day, Shen Zhao was still buried under the covers. Groaning, she mumbled, I'm so sleepy. Just 5 more minutes. The nanny sighed. Miss, it's already Mao Shi, 5 to 7 a.m. Time to get up. Seeing her still unmoving, the nanny adopted a stern expression. The Grand Protector's training cannot be delayed. You girls, help the miss dress and wash. The palace maids hurried forward, responding in unison, yes. Thus, while Shen Zhao was still in a daze, the palace maids had already gotten her ready. Zhao Jing, who had been waiting outside, sighed. Just as he expected, at that moment, a palace maid reported, the miss is ready. Shen Zhao continued to yawn, finally flopping sank back onto the bed, closing her eyes, hoping to continue sleeping. Zhao Jing walked in. I'll take it from here. All of you, go prepare breakfast. The palace maids quickly withdrew. He walked to the bedside and looked helplessly at the soundly sleeping Shen Zhao. Zhao Jing reached out and pinched her nose. Shen Zhao's face turned crimson. She woke up with a start, shouting, "What are you doing?" Zhao Jing calmly replied, "Waking you up, of course. Let's go. We'll be late if we don't leave now." Shen Zhao rubbed her eyes. "But I haven't brushed my teeth yet." Zhao Jing sighed. "They already brushed them for you while you were asleep." Shen Zhao's eyes widened. She vaguely remembered. It wasn't a dream after all. Zhao Jing then noticed something. "Wait, this hairpin isn't suitable for martial arts practice. I'll tie your hair up for you." As he spoke, he personally removed Shen Zhao's hairpin and carefully tied her hair back with a ribbon. Shen Zhao blushed slightly. "Thank you, brother Crown Prince." Later, at the training grounds, Shen Lifang was already waiting, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Zhao Zhao is late again. She doesn't love her father anymore. Just then, a voice rang out, "Father." Shen Lifang turned around to see Shen Zhao running towards him with a bright smile. She thought to herself, although I'm late, Nanny said a smile can disarm anyone. Smile first, explain later. Zhao Jing ruthlessly exposed her. "You little rascal, you're quite the schemer. You think you can escape punishment with your cuteness." Suddenly, a complaining voice sounded. "Your Highness, you're a little devil yourself." Zhao Jing was taken aback and turned to see a despondent Wenkangi. "When did you start enjoying hiding behind people and making snide remarks? If you continue like this, I'll have to punish you." Wenkangi looked utterly lifeless. "Life is short. Punish me, punish me. I don't want to live anyway." He forced his listless eyes open. "My family has been civil officials for generations. Why do I have to study literature and practice martial arts?" He stamped his foot resentfully. "When they taught me to read, they never said I'd have to learn martial arts. I don't want to live." Zhao Jing suddenly patted his shoulder, his tone serious. "Kangi, if you really don't want to practice martial arts, then you don't have to." When Kangi immediately became excited. "Really? Thank you." Before he could finish, Zhao Jing immediately shattered his illusion. "Did you think I would say that?" Zhao Jing laughed. "Moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education should be well-rounded. Continue training." When Kangi stared blankly, his pupils shaking, he thought to himself, the heart of an emperor is truly unfathomable. My ancestors didn't lie to me. Shen Zhao was still smiling brightly at her father. Unconsciously, Shen Lifang recalled his wife's admonition. After entering the palace, you can no longer spoil Zhao Zhao. She will be the crown princess in the future. If she remains so mischievous, what will she do in the palace? Shen Lifang worried, but Zhao Zhao was still young. His wife immediately interrupted him. "It's precisely because she's young that we must teach her now. Otherwise, it will be even harder to manage her later." Shen Lifang remembered these words and pondered. "My wife is right. It's better to develop good habits early than to suffer later." He said sternly, "Acting cute won't work. Being late means punishment. Run 8 laps around the training ground." Shen Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. A little while later, Zhao Jing was calmly running his 4th lap. When Kangi was still on his 3rd lap, complaining loudly, "You guys are late. Why do I have to be punished too? Is there any justice? His Highness is almost catching up to me." Shen Zhao was also on her 3rd lap, saying as she ran, "Brother Crown Prince is so amazing." She panted. Being a companion requires a collective consciousness. What's it called when one person's mistake affects everyone? It's called sharing joys and sorrows. When Kangi said breathlessly, "Sister Zhao Zhao, do you even know how to write the 4 characters sharing joys and sorrows?" At this moment, Zhao Jing, who had caught up, interjected, "Who caused young master when to be punished for being late?" After saying that, he ran off. Shen Zhao looked on with admiration. As expected of my brother Crown Prince. So fast. When Kangi was on the verge of tears. He's really going to catch up to me. Shen Lifang then reminded him, "Young Master One, you should learn from the Crown Prince. Why are you stuttering?" Zhao Mian. Before he could finish, she was pulled back. Shen Lifang said seriously, "You mischievous little princess." He chuckled again, but couldn't help but worry. He thought, with Yao Yao so carefree, what would she do alone in the palace? Shen Zhao looked at her father pitifully. "Father, I really can't run anymore." Shen Lifang thought, "No, I have to control her." He said, "Zhao Zhao, the palace isn't like home. You can't do whatever you want. Run another lap." Shen Zhao lowered her head, her face full of grievance. Yes, father. When Kang couldn't help but shiver. His previously hardened heart softened. Shen Lifang reminded her, 2 more laps. By now, the two on the field were running unsteadily. Zhao Jing respectfully said, Grand Commandant, it's almost time for class at the Imperial College. He thought to himself, this is the most I can do to help them. Hearing this, Shen Lifang said, Kang, stop. You don't have to run anymore. Come here. Shen Zhao, still running, was startled and confused. Shen Lifang said with a hint of exasperation, this is for your own good. Otherwise, you won't even remember why you're being punished. Shen Zhao froze, feeling wronged. She turned around and secretly wiped away her tears. Seeing this, Shen Lifang felt a pang of guilt. Have I been too harsh on my little darling? He wondered. He jogged over to her, smiling. Darling, I'll run with you. What I mean is, you can't just disregard the rules because the Empress dotes on you. You can't slack off in your training either. Shen Zhao closed her eyes. Yes, father. In the Imperial College, the old master's clear voice rang out. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All play and no work makes Jack a mere toy. Zhao Jing sighed and patted Shen Zhao's head as she cried. When Kang was terrified by this scene, chanting inwardly, don't look, don't look. In the courtyard, a gentle breeze blew, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Shen Lifang kept poking Shen Zhao's shoulder, urging her to stand up straight. The worst thing in martial arts training is inconsistency. You can't stop even on sunny days. Shen Zhao was frightened. I won't dare slack off again. In her dream, she frowned, her eyes tightly shut, sweating profusely, crying out, stop poking me, father. I understand. I won't rest. She sat up abruptly, realizing it was a dream. Still half asleep, she looked around, wondering if she had woken up too early. A while later, Shen Zhao got dressed and went to wake her older brother, the Crown Prince. In the quiet room, Zhao Jing dreamt he was asking the old master, Master, what is the foundation of a nation? The old master stroked his beard and nodded. The people are the foundation of the state. Implement benevolent governance. Then, Shen Zhao's voice came. Brother Crown Prince, wake up. Zhao Jing woke up with a start, still murmuring. The people are the foundation. Benevolent governance is the way of Mencius. The people are the most important, the state next, and the ruler the least. Shen Zhao reached out and pinched his cheek. Brother Crown Prince, why are you even worried about studying in your dreams? Zhao Jing finally came to his senses and held her mischievous little hand. Sister, why did you get up so early today? Shen Zhao pretended to cry. I dreamt of father. It scared me awake. Zhao Jing called out, someone bring her to wash up? A palace maid immediately entered and accepted the order. Afraid of being punished with running again, Shen Zhao pleaded, Brother Crown Prince, hurry up. Zhao Jing thought to himself, the people are the foundation, benevolent governance. I finally have the answer to father's question. A moment later, Shen Lifang's loud voice boomed, Kang, Zhao, no slacking. He thought, why does this scene seem so familiar? The three of them began practicing stances together, and then moved on to practicing their punches. When Kang was drenched in sweat, watching the two beside him move with the grace of swallows. Shen Lifang clapped his hands. All right, take a break. Shen Zhao excitedly hugged the necks of the two beside her. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. She had a smile on her face, but inwardly she was thinking, run, or father will give us more homework. When Kang, startled, quickly pulled Shen Zhao and ran. Zhao Jing watched the two dash away and kindly reminded them. The Imperial College teacher anticipated this and has already assigned homework. The two immediately froze. In the young prince's quarters, the emperor had a headache. I haven't agreed, and you just keep kneeling. Are you trying to threaten me? Zhao Mian kept his head down and remained silent. The emperor said coldly, go kneel outside. Come back when you've thought it through. You only care about yourself. Your mother didn't teach you any manners. Zhao Mian pursed his lips. The emperor's voice echoed. If you want to kneel to death, I won't stop you. They're all rebellious children anyway, he thought. Zhao Mian closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Zhao Jing kindly reminded the two running ahead. My father anticipated this and has already given me extra homework. The two in front immediately froze. When Kang immediately returned to his despondent state, utterly dejected and exhausted after his run, Zhao Jing calmly said, the Grand Commandant will be very pleased with your speed just now. When Kang clutched his head and wailed, do I have to run at that speed from now on? My life is over. Next time, I can only rely on Shen Zhao's performance. Shen Zhao stared blankly, looking lost. I'm starting to doubt my own existence. Zhao Jing crossed his arms. Don't doubt yourself just yet. Guess what today's extra assignment is? Shen Zhao had lost interest in guessing. Isn't it just making our fist techniques uniform and synchronized tomorrow? Zhao Jing snapped his fingers and smiled. Precisely. And we also have to practice the calligraphy, inner principles, diagrams, and personal reflections of the fist technique. These gentle words were like a bolt from the blue. Tears welled up in the eyes of the two pitiful souls. I can't do it, and I can't write it either. Brother Crown Prince, save us. Brother Crown Prince, save me. Zhao Jing stepped forward and put his arms around them both. You can help each other and learn from each other's strengths. Shen Zhao is slow with characters, but he's quick and good at martial arts. Shen Zhao beamed at the praise. Brother Crown Prince praised me. Zhao Jing turned to Winkani. Connie, don't just focus on Shen Zhao's shortcomings. Winkani lowered his head in shame. Your Highness is right. I shouldn't be so prejudiced. Zhao Jing turned around. All right, let's return to the Eastern Palace. I'm going to supervise your homework today. Suddenly, a nanny rushed over. Your Highness, the fifth prince is being punished for pleading guilty on behalf of noble consort. The Empress has requested you at the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Zhao Jing was shocked. How could fifth brother be so foolish? Shen Zhao was also stunned. What happened to noble consort? When Connie walked over and answered in a low voice, the noble consort has been confined to the cold palace by the emperor. Didn't you know? It said she left the palace without permission. Zhao Jing cautioned Connie, watch your words. You don't need to know about these matters. Go back and do your homework. Shen Zhao volunteered, wait, I want to go too. When Connie also spoke up, Your Highness, let me go too. I can try to persuade the fifth prince. My father mentioned this matter before. Outside the Hall of Mental Cultivation, Zhao Mian was still kneeling on the steps. He pursed his lips, thinking, I've been kneeling for over an hour. Father is truly cold-blooded and unfair. Although mother consort is usually strict, she is still my mother. He recalled the scene when a nanny reported to his mother. You were seen meeting her privately, and people are gossiping. The emperor has been deceived by those villains. Zhao Mian gritted his teeth. How could father believe such one-sided stories? In the 10th year of Fengxing's reign, the noble consort lied about investigating a case and secretly left the palace to meet a man. The emperor was furious and demoted the noble consort to the cold palace and ordered the imperial clan court to investigate secretly. While the noble consort was writing, her personal maid rushed in, panicked. Your ladyship, the fifth prince is pleading for your forgiveness and is being punished by kneeling outside the Hall of Mental Cultivation. The noble consort flew into a rage upon hearing this. What? Who allowed him to go? Zhao Jiaqing is truly heartless towards me. He's already banished me to the cold palace and still cares about these rumors. She overturned the table, scattering things everywhere. The maid hurriedly knelt down. Your ladyship, please be careful with your words. His Majesty's name. The noble consort retorted, I've already been confined to the cold palace. What else do I have to be cautious about? Inside the Hall of Mental Cultivation, the eunuch announced loudly, His Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived. Zhao Jing softly called out, Fifth brother. The kneeling Zhao Mian couldn't help but tremble. When Connie gently tugged at Shen Zhao from behind. We don't need to go over there. Let's just stand here. Shen Zhao nodded in understanding. Zhao Jing approached and said, You two go back first. I'll talk to father. Zhao Mian asked sullenly. Talk about what? What's done is done. Zhao Jing was startled by his attitude. Is this what Zhu Jian Mountain Manor taught you? He thought to himself, Fifth brother has been kneeling in the courtyard for so long. He can't hold on any longer. I can only resort to this. So Zhao Jing raised his hand and shouted, Fifth brother, forgive me. Zhao Mian was startled and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Zhao Jing struck Zhao Mian's shoulder with a chop, and Zhao Mian fainted on the spot. The two behind them were dumbfounded, when Connie especially so. Didn't you just learn this today? You already knew it. Shen Zhao stared at his own hands in a daze. Actually, I also feel like I already knew it. When Connie was completely bewildered. What's going on? Shen Zhao chopped him unconscious as well. Shen Zhao exclaimed excitedly, I really learned it. Zhao Jing was frightened. Kong, Shen Zhao, you two are causing a ruckus again. Jiaqing saw this scene from inside and immediately ordered someone to take Mian and Kong back to the East Palace and have Shen Zhao look after them. And he summoned the Crown Prince. The eunuch bowed and quickly retreated. Shen Zhao was stunned upon hearing this. Why do I have to look after Mian? Zhao Jing calmly reminded her. Since you're the one who knocked him unconscious, you're responsible, Shen Zhao said blankly. But you're the one who knocked the fifth prince unconscious. Zhao Jing said matter-of-factly, I originally intended for Kong, Iki, to look after Mian, but you intervened, so you have to take responsibility. He smiled and pinched her cheek. Zhao Zhao finally has a use. Shen Zhao then readily agreed. A moment later, Zhao Jiaqing said with a headache, the noble consort's trusted maid has confessed. She was having an affair with Chun Chun, the vice commander of the Imperial Guard. She did leave the palace that day without permission to meet him. She didn't return that night, nor did she stay at the ancestral sword manor. Shaoli understood upon hearing this. There hadn't been any rumors in the palace before. Zhao Jiaqing was also at a loss. Grand Chancellor Wei is recuperating at home. Asa Mian returned already. He learned the whole story before entering the palace to plead for her. Then what should we do? Zhao Jing realized this would make his fifth brother suspicious and resentful of their father. Zhao Jiaqing's mood improved slightly. Should we have the Empress talk to Xiao Wu? Zhao Jing stroked his chin. The noble consort is too suspicious in this matter. I'm afraid things will get worse. Doing this will only create a rift between her son, and father, you understand. Zhao Jiaqing stood up and said, that's right, this will definitely get worse. Otherwise, Grand Chancellor Wei wouldn't be so relaxed. As he spoke, he patted Zhao Jing's head. Xiao Wu, you stay in my East Palace for now. You're still young, but your temperament is quite wild. Also, tell the Empress for me that something came up on my end, and she's not coming simply to avoid suspicion. Zhao Jiaqing sighed helplessly, feeling that life was truly difficult. Even the emperor had to sigh over such trivial matters, because she didn't even bother to come to the East Palace guest quarters to see me. Shen Zhao looked at Wen Kong Yi and asked, why hasn't he woken up yet? Wen Kong Yi replied, the fifth prince has been frail since childhood. Shen Zhao cautiously said, should we give him some water? His lips are dry. Wen Kong Yi handed her a towel. Use my towel to wipe them first. Shen Zhao picked up the bowl and said, I'll give him some water first. Wen Kong Yi reminded her worriedly, feed him slowly. Shen Zhao replied, I know. Shen Zhao fed Mian some water. As a result, the water spilled everywhere. Wen Kong Yi immediately said, I told you to feed him slowly. You spilled it all. Shen Zhao said guiltily, he wouldn't drink it. There's nothing I could do. Wen Kong Yi then said, forget it. I'll wipe him down. Mian frowned in his sleep, reaching out and grabbing Wen Kong Yi's hand. Wen Kong Yi was startled and yelled. Mian shouted, you hit me. Then he punched Wen Kong Yi in the eye. Shen Zhao was frightened. Wen Kong Yi covered his eye and said, Fifth Prince, it wasn't me who hit you. Mian looked around and asked, is this the East Palace? Shen Zhao handed him water and replied, yes, have some water and calm down. Don't be angry. We didn't provoke you, Your Highness. If you have any grievances, please tell us. As the two were about to back away, Shen Zhao bumped into the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince steadied her and asked, where are you two planning to retreat to? Shen Zhao replied, Crown Prince brother. He hit me. Mian continued, nonsense. I don't have time for this nonsense. I need to go save my mother. Mian hurriedly tried to leave. Shen Zhao asked, are you going to cause trouble again? Mian angrily retorted, when did I cause trouble? Shen Zhao exclaimed, am I wrong? Why are you glaring at me? The Crown Prince spoke, fifth brother still doesn't understand why father is angry. You were at ancestral sword manor. How could you know about the matters in the palace? Who deliberately told you? Mian froze, remembering what Grand Chancellor Wei had told him earlier. Your mother has been framed and imprisoned in the cold palace. Mian quickly said, wrong. You're bullying my mother in the palace. What's wrong with me coming back? Mian tried to slip past the Crown Prince, but the Crown Prince stopped him and said, although the noble consort has been imprisoned in the cold palace, her title is only temporarily suspended, and the Ministry of Justice is still thoroughly investigating. Wei Kong Yi claimed illness and stayed home, pushing you to enter the palace and plead with father on his behalf. Father is angry because I don't trust him. My surname is Zhao, not Wei. Is it really that difficult to be a good grandson and a considerate prince? Mian stammered, you just want to drive a wedge between me and my grandfather. When Connie, covering his eyes, said, why don't you understand? You're always avoiding the issue. Fifth Prince Shen Zhao nodded in agreement. Exactly. You're clearly brothers. Why do you have to compete? Xiao Mian blushed. Shen Zhao, you don't understand anything. He thought to himself, but fourth brother's words do make sense. If mother consort was truly wronged, how could grandfather only send me to the cold palace to apologize? At that moment, in the cold palace, a wowo called out, "Your Highness." "Your Highness." Noble consort Gui was looking up at the sky and only turned around when she heard the voice. The wowo reported, "Your Highness, this servant has inquired about the matter." Noble consort Gui immediately asked what happened. Did Zhao Mian cause trouble? The wowo replied, "The crown prince has taken the fifth prince away. Your Highness, please rest assured, His Highness is safe and sound." Noble consort Gui gritted her teeth. "How can I not worry? If I find out who did this to me, I will make them pay." Just then, Zhao Mian ran in, shouting, "Mother consort." Noble consort Gui froze and called out, "Zhao Mian." Zhao Mian said, "Mother consort, are you all right?" The crown prince, Wenkani, and Shen Zhao also peeked in and bowed in unison. "Greetings, noble consort Gui." Seeing this, noble consort Gui asked, "Why are you with these little rascals? And you have gauze on your eye." Wenkani muttered, "You should ask your son." Noble consort Gui coughed lightly and waved her hand. "You may rise." The crown prince respectfully said, "Father Emperor asked us to bring fifth brother to visit mother consort." Noble consort Gui smiled and asked, "Was it your mother who persuaded His Majesty?" She thought to herself, "It seems it's not that bad." Zhao Jing said, "Mother consort was very worried about you." Noble consort Gui stroked Zhao Mian's head and said, "If your mother spoke, His Majesty would pluck the stars from the sky for her." She sighed inwardly. "Poor child, kneeling for so long. How could Zhao Jing treat us like this?" Zhao Mian smiled and held noble consort Gui's hand. "Don't worry, mother consort. The imperial clan court will clear your name soon." Noble consort Gui was surprised. "Did your grandfather tell you that?" Zhao Mian nodded. "Grandfather said that matters within the palace are not for outsiders to interfere with." Noble consort Gui solemnly advised her son, "Don't listen to such words in the future. Flattery will only make your father emperor dislike you more." Zhao Mian replied, "Yes." Shen Zhao whispered in the crown prince's ear, "Wow, noble consort Gui changes her face faster than turning a page." Zhao Jing cautiously reminded him, "Be careful what you say." Wenkani also whispered in Shen Zhao's ear, "We're quite in sync on this." Shen Zhao nodded, After a while, Zhao Mian said to noble consort Gui, "Mother consort, then I'll take my leave." As he left, Zhao Mian looked back at noble consort Gui with reluctance. Outside the palace gates, Zhao Mian said to Zhao Jing, "Your Highness, why don't we go to the training grounds and have a good martial arts match?" Zhao Jing replied, "If you call me fourth brother like you used to, I'll consider it." Shen Zhao said excitedly, "Great." Then Wenkani and I should also have a match. Wenkani quickly waved his hands. "Spare me. Haven't I suffered enough today?" Zhao Mian called out, "Fourth brother," while Shen Zhao shouted at Wenkani, "Gidge, don't run." In the palace, a eunuch reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty." After the crown prince and the others left Shishan Palace, they went directly to the training grounds for a martial arts competition. Zhao Jiaqing said, "Since Shen Zhao entered the palace, Jing'er has become much more lively, and the awkwardness between him and Xiao Wu has lessened. How is noble consort Gui?" The eunuch replied, "After everyone left, noble consort Gui smashed a vase." The empress paused slightly upon hearing this. The emperor laughed. "See, I told you she wouldn't appreciate your gesture." The empress, however, said, "It doesn't matter. I will still treat her as a friend. Besides, Zhao Mian understands your heart now." The emperor pulled the empress closer and smiled. "Let's not tell anyone about this. How about a wager? If Jing'er wins the children's competition, she'll spend more time with me." The empress blushed and chuckled. "Then I'll bet on Zhao Mian." On the training grounds, Zhao Jing and Zhao Mian began their sword duel. Zhao Jing made the first move, and Zhao Mian immediately found himself struggling to parry. Off the field, Wenkani weakly shouted, "Fifth Prince, go for it." Shen Zhao, on the other hand, shouted loudly, "Crown Prince, you can do it." Wenkani asked, "Why are you cheering for the person who hit me?" Shen Zhao replied, "You just cheer for Zhao Mian. I got the Crown Prince covered." Hearing this, Zhao Mian was immediately displeased and turned his head angrily. "I don't need your fake concern. Fourth brother, control your people." Zhao Jing's face darkened, and he said, Don't get distracted. Seeing that look, Zhao Mian felt a little panicked. Zhao Jing immediately struck, knocking the sword out of Zhao Mian's hand with a single move. Zhao Jing laughed, I win. Fifth brother. He pulled Zhao Mian up. Zhao Mian retorted, boo, fu cheat, ly. Just you wait. Next year, I will definitely be stronger than you. Zhao Jing smiled. I'll be waiting. Zhao Mian immediately pulled his hand back. Seeing the crown prince win, Shen Zhao said proudly, next year you'll still be a general under the crown prince. Hearing this, Zhao Mian was instantly angry. That's still better than you. Shen Zhao retorted, we'll see. Zhao Mian immediately became agitated, shouting, fourth brother, look at this little guy. Zhao Jing pulled them apart, persuading, all right, you two always argue every time you see each other. Stop it, let's go eat hot pot. Only then did Zhao Mian shut up, and Shen Zhao immediately softened. Zhao Jing smiled, let's go eat hot pot. There's meat today, and maybe even good news. Zhao Mian looked a little puzzled. When Kongyi leaned closer to Zhao Mian and said, let's go, fifth prince, what are you thinking about? If you look into my eyes, will you still feel uncomfortable? Zhao Mian said, I'm sorry. When Kongyi asked, what are you apologizing for? Don't you have that blood jade? Let me see it. My eyes are a little tired. Zhao Mian immediately threw the blood jade to Wen Kongyi. When Kongyi caught it, thinking to himself, he actually gave it to me. This fifth prince isn't so bad after all. Steam filled the room as the hot pot was brought in. The four of them picked up food and ate together. Shen Zhao asked, Crown Prince, does the palace still have that sweet wine second brother gave us last time? Zhao Mian, hearing this, said, what kind of wine do children drink? It's against the rules. Shen Zhao, hearing this, thought angrily to himself. The noble consort had an accident, and he lost the competition. Today, he wouldn't argue with Zhao Mian. The Crown Prince said, eat more and don't argue. The Crown Prince picked up some food and tried to put it in Shen Zhao's bowl, but Shen Zhao ate it directly from the chopsticks. The Crown Prince smiled to himself, as if feeding a little rabbit. Shen Zhao picked up a shrimp and said excitedly, Crown Prince, peel this shrimp for me. At this moment, a guard came to report, Your Highness, the Imperial Clan Court has captured the mastermind and cleared the noble consort's name. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mian immediately jumped up excitedly. That's great. I'm going to see my mother. The guard continued to report, the noble consort is currently with the Empress. Fifth Prince, please pay your respects tomorrow. Zhao Jing, hearing this, thought to himself, mother consort. Zhao Mian smiled. All right, then I'll go tomorrow. Oh, right. Bring out the fine wine from the western regions that fourth brother has hidden. Zhao Mian panicked upon hearing this. Didn't I tell him to hide it? He could only say, forget it, go find 2 jars from the storehouse. The servant girl immediately replied, yes. Shen Zhao's face stiffened. You just said I was being improper. How hypocritical. Zhao Mian was a little embarrassed. He hummed, whatever. Western Hills Palace, within the Empress's hall, the Empress walked to the noble consort's side and said, Luo, you've suffered. How can I take you back? Seeing the Empress, the noble consort's face darkened. In the cold palace, Luo delivered a letter. Your Highness, a letter from the general. The noble consort opened the letter, her expression changing. This is, the letter read. The person the Imperial Clan Court found was just a scapegoat. The mastermind behind it all was the Empress, and they have already been silenced. At this moment, the Empress stepped forward and said to the noble consort, Luo, you've suffered. How come I take you back? Seeing the Empress, the noble consort felt a surge of anger. Song Shuyu. The noble consort recalled once asking the Empress, Yin, although my father wants me to enter the palace, if you don't want me to, I won't. Back then, the Empress replied, it would be wonderful if Luo could enter the palace with me. We could be as close as we were before. After a while, the noble consort angrily asked the Empress, Zhao Jing, why have you taken so many others into the palace? Didn't you say you only had eyes for me? The Empress replied, Chang's foundation isn't stable yet. This is just to balance the court. The noble consort then asked, then what about me? Yin, did you have me enter the palace because I am the eldest daughter of the Chancellor's house? The Empress quickly explained, no, Luo, I. Later, the Empress gave birth to the Crown Prince, and the Emperor said to the noble consort, Yin has given birth to the Crown Prince. I promised the Chancellor a grandson. The noble consort was stunned. Yin, you knew all along, didn't you? Afterward, the noble consort gave birth to Zhao Mian. Everyone congratulated her. Congratulations to noble consort Nyang Nyang on the birth of the fifth prince. The noble consort asked, "Where are the emperor and the empress?" The palace maid replied, "His Majesty and the empress are at Fenghuan Palace as His Highness the Crown Prince is unwell today." Recalling the past, Song Shuyuan thought angrily, "Song Shuyu, my miserable later life is all because of that foolish friendship from when we were young. But even so, I have never harmed you, never. Yet now you want to frame me." Song Shuyu stepped forward and said to the noble consort, "You've suffered this time. His Majesty has already arranged a family banquet at Tian'an Palace. I'm here to take you back." The noble consort smiled at the empress and said, "Yin Yin, I will tear the person who harmed me to pieces." Song Shuyan laughed after hearing this. "You haven't called me that in a long time. Don't worry, Aching will avenge you." The noble consort smiled and thought, "Revenge? No, I don't need anyone else to avenge me. I will bury you myself." The empress turned and instructed the palace maid, "Go to Tian'an Palace." The palace maid replied, "Yes." In the East Palace, after everyone had enjoyed some drinks, the crown prince covered his forehead and murmured, "I drank too much." Shen Zhao's face didn't look too good. Zhao Jing looked at Shen Zhao and saw her staring intently at him. She then walked towards him, and his heart skipped a beat. "She doesn't want to kiss me, does she?" Zhao Mian quickly shouted, "Fifth brother." Zhao Mian mumbled indistinctly, "One more cup." Zhao Jing pulled Zhao Mian away, secretly pleased. "Fifth brother, I'm doomed now." Zhao Jing pulled Zhao Mian in front of Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao quickly grabbed Zhao Mian and said, Crown Prince brother, why you look like Zhao Mian?" Zhao Mian hurriedly shouted, "Fourth brother." Shen Zhao frowned and said, "No you. You're Zhao Mian pretending to be Crown Prince brother to trick me." She immediately pushed Zhao Mian to the ground. Zhao Mian struggled desperately and shouted, "Shen Zhao, let me go." Shen Zhao mumbled in a daze, "Who told you to bully me?" After saying that, she collapsed on top of Zhao Mian and fell fast asleep. Zhao Mian shouted loudly, "Shen Zhao, what are you doing? You're already weak, and you drank so much. Get up, fourth brother, think of something." The crown prince panicked. I'll go get someone." In the back garden of the East Palace, Shen Zhao said with a mournful face, "I'm finished." Xiao Huang was startled and asked while embroidering, "Huh?" Shen Zhao leaned closer to Xiao Huang and said, "Xiao Huang, quickly help me take a look. I'm afraid I'm going to fail needlework class this time." Xiao Huang quickly comforted her. "This is just homework. There's still time before the deadline for the Hall of Mental Cultivation." Shen Zhao handed the lotus-embroidered sachet to Xiao Huang and said, "Look, can my lotus still be saved?" Xiao Huang looked at the sachet, with only the lotus embroidered, and choked up. "If you look closely, you can still tell what it is." At this moment, Zhao Jing knocked and pushed the door open, asking, "Your homework is due tomorrow. Is it done?" Shen Zhao was startled and stammered, "Done." Zhao Jing bent down and said, "Let me see." Shen Zhao quickly hid the sachet and mumbled, "And no need." Ignoring her, Zhao Jing snatched the sachet from Shen Zhao's hand. Shen Zhao was shocked. Zhao Jing looked at the sachet, sweat beading on his forehead, and thought, "So it's really like this." Shen Zhao dodged and weaved, trying to snatch the sachet back, shouting, "Crown Prince brother, give it back." Zhao Jing grabbed Shen Zhao with one hand, stuffed the sachet into his pocket, and said, "This is too ugly, I don't want it." Shen Zhao cried out anxiously, "No, the headmaster still has to grade it." Zhao Jing handed Shen Zhao another sachet. "Use this to turn in." Mother Consort embroidered this for fun in her spare time. Outside the door, Shen Fong heard the crown prince's words and thought, Good, this sly little rascal." Shen Zhao asked Zhao Jing, "Crown Prince brother, are you very cunning?" Zhao Jing made a face and said, "I'm not at all, I just..." Xiao Huang walked out of the room, thinking, I'd better wait somewhere else for a while. At this moment, Shen Fong bowed to her, "Greetings, Sixth Princess." Seeing this, Xiao Huang nervously said, "Sh Shen," then quickly ran away and hid behind Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao was startled and asked Xiao Huang, "What's wrong?" Shen Fong picked up Xiao Huang's embroidery and thought, "I actually scared the little girl. So this is the Sixth Princess." Shen Fong walked in and called out, "Zhao Zhao." Shen Zhao asked happily, "Second brother, why are you here?" Shen Fong laughed, "Zhao Zhao, you've been in the palace for a year now. Why hasn't her needlework improved? Haven't you learned anything from the Sixth Princess?" Shen Fong bent down and handed the embroidery to Xiao Huang, saying here, "Princess, you dropped this outside the door earlier." Xiao Huang quickly snatched back the embroidery and stammered, "Teach, thank you. as second brother. Seeing this, Zhao Jing couldn't help but sweat, wondering if Sixth Sister was becoming more and more shy. Shen Fong patted Shen Zhao's head. Second brother just happened to be passing by and came to see you. I'll be going now, Shen Zhao asked in surprise. Passing by. The Crown Prince interjected. I asked Father Emperor to let your second brother come to the academy to be an assistant teacher for the instructors. Shen Fong scratched his face shyly. His Majesty said I need to temper my character, so he sent me to the academy to cool down. Hearing this, Shen Zhao was immediately energized. Hugging Yao Huang, she shouted, Second brother, you have to help us get good grades. Zhao Jing placed Shen Zhao's sachet on the table, looking at it and thinking, no matter how I look at it, I can't figure it out. Forget it, I'll put it away first. Maybe it can ward off evil spirits. I have to find a chance to talk to Father Emperor about the Crown Princess. Marriage can't be forced in the palace. Shen Zhao sighed, saying to Xiao Huang, it feels like the holiday is over before it even began. When Connie nodded, yeah, I've already finished more than half of my homework. Shen Zhao smiled happily. With the Crown Prince tutoring us, it's no big deal. At this moment, Jiang Zhao waved as he approached, saying to Shen Zhao, Zhao Mei. Shen Zhao called out happily, Second brother Jiang, why are you here so early? Shen Zhao excitedly ran towards Jiang Zhao. One Connie, seeing this, said with a sweat, you can run into second brother Jiang anywhere, right, your highness? Seeing this, Zhao Jing remained silent, thinking that Shen Zhao and Jiang Zhao had a really good relationship. Shen Zhao admiringly praised second brother Jiang. Second brother Jiang looks so handsome today. Zhao Jing thought again. She acts pretty much the same way towards him as she does towards me. Jiang Zhao said with a smile. I've been selected for the Jinlu Palace. Shen Zhao clapped her hands and asked, really, isn't that as amazing as my eldest brother? Jiang Zhao scratched his head and laughed. Still not as good as your family's little General Shen. Shen Zhao still praised him. Anyway, it's amazing. When Connie quickly separated the two, pretending to be studious. Congratulations, young Master Jiang, we're going to be late. Zhao Jing also said, Jiang Zhao, we're going to be late. I heard that being late to Jinlu Palace will get you beaten with a military stick. Jiang Zhao dodged when Connie and patted Shen Zhao's head. Shen Zhao said, Second brother Jiang, hurry up and go. I'll find you to play next time. Jiang Zhao replied, okay, I'll wait for you. Your Highness should come along too. Zhao Jing's face darkened. No need, this young master is very busy. He thought, whether Shen Zhao can become the crown princess is not up to you. Jiang Zhao laughed. Then Shen Zhao, come by yourself. Shen Zhao nodded. Okay, Jiang Zhao waved. Then I'll be going. When Connie advised Shen Zhao, don't associate with that self-righteous Jiang Zhao. Shen Zhao asked why. When Connie replied, Jiang Zhao is always staring at his highness. What do you think? Zhao Jing interjected, let her be. Shen Zhao was stunned, thinking, why is the crown prince suddenly angry? Is it because of what Connie said? She quickly said, brother, don't always speak ill of second brother Jiang. It will affect the crown prince's mood. Zhao Jing thought to himself, it's better to make things clear sooner rather than later. The longer it drags on, the more troublesome it will be. Zhao Jing turned to Shen Zhao and said, Shen Zhao, don't call me Crown Prince Brother anymore. Shen Zhao asked, then what should I call you? Zhao Jing replied, just call me like Connie does. Shen Zhao vaguely remembered the Empress saying, this is your Crown Prince Brother. Her mother also said, you have to listen to Crown Prince Brother. Shen Fong also said with a smile, little sister only has eyes for Crown Prince Brother. Shen Zhao muttered, but when Connie told me to call him your highness. Shen Zhao asked in surprise, really? Why? Zhao Jing sighed, thinking he still had to remind Shen Zhao about breaking off the engagement. He said to her, you have so many brothers, and I don't want you anymore. You'll regret it later. Shen Zhao said in confusion, besides my real brothers, I only have you and second brother Jiang. Am I not special anymore? Am I being neglected? Am I going to be sent to the cold palace? The crown prince asked awkwardly, who told you these things? Shen Zhao, this marriage was arranged by Father Emperor and Mother Empress. It's not what either of us wants. I will find an opportunity to talk to Father Emperor about breaking off the engagement. I'm still young and need freedom. Let's focus on our studies and serving the country. Let's talk about it later. At this moment, Shen Fong clapped his hands and walked over. Your Highness is quite eloquent. Shen Fong asked in a low voice, why did you stop talking halfway through? When Connie quickly stepped forward, we're finished. We've said everything. Shen Fong smiled. Since you're finished, why aren't you going to class yet? Everyone quickly replied, we're going now. Shen Fong waved. Zhao Zhao, come here for a moment. When Connie tugged at the crown prince's sleeve, let's go inside. Shen Zhao walked forward and said to her brother, second brother, His Highness didn't. Shen Fong asked with a smile, you call him brother. What will you do in the future? Shen Zhao replied, all right, His Highness didn't. Shen Fong said with a smile, I understand, Your Highness. You wouldn't be bullying my sister, would you? What? Now that I've said it, you're blaming second brother for not helping you. Shen Zhao replied somewhat awkwardly, no. It's just that everyone says Your Highness is my backing. Shen Fong flicked her forehead. You're so young. Why are you acting so mature? Second brother asked, Yao Zhao, do you like His Highness? Shen Zhao nodded and replied, I do. Shen Fong asked again, then do you like Jiang Shao and Wenkongi? Shen Zhao replied, I like them too. Shen Fong stroked her head and asked, what if you had to marry one of them? Shen Zhao replied, although they are not as handsome as His Highness, I will obey my parents' arrangements. Shen Fong pinched her cheek and said, that's why I said you're acting so mature, Yao Zhao. Although in large families, there are many things you can't decide for yourself. Second brother still hopes that the person you marry in the future will be someone you truly like. The only person you want to marry in your heart. It's not too late to say it when you're older. We only hope you'll be happy. Zhao Jing looked at Shen Zhao from across the classroom, wondering what they were talking about for so long, and if he had been too much just now. When Kang Yi said, I think His Highness is right. What's wrong with studying hard? We shouldn't neglect our studies. Sixth Highness, you think so too, right? So that's why you kept looking over there. Xiao Huang whispered, somewhat surprised. I think my brother was a bit too much just now. He's just worried about Yao Zhao. At this time, Shen Zhao came over and said, Xiao Huang, you've changed seats. Xiao Huang nodded. This way I can sit behind you, closer to the podium. I want to study hard too. Shen Zhao said, then you sit in the front. I'll go back to my original seat. His Highness only asked me to be his study companion because of the Emperor's decree. Zhao Jing was stunned to hear this. Wenkongi was also surprised. You're not going to be the study companion anymore. Then the crown princess position is almost out of the question. What's the point of being a study companion? Shen Fong put down his book, coughed, and said, it seems that many classmates want to change seats. Then let's give everyone some time to choose their own seats. Zhao Jing said to Shen Zhao, Shen Zhao, it's not that I think you're not good. It's just that the matter of the engagement can be discussed later. We're still young, and we're classmates and friends. Let's talk about it after you've thought it through. Shen Zhao thought for a moment, then sat down and said, His Highness excels in his studies. It's good to be classmates and friends. When Kang Yi was momentarily stunned, wondering who was whose study companion, Shen Fong began today's lesson. Let's continue studying the Analects. Do not worry that no one knows you. Worry about not knowing others. Xiao Huang diligently took notes. Shen Fong leaned over and said, Sixth Highness, your handwriting is quite good. Keep it up. Everyone should learn from Sixth Highness. Xiao Huang was taken aback. Shen Fong patted her head again, and Xiao Huang was stunned. When Kang Yi came over and praised, Sixth Highness, your handwriting is so neat. Xiao Huang blushed, remembering the head patting just now. When Kang Yi then asked, Sixth Highness, are you all right? Why is your face so red? Xiao Huang was stunned by the question. Shen Fong turned around and asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Huang blushed even more and whispered no. Shen Fong nodded. That's good. Let's continue the lesson. The crown prince turned around and thought, Sixth sister is acting strange today. She was quite assertive just now. He looked worriedly at Shen Zhao, who had fallen asleep, thinking that she had been quite assertive just a moment ago. He gently brushed the hair away from Shen Zhao's face. Shen Zhao woke up and looked at the crown prince. Zhao Jing said somewhat guiltily, I just wanted to wake you up. Shen Zhao nodded in response. Just then, Shen Fong knocked on Shen Zhao's head with a book. Shen Zhao, dozing off in class, 1 day of cleaning duty, and 1 point deducted from your final grade. Even if you're my sister, it's the same. Shen Zhao quickly protested. What? But I'm your sister. Shen Fong added, whoever doesn't wake up their desk mate in time will also have 1 day of cleaning duty and 1 point deducted from their final grade. Zhao Jing thought, this is a good opportunity to explain things clearly with Shen Zhao. Shen Fong continued, the day after tomorrow, we're going to Zhongshan in the Imperial Garden to plant trees. Everyone remember to prepare in advance. Class dismissed. Zhao Jing gently tugged on Shen Zhao's sleeve and said as she was packing her things, after you hand in your chrysanthemum poem assignment, I'll take you there. Shen Zhao replied, no need. I'm not interested. You can find someone else. She ran to Xiao Huang's side and said, Xiao Huang, let's go. The next class is needlework. Zhao Jing watched Shen Zhao go to needlework class. Shen Zhao handed her bag to the teacher. The teacher nodded. Good. Shen Zhao's needlework has improved a lot. It seems you've put in the effort during the break. The young ladies here are all from official families. I won't hold you to the same standards as the Wenxiu Institute. As long as your needlework is solid, that's enough. Having received her evaluation, Shen Zhao left. Xiao Huang remembered Shen Fong, asking her, Zhao, could you perhaps ask the sixth prince for some guidance? She thought to herself, could it be that my embroidery isn't too bad either? Shen Zhao walked over to Xiao Huang and whispered, Xiao Huang, what do you think it feels like to have someone you like in your heart? I don't really understand yet, but second brother said, I'll understand when I'm older. I just hope that whoever I like won't mind my needlework skills. But Xiao Huang, your needlework is much better than mine. Whoever ends up in your heart will definitely like it. Xiao Huang thought to herself, Mother isn't favored at all. Mother is unhappy, and my marriage will probably be decided by father. She remembered the first time she met Shen Fong. It was during the fireworks that year. He said, little girl, don't get lost again. In the palace, the empress handed Zhao something and said, when you go to Zhongshan, remember to follow Jing's Shurer and listen to the teacher's arrangements. Shen Zhao thought, elder brother crown prince probably doesn't want me to go. The empress asked worriedly, what's wrong? Shen Zhao replied, nothing. Zhao will listen to you. Just then, Zhao Jing walked in and said, Mother, I've come to get Zhao. The empress nodded and said, I have a few words to say to your elder brother crown prince. Nanny, take Zhao outside first. After Shen Zhao left, the empress said to Zhao Jing, I've heard about the academy. Are you unhappy with us or unhappy with Zhao? Zhao Jing replied, I just think Zhao is too lively. She's not really suitable to be the future empress. The empress asked again, then what kind of person do you think is suitable? Zhao Jing replied, of course, someone like Mother, who handles matters appropriately and knows how to conduct herself. The empress laughed. Mother wasn't always like this. If I didn't have to manage such a large harem, I'd probably be even more naive than Zhao. Zhao Jing said, it's precisely because I see how hard Mother works that I only want to marry one empress. Since that's the case, she must be able to shoulder the responsibilities of the future mother of the nation. The empress was a little surprised. Only one empress. Do you know how many people will object? Zhao Jing replied, I know, but I don't want to rely on the harem to solidify my position. The empress said, if that's the case, you shouldn't have made things difficult for Zhao in the first place. You were too childish then. Zhao Jing lowered his head. I know I was wrong. The empress continued, Mother hopes you won't always be so rigid and restrict yourself with rules. Zhao is a good girl. Maybe in the future, you'll discover her lovable qualities. All right, find a chance to apologize to Zhao and clear things up. Go on. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Shen Zhao looked around, wondering why Xiao Huang hadn't come yet. Suddenly, Zhao Mian poked his head out from the rooftop and shouted, Shen Zhao, why aren't you with fourth brother? Shen Zhao frowned. What's it to you? Shouldn't you be in Zhongshan? Skipping class. Zhao Mian said, why didn't you go? Don't tell me you were checking if I returned to the palace last night. Shen Zhao crossed her arms. I couldn't care less about you. Move. I need to get on the carriage. Zhao Mian said angrily, with your temper, my fourth brother will dump you sooner or later. Just then, Zhao Jing walked out and called, fifth brother, you're back. Shen Zhao lowered her head, thinking that even Zhao Mian had come. Zhao Mian quickly said, fourth brother, I want to ride in the carriage with you. Zhao Jing said, all right, you're not going back to Zhongshan this time. Zhao Mian replied, no, I'm much stronger than I was a year ago. He then added angrily, I won't be bullied by those wild girls this time. Shen Zhao retorted, who are you calling wild? Zhao Mian glared at Shen Zhao. Whoever makes me angry, that's who I'm talking about. Shen Zhao glared back. You're acting now. Zhao Jing separated the two. All right. Why do you two always argue as soon as you see each other? Noble consort is watching. Be mindful of appearances. Zhao Mian was taken aback. And is here too. Why didn't I know? Shen Zhao said, what does it matter if you know or not? If you keep this up, you'll never get a wife. Zhao Mian retorted, as if you'll be able to marry anyone, wild girl. Shen Zhao shot back, mind your own business. Zhao Jing quickly intervened, fifth brother, say less. In Zhongshan, after digging the holes, Shen Fong addressed the students. All right, groups of 3, start planting the trees. Choose your own teams. Zhao Jing approached Shen Zhao and asked, Shen Zhao, would you like to be in my group? Shen Zhao turned around and replied, I've already arranged to be in a group with Xiao Huang and second brother. Shen Fong began to recite a poem. In the 3rd month of spring, virtue resides within the trees. Having said that, he raised his shovel and called out, Shen Zhao, come plant trees. Shen Zhao ran over and replied, come coming. Then, picking up a shovel, she instructed, do it this way, so it'll be easier for Zhao Huang to shovel the soil. Zhao Huang nodded and said, okay. After a while, when Kangyi said breathlessly, Your Highness, I can't dig anymore, Zhao Jing advised, Kangyi, don't push yourself. When Kangyi was touched, thinking His Highness the Crown Prince is so considerate, Zhao Jing turned and said, I'm going to check on Shen Zhao's group. You rest first. When Kangyi was stunned. Hearing this, Shen Zhao asked Xiao Huang, how's it going? Xiao Huang replied, I'll go dig some soil over there. Shen Zhao blew on her hands, thinking, second brother has to lead the other students. I have to finish the rest of our group's work. At this moment, Zhao Jing handed water to Shen Zhao, saying, here, have some water and take a break. These are your favorite roses. Holding the shovel too tightly will scrape your hands. Put on these gloves. Shen Zhao replied indifferently, Your Highness, you don't have to force yourself to take care of me just because the Empress asked you to. I can manage on my own. Zhao Jing quickly explained, I'm not. I didn't mean it that way. I'm going to check on Kangyi. Shen Zhao muttered to herself, this behavior is too suspicious. On the other side, Shen Fong said to Xiao Huang, Is Your Highness using divine power to dig the smallest hole? Xiao Huang thought glumly, why is it so easy for older sister? Shen Fong took the shovel and said, leave the digging to me. I'm used to it. Xiao Huang replied then I'll go get the saplings. Shen Fong nodded. Your Highness has worked hard. Xiao Huang walked to the saplings, thinking, these should all be for our group, right? So she picked them all up in one go, but tripped and cried out her mind. Oh no. Shen Fong caught her in time and said, be careful, Your Highness. There are many stones on the mountain. Where are you hurt, Your Highness? The sixth princess whispered, my ankle, my ankle. Shen Fong immediately picked her up and said to Zhao Jing, please take care of the tree planting, Your Highness. I'll take the sixth princess to have her injury looked at. Zhao Jing asked, is sixth sister all right? Shen Fong replied, it seems she sprained it. Xiao Huang blushed, thinking, I'm so useless. On the other side, Zhao Mian said to those around him, all right, the holes are almost dug. Go get the saplings. Everyone replied, yes, fifth prince. The library doesn't have assigned seats yet. Can I sit with you when we go back? Zhao Mian was taken aback and asked, isn't Shen Zhao my desk mate? Everyone replied, hasn't Your Highness heard? After you returned, Shen Zhao sits with His Highness the Crown Prince, and the sixth princess sits with Kangyi. Zhao Mian exclaimed in shock, what? So Zhao Mian ran to find Shen Zhao and said, Shen Zhao, come help me. Shen Zhao frowned and asked, what do you want now? I told you, I won't help if it's too troublesome. Zhao Mian replied, my group is still 2 people short. I'm very busy here. He glanced at Zhao Jing, who was surrounded by people. Hey, fourth brother is busy right now. So Zhao Mian led Shen Zhao to the hole and said, actually, I just accidentally dug the hole a little too big. Shen Zhao looked at the hole and exclaimed, a little too big. Are you planting a tree or burying a person? Zhao Mian replied, As soon as Shen Zhao finished asking, he pushed her into the hole and said, a hole this big is obviously for burying you. Shen Zhao fell in and angrily shouted, Zhao Mian, Zhao Mian, what are you doing? Pull me up. Zhao Mian threw down a package of snacks and said, here's something to eat. Just sit in there and think things over. I won't pull you up until you figure out how to explain yourself to me. This is the consequence of betraying me. Shen Zhao shouted angrily, betray you? What betrayal? Zhao Mian, you jerk. Explain yourself. Shen Zhao ate the snacks, thinking, I was too careless. I knew Zhao Mian wouldn't behave. I can't be bothered with him. Second brother will definitely come looking for me later. These snacks are pretty good. After a while, Zhao Mian came back and asked the people around him, has Shen Zhao repented yet? They replied, no, fifth prince, she's just been sitting in there eating snacks. Zhao Mian asked angrily, hasn't she tried to explain the deskmate situation? Hearing this, Shen Zhao pouted and asked, just because of that. She wiped the pastry crumbs from the corner of her mouth and asked angrily, it's so cold. I have to ask you, since you've already gone to study, if I don't share a desk with anyone else, how are we supposed to complete our joint assignment? Zhao Mian was stunned for a moment, thinking, what joint assignment? There was never anything like that before. At this moment, Zhao Jing ran over and asked, what are you doing? Fifth brother, is Shen Zhao all right? Give me your hand. I'll pull you up. Shen Zhao happily reached out and grabbed Zhao Jing's hand, shouting, Your Highness. Zhao Jing pulled her up and asked, are you hurt? Shen Zhao patted the dust off her clothes and replied, I'm fine. Zhao Mian said awkwardly, I didn't know there was a joint assignment. Zhao Jing immediately said sternly, no matter the reason, pushing someone into a pit is wrong. Shen Zhao quickly interjected, Your Highness, don't be angry. Fifth Prince has already apologized. I'm also fine. I just ate too many snacks and choked a bit. I should have brought some sweet dew. Zhao Mian and Zhao Jing both broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. At night, in the Zhongshan courtyard, Zhao Mian cried while holding his head, Not only did I not save face, but fourth brother's impression of me is even worse now. Why didn't you mention the joint assignment? His two friends replied, Fifth Prince, you didn't ask. Actually, it's not difficult to make up with Shen Zhao, Your Highness. Yeah, have His Highness pretend to be a ghost and play the hero saving the damsel. Zhao Mian nodded, All right, let's do it. The two immediately patted their chests and guaranteed, We'll make sure it's done. In Xiao Huang's room, she said to Shen Zhao, Thank you, Sister Shen, for accompanying me to sleep. Shen Zhao smiled and replied, It's nothing. I'm quite bored by myself, too. Xiao Huang pretended to be a victim and said to Shen Zhao, Sister Shen, every time we come to the courtyard, the boys like to pretend to be ghosts to scare people. Don't be scared later. Shen Zhao scoffed and said, That's it. My second brother has long been tired of these tricks. Xiao Huang asked in surprise, Young Master Shen doesn't seem scared at all. Shen Zhao replied, Of course not. He always comes up with the ideas and then has me and my eldest brother carry them out. Xiao Huang thought to herself, So that's how it is. Zhao Mian's people quietly approached Shen Zhao's door. The two peeked inside. Where is she? Isn't she here? Suddenly, a hand gently patted their shoulders, looking for me. The two turned around to see Shen Zhao dressed as a ghost. They were instantly petrified and screamed, Ghost. Then they ran away. Shen Zhao took off the mask and sighed. So useless. She said to Xiao Huang, These people are following Zhao Mian. It must have been Fifth Brother who sent them. Xiao Huang explained, Maybe Fifth Brother doesn't even know. Shen Zhao replied, How is that possible? It was them who dug the pit for me during the day. Zhao Mian hid to the side, lamenting in his heart. Shen Zhao is too scary dressed as a ghost. Downstairs, Shen Zhao continued, When I find your fifth brother, I'm going to scare him to death. Zhao Mian shuddered in fear, thinking, Isn't this even worse? In the end, no one succeeded. Shen Zhao and Xiao Huang returned to Xiao Huang's room. As they were sleeping, the door suddenly opened. Shen Zhao opened her eyes alertly and whispered, Xiao Huang, wake up. Xiao Huang opened her eyes and asked, What's wrong? Shen Zhao gestured, Someone's coming in. Don't make a sound. Two men in black entered, looked at the bed, and immediately asked, Why are there two people? Which one is the sixth princess? Shen Zhao thought, I absolutely cannot let them take Xiao Huang. So she immediately sat up and shouted, Guards, this princess needs to use the restroom. The two men in black recognized her immediately. It's her. Xiao Huang heard and shouted, Sister Shen. Shen Zhao patted Xiao Huang, but the men in black had already covered her mouth and nose with a cloth. After she fainted, the two immediately said, Let's go. Xiao Huang was left behind, anxiously thinking, I have to go find second brother Shen quickly. She immediately grabbed a stick from the room. Young Master Shen, quickly save Sister Shen. Shen Fang anxiously asked what happened. Sixth Princess, don't panic. Tell me slowly. Xiao Huang stammered in fright. Sister Shen. She was taken away by two men in black. At this moment, Zhao Jing also walked in and asked, Little sixth sister, what did you just say? Shen Zhao was carried outside. After waking up, she struggled desperately and shouted, Who are you? Let me go. The men in black muttered. She woke up really quickly. Looks like we need to use more anesthetic. Another man in black barked, Shut up. They were nearing the clearing where their horses were, and Shen Zhao's heart lurched. It's over, she thought. I can't let them get on their horses. So she yelled, I need to pee. Put me down. The man in black said coldly, Shut up. Shen Zhao cried, I can't hold it anymore. Another man in black said, Boss, if she wets herself, this place will stink to high heaven. So they put Shen Zhao down and pointed to a tree. All right, sixth princess, go behind that tree. Shen Zhao looked back and asked, Can you turn around? The man in black replied, No, what if you run away? Shen Zhao pointed behind them. Hey, look what's over there. The two men in black scoffed. Cut it out. Just then, a folding fan flew past, startling them. Who's there? They shouted. Shen Fang appeared, his expression calm. You dare kidnap a member of the royal family. You've got some nerve. The two men in black thought. Our master said it would be even better if we could eliminate Shen Fang directly. They yelled, Shen Fang, you're courting death. Shen Fang countered with his fan, knocking them to the ground. Whose courting death is yet to be seen. He watched the two men fall, thinking They recognized me, but their first reaction wasn't to take Jia away. Could it be they were after me all along? Afterwards, the siblings tied up the men in black. Shen Zhao grumbled, "Second brother, you were too slow." They were almost on their horses. Shun Fong retorted, "I was fast enough. The crown prince and the others are still far away." Just then, Zhao Jing ran over and asked, "Sister Shun, are you all right? How could you switch places with Xiao Lu?" Shun Zhao replied, "Huang's leg is injured, and I can run. Of course it's better for me to be captured than her." Zhao Jing pressed, "But what if something happened to you? Xiao Lu would be traumatized for life." Shen Zhao stammered, I'm fine, aren't I?" Zhao Jing sighed, "Forget it. I won't let you get into this kind of situation again." Shen Zhao nodded. Meanwhile, Shun Fong looked at his folding fan in his hand and groaned, broken again. "I'll never bring my favorite fan out again." Inside Ingxiu Palace, the noble consort, after hearing the report, slammed her teacup down in fury. "A bunch of useless fools. They can't even handle a child." The Mo hurried forward to placate her. "Your Highness, please calm down. Those two have been dealt with. Our master said not to touch the Shen family for now. I hope your Highness will refrain from acting on your own again." The noble consort fumed, "Making me wait again. How long do I have to wait? Besides, Father Emperor underestimates the Shun family. Someone like Shen Fong must be eliminated before he grows his wings." In class, Shun Jia was practicing walking. The teacher praised, "Very good, keep it up." Shen Zhao, however, felt uneasy. She thought, how is second brother doing now? Just then, the bowl on her head wobbled, and the teacher reminded her, "Shun Shengyangzi, focus." Hearing this, Xiao Huang thought to herself, Shen Jia still seems worried. She must be worried about second brother Shun. So she quickly raised her hand and said, "Teacher, my leg hurts. Can Shen Zhao accompany me to see the imperial physician?" Shen Zhao immediately understood that Xiao Huang was trying to skip class. Outside the classroom, Shen Zhao said to Xiao Huang, "Second brother told me that the incident in the Imperial Garden was actually aimed at him and told me not to be afraid. But doesn't that mean someone wants to harm my second brother?" Xiao Huang replied, "Fourth brother went to the Imperial study for the interrogation today. Because of this matter." Shen Zhao worried, "The crown prince went too. Will my second brother be punished?" Xiao Huang suggested, "Why don't I take you to the Imperial study? I'll try to find a chance to sneak in and see." Shen Zhao said, "We can't delay. Let's go now." Just then, a ball flew past them. Zhao Mian shouted, "Shen Zhao, kick the ball back." Shen Zhao asked angrily, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Zhao Mian retorted, "What's it to you? Just kick the ball back." Shen Zhao said coldly, "Fine, fifth prince, you better catch it." She then kicked the ball toward Zhao Mian. Zhao Mian caught the ball and exclaimed, "Couldn't you kick it softer?" He was covered in a cold sweat, having almost missed the catch. This wild girl, she's getting stronger. Acting all suspicious. She definitely skipped class on the day of the New Year's ceremony. Just you wait, I'll tell fourth brother. Outside the imperial study, the eunuch asked amiably, "Zhao Hong, what brings the sixth princess to the imperial study?" Zhao Hong replied nervously, I want to see elder brother crown prince." The eunuch smiled. "Princess, the crown prince is in a meeting. Perhaps you could come back tomorrow." Seeing Shun Zhao sneak inside, Zhao Hong replied then, "I'll wait here then." Shun Zhao stealthily approached, wondering, is second brother inside? Inside, an official said, "Your Highness, the matter of the Imperial Academy students being abducted is indeed due to Shun Fong's negligence." Shen Zhao was startled, thinking of her second brother. She peeked in, and the official continued his accusation. "The students of the Imperial Academy are the future hope of our dynasty. I truly cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. I request your majesty permit me to resign and deal with this." The emperor then asked Shen Fong, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Shen Fong remained silent for a moment, then lowered his head and said, "This time, my arrangements were inadequate. I failed in my duty." Shen Zhao anxiously thought, "Second brother, why don't you defend yourself?" Just then, the crown prince appeared and asked, Jiao, what are you doing here?" Shen Zhao's heart skipped a beat. She turned and replied, "Your Highness, I'm just worried about my second brother." Zhao Jing asked, "Did you sneak in here by yourself?" Then he added, "Forget it. Sit next to me." Shen Zhao asked in surprise, "Your Highness, do you still remember the case files?" Zhao Jing replied, "Aren't you here to see your second brother? Keep your voice down." Shen Zhao nodded. Another official said, "Your Majesty, Shun Fong has admitted his negligence. This official believes he should be dismissed as punishment. Shen Fang thought, the bandits from last night are dead. There's no evidence. But in just one night, things can be manipulated in prison. There must be something more to this. The emperor continued, what does the chancellor think? Shen Fang glanced at Chancellor Wei, thinking about the Wei family. Chancellor Wei bowed and said, this official believes that the palace has been unoccupied for a long time, and the security is lax. It may not be entirely young Master Shen's fault. Shen Fang glanced at his father, thinking, they can't attack me directly, so they're using me to clear their own suspicions. Father, why aren't you saying anything? Shen Father gave a cold look, implying, you have no proof. Anything you say is useless. General Wei added, young Master Shen has made meritorious contributions in rescuing people. Although he has made a mistake, his merits can offset his demerits. Shen Zhao sighed, I didn't expect Chancellor Wei to be a good person. Zhao Jing replied, he's using your second brother to clear all suspicion. That old fox is truly cunning. Shen Zhao exclaimed, heavens, I almost fell for it, just as I suspected. What a sly old fox. The emperor declared, the chancellor's words are objective and fair. This matter regarding Shen Fang will be dropped. Furthermore, Grand Commandant Shen will readjust the capital's defenses and strengthen the guard. Shen Zhao's eyes widened. Father didn't say a word, but he's still got to sign a task. Zhao Jing explained, your father is just taking this opportunity to reorganize the defenses and weaken the Wei family's influence. Shen Zhao stood up and said, since my second brother is fine, I'll be going now, Your Highness. Zhao Jing paused. You still call me Your Highness. It sounded a bit distant. He continued, Shen Zhao, wait. It's your etiquette lesson time. If you haven't studied etiquette, copy 8 scrolls of the Analects. Shen Zhao protested, Your Highness, if His Majesty sees me here, he'll be angry. Zhao Jing said impassively, Father Emperor treats you better than his own sons. Shen Zhao added, Xiao Huang is still waiting for me outside. Zhao Jing said calmly, oh, then I'll go out and tell her. He went outside. Xiao Huang asked worriedly, Sister Shen, how did it go inside? Shen Zhao replied, my second brother is fine. Xiao Huang asked with concern, if he's fine, why does Brother Shen look so upset? Shen Zhao cried out, fourth brother, you want me to copy scriptures? Save me, quick, only you can save me. Xiao Huang looked at Zhao Jing and fearfully lowered her head. Fourth brother's gaze was too frightening. She quickly said, Sister Shen, the imperial physician said, I can't stand for too long. I'll go back first. Zhao Jing approached Shen Zhao and said, Xiao Lu is gone. Come with me and copy the scriptures. After you finish 8 scrolls, continue copying Xiao Lu's. Shen Zhao was dragged away, muttering, I shouldn't have come to see second brother. Inside the Fengyun Palace, the crown prince entered and greeted the empress. Mother, I offer my greetings. He looked around, thinking, ever since copying scriptures in the imperial study, Shen Zhao seems to have been avoiding me. The empress smiled. Don't bother looking. Jiao isn't here. Zhao Jing was taken aback. He replied, No, I came to greet mother. The empress smiled. All right, I'll let Zhao stay with Huara for a few days. Zhao Jing immediately turned and said then, Xiao Huang asked Shen Zhao, Sister Shen, why haven't you gone to see fourth brother lately? Shen Zhao replied, why would I go see fourth brother? Last time he made me copy books all day. I swear, being forced to copy books is more tiring than when my dad makes me practice martial arts. Upon seeing the crown prince, the palace maids curtsied and said, Your Highness. Zhao Jing gestured, You're all dismissed. Xiao Huang asked curiously, But hasn't fourth brother always been very concerned about your studies? Shen Zhao replied, Xiao Huang, before entering the palace, my family taught me to listen to the crown prince because I am to be his crown princess. But his highness has his own plans. He says he treats me like a younger sister, doesn't want me to call him your highness, and doesn't want to marry me, but he still makes me do my lessons. It's so annoying. It's better to keep some distance. Besides, second brother said long ago that when we were young, we didn't understand what liking someone meant, so I don't actually like his highness that much, right? Xiao Huang asked, second brother Shen thinks you don't understand what liking someone is. When we were little, Shen Zhao replied, second brother said, liking someone's like father and mother. Xiao Huang continued, I know, liking someone means wanting to be their only one. The emperor only belongs to the empress, but my mother rarely sees the emperor. Shen Zhao clapped her hands and said exactly, His Highness will be emperor one day, so it's best if I don't become crown princess. The empress has to manage the entire harem every day, and there are so many political affairs to deal with. She recalled someone delivering documents to the empress in the palace. "Your Majesty, these are today's affairs." And the empress replied, "Leave them there." Shen Zhao continued, "But at least His Majesty likes her and often helps her. If the emperor doesn't like you, you'll have to take care of all his concubines in the future. How awful would that be?" Hearing this, Xiao Huang stopped swinging on the swing. "You're right." Zhao Jing frowned upon hearing this. "Right about what?" He walked over and said. Both Shen Zhao and Xiao Huang were startled and exclaimed, "Fourth brother." "Your Highness." Zhao Jing took Shen Zhao's hand. "Shen Zhao, come with me." Xiao Huang tried to stop him. "Fourth brother, where are you taking little six?" Zhao Jing turned back and said, "Even when resting, the princess cannot neglect her studies. Copybooks or run 8 miles. Choose one." Shen Zhao worried inwardly. "He's not going to make me copy books again, is he?" As she was being dragged away, Shen Zhao called out, "Your Highness, slow down." "Your Highness, I don't want to write today." Zhao Jing stopped. "Shen Zhao, I was wrong the other day." Shen Zhao was stunned. She raised her hand and touched her forehead. Zhao Jing said, "Are you feverish?" He pushed down her hand. "Your second brother is right. We are indeed not betrothed because of love right now. But as the crown prince, I should understand responsibility. To be frank, I don't have those romantic feelings, and I won't have any other concubines. You can rest assured and continue to be my crown princess. However, you still cannot neglect your studies." Shen Zhao was angered by this. "What's the point of a crown prince without romantic feelings? Your Highness, go study yourself." She pushed him away and left. Zhao Jing looked bewildered. Why is she suddenly angry? He then called Wen Kangyi to play chess. Wen Kangyi asked, "Your Highness, is there something you need from me today?" Zhao Jing replied, "Of course, there's something important." Wen Kangyi's eyes lit up. "Something important? I'm all ears." Zhao Jing asked, "What do you think of Shen Zhao as the crown princess?" Wen Kangyi broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. "Something important." Seeing Zhao Jing glare at him, he quickly said, "Choosing a crown princess is of course a matter of national importance. But I don't know if Shen Zhao will be able to handle the interpersonal relationships in the Eastern Palace and the harem in the future." Zhao Jing said, "She doesn't need to manage the harem. I will only have her in my harem." Wen Kangyi said in alarm, "Your Highness, what happened to you today?" Zhao Jing said, "I was wrong before. It's not that Shen Zhao isn't suitable to be the crown princess, but that I need to cultivate her into the most qualified crown princess, accomplished in both internal and external matters, proficient in everything. Hire tutors for her according to the list I've made." Shen Zhao still has a long way to go. He handed a long list to Wen Kangyi. Wen Kangyi was nearly in tears. "Your Highness, you're trying to scare the crown princess away, not cultivate her." With Xiao Huang, Shen Zhao said, "I'm sorry, Xiao Huang. His Highness must be angry and taking it out on you. Let me help you grind the ink." Xiao Huang replied, "It's okay. Practicing calligraphy is also good." Shen Zhao complained, "Fourth brother, you only know how to make me study. You might as well just make me the crown princess directly." Xiao Huang said, "Fourth brother doesn't understand a girl's heart." After they finished speaking, they both sighed at the same time. Zhao Jing was practicing his swordsmanship when Shen Zhao walked over and shouted, "Your Highness, Crown Prince." Zhao Jing looked at her and said, "You didn't comb your hair today." Points deducted. Shen Zhao retorted angrily, "That's because you shook my blanket early this morning." Zhao Jing replied, "Have you been slacking off in the library recently?" Shen Zhao asked angrily, "Your Highness, do you know what most mother means?" Zhao Jing pinched her cheek and said, "The crown princess can't see you acting like this." Shen Zhao was about to speak when Zhao Jing patted her shoulder. "Before, it was the emperor and empress who chose you. Now it's me." Shen Zhao asked in surprise, "What?" Zhao Jing continued, "Only by studying hard can you be worthy of the position of crown princess." Shen Zhao said with a long face, I suddenly feel." Zhao Jing didn't let her finish and shouted, "Someone, take her to the lotus garden." The palace maid replied, "Yes." Zhao Jing also gave her a study hard certification. "Come on, you can do it." Shen Zhao yelled as she was being dragged away, "Wait, can't we discuss this?" The palace maid gave her a tour. Miss Shun, this is your study, this is your music room, and this is the pharmacy. Shen Zhao asked in surprise, there's a pharmacy too. When Kang Yi stepped forward to explain, understanding some pharmacology helps to understand medical principles and prevent problems before they occur. Shen Zhao immediately asked, excuse me, has the Empress been poisoned all these years? When Kang Yi coughed, I'm here to deliver your schedule. Shen Zhao took it and looked. Dance, music, chess, tea ceremony, flower arranging, military strategy. When Kang Yi asked smugly, His Highness values you so much, aren't you touched? Shen Zhao crumpled the schedule into a ball with a blank expression and said, as long as you're happy. Now go away. When Kang Yi quickly said, no, His Highness told me to supervise you. I'm your study companion. I have to call you for meals when it's time. At this time, the teacher came over and said, young Master One, you misunderstood. When Kang Yi asked in surprise, huh? The teacher replied, His Highness meant for you to be his study companion. From today onwards, whatever Miss Shun learns, young Master One will learn as well. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhao immediately said, great, classmate One, let's work hard together. So the two of them learned dance together, then music, then flower arranging. At the end of the day, someone finally announced, young Master One, Miss Shun, dinner is ready. Both of them looked utterly lifeless. Zhao Jing walked over and said, when Kang Yi, you can go home after dinner. When Kang Yi immediately revived, thank you, Your Highness. After when Kang Yi left, Zhao Jing brought a teacher over and said, Shen Zhao, this is Master Dang. He will be giving you a lesson in a moment. Master Dang bowed and said, Miss Shun, from today onwards, we will be studying city defense. Shen Zhao burst into tears upon hearing this. After a round of torment, Shen Zhao returned to her residence. Xiao Huang happily greeted her. Sister Zhao, you're finally back. Shen Zhao said wearily, oh, Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang asked, Sister Zhao, what's wrong? While eating snacks, Shen Zhao said angrily, the Empress must have scolded your fourth brother. He wants to force me to break off the engagement myself. That's why he's torturing me like this. But I will never give up. I will never let him succeed. Xiao Huang quickly interjected, fourth brother isn't that kind of person. Shen Zhao asked, do you want to come along? The dance teacher is my favorite. Xiao Huang asked in surprise, really? Can I go too? Shen Zhao said, good sisters should suffer together. Xiao Huang said shyly, this isn't really suffering. The next day, Shen Zhao woke up and asked Xiao Huang, what time is it? She saw Xiao Huang putting on makeup. Shen Zhao said, you're going to clean the library today. You don't have to get up early for dance practice. Shen Zhao asked groggily, okay, today is the last day of rest, so why are you still getting up early to put on makeup? Xiao Huang said shyly, I want to go clean with you, and I didn't put on any special makeup. Shen Zhao nodded and said, that's perfect. It's been really awkward being alone with your fourth brother lately. Outside, Zhao Jing walked over and said, Shen Zhao, I'm here to take you to work. Shen Zhao and Xiao Huang greeted him together. Good morning, Your Highness. Good morning, fourth brother. Zhao Jing asked in surprise, why is Xiao Lu here too? Xiao Huang panicked inwardly, wondering if her fourth brother didn't want her to go. She explained, I want to help Sister Zhao clean. Xiao Jing, watching her dressed like that to sweep the floor, didn't believe it. Suddenly, Zhao Mian appeared, calling out fourth brother. Xiao Jing frowned, thinking, why is there another one? Zhao Mian walked over and asked, fourth brother, I heard you're on duty at the library today. Xiao Jing replied, that's right. Are you going too? Shen Zhao glared at him and asked, what are you doing here? Zhao Mian glared back, saying, I heard that even someone as laid back as fourth brother was assigned to library duty and with her, so I was curious to come and see. What is that not allowed? Shen Zhao said angrily, just admit you're here to see a joke. Xiao Jing quickly said, since fifth brother is here too, let's go together. He thought to himself, his plan to apologize alone during duty was ruined again. Afterwards, the four of them arrived at the library together. Shen Zhao happily called out, second brother. Shen Feng pinched her cheek and said, I didn't expect 5 little radishes to show up today. Shen Zhao exclaimed, second brother, you don't know what I've been through these past few days. Xiao Mian laughed. Shen Xiaoshan must have miscalculated. How can there be 5 people? Shen Feng, fanning himself, said, fifth prince, there's another one inside. He said he was sick but still wanted to come to the library. How much he must love studying, assigning himself homework. When Kang Yi, wiping his tears while waving his brush, said, I just came to join in the fun. How did it become like this? Shen Feng stopped Xiao Mian, Fifth prince, are you here to study today as well? Zhao Mian thought, this is bad, and quickly replied, I'm not. Shen Feng interrupted, Fifth prince is so diligent. Why don't you accompany young master when? Shen Zhao complained, second brother, you have to teach him a lesson. He always bullies me. Shen Feng gestured to indicate he understood. Zhao Mian shouted, wait, there's also little six. Shen Zhao explained, do you think Xiao Huang is also here to join in the fun? Xiao Huang kindly came to help me sweep the floor. One Kong Yi and Zhao Mian shouted together, Your Highness, this humble servant is also here to help you sweep the floor. Then I'm here to help fourth brother sweep. Shen Feng replied, then you two can sweep the classroom after you finish your homework. His Highness the Crown Prince and Zhao Zhao are responsible for cleaning the entire library. Xiao Wang chimed in, then I'll go to the library to help elder sister. Shen Feng stopped her, saying, little six, it's better to stay here and supervise with me. Inside the library, Shen Zhao was busy wiping the dust off the bookshelves. Zhao Jing looked at her, thinking that Shen Zhao had been quite quiet recently. He began, I heard teacher Pian Pian say your dancing has been quite good lately. Shen Zhao replied indifferently, oh. Zhao Jing asked her why she hadn't been talking to him much lately, and if it was because the pressure of her studies was too much. Shen Zhao replied, isn't it because you're torturing me with studies, trying to force me to break off the engagement? Zhao Jing asked back, is Mu Mei sulking? Shen Zhao said, am not. She thought to herself, if she admitted she was sulking, she wouldn't be worthy of being the crown princess. She turned around angrily and said, Your Highness, you should focus on cleaning, don't bother me. Suddenly she slipped and fell, but Zhao Jing caught her in time, and she fell right into his arms and kissed his cheek. Shen Zhao quickly got up, her face flushed. Zhao Mian, who was writing, gritted his teeth and said, Little sister, if you keep staring at me like that, I can't write anymore. Xiao Huang replied, but Mr. Shun told me to keep an eye on you too. Zhao Mian immediately asked impatiently, then why don't you go watch Shen Zhao and them? Shen Feng mused, Fifth Prince is right. Shen Feng led Xiao Huang to a tree and said, we need to find a spot where we can see both sides at the same time. This tree is good. Xiao Huang looked at the tree and said, but I can't climb trees. Shen Feng said, then I'll have to offend Sixth Princess. Before Xiao Huang could react, Shen Feng picked her up. She froze. She dashed. Shen Feng placed Xiao Huang on a large branch, saying, this spot is just right to see everything. Xiao Huang looked down, thinking to herself, so high. Shen Feng said, Sixth Princess, don't be nervous. You're gripping too tightly. Xiao Huang quickly said, I'm sorry. She loosened her grip and hugged the tree trunk. Shen Feng asked, Sixth Princess, are you afraid of heights? Xiao Huang stammered, I just haven't been this high up before. Shen Feng laughed, then I'll take your Highness tree, climbing more often. Don't be afraid. Your Highness, I won't let you fall. Xiao Huang cautiously said, I thank you for your care. Mr. Shen Feng said, Your Highness doesn't need to be so formal. Children should be more lively. Xiao Huang nervously said, my mother said, as a princess, I must always pay attention to my image. Shen Feng laughed, was hugging the tree, just now also maintaining your image. Xiao Huang hurriedly explained, just now that was. Suddenly a scream rang out. Shen Feng spun around and shouted. Xiao Huang had fallen onto the crown prince. Xiao Huang froze. Shen Feng quickly covered her eyes. Little children shouldn't see this. Silence fell over the library. Shen Zhao sat on Zhao Jing, frozen in place. Zhao Jing blushed. Can you get up first? Shen Zhao blurted out, it was an accident. I didn't kiss you on purpose. I slipped and fell. Don't misunderstand. She scrambled back, accidentally knocking over a water pot and wetting a book. Zhao Jing cried out, oh no. Shen Zhao, be careful. Shen Zhao quickly picked up the book, her face full of anxiety. She thought to herself, it's completely soaked. I'm doomed. Will I get second brother in trouble? Zhao Jing held out a hand. Give me the book. Shen Zhao questioned, are you going to tell on me? The crown prince frowned. Do you think I'm that kind of person? He opened the book and inwardly groaned. Why did it have to be this one? Shen Zhao said to him, I can agree to break off the engagement, but please don't involve my second brother. The crown prince muttered under his breath, what do you mean I want to? He grew more worried as he looked. This is the original manuscript by the former dynasty poet Lu Xian. It's the only one in the world. Shen Zhao asked, you make me study so much every day. Aren't you trying to force me to break off the engagement? The crown prince froze, his face full of confusion. Why would you think that? It's because I want you to be the crown princess that you need to learn more. Shen Zhao replied, like my second brother said, there's no rush. Zhao Jing backed Shen Zhao into a corner by the bookshelves. It's too late to break off the engagement now. You can't just call it off. I'll take care of this book. You go and dry the other books. Besides, as the crown princess, it's nothing to kiss me. Don't worry about what just happened. Seeing Shen Zhao's flustered appearance, Zhao Jing said, if you can't finish tidying up, go find Xiao Lu for help. I'll go out first. He walked out, frowning, thinking to himself, so that's what second Shen was talking about the other day. Seeing Zhao Jing leave in a hurry, Xiao Huang said, it seems Sister Zhao and fourth brother have made up. Shen Feng added, but if I remember correctly, the book that got wet was the Xian collection, right? Xiao Huang gasped, what? That's the only copy. Shen Feng smiled. It seems His Highness hasn't told Zhao how important that book is. In that case, please ask Sixth Highness not to tell Zhao, so she won't worry. Xiao Huang nodded. Then I also asked Master Shen not to tell anyone about what happened today. If others find out, fourth brother will definitely be in trouble. Shen Feng smiled. Of course. If you're worried, I can make a pinky promise with your highness. He held out his hand. Xiao Huang, blushing, linked pinkies. Shen Feng smiled. Then your highness can rest assured. If you need anything, just ask. Xiao Huang asked with a puzzled look. What's what I need to ask of you? Shen Feng replied. After all, your highness was just frightened because of me. Consider my apology. Xiao Huang said somewhat awkwardly then. Then could Master Shen please stop treating me like a child? Shen Feng laughed. Your highness, only children say things like that. Being a child is great. I wish I could go back to being 8 or 9 years old. Xiao Huang thought, forget it, I won't dwell on it. Then she said, then I'll go help Sister Zhao clean up. Shen Feng smiled and reminded, your highness, next time you're on duty, you should choose clothes that are easy to move in. Xiao Huang blushed. I didn't think about that. I'll listen to you next time. Shen Feng inwardly cursed his blunder and quickly knelt down. I didn't mean to criticize your highness. Your highness is naturally elegant and looks good in anything. I was just afraid that cleaning would dirty your highness's favorite dress and upset you. Xiao Huang blushed and ran off. I know. Watching her leave, Shen Feng thought father was right. Never comment on a girl's clothes, even if she's young. A while later, Shen Zhao collapsed on the floor, letting out a long sigh. Finally finished wiping. It's a good thing Xiao Huang helped. If I had been airing the books and sweeping the floor alone, I wouldn't have been able to manage. Xiao Huang said, Sister Zhao, the ground is cold. Shen Zhao patted the floor. No, it's not. This area has been wiped clean, and the sun has warmed it up. Come here, Xiao Huang. After Xiao Huang lay down too, Shen Zhao said, I think I misunderstood your fourth brother. I thought he was making me study so much so that I would give up, but it wasn't like that at all. Xiao Huang smiled and replied, I told you fourth brother wouldn't do that. He just overthinks things. I hope to see Sister Zhao become the crown princess before I get married. Shen Zhao was stunned. Xiao Huang, has your marriage already been arranged? Xiao Huang said, Mother told me a few days ago that father might send me to Shiliang for a political marriage. Shen Zhao hugged her tightly and asked, What do you mean you won't see me again? Xiao Huang looked gloomy and said, I don't want to marry so far away. Shen Zhao comforted her, Don't worry. When I become crown princess, I'll definitely have your fourth brother find a way. As long as you don't want to, we won't let you marry far away. Xiao Huang sighed, thinking to herself, if father really decides, Zhao Jie might even implicate fourth brother and Zhao Gij. Besides, second brother, Shen only treats me like a child. Even if I don't go for a political marriage, it's better to cherish these few years with everyone. In the classroom, the teacher was lecturing. In the North Sea, there's a fish called Kuin, whose size is enormous, so large that no one knows its true length, even for thousands of miles. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Zhao Jing was dozing off. Shen Zhao, sitting beside him, was startled, thinking His Highness the Crown Prince looks really tired today. He's actually fallen asleep. When Kang Yi, in the back row, was also anxious, thinking His Highness is actually sleeping in class. If others find out, it'll definitely cause a big commotion. So he whispered to Shen Zhao, quickly wake His Highness. But after a while, Shen Zhao just stared at the Crown Prince, saying nothing. Then she said calmly and cheerfully, His Highness is asleep, so I'll sleep with him. When Kang Yi muttered softly, as expected, in crucial moments, you still have to rely on true friends. Your Highness, pardon me. Saying that, he crawled under the table and poked the Crown Prince's bottom with the tip of his brush. Seeing this, Shen Zhao asked, "What are you doing?" When Kanye replied, "What else?" Poking him to wake him up, of course. Shen Zhao also crawled under the table and said, "His Highness finally gets to sleep for a while. Why do you have to wake him up?" When Kanye retorted, "Is this a place to sleep? If word gets out, Chancellor Wei and the others will gossip again. Who knows who His Highness is doing this for?" Shen Zhao was taken aback and asked, for whom?" At this moment, the Crown Prince woke up and said, "Kanye, I'm awake. Go back to your seat." Just then, Zhao Mian raised her hand and said, "Teacher, Shen Zhao and the others are being sneaky under the table, disturbing others from listening to the lesson." Shen Zhao looked up and saw the teacher glaring at her. She quickly ducked back down. Zhao Jing said, "They are discussing individual performance registrations for the school celebration." Both Wen Kangyi and Shen Zhao were startled. The teacher angrily asked, "Is this something to be discussed in class?" Shen Zhao nervously replied, "No." The teacher said, "Shen Zhao, it seems I have to keep a closer eye on you." Shen Zhao asked the teacher, "Am I not right in front of you?" The teacher pointed to the empty seat in front of the lectern and said, "I mean here. Move your small table here and sit here." Shen Zhao had no choice but to carry her small table forward, replying, "Yes." Sitting in front of the teacher, she muttered to herself, "This is too close." The teacher nodded with satisfaction. Good. For now on, you'll sit here during class." Suddenly, another table was moved next to hers, startling her. Zhao Mian sat down beside her and said, "Teacher, I'm Shen Zhao's desk mate. I'll sit here too." Shen Zhao immediately whispered, "Who wants to be your desk mate? What are you up to again?" Yet another table was moved beside her, and Zhao Jing came forward and said, "I also think sitting in the front row is quite good." Seeing this, the teacher angrily scolded, not paying attention in class. "Shen Zhao, Wen Kangyi, Fifth Prince, all of you go stand outside as punishment." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mian immediately asked, "Wait, why do I have to stand outside too?" The teacher said directly, "Fifth Prince, you were just making noise in class and disrupting order. The three of you reflect on your actions." The three could only dejectedly reply, "Yes." The teacher added, "Think about what you're going to perform for this year's anniversary celebration. All three of you need to come up with a program." Zhao Mian quickly shouted, "Teacher, they planned it all. It has nothing to do with me." The teacher asked, "Fifth Prince, you will perform solo. Do the other two have any problems with that?" Wen Kangyi and Shen Zhao shook their heads repeatedly in fear. No. Zhao Mian said angrily, "It's all your fault." Shen Zhao said unhappily, "You brought this on yourself. What does it have to do with me?" Wen Kangyi said, "Fifth Prince, it was His Highness the Crown Prince who mentioned the school anniversary celebration outside." Shen Zhao asked Wen Kangyi, "Hey, what did you mean just now? What does His Highness being sleepy have to do with me?" Wen Kangyi stammered, "And nothing." He thought to himself, "I can't say that out loud." Zhao Mian immediately said, "I think you'd better not be the crown princess, so as not to cause trouble for fourth brother." Shen Zhao turned her head angrily. His Highness the Crown Prince already said he wants me to be the crown princess. They both glared at Wen Kangyi and said, "Wen Kangyi, tell us, why was His Highness the Crown Prince, fourth brother, sleepy?" Wen Kangyi cried out inwardly, "Spare me." He had no choice but to explain, "Why else? Isn't it because you weren't paying attention in class?" Shen Zhao, finding him tedious, asked, "But hasn't he stopped studying with me recently?" Wen Kangyi continued, "Didn't he hire a lot of tutors for you?" Shen Zhao replied, "Those are for supplementary lessons during the holidays." Zhao Mian, listening in, seemed puzzled. "Wen Kangyi, why are you beating around the bush? What's been going on with fourth brother lately?" Shen Zhao asked Zhao Mian, "What are you preparing to perform for the anniversary celebration?" Zhao Mian said confidently, "I'm going to perform martial arts. Wen Kangyi is going to dance. I'm also going to play a musical instrument." He thought to himself, "What can a tomboy and a weak scholar perform?" Wen Kangyi asked, "Why am I dancing?" Zhao Mian replied, "I heard you've been learning to dance recently, so it's a good opportunity for us to see the results." Shen Zhao added, "Or you could perform martial arts." Wen Kangyi fell silent after hearing this. In the Empress's palace, the Empress picked up a piece of mushroom and offered it to Shen Zhao, saying, Jiao, eat more. Are you staying at Hui Garden today?" Shen Zhao replied, "Yes, since Hui Garden has become my study paradise." The Empress advised, "You should also pay attention to balancing work and rest. The Crown Prince hasn't been looking well lately. Is something the matter?" Zhao Jing replied, "Nothing's wrong. I've finished eating. I'll take my leave to do my homework." Shen Zhao immediately stood up and said, "Then I'll go back and do my homework too." The Empress urged, "Walk slowly after just finishing your meal." Shen Zhao replied, "Yes, yes, goodbye, Your Majesty." She walked to Zhao Jing's side and asked, "Your Highness, shall we study together today?" Zhao Jing replied, "No, I have other things to do." Shen Zhao asked again, "Do you need my help?" "No, you should go back to Hui Garden." Shen Zhao thought to herself, "He used to be so enthusiastic about supervising my studies. Could his listlessness these past few days really be because of me?" So, Shen Zhao immediately followed him. Seeing the crown prince enter a certain place, she went forward and said to the guard, "I need to find His Highness the Crown Prince to do homework." The guard stopped her. "His Highness has given orders not to be disturbed." Shen Zhao quickly said. Just then, Zhao Jing opened the door and asked, "Shen Zhao, you really followed me?" Shen Zhao immediately said, "Your Highness, there's a problem I don't understand. So I came to find you." Zhao Jing came out and asked, "Which problem? Are you really here to ask about homework?" Shen Zhao replied, "Yes, really. I'm especially motivated when I'm with you. It's convenient to ask questions, and my learning efficiency is high." Zhao Jing turned Shen Zhao around and said, "My father has arranged extra lessons for me recently. You should go back to Hui Garden." After he closed the door, the guard said, "Miss Shen, please return." Inside the study, the tutor said, "Today we will continue studying Zhuangzi." Zhao Mian and Shen Zhao both looked towards the desk beside them and found that Zhao Jing had already left. Zhao Mian asked in surprise, "Fourth brother actually skipped class. What did you do?" Shen Zhao said angrily, "What do you mean, what did I do? I also want to know the reason. His Highness has been so secretive lately." Zhao Mian began, "Actually, it's very simple to find out what fourth brother has been up to recently." Shen Zhao immediately asked, "Oh, what's your method?" Zhao Mian replied, "Don't underestimate this prince." Shen Zhao said angrily, "Tell me quickly and stop touching my hair." Zhao Mian glanced back at Wen Kangyi, thinking that this guy had been trying to eavesdrop, so he leaned closer to Shen Zhao and whispered, "If you want to know, I'll come find you tonight." Shen Zhao asked suspiciously, "Can you even come out so late?" "Oh, I almost forgot you have dog hole." Zhao Mian said angrily, "That's not a dog hole. It's a secret passage, understand?" Shen Zhao said calmly, all right, a secret passage. So tell me clearly." Zhao Mian drew a map and said, "For your convenience, fourth brother specifically opened a side door in Hui Garden. We'll start from Hui Garden. I know a small path that leads to the East Palace. Let's meet tonight." Shen Zhao immediately agreed. "Okay, let's meet tonight." Wen Kangyi thought warily. These two seem to have reached some sort of agreement. This doesn't feel good. The tutor announced, "That's all for today's lesson." After class, Wen Kangyi immediately caught up with Shen Zhao and said, "Shen Zhao, wait. As a classmate of the Crown Prince, I happen to be going to the East Palace with you. By the way, what were you and His Fifth Highness whispering about earlier?" Zhao Mian appeared and said, Why does it sound like someone is talking about this prince?" "Speak up." Wen Kangyi was startled and said, "I just wanted to say that, as a prince, your Fifth Highness should refrain from idle chatter during class." Zhao Mian smiled and said, "Wen Kangyi, you're the Crown Prince's classmate, not mine." Wen Kangyi immediately defended himself. "Fifth Prince is also a prince." He reached out and ruffled Shen Zhao's hair. "We were just discussing the details of the anniversary performance." Shen Zhao yelled angrily, "I told you not to touch my hair." Zhao Mian teased, "Wen Kangyi, have you figured out what dance you're going to do?" Wen Kangyi thought to himself, "Do I really have to dance? Grandfather definitely won't be happy." At this moment, Xiao Huang spoke, "If Kangyi dances fifth brother, I'm afraid the teachers won't approve of anyone's performance. If fifth brother plays the qin, Wen Kangyi can demonstrate calligraphy, and the princesses can dance or perform martial arts." Wen Kangyi's eyes lit up. "Sixth prince is right. Let's do it as sixth prince suggested." Seeing this, Zhao Mian said sternly, "You sure have a lot of ideas." Seeing Xiao Huang frightened, Shen Zhao immediately became protective. "Zhao Mian, don't scare her." Zhao Mian waved a hand dismissively. "Do whatever you want. I can't be bothered." Shen Zhao, remember our agreement." Shen Zhao immediately said, "I know. If I lie to you, may I be eaten by a dog. Now go away." Wen Kangyi was stunned and asked Shen Zhao, "What did you two agree on?" Shen Zhao immediately pulled Xiao Huang away. "It's a secret, Xiao Huang. Let's go." Seeing this, Wen Kangyi asked Shen Zhao, "Aren't you and Fifth Prince conspiring to frame the Crown Prince?" Shen Zhao was stunned. "Why would you think that? Why will we frame the Crown Prince?" When Kang Yi replied, after all, Zhao Mian is different from us. You have to know whose side you're on. Shen Zhao asked, huh? The Shen family, of course. When Kang Yi said seriously, Shen Zhao, you should stay away from him. Don't do anything that would harm the crown prince. I'll be going now. After saying that, when Kang Yi hurriedly left, thinking to himself, to be safe, I still need to tell the crown prince. Shen Zhao was bewildered. Why did he suddenly act like that? Zhao Mian has never framed the crown prince. He's always framing me. Xiao Huang replied, Kang Yi isn't worried about fifth brother. He's worried about noble consort Yang Yang. Shen Zhao was a little scared. Noble consort Yang Yang. She's indeed a bit scary. At this moment, a palace maid came to report, Sixth Prince, the Empress invites you back to the palace for dinner. Xiao Huang replied, all right, I'll go right away. Shen Zhao sighed. I'm so envious that Xiao Huang can have dinner with her mother. Hearing this, Xiao Huang said, it's all because of you, sister. I won't go to Huan today. It's okay. You should go quickly. I can go back myself. After returning to Huan, Shen Zhao thought, didn't they say they already recognized me as the crown princess? But I always feel like there's something they're hiding from me. Then she heard the curtain rustle and turned around happily, asking, Crown Prince. But the person who appeared was Zhao Mian. What are you thinking about? Didn't I tell you? Fourth brother has been avoiding you lately. Shen Zhao asked in surprise, Zhao Mian, didn't you say it wasn't time yet? Zhao Mian sat down and said, Mother consort had something to do today and didn't supervise me, so I snuck out. Give me another pair of chopsticks. Shen Zhao asked, why are you sitting down so casually? Zhao Mian said while eating, what's wrong? If you're not full, order more food. Shen Zhao asked, did you finish your homework before you came? Zhao Mian replied, I'm a prince. Why would I do homework? The teachers will nag at most, but I'm not the crown prince. I'll just be a prince in the future, with no worries about food or drink. Besides, mother consort isn't supervising me today. Fourth brother won't let me starve after he ascends a throne, right? Mother consort has higher expectations for him. Even if I do my homework well, father emperor won't care. Shen Zhao said scornfully, I knew you were just a good-for-nothing dandy. Zhao Mian rolled his eyes. Look at you. Even a country bumpkin knows how to have fun now. Shen Zhao retorted, what are you babbling about? Just eat your food. Listen up. Don't say anything about what you see tonight. Zhao Mian pouted. Do I need you to remind me? Did when Kang Yi fill your head with nonsense again? Aren't you always trying to harm me? Zhao Mian snorted. Whatever. Your Highness is magnanimous and won't bother with you. Finish your homework quickly. We'll leave when it gets dark. Seeing Shen Zhao staring at him, Zhao Mian asked, do you think that just because you don't have to do homework, I have to? Zhao Mian added sarcastically, you're the future crown princess, the future empress. How can you not do your homework? We're not the same. That night, outside the East Palace, Zhao Mian and Shen Zhao were hiding and observing. They secretly pried open the window, and Zhao Mian peeked inside. Shen Zhao asked, how is it? Did you see anything? Zhao Mian said it looked like Zhao Feng was doing homework, but the curtains were drawn and they couldn't see anything. Shen Zhao immediately pushed him aside, saying, move, let me see. Zhao Mian complained, hey, don't elbow me. Shen Zhao asked, can't you think of a way to open the curtains? Zhao Mian retorted, do you think I'm a magician? Just then, Zhao Jing walked up behind them and asked, what are you two doing? Shen Zhao immediately turned around and said, Your Highness, why are you here? Zhao Mian asked the same question. When Kang Yi appeared inside, saying, it's me. What, not happy? I knew it. Then the two were invited in for tea, and the crown prince spoke. Tell me, what were you two doing outside just now? Zhao Mian replied, we were just worried because fourth brother skipped class today. Shen Zhao also echoed, yes, yes, yes. Zhao Jing explained, something came up, and Kang Yi is here to help me catch up on today's lesson. Shen Zhao immediately said, I'm a classmate too. You could have called me to study together. When Kang Yi immediately said, then tell me, what can you teach His Highness? Shen Zhao was momentarily speechless. Zhao Mian peeked at the homework and thought, it really is today's homework. Looks like we won't find anything out. So he tugged on Shen Zhao's sleeve, raised an eyebrow, and winked, signaling a retreat. Shen Zhao asked blankly, did you get something in your eye? Zhao Mian thought, forget it, and stood up, saying, since fourth brother's fine, I'll go back now. Zhao Jing asked, do you want me to see you off? Zhao Mian waved his hand and said, no need. Then the crown prince turned to Shen Zhao and said, since fifth brother is leaving, I'll see you back as well. Outside, Shen Zhao asked, Your Highness, is it because I don't like studying that you didn't see me off? Zhao Jing countered, Don't you dislike studying anyway? Shen Zhao hesitated. The crown prince smiled and explained, Father's given me a lot of homework recently. I'll see you when I'm done. Don't worry. He patted her head and said, Don't slack off while I'm gone these next few days. Shen Zhao nodded and said, Okay. Watching the crown prince leave, she thought, but if that's the case, why did Wenkangi say that earlier? Just then, someone covered her mouth and whispered, Shoo, it's me, don't make a sound. Shen Zhao turned and asked, Zhao Mian, didn't you already go back? Zhao Mian replied, Tactical retreat, get it. Fourth brother was guarding against us the whole time. We should go back and see what's really going on. Shen Zhao asked doubtfully, Will that really be okay? In the Eastern Palace, the crown prince was copying scriptures. When Kang said angrily, Your Highness is so considerate, not wanting Shen Zhao to worry. So you didn't tell her the consequences, but she's trying every way to find out. The crown prince continued, All right, Kang, she didn't know how valuable that book was. Help me grind the ink. When Kang said with a long face, Your Highness even took the blame for her. That's why His Majesty punished you to copy it 30 times in 5 days. Zhao Jing replied, Anyway, someone has to be punished. Copying scriptures can also improve my handwriting. Besides, I'm the crown prince. Father will protect me. Otherwise, the 3 chancellors definitely wouldn't let Shen Feng off easily. So it's best that I take the blame. Shen Zhao immediately said, It really is because of me. Zhao Mian said, I knew it. You caused trouble again. You can even cause trouble sweeping the floor. There's no one else in the world like you. Shen Zhao said, It's true that I accidentally kicked over the water bucket. Zhao Mian asked, So what are you going to do now? Do you want to go in and apologize? Shen Zhao said dejectedly, Forget it. Since His Highness doesn't want me to know, I'll pretend I don't. She thought to herself that she would think of another way. At this moment, a eunuch passed by and asked, Who's over there? Zhao Mian pointed to a small path and told Shen Zhao to go back, saying, Take this path back. Leave this to me. Shen Zhao asked worriedly, Then what about you? Zhao Mian said, Fourth brother won't do anything to us. Besides, you said it yourself, fourth brother doesn't want you to know, so go quickly, you troublemaker. Be more careful next time. Then Zhao Mian immediately stood up and said, It's me. I came to see fourth brother. Just then, Zhao Jing came out and asked, What's all the commotion? Zhao Mian immediately replied, Fourth brother, I just wanted to come back and see what happened. Zhao Jing asked suspiciously, You're alone. Zhao Mian scratched his head and said, Of course I'm alone. Who else could there be? I was just too curious. Zhao Jing immediately said, Forget it. No matter how much you heard, don't tell Shen Zhao. When Kang also said, Don't tell anyone else either. Zhao Mian replied, Don't worry. My lips are sealed. The next day, Shen Zhao appeared calling out, When Kang, come out for a moment, I need to talk to you. She firmly pressed on Wen Kang's shoulder. Wen Kang thought, Can I even refuse? Once outside, Shen Zhao began talking about the city's shipping affairs. Wen Kang exclaimed in shock, I knew Fifth Prince was talking nonsense. But wait, wasn't Fifth Prince staying overnight at the Eastern Palace last night? How did you know? Shen Zhao continued, So I have a general idea of what happened, but I still want to hear all the details. Wen Kang thought, I absolutely cannot let her know. I won't tell you. Shen Zhao playfully replied, But I already know the gist of it. If you don't tell me, I'll tell the crown prince that you're talking behind his back. Wen Kang was startled, thinking, She's the devil incarnate. Shen Zhao quickly ran over to Shen Feng, shouting, Second brother. Shen Feng laughed, Little mermaid, I'm not the second child. Shen Zhao handed him a piece of paper, saying I wanted to be more formal, but actually this is a leave request. Shen Feng took the paper and asked, Are you feeling unwell? Shen Feng then teased, Actually, I know a bit of medicine. Want me to take your pulse? Shen Zhao's eyes widened. No. Shen Feng pinched her face, saying, Don't be so formal with your second brother, and don't lie. Honestly, what's going on? Shen Zhao confessed, Remember when I damaged a book while cleaning? The crown prince took the blame for me and was punished. I want to go and explain the truth to His Majesty. Shen Feng replied, Oh, that matter. I'll go with you. He thought to himself, I thought the crown prince would have someone repair it, but I didn't expect him to take the blame himself. Shen Feng said to her, Wait for me to ask my teacher for leave. Shen Zhao then asked, Does my brother also need to ask for leave? I'm just a teaching assistant. My leave request won't be useful for you. Hearing this, Shen Zhao said with a straight face, Second brother, you're really useless. Then the two went to the imperial palace together. The eunuch loudly announced, "Your Majesty, Shen Feng and Shen Zhao request an audience." The emperor said, "Let them in." Shen Zhao quickly rushed into the hall, shouting, "Your Majesty." The emperor put down his work and asked, "Zhao Zhao, why are you here today?" Zhao Zhao knelt down and said, "I was the one who damaged the book in the imperial library. Please punish me and spare the crown prince." The emperor replied, "But the crown prince said he damaged it." Shen Zhao explained, "No, I accidentally knocked the book down, and in my panic I also knocked over the water bucket. That's what happened." The emperor asked, "Zhao Zhao, do you know the importance of the original copy of the Lu Shi Hanji?" Zhao Zhao said dejectedly, "I didn't know then, but now I understand a little." The emperor said with interest, "Shen Feng, tell us about this book." Shen Feng replied, "Lu Shi Hanji was written by Lu Ji of the previous dynasty. It's rich in content, covering culture, skills, nature, and so on." The emperor continued, "That's right, and the original copy has extremely high collection value, with over 20,000 characters. We punished him to copy it 30 times within 3 days." Shen Zhao panicked upon hearing this. Zhao Zhao volunteered. "Zhao Zhao is willing to accept the punishment. Please spare the crown prince, Your Majesty." The emperor said the imperial library's management was negligent in placing the original copy on the outer bookshelf. Fortunately, the damage isn't severe and it's already being repaired. Zhao Zhao, it's good that you're taking responsibility. This time, you're exempt from punishment. The emperor took out a box and said, "Give the original to the crown prince and return the library's copy. Tell him to finish copying it." Zhao Zhao immediately replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The emperor continued, "As for Shen Feng immediately blamed himself. Your subject failed to discover the oversight in time. Please punish me, Your Majesty." The emperor decreed, "Then you're fined 1 month's salary and write a self-criticism for me." Shen Feng replied, "By your command." Zhao Zhao hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, it was all my fault. Second brother isn't." The emperor said, "Zhao Zhao can only plead for one person. If I don't punish Shen Feng, the crown prince will inevitably have to copy the book." Zhao Zhao was stunned, glanced at her brother, and said, "Then punish my second brother. He doesn't earn much anyway." Shen Feng thought, just as I expected. Inside the Eastern Palace, Zhao Jing put down his brush, rubbed his hand, and thought just a little bit more. At this moment, Shen Zhao rushed in, shouting, Crown Prince, I've come to see you." The Crown Prince asked, "How did you get in? Where are the guards?" Shen Zhao immediately said, "I came by His Majesty's decree. They couldn't stop me." The guards hurriedly said, "Please forgive us, Your Highness." Zhao Jing was taken aback and asked, "What's the matter?" Seeing breakfast, Shen Zhao quickly said, "Why haven't you eaten breakfast yet? It's all cold. Quickly reheat it for the Crown Prince." Zhao Jing, feeling a headache coming on, said, "Why aren't you at school today? Weren't you saying last night that you wouldn't neglect your studies?" Shen Zhao approached, carrying a box. Shen Zhao opened the box and said, "By order of His Majesty, from today onwards, His Highness the Crown Prince is exempt from punishment. Shen Zhao will supervise the Crown Prince's rest. Tomorrow, His Highness will return the classic books to the library." Zhao Jing looked at her and asked, "Didn't you just make most of that up?" Shen Zhao replied, "Anyway, just rest well today. You don't have to copy anymore." Zhao Jing picked up a book and said, "I didn't want you to worry, so I didn't say anything. But you found out anyway." Shen Zhao smiled. "It's a good thing I did. Otherwise, you would have foolishly copied those books over 30 times. Zhao Jing broke out in a cold sweat, thinking he had almost finished copying them. Shen Zhao continued, "If it's my fault, then I should take responsibility. Your Highness doesn't need to hide things from me. I said last time, I'm your future crown princess. There shouldn't be secrets between us." Zhao Zhao was about to explain when a servant girl entered with a tray of food. "Your Highness, your breakfast has been warmed up." Shen Zhao quickly set the food on the table. "Eat quickly before it gets cold again." Zhao Jing agreed, and after a while said, "I'm finished." Shen Zhao asked him, "Your Highness, didn't you sleep well last night? Why don't I take a nap?" Zhao Jing then asked, "Are you determined not to go to school today?" Shen Zhao replied, "His Majesty asked me to take care of you and make sure you rest well, so I've already asked for leave." Zhao Jing asked suspiciously, "Really?" Shen Zhao smiled. "Of course it's true. How could the crown princess lie to the crown prince? Would you?" Zhao Jing got into bed. Shen Zhao tucked him in and picked up a fan. "Your Highness, would you like me to fan you?" Zhao Jing quickly said, "No, Shen Zhao. I can't sleep at all like this. Why don't you go outside and read for a while?" Shen Zhao sat on the edge of the bed and said, "No. Today, I'm responsible for making sure you rest well. No more reading, Your Highness." You said I didn't need to take the blame for you, but I'm still touched. Zhao Jing said, it's nothing. Shen Zhao grinned. I've decided to let go of all the unpleasant things from the past. From now on, your matters are my matters. I'll do my best to protect you. Zhao Jing smiled. Then I'll be relying on you, Crown Princess. Shen Zhao asked, Your Highness, would you like to hear a bedtime story? Zhao Jing replied, Sure, tell me one. So Shen Zhao began. Once upon a time, there was a very poor young man. One day, he saved a white fox in the mountains. The crown prince interrupted. Isn't this the story of the white fox repaying a kindness? Shen Zhao nodded. Yes. The white fox transformed into a beautiful girl, and then her voice trailed off. Zhao Jing opened his eyes and asked, Shen Zhao, what's wrong? Looking down, he saw she had fallen asleep. Zhao Jing thought, how could she fall asleep while telling the story? At the library, the teacher announced, His Majesty has ordered all court officials to go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple for quiet meditation. The Imperial Academy is closed today. Shen Zhao looked bewildered. I would have slept in longer if I'd known. Xiao Huang said, His Majesty must have made the decision this morning. What perfect timing. Just then, a eunuch came running. Your Highness the Crown Prince, His Majesty had an epiphany in a dream last night and has decided to meditate today. He summons you to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Zhao Jing said to Shen Zhao, I have to go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. You can rest today. You don't have to go to class. Shen Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Really? Am I still dreaming? Zhao Jing replied, or would you rather copy the Analects 20 times? Shen Zhao quickly said, No need. Why don't I have Zhao Huang play with me today? When Kang Yi stepped forward and said, You don't have a study companion. Even if you're resting, you should still improve yourself. Shen Zhao replied, It's not like I'm not taking you with me. It's just for one day. Let's relax. When Kang Yi said, I received a letter from home. My grandfather is going to test my studies today. At that moment, a palace maid came and called Xiao Huang. Six Prince, the Department of Internal Affairs has sent a batch of fabrics. Your mother wants you to go back and choose some. Xiao Huang said, All right, sorry, Xiao Gigi, I have to go with my mother. Shen Zhao sighed, a little disappointed. It's okay, you go ahead. She sighed softly. It seems I'll have to play by myself today. Just then, Zhao Mian patted her shoulder. Did you forget about me? Come to my room. I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Shen Zhao asked, You want my help? To be honest, I doubt your mother would want me to go. Zhao Mian replied, My mother isn't here today. So Shen Zhao followed Zhao Mian. Zhao Mian took out a stack of portraits and said, These are them. Help me take a look. Shen Zhao asked, So you call me here just to look at portraits? Zhao Mian said casually, Just consider it this way. These are the candidates for Crown Princess that mother picked for me. She wants me to take a look. Shen Zhao asked, and so Zhao Mian spread out a portrait and said, Help me take a look. I think these portraits all look the same. Shen Zhao said, They're not the same. The two you're holding are already pretty good. Zhao Mian started to complain. Really? They all look too delicate. Shen Zhao picked up a portrait and said, This one is also quite beautiful. Zhao Mian immediately expressed her disapproval. No, she looks boring. Shen Zhao asked again, What about this one? So beautiful like a fairy. Zhao Mian complained again. Too refined, she couldn't fight alongside me. Shen Zhao continued, Then what about this one? These are all much prettier than the previous ones. Zhao Mian was speechless. Besides beauty, are there any other criteria? Shen Zhao said huffily, You're so annoying. Of course, you look at beauty first. It's a beauty contest, girl. My mother said I could tell the crown prince was the most handsome when I was 3. I'm experienced in this. Zhao Mian listened with an indifferent expression, thinking, You're so superficial. I'm going to tell fourth brother you only care about looks. Shen Zhao immediately retorted, Isn't that how it is? You say what you like, and then you pick that one. Isn't that how it always goes? Zhao Mian thought for a moment and said, The future crown princess should be healthy, lively, and cheerful. It would be best if she also knew some martial arts, so she can spar with me. Shen Zhao said, You can't tell those things from a portrait. Zhao Mian replied, That goes without saying. The Empress only gave me portraits. Shen Zhao then suggested, Why not have a noble consort hold 100 flowers banquet and invite all the noble ladies? Zhao Mian said, Wouldn't that be seeing is believing? Shen Zhao immediately said, Can't you put it more simply? Zhao Mian retorted, choosing a consort. Shen Zhao immediately replied, a temple matchmaking. The noble consort was chanting scriptures. Zhao Mian sat behind her, thinking, Mother has been chanting scriptures in the Buddhist hall every day recently. She doesn't care about me anymore. The noble consort opened her eyes. Baogu and I are here. Zhao Mian asked worriedly, Mother, have you been in a bad mood lately? The noble consort replied, the same as always. Neither good nor bad. Afterwards, the two went to dine together. The noble consort picked up a mushroom and asked, I haven't been overseeing your studies lately. Have you been slacking off? Zhao Mian replied guiltily, Mianer has been very diligent. The noble consort wiped her mouth and said, forget it. Even if you are outstanding, that person only has the crown prince in his heart. I'm just forcing you. Zhao Mian remained silent. Hearing this, the noble consort asked, are you satisfied with the portraits the palace maid sent? Zhao Mian replied, regarding that, Mian Gu would like to ask Mother to hold a small banquet and invite all the noble ladies. The portraits really don't tell much. It's better to meet them in person. The noble consort said indifferently, all right, I'd also like to meet everyone and get to know them. Zhao Mian added, also there's one more thing. The school anniversary requires a class performance. The noble consort asked, as a prince, why are you joining in the fun? Zhao Mian replied, the class monitor is responsible for playing the qin. The noble consort stood up and said, what are you nervous about? If you want to go. I'll just see if your qin skills have improved. With that, she left. Zhao Mian thought worriedly. Mother didn't get angry. Mother's temperament seems gentler, but something feels off. He quickly ran over and asked, Mother, how is your relationship with father recently? The noble consort replied, the same as always. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. This son respectfully sees Mother off. In the library, Shunya said excitedly, it's a holiday today. Let's continue practicing our performance. Since we're participating, we have to win first place. Zhao Mian seemed a little absent-minded. When Kangyi looked like he wanted to rest, and only Xiao Huang was listening to her. Shen Fang walked into the place where Shen Zhao usually studied and praised. This place is elegant and quiet, perfect for Zhao Zhao to study. The crown prince replied, it was originally arranged for her. Shen Fang asked again, then why not call it Zhangzhao Pavilion or Zhao Guang Palace or something? The crown prince said, second brother, that would be too tacky. Shen Fang replied, is that so? What a pity. Seeing Shen Fang arrive, Shen Zhao turned around and called out happily, second brother, tell me about the judge's preferences. Shen Fang closed his fan and asked, why not ask this judge directly? He pointed to Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing coughed and said, I'm always fair. You just focus on performing well. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Mian exclaimed, Crown Princess, you didn't know the Crown Prince is a judge. Xiao Huang also asked, Little Marquis gone, you didn't know fourth brother is a judge. Shen Zhao replied, nobody told me. Then, Shen Zhao began to perform a martial arts routine. Zhao Mian played the qin when Kangyi wrote calligraphy, and the Crown Prince watched their chaotic collaboration, silent for a moment before asking, are you planning to go on stage like this? Shen Zhao asked blankly, is my dancing not good? When Kangyi paused and asked, is my calligraphy not good? Zhao Mian asked doubtfully, is my play not pleasant? The Crown Prince covered his face and said, let second brother Shen Fang speak. Shen Fang commented, it's not that your individual performances are bad, but together it's a bit chaotic. When Gongzi's calligraphy is vigorous and unrestrained, but everyone can't see fifth prince's qin skills. Although he plays well, it doesn't match Yao Yao's sword dance. As for Yao Yao, some might think you're doing a snake dance. Hearing this, Yao Yao complained, it's all Zhao Mian's fault. His music messed up my rhythm. Zhao Mian angrily retorted, you can't dance well, and you blame me. The Crown Prince then suggested, all right, just as second brother said, you lack teamwork. Since you've decided on sword dance, calligraphy, and qin music, the three of you need to coordinate. Let's start with Kangyi. Someone bring the easel over. The Crown Prince said, bring over what you wrote. When Kangyi asked, what's wrong, your highness? Is my writing not good? The Crown Prince picked up the paper with the character Jing, stillness, written on it, and asked, you've been busy for so long and only wrote this. Zhao Mian also asked in surprise, I've been playing for so long, and you only wrote one character. When Kangyi immediately defended himself, I like the character Jing. Writing Jing is good. Fifth Prince, Shen Zhao replied, I understand. It's Zhao Mian's unsteady music that affected the performance. Zhao Mian retorted, I think it's your sword dance that affected his train of thought. The Crown Prince said, all right, stop arguing. Since you're performing together, you can't avoid being interconnected. Kangyi, write a Shui Long Yin on the screen. Fifth brother, can you play by Hai Qing Long? As for Shun Jia's sword dance, Shen Zhao confidently replied, don't worry, Your Highness, I'll ask second brother or father to teach me. The crown prince said, I chose the music, I'll teach you. Shen Zhao said happily, His Highness the crown prince will teach me personally. The crown prince added, Xiao Wu and Kangyi need to practice together first and coordinate the rhythm. Practice in groups first, and in a week we'll see how well you cooperate. If it still doesn't work, everyone has to write a self-criticism to master. At the thought of their master, all three shuddered. Zhao Mian said disdainfully, if fourth brother personally teaches you and you still can't learn, then one of you must be a fool. Shen Zhao snorted, I think it's you who plays worse than His Highness the Crown Prince, holding everyone back. Zhao Mian immediately retorted, we'll see next week. Then he changed the subject, let's not talk about this. Noble consort has already set the date for my 100 Flowers banquet. Shen Zhao replied, as expected of noble consort, she's arranged everything perfectly. Zhao Mian said somewhat shyly, only noble ladies are invited. I need to find an excuse to sneak in, so I need someone to accompany me. Kangyi, you should come too, right? When Kangyi asked, why? Shen Zhao interjected, just go and enjoy the flowers together. Why not invite His Highness the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince replied, this is fifth brother's matchmaking banquet to choose a crown princess. I won't go. As his future sister-in-law, it's good to help him assess the candidates. Hearing future sister-in-law, Shen Jia's eyes lit up and he said confidently, yes, let future sister-in-law help you. Zhao Mian thought to himself, I don't believe in her matchmaking skills. The Crown Prince then asked Shun Fong, why haven't you settled your marriage yet? Shun Fong replied, thank you for your concern. Your Highness, I haven't thought about these things for now. At the flower viewing banquet in the back garden, noble consort arrived with her maids, and the noble ladies hurriedly bowed. Greetings, noble consort. Noble consort replied, there's no need for formalities. I've recently been studying Buddhist scriptures and have gained some insights. Spring is beautiful, so I invited you all here to chat. Everyone, please don't be restrained and enjoy yourselves. The noble ladies responded, we heard that noble consort is arrogant and domineering, but it seems those are just rumors. Yes, noble consort is clearly gentle and dignified. When Kangyi complained, fifth prince, we've circled around 3 times already. Shen Zhao also asked, when are we going in? Zhao Mian stammered, just one more circle. Shen Zhao immediately asked, aren't you nervous? Zhao Mian said to him, not at all. When Kangyi asked again, what's there to be nervous about? You don't understand. This is a matchmaking event. They'll be picking and choosing. He's afraid no one will choose him. Zhao Mian turned her head huffily and said, does this prince need others to choose for him? Shen Zhao continued, see, the more he says that, the more afraid he is of losing face in front of us. When Kangyi nodded, makes sense. Zhao Mian blushed. I said I'm not. Forget it. Can we go in now? Just then, a servant girl came to report, fifth prince has come to pay his respects. The noble consort replied, Mian Kai is here. Tell him to come over. The young ladies began whispering amongst themselves upon hearing this. At this moment, Zhao Mian entered. Mother consort, my classmates and I were practicing the Bagua formation, and I heard you were here, so I came to pay my respects. The noble consort replied, since you're here, stay a while longer. The young ladies are having a flower viewing banquet today, and they're playing pitch pot over there. Shen Zhao, you should go and play too. Shen Zhao replied, thank you, noble consort. It's been a while since I last played. My hands are itching. Zhao Mian added, this prince and Kangyi will also join the fun. Saying this, Zhao Mian followed Shen Zhao over, thinking that she was quite clever sometimes. She had been worried that Shen Zhao wouldn't know how to respond to mother consort. Shen Zhao said proudly, you underestimate me. It's just leading him to the young ladies. You have to trust your future empress. When Kangyi hurried to catch up, hey, wait for me. Zhao Mian said to Shen Zhao, you're not married yet. Don't call yourself empress. Shen Zhao replied, he's the crown prince. It's only a matter of time. The noble consort watched Shen Zhao and closed her eyes, recalling the autumn banquet hosted by the empress last year. Last year, Shen Zhao said to her mother while eating, Mother, this is delicious, try it. Her father asked affectionately, Yao Zhao, why don't you let father try some? Her mother smiled and said, all right, let mother wipe your mouth. You become a little kitten. Shen Zhao continued, father doesn't like sweets anyway. Her father said, gently to her. As long as it's from Zhao Zhao, father will like it. The noble consort watched Shen Zhao, thinking that this child was truly endearing. Zhao Mian brought some treats to the noble consort. Mother consort, you like this, so I brought some for you. The noble consort thought, if only she could be Mian heir's princess consort. At this moment, the empress spoke, Your Majesty, that's the young lady from the Shun family I mentioned before. The emperor immediately said, This child is lively and lovely, a perfect match for our Jin heir. Hearing these words, the noble consort's hand tightened into a fist. Suddenly, someone called out, Noble consort. The noble consort returned to her senses and asked, What is it? The young lady said, We want to watch the others play pitch pot. Would you like to join us, your ladyship? The noble consort smiled. All right, I'll join the fun. The young ladies were playing pitch pot. Shen Zhao leaned in and asked Zhao Mian, So, have you taken a liking to any of them? Zhao Mian replied, They're all standing so far away. This prince prefers to be more proactive. Shen Zhao said, 2 of them are already coming towards you. Zhao Mian was taken aback. I just arrived, and they're already being proactive. That's too direct. They're coming over. What should I say? Quickly help me think of something. Shen Zhao immediately said, Just greet them and make some small talk. Zhao Mian cleared his throat and mustered his courage. At that moment, the 2 young ladies walked past him and went straight to Wen Kongi, asking, Young master, may we get to know you? Shen Zhao exclaimed in surprise. So they weren't here for you. All that nervousness for nothing. Zhao Mian said displeased, Humph, I didn't like their type anyway. Unexpectedly, when Kongi asked the young lady, Which family are you from? And what business do you have with me? He thought for a moment, then blurted out, Let me tell you, you can't get close to the crown prince through me. No way. Hearing this, the young lady turned and left. Shen Zhao whispered, I'm going to play pitch pot. You stay here and see if there's anyone you like. Zhao Mian nodded. All right, you go ahead. Shen Zhao immediately ran over to the group of young ladies. Sisters, can I join the pitch pot game? One of the young ladies smiled and said, Of course, such a lovely young lady. She led Shen Zhao to the front and introduced her. This is 3rd Miss Shen. Shen Zhao greeted everyone. At this moment, the noble consort walked over and said, Since everyone is playing pitch pot, why don't we add a prize? The young ladies quickly curtsied, Greetings, noble consort. The noble consort smiled. There's no need for formalities. I'm in a good mood today. The winner will receive this jade bracelet. She took off her bracelet, and the young ladies exclaimed, What a beautiful bracelet. A gift from the noble consort. Zhao Mian walked over to Shen Zhao and asked, Shen Zhao, are you good at this game? Shen Zhao confidently replied, Didn't I tell you I'm very skilled? Zhao Mian asked, Can you win mother consort's bracelet? Shen Zhao asked, puzzled, Isn't today your blind date day? Is it inappropriate for me to interfere? Zhao Mian replied, Exactly. I didn't fancy any of the ones who came today, and I was afraid mother consort would give that bracelet as a betrothal gift. Shen Zhao immediately asked, Will your mother consort blame me? Zhao Mian quickly said, I'll explain it to mother consort later. At this moment, a palace maid announced, 2nd Miss Chun has scored 10 points in a row. Everyone praised. 2nd Miss Chun is truly amazing. The palace maid continued. 3rd Miss Shen Zhao has also scored 10 points in a row. Everyone praised again. 3rd Miss Shen is also very skilled. No wonder she is the future crown princess. The noble consort didn't speak upon seeing this. Zhao Mian quickly explained, Mother consort, I didn't see anyone I particularly liked today, so I let Shen Zhao win. The noble consort replied stiffly, I didn't blame you if you don't like them. You don't like them. After a while, the palace maid announced again, Congratulations to 3rd Miss Shen for scoring 15 points. 3rd Miss Shen has won. Shen Zhao smiled slightly. I was just being modest, letting you all win. The noble consort said, Shen Zhao, come here. Shen Zhao respectfully stepped forward. Noble consort. The noble consort handed Shen Zhao a bracelet. You won. This bracelet is a reward for you. Shen Zhao took the bracelet and said, This bracelet is truly beautiful. Zhao Mian snatched it and said, Of course it's beautiful. This is a reward for my mother consort. You must keep it safe. After saying that, she immediately put the bracelet on Shen Zhao's wrist. Shen Zhao replied, Don't worry, I will definitely cherish it. What if the noble consort asked for it back one day? Zhao Mian continued, Hey, I'm not that kind of person. Since I gave it to you, I won't take it back. In the bamboo forest, Shen Zhao was practicing swordsmanship. Zhao Jing watched her sword dance and praised. You practiced well today. Take a break. Shen Zhao stopped to drink water and replied, I've been practicing for several days, and I feel like I've mastered it. Zhao Jing smiled. Kong, he said someone wanted to use him to get close to me. Shen Zhao immediately said, he's talking nonsense. Clearly that young lady has feelings for him. Zhao Jing defended him. When Kongi being cautious is a good thing. Shen Zhao thought to herself, so it was you who taught him. Zhao Jing continued to ask, I also heard that Xiao gave you a bracelet. Shen Zhao asked doubtfully. He said, I wanted the noble consort's bracelet. It's not bad, right? She showed off the bracelet as she spoke. Zhao Jing replied, it's just an ordinary thing. Shen Zhao sounded a little nervous. Don't you want it? Of course I want it. Zhao Jing asked helplessly. In your eyes, am I the kind of person who covets your bracelet? Come with me. I'll take you somewhere. He then led her to a storeroom. Shen Zhao exclaimed in surprise. A storeroom. Is this? Zhao Jing replied. This is my private storeroom. Come on, let's go in and have a look. After she entered, she exclaimed, this glassware is so exquisite, the coral is so vibrant, the jade is so delicate, and this set of jewelry is so beautiful. Seeing this, Zhao Jing smiled. If you like them, I'll give them all to you. Shen Zhao was surprised. Really? These look very valuable. Zhao Jing immediately said, it's fine, they're just a little more valuable than a bracelet. This is the key to my private storeroom. I'll give it to you as well. He said as he handed her the key, and Shen Zhao accepted it. He added, take whatever you need. If you want to repay Xiao Wu's kindness, you can take something from here as well. Shen Zhao asked doubtfully, if I repay the favor like this, doesn't it mean I don't owe him anything? Shen Zhao nodded in understanding. That's true. The next day, everyone gathered in the library. Everyone was there to rehearse and see how it went. Shen Zhao took out a box and said to Zhao Mian, here, Zhao Mian, this is for you. Zhao Mian asked in confusion, what is this? Why are you giving it to me? Zhao Jing immediately said, take it, fifth brother, it's just a jade brush. Zhao Mian was puzzled. Fourth brother, how did you know? Shen Zhao replied, because it's from his storeroom. The crown prince nodded. She picked it out, so I gave it. Zhao Mian was shocked. Fourth brother, aren't you afraid she'll empty your entire house? Zhao Jing replied, it's just some personal belongings, as a return gift for the bracelet. Zhao Mian hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted it. All right, I'll take it. Shen Zhao immediately said, I've put the Empress's bracelet in the storeroom. I guarantee it won't be lost, you can rest assured. Zhao Mian looked at the bracelet on her wrist and thought to herself, sure enough, once you have something better, you don't wear the others. Thinking this, she said, I dropped it earlier by accident. When Kong Yi said, when shall we start practicing? My ink is ready. Shen Zhao replied, let's start now. We'll practice a few more times and strive for first place. Later, a cavalry troop passed by outside the capital. Everyone was talking about how impressive the procession was. Judging from their attire, could they be from Suo County? I heard that the new king of Suo County ascended the throne a few months ago. It seems he wants to establish relations with us. A eunuch in the palace loudly announced, the emissaries from Suo County have arrived. The emperor said in surprise, I didn't expect Suo County to send their prince personally. Prince Yuan Mu of Suo County respectfully replied, my father has always admired the culture of the Su dynasty. This time, I have the opportunity to come and learn. Of course, I also hope to convey Suo County's goodwill and establish friendly relations with your country. The emperor said, in that case, let the crown prince entertain the prince. The Taiyuan double celebration is approaching. Prince Mu can observe the customs of our great Su dynasty. Yuan Mu respectfully replied, then I shall trouble his royal highness. Crown Prince Zhao Jing smiled and said, you are too polite, prince. Having heard this, Shen Zhao asked, is your highness with that prince of Suo County today? Xiao Huang chimed in, maybe we'll see them later. When Kang Yi also said, I heard he's coming to study at our Taiyuan Academy. Zhao Mian was puzzled. A prince of a country is going to study with us. When Kang Yi replied, he's not the crown prince. It said he admires our culture and has come specifically for an exchange. We should study hard. Xiao Huang sounded a little worried. If the noble consort mentioned a marriage alliance before, could it be? Shen Zhao immediately hugged Xiao Huang and said, forget about him. let's go to the Academy celebration. Second brother is in charge of the points redemption. I want to redeem a big prize. The first event was tug of war. Shen Zhao excitedly said to Wenkangi and Zhao Mian, "You guys have to pull hard." Zhao Mian shouted, "You idiot, put some effort into it." Then Zhao Mian angrily said to Wenkangi, "You're too weak." Wenkangi replied, "The fifth prince stepped on my foot." Next was the flower arranging competition. Both Shen Zhao and Xiao Huang participated. After a while, Shen Zhao pulled Xiao Huang to play a word-guessing game. "Xiao Huang, let's go play the word-guessing game up ahead." After a while, Shen Zhao ran to Shen Fang and said, "Second brother, I want to redeem a prize." Shen Fang asked in reply, "You little sisters still want to redeem a big prize. You don't have enough points." Shen Zhao immediately asked, "Second brother, can't you combine my points to make it enough?" Xiao Huang immediately handed over a card. "Then count mine towards GG's as well." Shen Zhao then asked, "Xiao Huang, aren't you redeeming anything?" Xiao Huang replied, "I didn't participate much, and I don't have many points. Just give them to you. GG. Shen Fang took down a small ornament and said, "Sixth princess, your points are enough to redeem a small prize. This is something the sixth princess earned herself. Don't always spoil Zhao Zhao." At this moment, the crown prince came over with his points and said, "Then give mine to Zhao Zhao as well." That should be enough, right? Shen Zhao, seeing him, happily called out Crown Prince. Shen Zhao hurriedly took the points and said, "Second brother, quickly redeem the prize for me." Shen Fang didn't say anything upon seeing this. Shen Zhao happily asked, "Zhao Jing, when did you arrive?" Zhao Jing replied, "I just arrived. I saw you guys here and came over to take a look." Yuan Mu pondered for a moment and asked, "Participating in these activities allows you to redeem these things?" Shen Zhao immediately asked you, then turned and said, "Mizui Yuan Mu, nice to meet you. You must be the crown princess, right?" He then extended his hand. Shen Zhao asked, "How did you know?" Zhao Jing stepped forward to block him, saying, "It's not customary for men and women to shake hands here. Come, let me introduce everyone. This is Zuiya's second prince, Yuan Mu. Prince Mu, this is Zhao Mian, my fifth brother." Yuan Mu looked at Zhao Mian and said, "Oh, fifth prince, I've heard so much about you." Zhao Mian thought to himself, "Why is his gaze so strange when he looks at me?" Zhao Jing continued the introductions. "This is Xiao Huang, my sixth sister." Xiao Huang bowed and said, "Greetings, your highness." Yuan Mu immediately stepped forward and tightly grasped Xiao Huang's hand, saying, "I have long heard of the sixth princess's reputation. I wonder if the princess would be willing to marry me." Everyone was stunned by this. Xiao Huang stammered, Shen Fang quickly pried Yuan Mu's hand away, saying, "Prince Mu, your actions are a bit too presumptuous." Yuan Mu immediately asked, "Who are you?" Shen Fang replied, "I am merely in charge of maintaining order today. I heard that His Highness Prince Mu greatly admires our dynasty's culture. As you may know, our marriage customs are quite elaborate, requiring matchmakers, betrothal gifts, and numerous ceremonies." Yuan Mu chuckled impatiently. "I have only a rudimentary understanding. However, I've also heard that in Shao Kingdom, as long as the Shao Emperor agrees, the sixth princess can marry me." Xiao Huang was startled by these words. Shen Fang immediately said, "The matter hasn't been settled yet. Your Highness causing such a commotion in public will damage our princess's reputation." Zhao Jing also stepped forward and said, "Huang Mei is still young and not yet of age to discuss marriage. If your Highness truly wishes to marry her, and Huang Mei is also willing in the future, it won't be too late to discuss the marriage then." Yuan Mu then replied, "You're right. I was too hasty." Zhao Mian stepped forward and said, "We still need to rehearse tonight's performance a few more times. Please excuse us." Then Zhao Mian said to Xiao Huang, "Sixth sister, didn't you say you wanted to watch us rehearse? Come quickly." Shen Zhao also chimed in, "That's right. Didn't Xiao Huang say she wanted to help me review the dance?" When Kang Yi nervously added, "Your Highness, then we'll take our leave." Seeing this, Yuan Mu pondered for a moment, and Zhao Mian immediately released Xiao Huang's hand. If sixth sister doesn't want to, she could just say so directly instead of being like a wooden statue. Shen Zhao quickly defended her. "Why are you so harsh? Xiao Huang was probably frightened. That's why she's like this. Let's find a practice room and get some snacks to calm her nerves." Xiao Huang nodded in agreement, and when Kang Yi also walked to her side and said, "Fifth Highness, I know you mean well, but the sixth princess isn't like you, with noble consort Nyang Yang to rely on." Xiao Mian immediately retorted, "Then she can rely on me and fourth brother in the future. Wen Kangyi replied. If she were to rely on you, Fifth Highness, you haven't even handed in your recent schoolwork. Zhao Mian broke out in a sweat. What does this have to do with schoolwork? Wen Kangyi patiently explained, study hard, become a pillar of the state in the future, then you'll have the ability to let others rely on you. Hearing this, Zhao Mian backed down. Then it seems I'll have to rely on fourth brother in the future. Inside the practice room, after a while, Shen Zhao asked the sixth princess, Xiao Huang, what do you think of this dance? Xiao Huang excitedly replied, because Shun Jijia's sword dance is like a dragon, fourth brother will definitely like it. Kangyi Gija's rhythm is also very good, and his calligraphy is very expressive. Zhao Mian asked discontentedly, what about me? Why didn't you praise me? Xiao Huang said flusteredly, fifth brother. Shen Zhao quickly protected her. Xiao Huang, don't be afraid. Anyone who wants to be fierce to you will have to ask my sword first. Xiao Huang hesitantly said, It's the second part. The music's key change is a bit high. It would be better if it were slightly lower. When Kangyi nodded, no wonder the rhythm is a bit messy. Shen Zhao praised. Xiao Huang is still the best. She can hear everything. Xiao Huang said shyly, my mother likes to listen to music. I'm just used to listening. It's nothing special. Shen Zhao said excitedly. Then let's dance it again later. Xiao Huang, you can help us watch. As they were talking, Shun Fu pushed the door open and called out, Zhao Zhao. Shen Zhao turned around. Father. Shun Fu hugged Shen Zhao and said affectionately, Zhao Zhao, has practicing dance been tiring lately? Zhao Zhao replied, not tiring. Father, watch me perform the sword dance later. Seeing this, Zhao Mian muttered, tomboy is a tomboy, improper family style, no manners. When Kangyi asked, why does Fifth Highness look so sour? Zhao Mian replied, I wouldn't envy something like that. At this moment, the former Hamlin Academy head, the old scholar, entered and called out, Kangyi, you're going on stage to write later. Are you ready? When Kangyi said in surprise, Grandfather, the old man said, why are you so nervous today? Grandfather is here to test your skills. When Kangyi replied, yes. The old man patted When Kangyi's head. Not bad, you've improved. Perform well later. When Kangyi said, Kangyi will definitely not disgrace the Wen family name. The old man added, if you get first place in the calligraphy competition this time, Grandfather will give you my treasured item. When Kangyi said with delight, really? Kangyi will definitely give my all. Over by Shen Zhao, Shun Fu said, let father pinch your cheeks again. Shen Zhao said urgently, Father, why are you acting like second brother? Seeing this, Zhao Mian recalled his father's words. He's just another unfavored son, and the Imperial Guard General's words. If you can't surpass the Crown Prince, don't see me again. Thinking of this, Zhao Mian said, Xiao Lu, remember, we princes cannot rely on these elders. At this moment, a palace maid came to find Xiao Huang. Sixth prince, the Empress Dowager is afraid you're hungry, so she specially made your favorite pastries and had someone send them over. Xiao Huang replied, thank the Empress Dowager for me. Zhao Mian thought to himself, who cares? Then the palace maid said, Empress Dowager, be careful of the steps. Zhao Mian immediately thought, that must be my mother. He turned and called out, Mother. The Empress Dowager appeared and said, Zhao Zhao, Mian Fu, Kong, I made new clothes for all of you. Go and try them on. Everyone respectfully replied, thank you for your hard work, Empress Dowager. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. He clenched his hands tightly at the banquet. The emperor praised. This performance is quite good. The students this year are all very dedicated. Shun Fong said, Father, I still have to go on patrol later. Mother told you to drink less. Shun Father replied, I know. A group of students surrounded Wen Kangyi's grandfather and asked, Teacher, what do you think of this performance? He replied, not bad, all very good. The younger generation is admirable. The Crown Prince also asked, Xiao Mei, what do you think of the rehearsal? Xiao Huang excitedly blurted out, the lower year students think the upperclassmen did a great job. Shen Jia and the others were all doing well, but Zhao Mian was sulking alone, thinking, Mother didn't come. Mother clearly said she would come to watch my practice. This whole time, I just wanted Mother to see my hard work. I didn't want to disappoint her. That's why I tried so hard. But why didn't she come? Shen Zhao asked, why are you looking at the script so nervously? When Kangyi replied, Grandfather is here. I have to be extra careful. He was still thinking. Then what was the point of all my hard work these past few days? So he angrily pushed Shen Zhao away. Move. When Kangyi quickly called out, Fifth Prince. Shen Zhao angrily asked, Zhao Mian, what's wrong with you again? Zhao Mian replied, I'm not performing anymore. Mother is right. I'm a prince. Why should I go on stage for others to see? Outside, Wen Kong panicked. Quickly find the fifth prince. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shen Zhao worriedly said, he definitely won't show up now. Let's split up and look for him. I'll go to the less crowded areas. You go ask if anyone has seen him. When Connie agreed, okay. Inside, the poetry recitation was underway. The summer days are long, and the road stretches far. I plan to search far and wide. Xiao Huang praised. The melody and the poem work perfectly together. These upperclassmen recited so well. The Crown Prince also agreed. She also thinks this group is good. At this moment, a eunuch ran in and reported, Your Highness, the fifth prince. After hearing this, the Crown Prince said, Xiao Lu, I'll be right back. Xiao Huang asked worriedly what happened. Zhao Jing replied, Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I'll be back soon. Before I return, Xiao Lu, can you help me score the remaining groups? Xiao Huang was surprised and worried. But can Xiao Mei really do it? The Crown Prince replied, What's the big deal? You had your own opinions in the previous rounds, and there are other teachers scoring as well. After saying that, he immediately left. Yuan Mu thought to himself, the Crown Prince, as an examiner, actually left his seat. So he instructed his subordinate, go and investigate, be careful. The person replied, yes. Xiao Huang was busy grading papers when Yuan Mu walked over and said, I see the Crown Prince left all the scoring to you. The sixth princess was right. At this moment, Shun Fong interrupted. Your Highness, I'm here to collect the scores from the front hall. Xiao Huang replied, okay. Yuan Mu asked indignantly, are you done yet? Why haven't you left? Don't disturb the sixth princess while she explains things to me. Shun Fong immediately said, although my abilities are limited, I have served as an assistant teacher at the Imperial College. If Prince Yuan Mu truly wants an explanation, perhaps I can explain it to you. Yuan Mu said angrily, I insist on the sixth princess. Just then, Shun Fong suddenly pushed a cup, spilling tea on Xiao Huang's sleeve. She was startled. Shun Fong quickly knelt down. I am guilty. I accidentally knocked over the teacup. Please punish me, Your Highness. However, I'm worried Your Highness might catch a cold, so please go and change your clothes first. Punishing me can wait. Right now, only I can explain things to you. Please forgive me, Prince Yuan Mu. Yuan Mu thought to himself, why has that old man never mentioned such an annoying Shun? Could he be related to Grand Tutor Shun? Meanwhile, Zhao Mian was leaning against a tree, enjoying the cool shade, thinking, if the emperor knew I was being so irresponsible, he would definitely scold me to death. Father never liked me anyway. If he likes fourth brother so much, why did he even have me? Hearing a noise, he startled. Someone was coming. He needed to hide. Shun Zhao rushed over. Zhao Mian, where do you think you're running this time? Zhao Mian thought, oh no, the scene was too familiar. He shouted, Shun Zhao, let me go. No matter what you say, I'm not going back to perform. Shun Zhao exclaimed angrily, why are you throwing a tantrum all of a sudden? Seriously, have you been crying? Your eyes are red. Zhao Mian struggled to break free, stammering, why you're talking nonsense. Which I saw that. This prince hasn't cried since the day I was born. Shun Zhao replied, my mother always said that if a baby doesn't cry at birth, they won't survive. Zhao Mian yelled, that's not the point. After a moment, Shun Zhao asked, is it because of the noble consort? She said she was coming to see you, but she didn't. Zhao Mian replied, so what? Is that a crime? People like you, who have parents who care about them, wouldn't understand. Shun Zhao consoled him. Maybe the noble consort was delayed. Maybe she's just late. Zhao Mian mumbled, Mother's been praying to Buddha lately. She doesn't leave her chambers. What could have delayed her? Clearly, praying is more important than me. Hearing this, Shun Zhao immediately asked, the noble consort has been praying recently. Zhao Mian answered, Mother suddenly started praying to Buddha and hasn't been as attentive to me as before. Mother used to demand that I be better than fourth brother in everything. Now I wonder if she's disappointed in me, so she's praying to Buddha and ignoring me. Shun Zhao immediately said, then you should perform on stage even more. That way, the noble consort will know you're not a good-for-nothing. Zhao Mian immediately asked, are you saying I'm a good-for-nothing? Shun Zhao replied, think about it. When we win first place, the noble consort will definitely pay attention to you again. Zhao Mian retorted, first place isn't that easy to get. Shun Zhao encouraged him, why have you suddenly lost confidence? I think you're playing better and better. Zhao Mian asked, really? You really think so? Of course, we're getting more and more in sync. Even Xiao Huang said we were good after the last rehearsal. With such great progress, it must be because you've been practicing hard. Have some confidence. Zhao Mian was about to thank him when Zhao Jing suddenly appeared and called out, Shen Zhao, Xiao Wu, are you alright? Why did you run off here? Shen Zhao teased. Someone's throwing a tantrum because they're not getting enough attention. Zhao Mian hurriedly yelled, I'm not. Zhao Jing smiled and said, Xiao Wu, don't run off alone next time. Everyone was worried about you. Father is looking forward to your performance. He even asked me how the preparations were going. Zhao Mian immediately asked, really? Zhao Jing replied, absolutely. Let's go back. Later, on stage, the announcer declared, next up is Dragon's Roar, a collaborative performance by 5th Prince, Zhao Mian, Shen Zhao, and Wen Kangyi. These three classmates have been practicing together diligently. The emperor praised, Zhao Wu has improved greatly. The empress replied, Zhao Zhao and Kangyi have also worked very hard. Shen Fang smiled and said, Zhao Zhao has improved so much. Your Highness has also put in a lot of effort. The Crown Prince added, it's also thanks to her own hard work. Then they announced the first place winner for the next level was Dragon's Roar. Seeing this, Shen Zhao whispered, see, I told you we'd win. At this moment, Yuan Mu stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, since this is a cultural exchange, may the women of Sui also perform on stage. Yuan Mu would also like to invite the esteemed guest from Su Kingdom to critique Sui's dance. The emperor agreed. In that case, let her come on stage. The woman stepped forward and replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. I hope the esteemed guests will offer their guidance. Everyone was captivated by her beauty. After a round of song and dance, Xiao Huang hid to the side, whispering, Sui's dance style is so daring. Everyone loves it. Does second brother Shun Yi also like this style? He's watching so intently. After the performance, the dancer asked, What does the king of Su think of my humble dance? The emperor praised, Although it's different from our style, it's very unique and worth watching. Excellent. Yuan Mu immediately said, Since the king of Su enjoys it, this beauty is offered as a gift to your majesty. Zhao Mian, Shen Zhao, and Wen Kangyi all exclaimed in surprise. With such exceptional dancing skills, wouldn't it be a waste to offer her only to me? Empress, what do you think? The empress replied, Since she is a gift from Sui, it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse. Let her enter the palace and join the Bureau of Music and Dance. The dancer replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhao Mian thought to herself, Imperial concubine mother rarely sees Father Emperor all year round, and now Sui actually wants to offer women to Father Emperor. She's clearly not a peaceful person. Shen Zhao asked, Why does that woman keep looking at me? Zhao Mian replied, Maybe he's provoking me. When Kangyi advised, Your Highness, please calm down. After a while, Shen Zhao said excitedly, Crown Prince, come and see. They're all praising Father Emperor for sending me here. Zhao Jing replied, Indeed, many teachers gave you high marks. Shen Zhao said, Luckily you helped me practice. Look, Father Emperor even praised my demeanor. He originally wanted to give me extra lessons during the Dragon Boat Festival, but now you've taken first place. Forget it. Shen Zhao looked surprised. Your Highness has changed your mind. No more extra lessons. Zhao Jing casually said, If you really want extra lessons, we can still continue. Shen Zhao quickly said, Forget it. Thank you, Your Highness. I have to go tell Xiao Wang this good news. On the way back, Xiao Wang ran into Shen Fang. Shen Fang respectfully saluted the 6th princess. Xiao Wang returned the salute, Mr. Shen. Then she instructed her maids, Wait over there. Shen Fang approached Xiao Wang and said, 6th princess, I've come to take responsibility. Xiao Wang quickly stepped back. What? Shen Fang thought to himself, I feel like the 6th princess is a little afraid of me. Xiao Huang hurriedly said, Mr. Shen, you don't have to be punished for me. Shen Fang insisted, but I soiled your highness's dress. I feel terrible about it. Xiao Huang stammered, It's really all right, Mr. Shen. Don't worry about it. Shen Fang took another step closer. I still need to compensate. Your Highness, just tell me what you want. Anything is fine. Xiao Wang's heart skipped a beat, thinking, anything. Isn't this perfect? At that moment, Shen Zhao found them and shouted, Xiao Wang, brother, cancel the Dragon Boat Festival lessons. We can play together. Second brother, what are you doing here? Shen Fang explained, I soiled the 6th princess's dress, so I came to apologize. Shen Zhao immediately became unhappy. Second brother, how could you be so careless? Xiao Wang quickly said, He's here to make amends. Xiao Wang added, Zhao Gui, it's not what you think. Shen Fang added, I was just asking the 6th princess what she wanted. Xiao Wang had a bright idea and said, Then, Mr. Shun, would you be willing to take me out of the palace on the Dragon Boat Festival? Not just me. I want everyone to go together. Shen Zhao agreed. Good idea. Just then, Zhao Jing walked over and said, I want to go too. Everyone has been working hard practicing lately. It would be nice to go out and have some fun during the Dragon Boat Festival. Shen Fong replied, then I'll make the arrangements. Shen Zhao said happily, it's been a long time since I've been out of the palace. This time, I'm going to make up for all the missed lessons. The Crown Prince then asked, or should we finish the rest of the lessons after we get back? At this moment, the Imperial Concubine's gentle voice came, you got first place at Taiyuan Academy this time. It seems your zither skills have really improved. Your father Emperor also kept praising you in his commendation letter. It's just that your grandmother suddenly had an urgent matter and needed me, so I couldn't go and see you. Zhao Mian smiled and said, if Mother Concubine wants to listen, Guffey, and I can play a duet. The Imperial Concubine rested her chin on her hand and smiled. Since you're going out to play today, there's no need. Be careful when you're out. Don't run around, and don't eat anything strange. Zhao Mian's forehead beaded with sweat. I understand, Mother Concubine. The Imperial Concubine added, if anyone bullies you, come back and tell me. Jiamile ran off happily. Mother Concubine, I'm off. The Imperial Concubine thought to herself, oh dear, it looks like I'll have to invite some new dancers to perform at Yingxiu Palace. Xiao Huang happily admired the sachet. She was making mugwort sachets to give to everyone and also to second brother Shun. At that moment, a voice came from behind her. Sixth Princess, what a coincidence. Yuan Mu smiled as he walked up from behind. I heard that the Sixth Princess is going out today. We don't have Dragon Boat Festival celebrations in Suwa County. I wonder if the Sixth Princess could take me along. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Seeing that Xiao Huang didn't answer, Yuan Mu smiled again and said, what is the Sixth Princess holding in her hand? I know, it's a mugwort sachet, right? Xiao Huang clutched the sachet tightly in her hand. Yuan Mu pretended not to notice. There are 5 sachets here. Besides the Crown Prince, the 5th Prince, Shen Zhao, and Wen Shudong, who is the extra one for? Could it be that the 6th Princess knew I was coming and prepared it for me in advance? Xiao Huang nervously said, no, this is Mine. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and Zhao Jing and Shen Zhao stepped in front of Xiao Huang, scolding, why are you always sticking to Xiao Huang like glue? Yuan Mu replied shamelessly, Miss Shen Zhao misunderstands. It's just a coincidence. Besides, the 6th Princess even prepared a sachet for me. Xiao Huang pursed her lips and said anxiously, I didn't. Yuan Mu continued to smile. Surely it wasn't for that bookworm who took everyone out to play, right? Shen Fang's voice interjected. Prince Yuan seems to have misunderstood. The mugwort sachets for the Dragon Boat Festival are meant to bring good fortune and ward off evil. The extra one was probably prepared by the 6th Princess herself. Yuan Mu chuckled, I see. I thought Shen Fang had brought an extra sachet. I also prepared mugwort sachets. If Prince Yuan wants one, feel free to take one. Shen Fang offered them, and Yuan Mu pondered, looking at the sachets in Shen Fang's hand. Shen Fang smiled. Prince Yuan, you don't have to be so polite. I originally intended to prepare mosquito-repelling sachets for everyone. I didn't expect Her Highness to prepare them as well. How about I have the cheek to trade one of mine for one of yours? Xiao Huang rolled her eyes, as long as Mr. Shen doesn't mind. Shen Fang continued, it's getting late. Let's go meet the Crown Prince and the others. Xiao Huang nodded in agreement. A moment later, in the carriage, Zhao Mian muttered, Xiao Lu, why did you bring this guy along? Yuan Mu, riding alongside, grinned. Xiao Huang said helplessly, I didn't. He insisted on following. Zhao Jing spoke. He said he wanted to learn about traditional culture. We couldn't very well chase him away, so we left it to second brother Shen Fang to handle. When Kangyi added, 5th Prince, you've already taken Her Highness's mugwort sachet, so say less. Xiao Mian smacked her lips. The streets of the capital were bustling with activity. Standing in front of Mozhang Zhai, Shen Zhao said blankly, second brother, why are we going to a bookstore? Mian was equally puzzled. I thought we were going out to have fun. Zhao Jing said calmly, I asked Shen Fang to add it to the itinerary. Both of them were shocked. Seeing their expressions, Shen Fang sighed helplessly. I knew it. Zhao Jing said matter-of-factly, I heard that Mozhang Zhai is the largest bookstore in the capital, so I wanted to take a look. Besides, they have tea and pastries and a reading room. I think it's quite interesting. When Kangyi looked at her admiringly, as expected of your highness, Shen Fang added, that's right, this is one of Mozhang Zhai's special features. They have a wide variety of books, including many popular illustrated stories. It seems there's some commotion up ahead. Shen Zhao immediately entered. Second brother, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhao Mian quickly followed. What are we waiting for? Let's go look at the books. A moment later, in the quiet tea room, the aroma of tea lingered. Zhao Jing couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this place's reputation has reached the palace. They have all sorts of books, and the atmosphere is so elegant. It's truly a suitable place to quietly read. Just then, the door opened, and Shen Zhao walked in happily. Your Highness, have you chosen your books? Zhao Jing replied, yes, I have. What about you? What books did you get? Shen Zhao proudly held up 3 books. They're all popular illustrated stories. Would your Highness like to read them together? Zhao Jing sighed. I don't read those kinds of things. Shen Zhao excitedly opened a book. Then I'll read Pampered by the General after being dumped. Oh, the female lead gets dumped right at the beginning. Zhao Jing snatched the book away, looking a bit guilty. What are you reading? Don't read those kinds of books. You've been working hard lately, and I'm not planning on breaking off the engagement anymore. Shen Zhao was stunned. Your Highness, I didn't say I wanted to break off the engagement. It's just a book. Didn't your Highness already make things clear with me? Zhao Jing stammered, cough. Let's read something else. Shen Zhao excitedly opened another book. Then I'll read he regretted the breakup after it was too late. Zhao Jing was confused. Why is it another breakup story? Shen Zhao said seriously, I heard these are very popular outside. Yuan Mu said helplessly, why are you always following me? Shen Fang calmly replied, of course. I'm accompanying Prince Yuan to look at books. He began to introduce, these are all books on folk culture. Would you like me to pick a few for you? Yuan Mu thought to himself, such nice words. Isn't it just to stop me from getting close to the 6th princess? Suddenly, he sensed something and quickly took a step back. Shen Fang was still talking about Mr. Lin's example when he suddenly froze. Yuan Mu was on the other side, blocking Xiao Huang. 6th princess, are you here for books as well? Xiao Huang was taken aback, and Yuan Mu continued speaking on his own. Is that sheet music in the 6th princess's hand? Shen Fang walked over. Prince Yuan, all the music theory books are over there. Let me show you to another area. Yuan Mu sneered. I knew you were just putting on the damsel in distress act. Are you trying to make me, a prince, your errand boy, 6th princess? Shen Fang frowned slightly. Prince Yuan, please be respectful. Xiao Wang called out, enough. She thought to herself that she couldn't always rely on others to help her out of trouble, and she couldn't always be a burden. She said seriously, Your Highness Yuan Mu, please do not casually ruin other people's reputations. If the Emperor wants me to marry into your kingdom, I won't say anything, so your Highness doesn't need to go to such lengths. Xiao Huang, you need to pay more attention to your demeanor in the future. Once I'm really married, no one will help me manage these things anymore. Xiao Huang continued. However, Father Emperor hasn't issued the decree yet, so please be respectful, Your Highness Yuan Mu. She comforted herself silently, telling herself not to be afraid and that she would learn to rely on herself. After speaking, she left him. Yuan Mu licked his lips, thinking to himself, I thought she was a little lamb. How interesting. Elsewhere, Zhao Mian excitedly read from a book, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the young and poor. When Kang Yi said helplessly, 5th Highness, can you please not recite such dramatic lines in front of me? Zongzi making ingredients were laid out in front of them. Shen Fang said, since it's the Dragon Boat Festival, Zongzi are a must. The Purple Pagoda has prepared all the ingredients, so let's all experience making Zongzi together. Shen Zhao asked Xiao Wang, what filling do you want for your Zongzi? Xiao Wang replied, sweet red bean paste. I want to bring some back to the palace for my mother. Shen Zhao asked curiously, speaking of which, why isn't that Yuan Mu following you around? Xiao Wang said indifferently, I told him that as long as Father Emperor issues the decree, I will marry him, so he doesn't need to waste any more effort on me. Shen Zhao said in shock, are you really going to marry him in the future? I don't think he's a good person. Besides, what if you meet someone you like later? Xiao Huang subconsciously glanced at Shen Fang. Mutual love was too difficult to come by. Marrying into another kingdom could establish good relations with other countries, and it was also a contribution to the stability of the Su kingdom. Shen Fang earnestly instructed the 5th Highness in front of her, meat Zongzi isn't just meat. Xiao Mian replied, didn't I also add glutinous rice? Xiao Huang smiled and added, besides, they were the ones who first proposed a marriage, so they shouldn't mistreat me. Shen Zhao was a little worried, but at this moment, Zhao Jing interrupted. Shen Zhao, have you finished wrapping your zongzi? Shen Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. Your Highness. Xiao Huang said, Fourth brother, let Xiao Ji take my zongzi to the kitchen first. You two can chat. She thought to herself that it would be good to give Jiao Guwei and fourth brother some alone time. After saying that, she left. Shen Zhao asked in confusion, Xiao Huang, why didn't you wait for me to leave together? Zhao Jing asked with a smile, what filling did you use? Shen Zhao said proudly, I put all my favorite fillings in it. It must be delicious. Her two zongzi were wrapped a little loosely. Zhao Jing reached out and said, how come the filling is falling out of your zongzi before they're even cooked? Give them to me, I'll tighten them, and then fold the leaves back and tie them tightly. Shen Zhao quickly tightened them. All right, your Highness is truly amazing. Zhao Jing smiled. It's because second brother explained it in detail that I was able to wrap them well. Shen Zhao rested her chin on her hand, smiling brightly. In my eyes, your Highness is the most amazing. There seems to be nothing your Highness can't do. Zhao Jing was a little embarrassed. After all, I am the crown prince. I have to do everything to the best of my ability. Shen Zhao asked curiously, then do you also hope that the crown princess will be perfect, which is why you arranged for Shui Xiaowan? Zhao Jing rested his chin on his hand and said, Shen Zhao, as the crown prince, there are many censors watching my every word and action every day, not to mention the way family is always looking for opportunities to pull me down. So Father Emperor has always been very strict with me. I can't make mistakes. I used to think that the crown princess should be dignified like Mother, without any weaknesses. But in reality, Mother has always been very unhappy. More importantly, you can laugh whenever you want, carefree, and I sometimes envy that. So I think I should be the one to strive for perfection. As long as I'm strong enough, the court officials won't casually criticize you, and you won't be under pressure. Shen Zhao frowned and said, Your Highness, are you trying to shoulder everything alone again? If your Highness thinks I can be the crown princess, don't underestimate me. If becoming a perfect crown princess can lessen your Highness's burden, I will do my best. I admire that your Highness can do everything, but we're here to have fun today. Why don't you relax a bit? Zhao Jing smiled at her. You're right. Since we're out having fun, let's not think too much. Shen Zhao excitedly picked up a pastry. Then your Highness, please relax with this perfect zongzi cake and enjoy the deliciousness. The drums beat rapidly, and the strong contestants began to row with all their might. Shen Zhao cheered excitedly for the dragon boat team, shouting, Jiaolong team, Jiaolong team. She turned to her second brother and asked with a smile, Second brother, I want to row a dragon boat too. Shen Fong gave a strange smile. Xiao Mei, that's a bit dangerous. Zhao Mian mumbled, Shin Shaxi and Sheng. Why aren't there any dragon boats for the Dragon Boat Festival? It's so boring. Shen Fong smiled. Although there aren't any dragon boats, there are flower boats. Hearing this, Shen Zhao retorted, Second brother, why didn't you say so earlier? With that, Shen Zhao ran off quickly. I want to be the first one on board. Xiao Mian was not to be outdone. Shen Zhao, move aside, let me go first. Shen Fong watched the two rush over, a knowing smile on his face. Xiao Mian said as she ran, You're such an embarrassing imperial sister-in-law. Why don't you let me go first? Shen Zhao shouted, I want to pick the best spot. Suddenly, two hands landed on their shoulders, and the owner's voice was stern. You too. Zhao Jing warned angrily, no running around on the boat. Xiao Mian and Shen Zhao both looked a little guilty. Xiao Mian only dared to whisper, Fourth brother. Shen Zhao also looked ashamed. Behind them, Wen Kangyi secretly admired in his heart. As expected of his Highness, he can instantly subdue these two little ones. Shen Zhao ran onto the boat. The view from his second floor is better. Let's go to the second floor. Zhao Jing reminded, Slow down, stay downstairs first. Shen Fong looked helplessly at the boat, then turned to Xiao Huang and said, Sixth princess, do you need me to help you onto the boat? Xiao Huang looked over when she heard her name. Shen Fong extended his hand, and Xiao Huang hesitated. She was about to place her hand in Shen Fong's when Yuan Mu's voice suddenly came from behind. Why do you always seem to want to get close to her? Xiao Huang was startled and quickly withdrew her hand. Shen Fong smiled. His Highness didn't bring any attendants today, so naturally I have to look after you. Yuan Mu retorted, Then I can also help the princess. Why only let him help? Saying this, Yuan Mu also extended his hand. Xiao Huang looked at his hand and paused for a moment. No need. The princess of Jiaosu isn't so weak that she needs help getting on a boat. She walked past the two of them without looking back and boarded the boat. Shen Zhao poked her head out and called, "Xiao Huang, come up to the second floor." Xiao Huang looked up. "Coming." Yuan Mu asked with a smile, "Are you all on board?" Shen Shaoxian hadn't boarded yet. Shen Fong smiled faintly. A moment later, on the boat, Shen Zhao said excitedly, "Aren't these the pastries from Qingxijiang?" Shen Fong smiled gently. "I saw that everyone in the palace couldn't get them, so I specially arranged it." Shen Zhao turned to Zhao Jing and said, "Crown Prince brother, try it. Second brother often bought these for me when I was little. They're so delicious." She offered a pastry, especially this flaky lotus seed paste cake. "I'll feed you." Zhao Jing was stunned, his face flushing red. When Kang Yi and Zhao Mian rushed over in shock. "What are you doing to my fourth brother in public? You're so shameless." Shen Zhao looked bewildered. "But my dad often has my mom feed him, and there aren't many people around." Before she could finish speaking, Zhao Jing snatched the pastry from her hand. "I'll eat this one myself. I'll take care of the rest." After saying that, Zhao Jing took a bite of the pastry Shen Zhao had offered him. Shen Zhao immediately asked, "Aren't Changhua Zheng's pastries especially delicious? They live up to their reputation, right?" Zhao Mian and Wen Kangyi were both stunned. Zhao Mian asked Wen Kangyi, breaking out in a cold sweat, "Do you think fourth brother has been possessed?" Sunlight sparkled on the clear water. Shen Zhao called out happily, "Xiao Huang, look, there are fish over there." Xiao Huang, however, showed little interest. Xiao Huang forced a smile. "It's nothing. I just think those fish are so carefree." Shen Zhao rested her chin in her hand. "They are, aren't they? They don't have to do homework." "That's not true. I promised Crown Prince brother that I would study hard and strive to be the best Crown Princess." After saying that, she glared back at the people behind her, as if blaming them for thinking that way. Zhao Mian was the most relaxed. When Kang Yi reminded from behind, "Fifth Highness, you need to be mindful of your image in public." Zhao Mian waved his hand dismissively. "Leave me alone." Zhao Jing also walked over. "Fifth brother hasn't been doing his homework lately." When Kang Yi agreed, "Yes, he hasn't handed in a single assignment." Zhao Mian protested, "Aren't we out to have fun today?" Shen Zhao isn't studying over there either. Zhao Jing glanced at Shen Zhao with a smile. "Since we're out to have fun today, let Shen Zhao and the others enjoy themselves." Zhao Mian was unconvinced. "Then why can't I have fun?" Zhao Jing retorted, "You haven't been studying hard lately. Haven't you played enough?" Hearing this, Shen Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had finally escaped questioning. She had thought she was going to be quizzed. After a while, she sighed again. "It's a pity second brother has to stay upstairs and watch you and Yuan Mu. He can't play with us." Xiao Huang casually asked, "Speaking of which, Xiao Jiao, do you know if Shen Shaoshan has anyone she likes?" Shen Zhao thought for a moment. Jiang Zhao seemed to have mentioned that her second brother was pursuing a girl. She replied, "Oh, right. When I first entered the palace, second sister Jiang seemed to mention that my second brother was pursuing a girl." Xiao Huang turned her head in a daze. Just then, Shen Fong appeared and ruffled Shen Zhao's hair. Shen Zhao exclaimed in surprise, "Second brother." Xiao Huang quickly turned her head to look elsewhere. Shen Zhao asked, "Why are you down here? Where's Yuan Mu? You need to keep him away from Xiao Huang." Shen Fong sat down wearily, rubbing his forehead. "He was too boisterous, so I just got him drunk. Let me rest for a bit." Shen Zhao asked worriedly, "Second brother, are you all right?" Shen Fong forced a smile. "I'm fine, just need a little rest." He suddenly remembered something and quickly stood up. "Apologies, Your Highness. I smell strongly of alcohol. I'll go sit somewhere else." He thought to himself, "My head is a bit dizzy." Xiao Huang quickly waved her hand. It's okay. Just rest here, it doesn't matter." Shen Fong smiled. "Then I'll impose." Shen Zhao practically pushed him outwards. "Second brother, go get some fresh air. Don't let the alcohol fumes bother Xiao Huang." Shen Fong stumbled, saying, "I know, don't push, I'm going." Shen Fong wondered, "Did I just vaguely hear you mention me?" "Did I?" Shen Zhao answered honestly, "We were just talking about how second sister Jiang said you pursued a girl before, just curious." Xiao Huang was startled by her frankness, and Shen Fong was also a little surprised. "Second sister Jiang said that." Shen Zhao replied, "Yes. So did you catch her? Which family's daughter is she?" Xiao Huang looked at him nervously. Shen Fong rubbed his forehead helplessly. Second sister Jiang didn't explain clearly. "Don't ask eldest brother about these things." Shen Zhao excitedly tugged on his sleeve. "What does it have to do with eldest brother? Tell me." Shen Fong answered, "My eldest brother likes my classmate, but he's too shy, so he asked me to deliver things for him." Shen Zhao teased, "Who didn't even tell me. Does this mean we'll have a sister-in-law soon?" Shen Fong looked into the distance, his tone uncertain. Is an eldest brother going to the border? He hasn't mentioned this in his recent letters. Eldest brother isn't married yet, so mother won't rush me. He smiled smugly. Shen Zhao looked at him suspiciously. I think you just don't want eldest brother to get married. Shen Fong laughed. Don't overthink it, Your Highness. Did you have fun today? Being addressed, Xiao Huang's face flushed red. Shen Fong felt a little guilty. I didn't expect His Highness Yuan Mu to come. I'm so sorry. Xiao Huang avoided his gaze. It's okay. I'm happy just to be able to sneak out and have some fun. Shen Fong said, then rest for a while. We'll return to the palace later. We have to get you back before the palace gates close. Upstairs, Yuan Mu sat up, rubbing his eyes. That Shen Fong is such a bother. At the Shen residence, Shen Zhao said in confusion, Isn't this my house? Has second brother not sobered up yet? Shen Zhao's parents came out to greet her personally. Xiao Zhao. Shen Zhao ran over excitedly. Mother, I miss you so much. Her parents embraced her. His Highness the Crown Prince said you would be coming home today. Shen Zhao was a little surprised. She turned as if to ask Zhao Jing, who explained, I figured you hadn't been home in a long time and must be homesick. So I took the opportunity to leave the palace and ask the Empress Dowager to let you return. You can go back to the palace tomorrow morning. Shen Zhao threw herself into his arms, touched. Thank you, Your Highness. You're the best. Zhao Mian and Wen Kongyi were both stunned by this scene. Zhao Jing blushed and coughed lightly. Remember to be on time for class tomorrow. Shen Zhao waved. See you tomorrow, Your Highness. Second brother, remember to come back early after you've seen him off. Zhao Mian suddenly blushed. That girl is so shameless. Wen Kongyi also blushed, worriedly saying, I hope Your Highness doesn't become lovesick. Xiao Huang was confused. It's just a hug. Dao Jiji will be the crown princess in the future. Xiao Mian pouted, but she should still pay attention to the occasion. Doesn't she understand etiquette? Fourth brother, don't you agree? Zhao Jing was staring out the window, lost in thought. He only came back to himself after being called twice. Seeing this, Wen Kongyi felt a pang of sympathy. Your Highness, are you truly all right in the palace? In Sheila residence within the imperial palace, Xiao Huang put her mask and other items into a box. While she was lost in thought, her parents walked in. Xiao Huang quickly closed the box. Mother, I want to join Dao Gij and the others for morning exercises with Master Shun. I don't expect to become very strong, but at least I'll be able to protect myself when I get married. Her parents, worried about the emperor's decision to marry her off for political reasons, asked, Do you know everything now? Xiao Huang softly replied, and her parents held her in their arms with heartache. It was all the Empress Dowager's fault for being useless. Xiao Huang nestled in their embrace. I don't blame the Empress Dowager. At this moment, Xiao Mian walked in, holding a box of pastries. Empress Dowager, I brought back lotus seed cakes, and also the dancer, Zhang Shi. Inger, a stunning beauty, curtsied slightly. Fifth prince. Xiao Mian immediately frowned. What are you doing here? Noble consort, Guifei, languidly rested her chin on her hand. I was curious about their country's dances, so I summoned her to perform for entertainment. Xiao Mian watched her leave. Empress Dowager, I don't think they're good people. Guifei frowned. Why do you say that? Xiao Mian moved closer. It's just a feeling. That Lao Wu and Mu keep staring at me. Guifei scoffed. You're this old and still relying on intuition. How can you lose your composure just because of a foreign prince? They're just here to improve diplomatic relations. Don't overthink it. Xiao Mian pursed his lips. I understand. Guifei smiled. All right, didn't you say you brought lotus seed cakes? Xiao Mian brightened up again. Yes, I heard the pastries from Wen's residence are very famous. What does the Empress Dowager think? Guifei elegantly dabbed her mouth. Not bad. What's this next to it? Xiao Mian said excitedly. It's the Zhang family meat pie that I made myself. Empress Dowager, please try it. Guifei was speechless. No, thank you. Inside the Chengshang Fu, Chancellor Wei was quietly reading. A gust of wind blew in, causing the candle flame to flicker. Chancellor Wei frowned. Wu Yuanmu appeared at the window, waving and greeting Chancellor Wei. Chancellor Wei calmly asked, Prince Yuanmu, what brings you here so late at night? Yuanmu strode in. As partners, I think Chancellor Wei can do me a small favor. Don't you agree? He stepped on a desk, finally prompting Chancellor Wei to look up at him. What does Prince Yuanmu want? Yuanmu smiled faintly. It's nothing difficult. Just transfer Shen Fong far away from me. Chancellor Wei frowned. Doesn't Prince Yuanmu have the confidence to deal with Shen Fong? Suddenly, A gust of wind blew, ruffling a few strands of his hair. Yuanmu toyed with a knife in his hand, still smiling. Since Chancellor Wei contacted us first, you have to show some sincerity in this cooperation, right? Chancellor Wei, seeing his arrogance, clenched his fists and clicked his tongue. He'll be banished to the frontier in a few years anyway. Why is Prince Yuanmu so impatient? Yuanmu toyed with the knife in his hand. Then let's settle it early. I believe this isn't difficult for the Chancellor. The next morning, Shen Zhao exclaimed in surprise, "What? Second brother is going to the frontier too." Shen Fang comforted her. "Why are you so surprised? I have to go sooner or later, so just consider it going early and returning early." Shen Zhao threw herself into his arms. Acting spoiled, "Big brother is not here, and now you're leaving too. I won't be able to see either of you when I come home in the future." Shen Fang comforted her again. "I'll be back in a few years. Father wants me to gain some experience." Shen Zhao turned to Zhao Jing, pleading, "Your Highness, can you ask them not to let second brother go?" Zhao Jing looked troubled. His Majesty has already decided. Shen Fang patted her head. "Don't make things difficult for the Crown Prince. I am, after all, a member of the Shen family. When I return, I hope Zhao Jiao will have made some progress as well." Shen Zhao said dejectedly, "Second brother, you can go then." At this moment, a voice rang out. "What a pity. I won't be able to listen to Mr. Shen's lectures anymore." Yuanmu said with a smile. Shen Zhao looked bewildered. "What do you mean?" Zhao Jing stepped forward to explain. "Prince Yuan will be studying with us from today onwards." Yuanmu continued. "Miss Shen, it seems we'll be classmates from now on." Shen Zhao was still a little dazed. "But you're the same age as my second brother." Yuanmu didn't hesitate. "My foundation is poor, so I can only start from the beginning." Shen Fang gently coaxed her, pulling her away softly. "All right, it's about time I left. Take care of yourself in the palace." Shen Zhao called out pitifully, "Second brother." Shen Fang cupped his hands in a respectful bow. "Your Highness, please take care of Zhao Jiao." Zhao Jing glanced at him. "Don't worry, second brother Shen. I won't let Shen Zhao be bullied." Shen Zhao also reminded him, "Second brother, you also have to take care of yourself." Shen Fang smiled. "Don't worry, I'll bring you a gift when I return." Xiao Huang stood at a distance, her expression downcast. She thought to herself, "It seems it's not my turn to say goodbye. I can only leave on my own." That night, Yuanmu wrote a letter. "Imperial sister, everything here is as expected. Regarding the arrangements with the Chancellor, what does Imperial brother think? The matter of the marriage alliance should be without obstacles. We'll discuss it later. As for the remaining Crown Prince, everything is under Imperial sister's control." The next morning at the Imperial Academy, Shen Zhao frowned. "Oh my." She slumped tiredly on the desk. Seeing this, Zhao Mian said, "It's just your second brother leaving. Your sighing is distracting me from reading." Shen Zhao pouted. "You don't understand." She retorted fiercely. "It's not your brother who left. Of course you're not sad." Zhao Mian said smugly, "My brother is the Crown Prince, much more impressive than your brother." He spoke with increasing pride. "Do you dare say my brother is inferior to yours?" Shen Zhao cried out in a fluster. "That's different." Zhao Jing said exasperatedly, "What are you two even arguing about?" Zhao Mian continued to gloat. "Shen Zhao, just admit it, your brother lost." Shen Zhao yelled, You're so unreasonable." She pointed angrily at the other two. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Lu and Wenkangi." Xiao Huang blushed, and Wenkangi found the argument childish and boring. He said, "Do we even need to ask? Of course, His Highness the Crown Prince is more impressive. Young Master Shen always goes easy on you too, which isn't really setting a good example." Xiao Huang's face reddened, and he covered his face with his book. I abstain. Xiao Mian crowed. 2-1, my brother wins. Do you yield?" Shen Zhao frowned. "You didn't win at all. What's there to be smug about?" Xiao Mian lifted his chin. "But since neither of your brothers are in the capital, you can call me brother from now on. I can protect you, of course. You have to listen to me and be a good little sister." Shen Zhao turned her head back to her book. "In your dreams, I'll rely on myself and study." Xiao Mian scoffed. "Ungrateful. Doesn't know how to appreciate a good opportunity." Suddenly, Zhao Jing coughed lightly. "If you miss your second brother, you can also call me brother. Whatever second brother Shen can do, I will also find a way to do it for him." Shen Zhao asked doubtfully, "But your Highness the Crown Prince didn't let me call you brother before." Zhao Jing blushed and lowered his head. "Now that you don't have a brother around, it's not impossible. Besides, I promised your second brother I would take good care of you." Shen Zhao smiled happily. "Thank you, brother Crown Prince." Zhao Jing smiled with satisfaction. "You can tell me anything. I will back you up." Shen Zhao unhesitatingly pointed at the person beside her. "I want to report Xiao Mian for hiding a play script in his textbook. Zhao Mian panicked. No, don't talk nonsense. At this moment, Yuan Mu walked over and picked up Zhao Mian's textbook, reading aloud. Everyone saw a flash of cold light and faintly heard the sound of a dragon's roar. Isn't this the script of that young wanderer play? Zhao Jing looked coldly at Zhao Mian. Zhao Mian was terrified. Fourth brother. Yuan Mu said, Your Highness the Crown Prince is being too strict. The teacher isn't here. It's fine to relax a bit during self-study. I also like this play. Zhao Mian exclaimed in delight. I didn't expect you to have such good taste. Zhao Jing coughed lightly, and Zhao Mian immediately changed his tune. This kind of leisure reading should be left for after class. But even though you have good taste, stay away from Xiao Lu. He glared at Yuan Mu. Yuan Mu said calmly, I just think this seat is close to the podium and happens to be next to the princess. When Connie appeared at this moment and pushed him aside, if you love studying so much, why don't I sit in the middle? It's just the right place to supervise those who don't study. He began to chatter incessantly. This is a place for studying. Since you're here, you should study hard. How can you think about resting, relaxing, and reading plays all day? Everyone around him was rendered speechless by his nagging. At the Imperial Academy, when Connie was still earnestly instructing, Your Highness Mu, this stroke should be more fluid, and this part should be more precise. Yuan Mu inwardly groaned, so long-winded. Zhao Jing said, Xiao Wu, catch up on the schoolwork you've fallen behind on. Zhao Mian listlessly replied, I know, fourth brother. After a while, the teacher said, That's all for today. Yuan Mu and Mu Ti walked up to Zhao Mian. Your Highness 5, please wait a moment. Zhao Mian asked coldly, What do you want? Yuan Mu smiled and took out a book. Since everyone likes reading, why don't we discuss it together? Zhao Mian's expression brightened. Are you talking about this one? Well, it's not like we can't talk about it. A moment later, Yuan Mu said happily, I really admire the protagonist of this play, wielding his sword across the land, free and unrestrained. Zhao Mian happily agreed. Yes, I think so too. Yuan Mu casually remarked, It's a pity my imperial sister is so strict with me, insisting I study here. Actually, I originally wanted to be a carefree prince. Zhao Mian said excitedly, Me too. Anyway, I think that's what Father Emperor intends. Yuan Mu laughed. So, Your Highness 5, do you have any good methods for slacking off? You must teach me. Zhao Mian said confidently, Of course. He thought to himself, the noble consort was right. This person isn't actually that annoying. Shen Zhao held her head in her hands, biting on her pen tip. Math is so hard, she complained. Why do I always get different answers? Zhao Jing patiently explained, Break down the steps. Take it one step at a time. Shen Zhao asked dejectedly, Brother Crown Prince, am I stupid? Zhao Jing comforted her. These problems are a bit difficult. Take your time. There's no rush. Shen Zhao excitedly grabbed a pastry. You're right. Let's have a snack first, then continue. From behind the curtain, Zhao Jiaqing sighed as he watched this scene. These two children have been getting along quite well recently. Song Shuyun smiled with satisfaction. Yes, Jinger is very easygoing with Yao Yao. Zhao Jiaqing's expression changed, and he asked coldly, How is the noble consort lately? Song Shuyun replied, Luo has been chanting scriptures and worshipping Buddha recently. Zhao Jiaqing pondered, worshipping Buddha. She never believed in these things before. Song Shuyun smiled. Perhaps she's just seeking peace of mind. Zhao Jiaqing became alert. I think the Prime Minister hasn't given up on replacing the Crown Prince. I'm still uneasy. Remember to keep a close eye on the noble consort. Song Shuyun said confidently, Luo isn't that kind of person. She hasn't had much contact with her family since entering the palace. Zhao Jiaqing's face darkened, and he said firmly, She still resents me for what happened when she entered the palace. Song Shuyun closed her eyes. Back then, we were no match for the Wei family. My choice was the best one at the time. Zhao Jiaqing said decisively, Forget it. Shen Yao is still the crown princess, and the crown prince's position is still secure. This matter must not go wrong. Pay close attention to the affairs within the palace. Shen Yao's innocent voice came from behind the curtain. Brother Crown Prince, you should try this pastry too. Zhao Jiaqing frowned. We'll find a few more capable concubines for Jinger later. Song Shuyun said seriously. Jinger said himself that he doesn't want to take any concubines. Zhao Jiaqing was displeased. Jinger is too willful, and you're indulging him. Don't you understand the benefits of marriage alliances? Song Shuyun hesitated. Zhao Jiaqing insisted, There's no rush. Maybe he'll change his mind in a few years. On the training grounds, swords clashed as Zhao Jing deftly turned his sword to block Shen Lifeng's attack. Shen Lifeng praised him generously. Not bad. Your Highness's swordsmanship has improved again. Both of them tapped their toes and simultaneously separated. Just then, Shen Yao yawned as she walked over. I really don't understand how Brother Crown Prince has so much energy, even though studying is so tiring. Xiao Huang asked, did Sister Yao stay up late reading scripts again? Shen Yao looked a little guilty. Yes, the script ambushed me first. Behind her, Zhao Mian spoke disdainfully. After all these years in the palace, you still dare to yawn in front of so many people. So unrefined. No wonder people say country bumpkins will always be country bumpkins. Don't cry if you lose the competition later. If you beg me, I might let you win. Shen Yao retorted, who's letting who win? Maybe Huang Sa is just used to bullying you. Their gazes clashed like lightning. Xiao Huang thought awkwardly to herself, Sister Yao and fifth brother are always like this. Just then, a sound caught her attention. When Kangyi, making a last-minute effort, took out a cheat sheet and muttered softly, first chop down, then pick it up, left foot first, then left foot again. He became more and more nervous as he read, and finally cried out in fear, Sixth Highness, please go easy on me later. Xiao Huang comforted him helplessly. Don't be nervous. I'm still not used to practicing either. At that moment, Shen Lifeng called out, all right, Your Highness, let's stop here for today. Shen Yao happily brought over some water. Brother Crown Prince, your swordsmanship is getting better and better. Take a break. Zhao Jing took the water with a smile. Thank you for your trouble. Shen Lifeng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Not a single word for your father. Zhao Mian clicked her tongue disapprovingly. She only says nice things to fourth brother. So fake. Xiao Huang walked over. Fifth brother is getting engaged soon, right? I heard the noble consort is making arrangements. Zhao Mian sighed. Don't mention it. Mother consort picked only delicate girls for me. It's so boring. It's no fun if we can't go out and have adventures together. Suddenly, she asked, has Yuan Mu proposed to Father Emperor yet? Xiao Huang replied, somewhat absent-mindedly. Mother consort said they're working out the details. Xiao Mian said proudly, actually, Yuan Mu is quite good. He's very interesting to be with. If you marry him, you definitely won't be bored. Xiao Huang hesitated for a moment. Then Xiao Mian patted her shoulder. If he dares to bully you, just write back, and I'll back you up. Xiao Huang smiled. Okay, thanks fifth brother. When Kangyi suddenly appeared, interrupting, Fifth Prince, shouldn't you and Yuan Mu be studying diligently? You've fallen behind in your studies recently. You should prioritize your academics. Xiao Mian frowned. Don't go tattling to my fourth brother. I won't skip class anymore, okay? At that moment, Shen Lifeng called out, Fifth Prince, it's your turn to compete with Jiao Jiao. Xiao Mian immediately dashed over, saying proudly, I'm coming. It's not too late to beg me now. Shen Yao put her hands on her hips. I'll talk. Watch how I beat you. Both of them were full of fighting spirit, saying simultaneously, I'm definitely going to win today. Fourth brother, don't you think so? Zhao Jing looked helplessly at the two, baring their teeth at each other. Winning or losing isn't important. Just do your best. Xiao Mian slapped the table angrily. I was careless today. Don't get cocky. Shen Yao folded her arms triumphantly. A loss is a loss. Admit it, I'm just better than you. Zhao Jing came up from behind and placed his hands on their heads. It's time to prepare for class. Get your books out. The two immediately became obedient. Shen Yao looked perplexed. The recent policy essays are really hard to understand. Practicing swordsmanship is much easier. Zhao Jing smiled. What don't you understand? I'll explain it to you again. Just then, a voice called out from the door, Crown Prince. Lu Mingshi, the daughter of the Vice Minister of Revenue, appeared with a gentle smile. After I went back last night, I wrote an annotation on the policy essay the teacher explained. I wonder if my interpretation is correct. She presented the paper. Since we're classmates, could your highness please critique it for me? Zhao Jing glanced at it and gave Kangyi a look. When Kangyi understood and went over to take Lu Mingshi's paper. No need to trouble his highness. I can take a look too. Lu Mingshi looked a little embarrassed. When Kangyi seriously opened it and reviewed it, then frowned. He said coldly, you want his highness to critique it. His highness's time is precious. If every classmate came to ask, wouldn't it be a waste of his time? He folded the paper. I've read it. It's flowery and impractical, filled with empty words. Your understanding of the policy essay is superficial. The only thing worth looking at is this character. Good. But I injured my hand today, so it's inconvenient for me to give you detailed corrections. Does anyone else have any questions? If not, let's all answer the questions. It seems there are none today. After speaking, he leisurely sat back in his chair. Xiao Huang apologized with a puzzled look. I only meant to strike with the sword, but I missed. When Kang Yi said calmly, "No, Sixth Princess, I bumped into it myself. Swordsmanship is truly too difficult to learn." Zhao Mian finally noticed the empty seat beside Xiao Huang. "Where's Yuan Mu? Why didn't he come today?" Zhao Jing replied. "He's been summoned by Father Emperor regarding marriage arrangements recently." Shen Yao was startled. "Is Xiao Huang getting married then?" Zhao Jing reassured her. "Not so soon. Even after it's decided, it will still be a few years. When you go back, I'll have Xiao Mian escort Xiao Lu, fourth brother. I just want to go play." Later, in the Hall of Mental Cultivation, Xiao Jiaqing said, "Your recent schoolwork has been good." Zhao Jing replied, modestly, "Thank you for your praise, Father Emperor." Xiao Jiaqing smiled. "By the way, your mother and I have chosen a few concubines for you. Take a look." Zhao Jing was a little surprised, but still replied respectfully, "Father Emperor, this son has no intention of taking concubines." Xiao Jiaqing frowned. "The crown prince must not be foolish. Marriage alliances are a means of winning over officials." Zhao Jing hesitated. Xiao Jiaqing said sternly, "Why do you think Xin Yao became the crown princess?" Zhao Jing looked puzzled. "Isn't it because Father Emperor and Mother Empress like her?" Xiao Jiaqing said coldly, "Liking her is secondary. The most important thing is that she is the daughter of the Shun family. With her as your wife, the Shun family is your greatest support. With military power in your hands, you have the confidence to oppose the chancellor. Listen to my arrangements, and your position as crown prince will be secure. Think about it. If Shun Yao wasn't the general's daughter, would you still marry her?" At this moment, a gentle girl's voice startled him. "Brother Crown Prince." Shen Yao said excitedly, "Brother Crown Prince, I received a letter from my second brother." She read the letter. "Second brother went to the border to do business and said he bought me a gift." Zhao Jing was still lost in thought. If Shen Yao wasn't the general's daughter, would I still marry her? He hesitated, clearly very uncertain about this daunting thought. Under the sunlight, his expression was particularly complex. Someone seemed hesitant. Even if Shen Yao wasn't me, he still poured out his heart, heavily calling her name. Shen Yao. Shen Yao looked up blankly. "What's wrong, Crown Prince brother?" Seeing him silent, she asked with concern, "You seem listless. Haven't you been sleeping well lately?" Zhao Jing said seriously, "I want to ask you, why do you want to be the crown princess?" Shen Yao replied confidently and cheerfully, "Of course it's because Crown Prince brother is handsome." She began to list reasons, like how he takes care of her like a brother, unlike Zhao Mian who bullies her all the time. So, compared to others, I like Crown Prince brother more. Shen Yao, a little flustered, didn't notice he had taken her hand. "Wait, is your liking for me the same as your liking for second brother? Holding hands like this, don't you feel anything special? It's a little different." Shen Yao looked blankly at Zhao Jing's hand, which he gripped even tighter. Shen Yao said worriedly, "Crown Prince brother, your hand is a little cold. Haven't you been sleeping well lately?" Zhao Jing asked again, frowning. "And if I were to take a concubine, would you be unhappy?" Shen Yao replied blankly, "I would mind a little." Zhao Jing grasped at a sliver of hope. Right. You would mind. You would be uncomfortable, right?" He began to guide her. "Then think about it. Why would you mind?" Shen Yao trembled, recalling the noble consort's frightening face. "If it were someone like the noble consort, I would be a little scared." Zhao Jing choked. Shen Yao speculated, "It's not that I can't fight them. It's just that her aura is too intimidating." Before she could finish, Zhao Jing suddenly seemed as if he'd been startled. "Oh no, I suddenly remembered something very important I have to do. I have to go." Shen Yao called out blankly, "Your Highness." A moment later, Shen Yao recounted the events with confusion. That's how it was. And then he left. I think His Highness seemed angry, but I have no idea why. Xiao Huang was completely stunned, speechless. Shen Yao was still foolishly pondering, wondering if her reaction to the hand-holding was wrong. She sighed. Men are so hard to understand. Xiao Huang couldn't believe it and blurted out, "Aren't you the abnormal one, sister? Have you even read any romance novels?" Shen Yao said seriously, "Isn't it just for fun? My second brother said those novels are all lies." She suddenly grabbed Xiao Huang's hand and touched it. "Like this, holding hands, does it feel special?" Xiao Huang sighed. "The point isn't holding hands. It's whose hand you're holding. If it's someone you like, you can't help but yearn. As she spoke, she remembered what Shen Fong had said that day, how the sixth prince, even when just offering a hand to help someone onto a boat, was full of joy and fluster. Shen Yao just stared blankly. So that's the feeling the novels talk about. It sounds so abstract. How do you know it's not a lie? Could it be that you? Xiao Huang panicked, her face flushing red. Oh no, it's nothing. She seemed to remember something and quickly turned her face away. What my mother says won't lie to me. So what Mr. Shun says isn't necessarily all true either. Shen Yao muttered, lost in thought. But when I was little, as long as I listened to second brother, I could get away with anything. Maybe I should write a letter and ask second brother. When Connie excitedly adjusted his clothes. His Highness coming to see me at this time must mean he has something to discuss. His Highness has recently begun to deal with court affairs, so it should be related to that. Fortunately, I prepare in advance. I must perform well later. In the Eastern Palace, Zhao Jing said, "When Kangyi, please sit." When Kangyi sat down solemnly, "What instructions does your Highness have?" Zhao Jing coughed lightly, and when Kangyi looked at him expectantly. Finally, Zhao Jing said solemnly, "I've thought about it for a long time, and I feel that it's best to discuss this matter with you." When Kangyi was extremely excited, "Rest assured, your Highness, I will definitely help you solve any difficult problems." Zhao Jing gripped the teacup in his hand tightly, thinking, I shouldn't have mentioned anything about being a brother, causing Shen Yao to only see me as a brother. She clearly said she wanted to marry me before. When Connie felt that something was wrong. Why did this important matter sound so familiar? Zhao Jing coughed lightly and continued, "If Shen Fong finds out, he might stop this marriage." When Kangyi said blankly, "Isn't he at the border?" Zhao Jing interjected, "It's been a few years. Father Emperor plans to recall him to the capital. So I wanted to ask you, is there any way to deal with this? I'm not good at matters between men and women." When Kangyi muttered to himself, "Does His Highness think I look like someone who understands these things?" He recoiled, saying, "Your Highness, aren't you making things difficult for me?" Zhao Jing frowned, a thought suddenly occurring to him. "How about you find a way to stop that Shen Fong?" When Kangyi felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, retreating in fear. "Your Highness, you overestimate me. I can't beat him, Your Highness. Can we perhaps try a simpler method?" When Kangyi tentatively suggested, "Although Shen Yao is the daughter of the Imperial College's director, it's truly a pity she can't marry you." Zhao Jing interrupted him, his voice low-weight. He gripped his teacup tightly. "Do you really think the crown princess's position is just a pawn?" Zhao Jing said coldly. "Can't Shen Yao become the crown princess simply because she is Shen Yao?" When Kangyi hesitated, but still spoke, "Wasn't this marriage arranged from the beginning because of social standing? Of course, if your Highness likes her." Zhao Jing quickly interrupted, "No, that's not what I mean." He thought to himself, the hesitant Shen Yao doesn't actually like me either, and I don't like her either. Zhao Jing could only say, "What I mean is, Shen Yao has already learned so much to become the crown princess. Wouldn't it be a waste to replace her now? So the best way is to make Shen Yao like me." He blushed after saying this. "But it's not entirely hopeless. At least she said I'm handsome." Zhao Jing thought, she's never praised Shen Fong's looks. Perhaps there's still a difference. When Kangyi sighed, "Your Highness, doesn't Shen Yao enjoy reading those romance novels? How about starting from there?" Zhao Jing pondered for a moment. "That's a good idea. Since you suggested it, accompany me in reading them." When Kangyi sighed inwardly, "Good heavens, the mind of a wise ruler is truly difficult to fathom." A while later, Shen Yao blankly accepted the novel Zhao Jing handed her. "This is a new book for you. I also prepared some snacks. You can eat them when you're hungry during your break. Is there anything else you want?" Shen Yao gave him a wary look. Zhao Jing continued, "If you want to leave the palace to have some fun in a few days, I can accompany you." Shen Yao gently tugged on his sleeve. "Brother Crown Prince." Zhao Jing's face flushed red, his whole body tense. What's wrong? He thought to himself, isn't this just like the male lead in Almighty Husband? Shen Yao leaned closer and whispered, "Did you do something that you need me to cover for you?" "I understand. Just tell me, and I'll definitely help you." Zhao Jing was stunned, speechless for a long time. So tiring. The next day on the training grounds, Shen Yao called out, "Father, I want to ask you something." Shen Lifeng affectionately pinched her cheek. "What is it?" Shen Yao asked curiously. "When you hold hands with Mother, do you feel anything special?" Shen Lifeng looked a little embarrassed. "We've been married for so many years, what special feeling could there be? The Shen family is full of energy. He scratched his head, a little awkward. But the first time I held your mother's hand, I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night. Shen Yao's eyes widened, staring blankly at her own hand, thinking, is it really that magical? Shen Lifeng turned serious again. His Majesty is summoning Shen Fong back to the capital. He'll be back at the end of next month. Shen Yao immediately threw her worries aside, asking excitedly, really? When second brother returns, he can take me to the border camp to play. Shen Fong muttered, keeping an eye on this matter is really tiring. His Majesty also asked me to keep an eye on Chancellor Wei, which is even more tiring. Forget it. Let's look at something else. He held a letter in his hand, his expression softening. Yao Yao's letter. Let me see. Suddenly, he froze. Yao Yao this. Just then, Shen Lifeng's eldest son, Shen Mu, ran over happily. Hey, second brother Shen Fong just went out. Shen Fong forced himself to say, wait, I'm looking at something. Shen Mu then noticed the letter. Oh, let me see. Yaya just sent a letter recently. I knew it. Shen Mu opened the letter and was immediately shocked. What? Yao? Yao doesn't like His Highness the Crown Prince. Shen Fong sighed. What does it say she doesn't like him? Shen Mu said seriously. Having no feelings means she doesn't like him, right? Can the engagement be broken off? Shen Fong said in a deep voice, watch your mouth. It's not that serious. I'll go back and see what's going on. If Yao Yao really doesn't want to be the crown princess, we can think of other ways. Elsewhere, Shen Yao chased after Zhao Jing with a bewildered look. Brother Crown Prince. Zhao Jing didn't even turn his head, only saying, what is it? Shen Yao asked directly, are you still angry? About the hand-holding thing. Zhao Jing's face flushed red. I'm not angry. Shen Yao followed him. Really? You don't look happy. Zhao Jing thought, was the script I chose last time wrong? Should I try a different approach? He said with some concern, it's just that my father assigned me something. Shen Yao asked cheerfully, is there anything I can help with? At that moment, Lu Mingshi appeared. Your Highness. Shen Yao, what a coincidence. Shen Yao greeted her amicably. Lu Mingshi. Good morning. Lu Mingshi tried to skip over, suggesting they walk together since they'd met, when suddenly, she twisted her ankle. She fell directly towards Zhao Jing. He could only think, what is Lu Mingshi up to now? Is this another one of father's schemes? Zhao Jing jumped back in alarm, dodging her. Shen Yao quickly rushed forward and carefully caught Lu Mingshi, asking with concern if she was all right. Lu Mingshi blushed deeply. The onlookers were nearly in stitches, even when Kangyi couldn't help himself. Isn't this just like the plot of that novel I've been reading recently? Xiao Huang's eyes lit up. Gigi, you're amazing. Shen Yao looked at Zhao Jing quizzically. Brother Crown Prince, you were standing so close. Why didn't you catch her? Zhao Jing thought. Did she read the script and decide to imitate the male lead? Lu Mingshi took out some pastries. Shen Yao, thank you for your help yesterday. I specially made some pastries for you. Shen Yao happily accepted them, finding them so adorable she almost couldn't bear to eat them. Xiao Huang also came over, and Lu Mingshi generously offered, Sixth Princess, would you like to try some too if you don't mind? Xiao Huang said admiringly, so impressive. Lu Mingshi looked a little embarrassed. Sixth Princess, you flatter me. It's just a small hobby. Shen Yao laughed heartily. They taste as good as the pastries from Qinghua restaurant. Truly admirable. Lu Mingshi said modestly, it's nothing. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. Lu Mingshi looked shy. If it's convenient, could you teach me how to ride a horse? Shen Yao said excitedly, consider it done. Zhao Jing watched the scene unfold, feeling like something wasn't quite right. When Kangyi sighed, too many flowers. Zhao Jing finally stepped forward to intervene. Wait a minute about the horse riding. Aren't you going with me later? Shen Yao blinked. Brother Crown Prince, do you want to join us too? Zhao Jing pursed his lips. I just wanted to take you horse riding and archery. The autumn hunt is coming soon. Lu Mingshi suddenly became adorable and pitiful. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. I'm just a beginner. I shouldn't hold Shen Yao back. Shen Yao was surprised and flustered. But I promised you first. I'll definitely take you horse riding. Lu Mingshi's eyes sparkled. Really? Will His Highness be unhappy? Shen Yao said firmly. Brother Crown Prince is the best. He won't be angry about this. Zhao Jing was stunned. When Kangyi thought to himself, His Highness has been completely defeated. Zhao Mian ran over excitedly. Great. Fourth brother can be on my team now. Fourth brother, let's go horse riding and archery together later. Zhao Jing sighed and agreed. At the training grounds, standing in front of a white horse, Shen Yao reassured her, "Don't be afraid. The horses here are very gentle." Lu Mingshi clutched a carrot tightly. "Really? I'm still afraid of being bitten." Unconcerned, Shen Yao took her hand and offered it to the horse. "It's okay, just stick your hand out." Lu Mingshi said in surprise, It's licking me. It tickles." Zhao Jing couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Wu, are all girls like this?" Zhao Mian followed her fourth brother's gaze. "Aren't Six Sister and Xiao Lu the same?" Zhao Jing looked bewildered. "Oh, really?" Xiao Huang led a horse over. "Gigi, I'm going to ride over there for a bit." Shen Yao smiled. "Okay, I'll bring Mingshi over to find you later." Just then, someone called from behind, "Six Princess." Yuan Mu walked over with a smile. "Would you like me to take you for a ride? I'm quite skilled." Xiao Huang frowned, put her foot in the stirrup, and nimbly jumped onto the horse. "No need. I want to take this opportunity to spend more time with my sisters. I can ride with Prince Yuan Mu after we're married." Yuan Mu's face darkened, and he didn't speak. Zhao Jing quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Prince Yuan Mu, why don't you join us for some horse riding and archery?" Yuan Mu forced a smile. "All right." He turned and left. Xiao Huang's happy laughter could still be heard in the distance. "Gigi, I'm going over there to ride." Shen Yao smiled. "Mingshi, let's take the horses over there." Zhao Jing suddenly thought, "Why do I always feel like Xiao Lu dislikes Yuan Mu? If that's true, why is father still making her marry him? Is Xiao Lu also one of father's pawns?" Yuan Mu rode like the wind, drew his bow, and aimed straight at the target. With a whoosh, the arrow hit the bullseye. When Kang Yi was impressed by his skill, Zhao Jing said with a straight face, "He's the second prince of TC. After all, it's normal for him to have this kind of ability." He stepped into the stirrup himself. "Kang Yi, you know you have the hunt too, right? Even if we don't do it together, you still need to know how." When Kang Yi was taken aback and said nervously, "I'll do my best," Zhao Mian ran over to encourage him. "Fourth brother, come on. Don't let Yuan Mu win." Zhao Jing responded softly. After Xiao Mian left, Zhao Jing started looking around, worried, and couldn't help but wonder how Shen Yao was doing. Meanwhile, with Shen Yao, Lu Mingshi sat on the horse with a worried face. "It's so high. I'm afraid I'll fall." Hearing this, Shen Yao comforted her. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Seeing this scene, Zhao Jing couldn't help but smile. It seems she's really seriously teaching Mingshi. He sighed, then his expression turned serious again. "Continue practicing. Practice horseback riding and archery first." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jing spurred his horse into a gallop, sat on the horseback, drew his bow, and focused his energy. He was fully concentrated when suddenly Lu Mingshi's voice came from behind him. "Thank you, Shen Yao." Her voice distracted Zhao Jing, and he looked back. Shen Yao sat behind her, holding the reins. "I'll take you for a ride to help you get used to it. Okay, Mingshi?" Lu Mingshi softly agreed. Just then, the arrow in Zhao Jing's hand suddenly shot out. "Oh no! Damn it, only 7 rings." The arrow missed the bullseye. Xiao Mian and Wen Kang Yi were both startled by the sudden event. Yuan Mu rode his horse closer smugly. "Is His Highness a little distracted today?" Zhao Jing just turned his head sharply without saying a word. Seeing this, Yuan Mu continued, "Am I really so insignificant in your highness's eyes? Or is the crown prince of Dezhu really this bad at archery?" Zhao Jing glared at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? His Highness was deliberately letting you win. His Highness is a very skilled archer." At this moment, Shen Yao shouted from behind, defending Zhao Jing. She turned to Lu Mingshi with a gentle smile. "Mingshi, could you get down and wait for me for a moment?" Lu Mingshi smiled and nodded in agreement. After she dismounted, Shen Yao rode over to Yuan Mu. "I don't need His Highness to deal with you." She grabbed a bow and arrow, confidently saying, "I'm enough." Then she tightened the reins, spurred her horse forward, drew her bow, and aimed. Shen Yao's expression was serious. The bowstring twanged. The arrow whistled through the air and hit the bullseye. Zhao Jing had been watching from the side and was stunned. Shen Yao's hair flew in the wind, interspersed with flower petals, breathtakingly beautiful. Just looking at her, Zhao Jing's cheeks flushed. Xiao Wang and Lu Mingshi said admiringly, "Sister Shen Yao is so cool." Lu Mingshi added, "Yes, she's amazing. Shen Tongshu is truly admirable." Xiao Mian was dumbfounded. In the study, the emperor walked to Zhao Jing with a book in his hand. "I heard you lost the archery competition to Yuan Mu." Zhao Jing stammered, "Yes. The emperor sternly said, I've told you before, as crown prince, you must be perfect. Do you know how many people are scheming for your position? Zhao Jing remained silent. The emperor asked again, also, have you decided on a candidate for your secondary consort? Zhao Jing said in a low voice, I don't want one yet. Hearing this, the emperor slammed the book on the table. He scolded angrily, Crown Prince, what do you mean by this? Zhao Jing said firmly, since childhood, I have been taught by father to be a wise ruler, and I have always strived for this goal. But I feel that a political marriage is not the perfect solution. Why must imperial powers sacrifice marriage? It's the same for Xiaolu. The emperor was furious. Absurd. Crown Prince, are you questioning my methods? If I hadn't married the noble consort back then, do you think the prime minister would have helped me ascend the throne? Where would your current position as crown prince come from? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because your mother only has you as a son. Zhao Jing lowered his head. I just think it's unfair to the noble consort. The emperor's face darkened. I've given her the status and glory she deserves. What's unfair? It's the same with marriage alliances. I've let Xiaowang be a princess for so many years, enjoying all the riches and honor. She should also contribute to the greater good. Zhao Jing wanted to say more, but the emperor interrupted him. Enough. I think you've become increasingly arrogant lately. Don't think you're indispensable. Can't I just groom another crown prince? Before the autumn hunt, you're not allowed to leave the palace gates. Reflect on your actions. Elsewhere, with Shen Zhao, Zhao Mian immediately rejected the suggestion. No way. Shen Zhao looked puzzled. Why? Zhao Mian continued. The eastern palace is guarded like an iron bucket. Do you think there's really a dog hole you can crawl through? Shen Zhao asked, then what other brilliant ideas do you have? How about climbing the wall? Zhao Mian said, theoretically possible, but this time, His Majesty is truly angry. Not even a fly can get in. One Kangyi teased Shen Zhao from the side. Whenever you're around, nothing good ever happens to His Highness. Shen Zhao blinked. Humph, I haven't caused any trouble recently. When Kangyi glared at her, His Highness the Crown Prince was reprimanded by His Majesty. Wasn't it because he didn't want a concubine? If it weren't for you, why would His Highness be so adamant against it? Shen Zhao was taken aback by when Kangyi's words. Had her older brother, the Crown Prince, mentioned anything about a concubine to her? A few days ago, she had only said that the noble consort was too formidable, so she didn't want one. Zhao Mian, hearing this, nudged her shoulder and poked Shen Zhao disapprovingly. What do you mean by that? Seeing Zhao Mian's agitation, Shen Zhao was startled and quickly explained, my mother hasn't been giving you a hard time recently, has she? Zhao Mian's face darkened. My mother may not be as gentle as the Empress, but that's not my father's fault, is it? He can't be bothered to even visit her. Your parents are loving, and everyone around you adores you. How could you understand how difficult it is for my mother, stuck in that suffocating palace? So what if her temper is a bit sharp? With that, he pushed Shen Zhao away. Zhao Mian growled in a low voice. Stop taking it out on my mother, just because you don't want fourth brother to take a concubine. Shen Zhao, pushed rather painfully, stammered, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. Zhao Mian snorted. What good is apologizing to me? Besides, even if fourth brother defies the emperor like this, it's only confinement. It's no big deal. Stop causing him more trouble. He turned and left. And this is the imperial palace. Don't go blabbing everything. Shen Zhao called after him. I really didn't mean it. Zhao Mian looked back coldly. You just carelessly badmouth my mother. The Empress is gentle. She won't punish you. Hearing Zhao Mian's words, Shen Zhao mumbled Wuchup, Ly. I'm sorry. In Jingxiu Palace, the noble consort held a brush and said, the crown prince is confined. It seems your father is truly angry this time, but His Highness is only confined, after all. He is still the only heir apparent. Zhao Jing said in a low voice, Mother, since father already has fourth brother, why did he have me? The noble consort looked up at him and said indifferently, of course, it's because your maternal grandfather's family pressured him, and also to keep the crown prince in check. In their eyes, we, mother and son, are merely tools. Zhao Mian asked, Mother, do you hate them? Do you want revenge? The noble consort gently put down her brush. They don't care whether a tool hates them or not. But if I had the chance, of course, I would want revenge. She frowned. For your father, the best revenge would be for me to become Empress, to control the Phoenix Seal, and for you to become Crown Prince, to inherit the throne. But you're not suitable, so I gave up on that long ago. Hearing his mother say this, Zhao Mian was somewhat shocked and frowned slightly. The noble consort rose and walked past Zhao Mian, her tone cold as she uttered the cruelest truth. Besides, His Majesty values the position of crown prince immensely. Even if I didn't give up, it wouldn't be your turn. You think it's unfair for you and me. This is fate. You must understand, even the best tool is still just a tool. The noble consort smiled faintly. You can't resist now. Wanting revenge is just a dream. Don't you just want to be a carefree prince? Then put away your resentment as soon as possible. After hearing the noble consort's words, Zhao Mian felt a pang of sorrow and was filled with grievance. Xiao Huang sat alone under a tree, looking dazed. That day, the emperor went to her mother's palace and reprimanded her. Xiao Huang, did you run to the crown prince and say you didn't want to marry into a foreign kingdom? Her mother immediately defended her. Your Majesty, is there some misunderstanding? Xiao Huang also quickly denied it. No, Your Majesty, I absolutely did not. Both mother and daughter denied it, and the emperor only coldly threatened it had better be so. Don't let me hear anything similar again. Thinking of this, tears streamed down her face, and she quickly wiped them away. Suddenly, a voice called out, Xiao Huang. Startled, she turned around to see Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao asked from behind her, Xiao Huang, are you free? I came to chat with you. Xiao Huang was a little surprised. Sister Yao. Seeing her expression, Shen Zhao asked with concern, what's wrong? Xiao Huang suddenly wiped away the remaining tear stains with her hand. Nothing, just got some dust in my eyes while swinging just now. Shen Zhao worriedly stepped forward and took her hand. Don't lie to me. Did someone bully you? Xiao Huang lowered her head and didn't speak, making Shen Zhao even more indignant. Was it you and Muge? I knew he wasn't a good person. Don't mention marrying into a foreign kingdom again. Xiao Huang panicked. Sister Yao, it wasn't him. It's me. I actually volunteered to marry into the foreign kingdom. So please don't say such things anymore. Saying this, Xiao Huang tightly gripped Shen Yao's hand and pleaded, Sister, I'm so sorry. I just remember my mother asked me to do something, so I can't talk anymore. Shen Yao looked puzzled, thinking dejectedly, did I say something wrong again? Then she started blaming herself, feeling useless. In the Imperial Garden, Shen Yao, Zhao Mian, and Xiao Huang were all unusually quiet. When Kang Yi sat there with a puzzled look on his face, are you all right? All three said they were fine, but the atmosphere remained heavy. Zhao Mian retorted, you have the time to worry about others. How's your own training coming along? Hearing this, when Kang Yi and the other three sighed helplessly, Shen Yao hugged her book tightly. I still want to go to the Eastern Palace. If all this is really because of me, then I want to explain it clearly to the Crown Prince. When Kang Yi pouted slightly and asked, but how do you plan to get in? Zhao Mian gritted his teeth and finally spoke. Actually, there's a secret passage to the Crown Prince's study. Fourth brother told me about it before, but the study door needs fourth brother to open it. Shen Yao asked excitedly, really? Then can you? Before she could finish, Zhao Mian interrupted her. Why should I help you? Hearing this, Shen Yao said seriously, then let's make a deal. Is there anything you want? He crossed his arms and turned away. You said it. He chuckled softly. In the future, if I or my two mothers do something that displeases the emperor, or if we encounter any trouble, can you help us once? Shen Yao said in surprise, that's it, just that. He nodded, that's it. After hearing this, Shen Yao leaned in closer. To be honest, did you accidentally damage the emperor's self-portrait collection? He immediately denied it, no? Zhao Mian also chimed in, one more thing. Remember not to mention this to fourth brother in the Eastern Palace study. In the study, Zhao Jing stood to the side, looking into the distance. A sudden noise startled him, and he turned to see a vase on the shelf fall to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the door was pushed open. Your Highness, are you all right? Zhao Jing calmly replied, I'm fine. Withdraw, and don't disturb me for now. The subordinate acknowledged and withdrew. Seeing the subordinate close the door, Zhao Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over and pushed open the bookshelf, gently pulling open the hidden door. Behind the door, Shen Yao jumped out. Zhao Jing instinctively reached out to steady her. Be careful. Seeing that she was steady, he let go and turned around. Xiao Wu told you, right? What are you doing here? Shen Yao cleared her throat. I came because I have something I want to say to you face to face. Crown Prince. Zhao Jing looked at her clothes, puzzled. Why are you dressed like this? She replied matter-of-factly, it's always like this in stories. Every time you do something secret, you have to change your clothes. Then she got to the point, oh, I wanted to say I want to become stronger so I won't be afraid of the noble consort anymore, and you won't have to worry about choosing a concubine. Hearing Shen Yao say this, he just sighed and walked towards her. Yao Mimi, you don't actually like me, do you? She retorted, of course I do. I certainly like you, Crown Prince. He gave a wry smile. Do you like me the same way you like your second brother? He continued, I'm not talking about that kind of liking. Shen Yao was stunned. He looked at her, and the reason I haven't chosen a concubine isn't because of anything you said. Initially, it was because I saw how hard my mother worked to manage the harem. But now, his tone was sincere. Now it's because I don't want anyone else between us. Do you understand what I mean? Shen Yao could only stare blankly at Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing whispered, it's okay if you don't understand. In other words, I don't want a concubine. Look at father. Besides mother, he has so many concubines. Shen Yao looked at him in surprise, and he continued, but their situation isn't much better than Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu's. I think that's unfair to both mother and them. He walked towards the eaves as he spoke, so I don't want to compromise on the matter of choosing a concubine. You don't have to worry about it anymore. However, if you don't have feelings for me and want to break off the engagement in the future, I won't complain. Behind him, Shen Yao frowned slightly, Crown Prince. She rushed over and patted Zhao Jing's face. Why do you keep talking about breaking off the engagement? She looked serious. Although I may not understand things like holding hands, I'm very happy as long as I can see you, Crown Prince. If you're not happy, I won't be happy either. She put her hands on her hips and said loudly, I hope you're happy every day, Crown Prince. Most importantly, I think you're the most handsome and dazzling, even more impressive than second brother. Zhao Jing's face flushed red, and he coughed lightly. Do you really think so, Yao Mei? She nodded with certainty. Of course, Crown Prince Gidge is the most capable. He takes everything seriously, and I think his affection is different from second brother's. As she spoke, she backed him into a corner. So, Crown Prince Gidge, just say what you want to say. Don't throw tantrums and talk about breaking off the engagement. Just speak clearly. Her words startled him, his face flushing red. He turned his head. I wasn't throwing a tantrum. Seeing his reaction, she grinned. All right, no tantrums. Zhao Jing was speechless, unable to say anything. A while later, the two sat on the veranda. Shen Yao looked at Zhao Jing. But if this continues, your confinement probably won't be lifted. He smiled gently. It's all right, it's just confinement. I'll find a way to persuade father later. And it's not just about the concubine. At the hunting ceremony, I saw that Xiao Lu doesn't like Yuan Mu, so I've already spoken about it. But father is determined to use Xiao Lu to exchange for peace at the border. Shen Yao lowered her head slightly. Do you think so too? But Xiao Huang also said she's willing. Hearing this, he glanced at her. Xiao Lu told you this. She nodded. Yes, she told me not to talk nonsense, so I asked her directly. He was silent for a moment. No, I'm just worried that father has already gone to the Huang residence to cause trouble. Suddenly, two attendants outside announced, Your Highness, the Empress Dowager made some porridge and asked us to bring it over. Zhao Jing calmly replied, Understood, just a moment. Shen Yao slipped away quietly, whispering, Crown Prince Gidge, I'll leave first. I'll come see you again another day. He reminded her, All right, be careful on your way. Seeing her leave, he walked to the door. Gumin. By this time, Shen Yao had already left through the secret passage. As soon as she emerged, she saw Zhao Mian leaning against a nearby tree. He said, Stop looking, there's no one here. Startled, she asked, Why are you still here? Zhao Mian crossed his arms. I had to make sure no one was at the exit to avoid being discovered. Now, to business. How did you talk with fourth brother go? She spoke slowly. Not bad. I persuaded your fourth brother. Zhao Mian broke out in a cold sweat. She continued. He said he won't budge on the concubine issue. Just like how His Majesty treats the Empress Dowager and the other consorts, it's unfair to you and Xiao Huang. It's unfair to everyone. Hearing this, he was stunned. Fourth brother really said that. Shen Yao affirmed, Of course. Why would I lie to you? Zhao Mian was silent for a moment, finally letting out a sigh of relief. All right, let's go. I'll escort you back. Seeing his strange attitude, she asked, Why are you suddenly being so nice? Are you possessed? He retorted, Don't talk nonsense. I'm just afraid you'll be discovered and implicate me. Under a tree, Xiao Huang was lost in thought. She instructed her two maidservants. I want to be alone for a while. You may all leave. The maidservants obeyed and left. Seeing them go far away, Xiao Huang turned and, with all her might, climbed the tree. Finally, sitting on a branch, she panted, "I didn't think I could actually climb up here. This place is so secluded. No one should see me, right?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Sixth Princess, long time no see. You can climb trees now." Xiao Huang froze. That voice was... She looked down in a panic, and it was actually Censor Shen Fong. He smiled and bowed respectfully. "Sixth Princess, I originally intended to have someone take me to the Xiao residence via shortcut, but I didn't expect to encounter you here. How has your highness been lately?" Xiao Huang lowered her head, her heart in turmoil. "Why did it have to be second brother Shen who saw me climbing a tree?" Before she could answer, Shen Fong continued, "I've been presumptuous in disturbing your highness. I'll take my leave now." He muttered to himself, "Why is Sixth Princess still so afraid of me?" Xiao Huang closed her eyes tightly, thinking, how embarrassing, but I still want to spend more time with second brother Shen. Shen Fong spoke, and although he was addressing Xiao Huang, it was clearly a hint to the person beside him. "Rest assured, your highness, I won't tell anyone about you climbing the tree." The eunuch beside him immediately understood and quickly echoed, "This servant saw nothing." Shen Fong, somewhat helpless, continued on his way. Xiao Huang stammered, Wait. Shen Fong turned back. "Does your highness have any instructions?" Xiao Huang panicked. "Oh no, why did I call out?" Shen Fong seemed to be thinking about something, then turned and instructed, "Go get a ladder for the sixth princess." Xiao Huang was mortified. "This is so embarrassing. He thinks I can't even get down myself." Suddenly, Shen Fong leaped, as if walking on air, landing lightly in front of her. He knelt on one knee. "Does your highness have any instructions?" Xiao Huang was stunned, clinging to the tree, stammering, and unable to speak. Shen Fong looked flustered. Then, "Your highness, may I ask you a question? Can you answer me?" Xiao Huang looked at him. "Censor Shen." "Then please ask." Shen Fong lowered his head, somewhat dejected. "The sixth princess seems to have always been a little afraid of me. I don't know if I did something wrong when I was your teacher and frightened your highness, or if my appearance displeases you." Xiao Huang blurted out, "How could that be? Imperial Censor Shen is super handsome." The words had barely left her mouth when she gasped and quickly covered it with her hand. "What'd I just say?" She frantically hugged the tree trunk, trying to climb down. I'd better come down now." Shen Fong looked perplexed, but kindly reminded her, "Then be careful, your highness. Watch your step." Suddenly, Xiao Huang stepped on a broken branch. She cried out in alarm, "But it was fine when I climbed up just now." Shen Fong reacted quickly and caught her as she fell. "I have offended your highness. Please forgive me." After landing, Xiao Huang's face was as red as a ripe apple. Shen Fong continued to apologize respectfully. "It seems that every time your highness encounters me, something happens. But this time, I really didn't mean anything by it. I hope I didn't dirty your highness's dress." Xiao Huang started muttering to herself again. "Every time I cause trouble for second brother Shen Tian." She turned and ran, her face burning. "It's not Imperial Censor Shen's fault. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave." Shen Fong stared blankly as she ran away. "I'll ask Zhao later." Just then, a young eunuch arrived with a ladder. "Imperial Censor Shen, do you still need the ladder?" Shen Fong forced a smile. "No, thank you." A moment later, Shen Fong was lying comfortably in bed, sighing contentedly. "This bed is really comfortable. Second brother will just borrow it for a bit." Shen Zhao said casually, "You're just going to scare Xiao Huang. You know she's always been the most well-behaved and polite." Shen Fong looked puzzled. "Was I impolite? Haven't I always been respectful to the sixth princess?" Hearing this, Shen Zhao became a little worried. "Then why did you say those things today?" "Second brother, is there something wrong with Xiao Huang?" Shen Fong's gaze drifted into the distance. "It's nothing. I just remembered some things from the past." He closed his eyes, and the image of Xiao Huang sitting in the tree, cheeks flushed, looking at him and saying, "Then ask," surfaced in his mind. In the darkness, Shen Fong said seriously, Zhao, before I return to the capital, I received this letter from you. Tell me, does this letter say that you're not satisfied with His Highness the Crown Prince, or that he bullied you?" Shen Zhao replied in a daze, "No, I just didn't understand the hand-holding thing. He didn't bully me." Shen Fong rested his chin on his hand. "So you don't have any feelings for the Crown Prince? If you don't want to marry him, second brother will find a way to break off the engagement. Your marriage was arranged too early. You didn't understand anything back then. If you don't like the Crown Prince, just tell second brother. Besides, the palace really isn't a good place." Shen Zhao was confused. "But why does everyone think that way? I'm very happy with Crown Prince." She propped her chin on her hand, a troubled expression on her face. Did I not understand what everyone meant? Am I really that stupid? Second brother. No wonder the crown prince always tells me to read, saying he wants me to become like the empress. Shen Fong put down his teacup. Zhao Jiao, you don't have to become like the empress. Does the crown prince want you to study so much so that he can turn you into another empress song? Seeing his anger, Shen Zhao quickly ran over and massaged his shoulders. No, he didn't say that last part. Second brother, don't be angry. Shen Fong was dissatisfied. Don't lie to me. If he really thinks that way, I'll definitely break off your engagement. Shen Zhao quickly denied it. Really? There's nothing like that. I've even gotten quite a few benefits. Let me massage your shoulders to calm you down. Shen Fong smacked his lips. All right, I'll let him off the hook this time. We'll talk about it when you understand. Shen Zhao froze. Second brother is so amazing. Is there any way to prevent Xiao Huang from having to marry into another country? Shen Fong toyed with his teacup. Did the sixth princess tell you she doesn't want to marry into another country? Shen Zhao felt uncomfortable whenever this topic came up. Xiao Huang never smiles when she mentions marrying away. She definitely doesn't want to. Even the crown prince noticed it. Shen Fong finally understood. No wonder the crown prince is confined. He must have told his majesty about this. I thought it was just about not taking a concubine, nothing serious. Does the sixth princess have someone she likes? Shen Zhao froze. Shen Fong looked at her. What's wrong? He muttered to himself. Could it be true? Shen Zhao exclaimed, what? Xiao Huang has someone she likes. Who is it? Shen Fong said helplessly, You child, I was asking you. If you don't know, then there probably isn't anyone. Shen Zhao sadly tugged at his sleeve. Second brother, you're so kind. But you can't do anything either. Xiao Huang keeps saying she's willing and told me not to interfere. Shen Fong's expression was grave. Unless Shui gives up herself, or His Majesty thinks it's inappropriate, even the crown prince has been confined. Don't interfere for now. Shen Zhao hesitated, but Shen Fong had already stood up. Besides, the sixth prince already told you not to interfere, so you can't be rash, understand? I just returned to the capital and still have a lot to do. I have to go now. He looked at Shen Zhao seriously and finally asked, Who told you that I was confined because you didn't want the crown prince to take a concubine? Shen Zhao thought for a moment. It was when Kang Yi. What about it? Shen Fong waved his hand and left. I knew it. Take care of yourself. Shen Zhao replied sweetly. I know. I won't cause any trouble. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Kang Yi lowered his head, his face full of nervousness, his grandfather was still talking. Kang Yi, how has your calligraphy practice been these days? When Kang Yi immediately tensed up, grandson will continue to work hard. Grandfather smiled. It's all right. Grandfather has specially invited a young and talented teacher to tutor you. You must study hard so that you can go hunting with His Highness the Crown Prince. When Kang Yi solemnly said, Grandfather, please rest assured, Kang Yi will definitely work hard. At this moment, a servant came to report from outside. Master, young master, there's someone waiting for you in the front hall. When Kang Yi's grandfather said happily, Speak of the devil. What a coincidence. This teacher is a leading figure of the younger generation. Kang Yi, you must learn more from him and listen to him. He couldn't help but wonder who this person his grandfather valued so much was. The door opened, and Shen Fong bowed respectfully. This junior greets elder one. When Kang Yi's grandfather returned the greeting politely. Censor Shen is too polite. I'm afraid my grandson will trouble you. Shen Fong smiled faintly. Please rest assured, Elder One. This junior will definitely teach him well. When Kang Yi immediately broke out in a cold sweat, grandfather added, Also, please don't go easy on him, Censor Shen. When Kang Yi cried out in his heart, thinking, Grandfather, I'm afraid I won't live to see the autumn hunt. On the night before the hunt, Yuan Mu was lost in thought when he was suddenly awakened by a voice. Your Highness, someone from the eldest princess's residence has arrived. A woman wearing an eye patch slowly walked over and saluted. Your Highness Prince Mu, Her Highness the Princess asked me to bring you a message. The princess said that if the marriage alliance is further delayed, she will come personally. Yuan Mu gritted his teeth as he looked at the letter. Such a small matter requires my elder sister to bother herself. It's mainly because the Sui Emperor is too stubborn. Such a high dowry for a mere unfavored princess, truly. He became more and more irritated as he spoke. It's better to finalize the marriage alliance as soon as possible, so that I can also help my elder sister deflect some attention. Why does it take my elder sister so long to deal with the matters of the court? The woman said coldly, The current situation in the court is under Her Highness's control. Your Highness Prince Mu, please do not be impatient. Yuan Mu anxiously bit his nails. I know, but I absolutely cannot hold my elder sister back. He thought to himself, it was not easy to quell the chaos. I still have to rely on this marriage alliance to help my elder sister stabilize the Sui kingdom, and then, according to the Wei family's plan, put that useless Zhao Mian on the throne. He gritted his teeth and stabbed the letter with a dagger. During the hunt, besides the matters arranged by the Chancellor, you must personally keep an eye on that Shen Fong. He worried to himself. Chancellor Wei is truly unreliable. In just a few years, he allowed Shen Fong to be transferred back to the capital. Keeping this person around will eventually cause trouble, especially when it concerns the sixth princess. At this time, at the Shen residence, Shen Fong carefully looked around. It's so quiet. Mother must be asleep. He quickly climbed over the roof and landed steadily. Quickly sneak back to my room and sleep. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Thank you. His mother was sitting in a chair, as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. She smiled and said, you don't even use the main door when you come home, insisting on climbing over the wall. Are you deliberately avoiding me? Chen Lifeng pointed to the side, gesturing, Mother, you drank too much strong tea today. You're on your own. Shen Fong's mother continued to smile, gritting her teeth as she said, Husband, don't interfere. Chen Lifeng could only obediently stand to the side. His mother's tone finally softened as she asked, Where have you been recently? Why do you come home so late every day? Shen Fong swallowed nervously and said, I've been tutoring the little prince and also went horseback riding, so I was delayed. His mother continued to smile. Then Mother will delay you for a little longer. Let's have a chat. Shen Fong knew he couldn't escape, so he could only say, Mother, please speak. His mother reached out her hand and began to speak. You've always used your brother's unsettled marriage as an excuse to refuse blind dates. Now, before your return to the capital, the imperial edict has finally arrived. His marriage is settled, and you have no more excuses. Blind dates are just opportunities to offend people. Chen Lifeng saw her reach out and quickly supported her, softly persuading, Madam, don't be angry. It's not like we can't afford to offend them. His mother sneered. People outside are starting to say that the future sister-in-law is too picky, that she looks down on every girl. Shen Fong quickly said, This son wouldn't dare. How could I allow Mother's reputation to be damaged? This matter still depends on Fenger herself. His mother interrupted. All the noble ladies went to the last 2 hunts. After the hunt, you must at least give me a name, just like your brother did. Otherwise, I won't even be able to have a peaceful small gathering. You're in the military camp tomorrow. Fenger, rest early. After saying this, she turned and left. Chen Lifeng suddenly made a gesture behind her. I'll talk to you when your mother isn't angry. Safe travels, Mother. Shen Fong sighed. A name, if there wasn't one, it wouldn't matter, but he was afraid he simply couldn't say the name. Hiano had punched a pillar in frustration. Shen Fong, what's wrong with you? Princess Lu is even younger than Yao Yao. It wouldn't be inappropriate if you still treated her like you did when you were children. But why, after so many years apart, can't you forget her? After returning to the capital, the subordinate behind him saw him like this and hurriedly asked, Young Master Feng, what's wrong? Is your hand all right? Shen Fong was still lost in thought. If Zhao Zhao's marriage is announced, His Majesty will definitely not be happy to see me interested in the princess. Moreover, if I really propose to Princess Lu, I'm afraid she would be the most unwilling. It's already good enough that she doesn't try to run away every time she sees me. The Crown Prince's proposal was too abrupt, but the fact that it hasn't been withdrawn means there's still room for maneuver. Shen Fong explained to his subordinate, I just saw a bug on the pillar. The subordinate panicked. Then you didn't need to do it yourself. Just tell us. He thought to himself, this is all I can do for Princess Lu. I must hurry to the hunt. Zhao Mian sat in the carriage, preoccupied. He recalled his mother's words. I won't be going to this hunt. Be careful. The Crown Prince will definitely be with Shen Zhao, and then don't be with them. Zhao Mian said with difficulty, Mother, 4th brother, is actually a good person. The noble consort's tone was cold. Whether he's good or not has nothing to do with me. In short, don't go near the Crown Prince during the hunt, or you'll just be an eyesore. Haven't you been getting along well with your brother, Prince Mu, recently? Go hunting with him. Zhao Mian felt uneasy, sensing something was wrong. Mother, have you really given up? Zhao Jing worriedly came over and patted his shoulder. 5th brother, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Zhao Mian was startled. 4th brother, I'm fine. Zhao Jing helplessly pointed to the seat beside him. Kong isn't feeling well either. Why don't we stop and rest for a while? When Kong, he complained with a long face, "Your Highness, you don't know how Shan Fong has been treating me lately." Zhao Jing was a little nervous. Did he mention anything about me and Shen Zhao? When Kong, he got angry just thinking about it. No, he's just been bothering me all day long. Are censors that free? Shouldn't I be wondering why fourth brother isn't in the same carriage as Shen Zhao? Zhao Jing helplessly recalled Lu Mingshi excitedly holding out the pastries. Shen Zhao, Princess Lu, and I made some pastries. Would you like to join us? Shen Zhao happily said, Okay, let's all eat together. Thinking back, he could only say, someone else took her place. Lu Mingshi opened the pastry box. Besides pastries, I also brought some comics, a chessboard, and playing cards. Please help yourselves. Shen Zhao said excitedly. Mingshi, you're so thoughtful. Lu Mingshi laughed. I often go back to my hometown with my mother, so I have some experience with outings. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you, Shen Zhao. As Shen Zhao and the little prince were having breakfast together, she asked curiously, Go ahead and ask. Lu Mingshi casually said, I wanted to know what kind of girl your second brother likes. My cousin wants to see if she has a chance. The little prince was stunned, while Shen Zhao was extremely excited. Mingshi, tell me the details. Lu Mingshi laughed. It's nothing much. Anyway, second young master Shen doesn't have to guard the border. He's a censor. His future is bright, and he even received personal recognition from the Minister of Literature. All the noble ladies in the capital have their eyes on this marriage. Shen Zhao said proudly, That's my second brother. Lu Mingshi continued, My mother said that Madame Shen is getting a headache from being asked about it and can't say anything, so my cousin wanted to ask if you could reveal some information. The little prince fell silent, thinking to himself, Then second brother Shen must be close to getting engaged. Lu Mingshi suddenly noticed the sixth prince. Are you not interested in this topic? I can talk about something else. Xiao Huang was startled, and Shen Zhao finally noticed. Yeah, Xiao Huang seems really scared of my second brother. Xiao Huang stammered, Why would you say that? Is there some misunderstanding? I'm not afraid of him. Shen Zhao said frankly. Second brother said that every time you see him, you run away really fast. She paused. Could this be the instinctive fear a student has for their teacher? Xiao Huang, listening to their back and forth, couldn't defend himself. Shen Zhao cheerfully leaned closer. But your highness, if you're bored, I won't ask anymore. Anyway, I don't think my cousin has much of a chance. Shen Zhao also leaned in. Xiao Huang, let's just read storybooks and play cards later. In the family resting area of the hunting camp, Shen Zhao's mother was resting when someone called out, Mother, mother. She happily helped her up. Zhao, let mother see. Have you lost weight? Shen Zhao acted coquettishly. Mother, can Xiao Huang and Mingshi stay with us this time? Her mother smiled. Of course, I've already heard about it. Xiao Huang nervously bowed. Greetings, Madam Shen. Lu Mingshi casually greeted her. Greetings, Madam Shen. Shen Zhao's mother said happily, Your Highness, there's no need to be so formal. Zhao has been well taken care of in the palace. Xiao Huang said obediently, Sister Yao has always taken care of me. I'll have to trouble Madam Shen during this autumn hunt. Shen Fang glanced at Xiao Huang, and Shen Zhao's mother laughed. Don't mention it. Everyone, please relax and make yourselves at home. Lu Mingshi then politely said, My mother asked me to send her regards. How has Madam Shen been lately? Shen Zhao's mother replied, Thank you for your concern. Madam's complexion has improved a lot. Suddenly, Shen Zhao's mother said, Shen Zhao, why are you sulking? Once the things are moved, quickly go back to your father's side. Don't always linger around the women's area. Shen Fang froze, and Shen Zhao was also stunned. Did second brother make mother angry? Mother, please don't be angry, okay? Her mother laughed. I wouldn't dare be angry with your second brother, lest he take it out on the pillars again. Shen Fang weakly protested. I didn't. He coughed lightly. Zhao. His Highness the Crown Prince will accompany His Majesty hunting tomorrow. Will your second brother still take you mushroom picking? Shen Zhao replied, I'm taking Xiao Huang and Mingshi with me tomorrow. You'll have to ask them. Lu Mingshi immediately said, I have no problem as long as I can be with classmate Shen. Shen Fang asked with concern, What about His Highness the Sixth Prince? Xiao Huang lowered his head. If Supervisor Shen is willing, I can certainly go as well. Shen Zhao added, Xiao Huang, don't be afraid. My second brother isn't really that fierce. Xiao Huang said, Guanzhang, why, I'm not. I don't think he's fierce. Shen Feng thought to himself, His Highness the Sixth Prince seems to want to run away again. Zhao Jing walked over and asked worriedly, Zhao Mian, how is fifth brother today? Zhao Mian said in surprise, fourth brother, I. Before he could finish, a voice came from behind. Crown Prince brother. Zhao Jing turned around. Shen Zhao ran over, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said with a smile, Why are you here? Aren't you going mushroom picking with second brother? She smiled. Of course, I have to come and see Crown Prince brother off. She first handed him a bamboo flask. I prepared honey water for you, Crown Prince brother. Remember to take it with you. The Crown Prince took the bamboo flask. Okay. Father's going to hunt deer for mother today. What do you want to eat? I'll hunt it for you too. She smiled shyly. Then I want to eat hare. I'll also pick some mushrooms for you when I go mushroom picking. Suddenly, Shen Zhao turned to look at Zhao Mian, who looked bewildered. Why are you looking at me? Zhao Mian asked, puzzled. Shen Zhao muttered, Usually when I say things like this, you always tease me, say my mushrooms are poisonous. Why are you so quiet today? He pointed at her. Shen Zhao, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Are you not used to me not teasing you? Suddenly, Xiao Huang handed over a bamboo flask from somewhere, startling Zhao Mian. She said worriedly, Fifth brother, haven't you been getting enough rest lately? Why don't you take this flask of miracle tea with you? He dodged the flask. Xiao Lu, are you joining in the fun too? Do you also think I'm that kind of person? She said innocently, No, it's just that fifth brother has seemed a little absent-minded lately. If you upset father, you'll be scolded again. He stuffed the flask back into her hands. I know what I'm doing. Drink this tea yourself. She looked a little worried. It's okay. I prepared a lot more. At this moment, a hand reached out and took the flask. In that case, Yuan Mu looked at the flask in his hand and smiled with interest. Why don't I drink this flask of tea? Sixth princess. Before he could get a good grip on it, another hand snatched the flask back. Get back. Shen Zhao frowned. Xiao Huang didn't say he was giving it to you. Why did you snatch it? Yuan Mu said discontentedly. We're about to be engaged anyway, so what's wrong with her preparing tea for me? The two began to argue. He cursed inwardly. Why are all the Shuns so annoying? She said seriously, but Xiao Huang didn't say he was giving it to you. At this moment, another hand reached for the flask. Zhao Mian's forehead was sweating. Give it to me. Xiao Huang prepared it for me in the first place. What are you two fighting over? Yuan Mu reluctantly returned the teapot, smiling. All right, then could Sixth Highness prepare a pot for me tomorrow as well? Xiao Huang recalled the emperor's threat and could only reluctantly agree. At this moment, Zhao Jing whispered to her, Xiao Lu, you don't have to force yourself to do anything. I'll figure something out with father. She was a little surprised. Fourth brother. He then turned around and said loudly, Your Highness Prince Mu, let's gather. It's almost time. Shen Zhao walked forward, displeased. Xiao Huang, let's go find second brother. Xiao Huang softly replied, and Shen Zhao took her hand, hurrying forward. Seeing Xiao Huang in such a hurry, Yuan Mu's expression clearly showed displeasure. As expected, as soon as she heard he was back, she rushed to find him. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Tomorrow, I'll make her give up. A moment later, in the woods, Shen Zhao said excitedly, There's a parasol mushroom. She quickly picked the mushroom. Xiao Huang, see if there are any more nearby. Xiao Huang stood behind her, watching. Okay, I'll look. I think I saw one. Shen Feng, walking ahead, reminded them, Watch your step. Suddenly, from behind them, Lu Mingshi said tremblingly, I'm sorry, Shen Zhao. I really can't walk anymore. Lu Mingshi then sat on a pile of rocks and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, everyone. I'm not very strong. I'm holding you back. Shen Zhao comforted her. We're just having fun. It's no trouble. I'll pick more and share with you later. Xiao Huang added, It's good to rest for a while. Lu Mingshi lowered her head. But if I take some from you, there won't be enough for His Highness the Crown Prince. Shen Zhao looked at the mushrooms in the basket. There's only this much, and it even has a strange smell. Hearing Xiao Huang and Lu Mingshi's words, she felt even more guilty. It's all my fault for only picking so few mushrooms. At this moment, Xiao Huang stood up and carried the basket. Then I'll go pick some more mushrooms and share them with you too. Xiao Jiao, you stay here with Mingshi. Both Shen Zhao and Lu Mingshi were stunned. Shen Zhao said worriedly, Wait, Xiao Huang, are you going alone? From behind, Shen Feng spoke up. I'll go with Sixth Highness, or I can go pick them. Everyone be careful here and Don't wander off, or you might get lost. Xiao Huang was a little surprised. Should censor Shen come too? 2 people can pick them faster. Shen Zhao threatened, if you dare bully Xiao Huang, she'll tell mother. She thought to herself, when have I ever bullied Sixth Highness? A moment later, Xiao Huang carefully brushed the dirt off a mushroom. Let's go. Shen Fong looked at her hesitantly, and while picking mushrooms, said, Sixth Highness, can I ask you something? Xiao Huang turned around. Censor Shun, you don't have to be so formal. It's about Zhao Ji. Shen Fong pondered for a moment. You could say that. I feel like Zhao Ji doesn't understand anything and doesn't care. Is everyone like that at this age? So I wanted to ask if your highness has someone you like. Xiao Huang panicked. She looked flusteredly at the person in her heart. Her cheeks flushed. Shen Fong looked at the mushrooms. I'm sorry, I was too abrupt. Just pretend I didn't say anything. He felt some regret, thinking, I already asked Zhao Ji last time, and now I'm asking her highness. What if she says yes? Xiao Huang whispered, He froze and turned his head. Shen Fong placed his hand on a tree trunk. I understand. Thank you for telling me, your highness. However, it's best to forget that person. Hearing this, Xiao Huang thought, could second brother Shun have guessed? Is this his way of subtly rejecting me? Unexpectedly, Shen Fong continued. Anyway, that person doesn't even dare to help you resolve your marriage situation, which means they're unreliable and incompetent. Xiao Huang thought in shock. She quickly explained that's not it. He doesn't like me, so there's no need for him to interfere in my marriage. Shen Fong immediately said, that's even worse. He's blind. Xiao Huang said, Censor Shun, please don't say that. Shen Fong grabbed a mushroom and said, I know your highness doesn't like me talking about that person, but when you don't need marriage arrangements in the future and look for a partner yourself, you still need to be careful. Xiao Huang turned around and muttered softly, as expected, I still can't let second brother Shen know. He's scolding himself. By the bonfire, Mingshi was gradually losing her strength. If it weren't for my poor stamina, Shen Zhao could definitely have picked more mushrooms. Shen Zhao said, it's okay, as long as there are enough mushrooms to eat. Mingshi immediately said, then can I join your morning exercise group after we go back? After we return, Shen Zhao replied, of course, my father would be happy. It's not easy to divide into groups with the current numbers. Mingshi said, thank you. I'll try my best not to hold you back in the future. Xiao Huang immediately said, it would be perfect if Mingshi could be in my group. Mingshi leaned against Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao, you guys are so nice. Suddenly, Zhao Jing put his hand on Mingshi's shoulder and pulled her away from Shen Zhao. Excuse me, move over. Shen Zhao said, Brother Crown Prince, you're back. He replied, yes, father is with mother right now, so I came to find you first. At this moment, Mingshi kept calling out, Shen Zhao, I'm so sorry. It seems the Crown Prince doesn't really want to see me. Does he find me annoying? I didn't help pick mushrooms, so I feel like I don't deserve to stay here. I should go somewhere else to find something to eat, so I don't bother you. She put on a frail and pitiful appearance. Seeing this, Zhao Jing panicked slightly, thinking, oh no, this feeling again. Shen Zhao quickly said, Mingshi, what are you saying? How could Brother Crown Prince think that way? Zhao Jing thought to himself, just as I thought. Shen Zhao then arranged Mingshi sit on my right. Mingshi smiled and said, Shen Zhao, you're the best. I'll serve you soup later. At this time, Kang Yi asked, don't you think Lu is acting a bit strange? Everyone said, we haven't noticed. The Sixth Prince asked Kang Yi, are you feeling better? Kang Yi respectfully replied, thank you, your highness. I rested all day, and I'm much better now. Watching everyone chatting and laughing, Shen Fong felt a pang of jealousy, thinking, come to think of it, the Sixth Prince's social circle isn't that big. Could the person in his heart be Kang Yi? Jiang Zhao asked from the side, why do you keep staring at Yao Mei? Second brother Shun, want to string some mushrooms? Shen Fong replied, I'm in charge of picking mushrooms. You're in charge of stringing them. That's perfectly normal. Jiang Zhao said, wouldn't it be faster if you both strung them together? Shen Fong said, do you think girls nowadays like the type like when Kang Yi? Jiang Zhao immediately became unhappy. Don't think I don't know. Girls nowadays like your type. Don't get cocky. Tell me what's going on. Shen Fong said, put the skewers down. You know I don't mean that. He thought to himself, the Sixth Prince doesn't like my type either. Shen Fong added, forget it. Let's not talk about this. I'll borrow a few people from you when we return to the capital. Jiang Zhao asked, what do you need them for? Shen Fong explained, His Majesty wants the Crown Prince to take a concubine, but his power isn't as great as the Prime Minister's. The reason I was called back to the capital this time is also because of the Prime Minister. If this can be resolved, His Majesty might compromise. Jiang Zhao asked, so have you found anything? Shen Fong said, I do have some leads, but there are definitely the Prime Minister's people in Du Yuan, so I need to borrow a few people from you. He thought, the sooner the Prime Minister gives up, the better. As long as we observe the Crown Prince's attitude, the Yao family's life in the palace will be easier. Shen Fong continued. Also, you must have secretly brought some alcohol. Give me some. Zhang Zhao replied, what? Worried about Yao Mei. Let's go hunting together tomorrow. You don't have to think too much when hunting. Just relax. Shen Fong laughed. I know. I just miss your family's alcohol. Zhao Jing thought to himself, once this matter is over, His Majesty will definitely reward me, and then I'll ask him to reconsider the marriage proposal. A rabbit was eating grass when suddenly an arrow flew past, startling it and causing it to bolt. Another arrow flew by, and in its panic, it crashed into a tree. Seeing this, Zhang Zhao said, how did it run into a tree? Zhao Jing laughed and said, then let's count this one as mine. Shen Zhao said to the guard, hold this rabbit for me for now. The guard took the rabbit and replied, yes. Zhao Jing smiled at her. You've been outside for so long today. Do you want to go somewhere cool up ahead? Shen Zhao nodded, okay. Zhao Jing then said to the guards, we're going up ahead. You stay here and guard. The guards replied, yes. Afterwards, Zhao Jing and Shen Zhao sat under a tree to rest. Shen Zhao said, I hope more rabbits run into trees later, so I can bring them back for my mother. Xiao Huang and Ming Shi can have some too. Zhao Jing asked, what about your second brother? Shen Zhao replied, second brother went hunting with Zhang Zhao today. He doesn't need any. Zhao Jing nervously asked, by the way, why did your second brother come to find you the other day? Shen Zhao paused. Nothing, just came to see me since he was returning to the capital. That's all. My second brother meant that if anyone bullies me, he'll back me up. Zhao Jing replied, good. Shen Zhao then took Zhao Jing's hand and said, Brother Crown Prince, let's walk a bit further. He smiled and said, okay, but don't go too far. Shen Zhao said happily, I know, I just want to move around a bit. Elsewhere, Zhao Mian was restless, thinking, why did the noble consort suddenly emphasize that I shouldn't go with fourth brother? She's never done that before. Something feels wrong. At this moment, Shen Fong appeared and called out, Fifth Prince, why are you here alone? Where are your guards? Zhao Mian replied, I wanted to be alone for a while, so I left them behind. He thought to himself, if Shen Fong said anything suspicious to fourth brother would definitely go to Father Emperor, and then Father Emperor would definitely blame noble consort Gui, regardless of whether she was right or wrong. Shen Fong bowed to Fifth Prince and said, then I won't bother your highness any longer. Farewell. Zhao Mian quickly called out to him. Wait, he thought, but what if I don't say anything and something really happens to fourth brother? He took a step forward and said, I want to talk with Censor Shun and Prince Mu. He was stroking his horse when Xiao Huang came over and shouted, Prince Mu, this is the tea you wanted yesterday. Yuan Mu said excitedly, I didn't expect Sixth Princess to deliver it personally. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Xiao Huang replied, if Prince Mu dares to drink it, why shouldn't I? Yuan Mu asked, what do you mean by that? Xiao Huang replied, my skills are poor. The tea is probably not to your liking. That's all. Yuan Mu laughed loudly. In any case, this time Sixth Princess didn't go to that Censor Shun for help. Xiao Huang replied, such a small matter. There's no need to trouble older brother. Yuan Mu pinched her chin and said, older brother, you know who I'm talking about. Xiao Huang immediately said, Prince Mu, our matters don't need to involve unrelated people. Yuan Mu leaned closer and said, why hide it? Whether he's involved or not, Sixth Princess knows better than I do. You will be my princess sooner or later, and I won't mistreat you. What can Shen Fong give you? Marrying him, you'll just be an unfavored princess. Xiao Huang said angrily, Prince Mu, I know you don't like me at all, so why marry an unfavored princess? Yuan Mu asked with a smile, why does Sixth Princess say that? I quite like your current expression. Zhang Zhao said in shock, Fifth Prince, you mean you have no evidence at all, and you just feel that someone is going to harm the Crown Prince during this hunt? Zhao Mian replied, yes. Zhang Zhao continued, without evidence, we can't arbitrarily mobilize the Imperial Guards. Zhao Mian replied, then just consider it my nonsense. I'm just uneasy and wanted to talk to someone. He thought, anyway, no one will believe me. Shen Fong pondered, no, I think it's okay to go with your gut. Besides, you also said that noble consort Gui has been acting strangely. Although we can't mobilize the Imperial Guards, for safety's sake, second brother Jiang, let's go check on the crown prince. Zhang Zhao replied, all right. Zhao Mian added, wait, I have one more thing. Since I've told Censor Shen, if something really happens, please help me protect noble consort Gue. Shen Fong asked, but what if noble consort Gue is the mastermind? As long as fourth brother is safe and sound, I believe Censor Shen will have a way. Besides, Zhang Zhao has already agreed to help me, Zhao Mian replied. Shen Fong thought to himself, fifth prince, let's talk when something actually happens. He also thought, how could Zhang Zhao agree to such a request? On this side, Xiao Huang said, Prince Mu, just say what you want to say. What do you want to say? Yuan Mu replied, Sixth princess, if you marry into the D tribe, our lives will definitely be better than now, and maybe it can even help speed up the marriage alliance process. Xiao Huang retorted, you said yourself that I'm unfavored. I can't make decisions about the marriage alliance. It all depends on Father Emperor. Does Prince Mu think Father Emperor is asking for too much? Then why be so persistent? Yuan Mu asked, so you just won't help me as long as Shun Fong is around? Xiao Huang immediately said, I've already said, this has nothing to do with Censor Shen. It's just that I'm nothing. I really can't help you. Yuan Mu said, all right, since Sixth Princess insists he's not involved, then if something really happens to him during the hunt, you won't care. Xiao Huang panicked. What do you mean by that? Yuan Mu replied, nothing much, just like Sixth Princess giving me this pot of tea. I'm just saying, hunting is inherently unsafe. Seeing this, Xiao Huang immediately mounted her horse. Yuan Mu asked, what can't sit still? Xiao Huang replied, Prince Mu, I just came to deliver the tea. You've received it, so I'll take my leave. She tightened the reins and thought, no matter what, I have to warn second brother Shun to be careful. Yuan Mu watched her leave and thought, even if she goes now, who knows if Shen Fong is still alive. But could there really be something wrong with this tea? On Shun Jiao's side, she held the crown prince's hand and said, Crown Prince brother, are you a little hot? Do you want to go back? Zhao Jing stiffly replied, I'm fine. He thought to himself, I have to find a way to separate Shun Jiao and her brothers. I can't give up my spot every time Lu Mingshi comes. Shun Jiao asked happily, could it be about holding hands like you mentioned? Zhao Jing replied, it's nothing, don't overthink it. It'll be good for you to understand later. He thought to himself, calm down, don't rush, take it slow. Shen Zhao asked suspiciously, my second brother also said to wait until I understand. What is it that I need to understand? Everyone's been acting strange lately. Every time I mention second brother, Zhao Jing thought, Shen Fong has indeed only been temporarily sent away. Zhao Jing then said, in any case, I'll let you understand as soon as possible. Shen Zhao vaguely agreed. All right, I'll do my best too. The crown prince was about to speak when a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Both Shen Fong and Zhang Zhao thought, what a joke. The little emperor was also worried about Shen Fong. Both Zhao Jing and Shen Zhao were startled. Someone's setting off fireworks during the day. Zhao Jing grabbed her hand, his expression serious. That's not fireworks. It's an attack. Let's get back to where the horses are tied. Suddenly, a group of men in black appeared. He said to Shen Zhao, stay back. Zhao Jing drew his sword and demanded, trespassing on the royal hunting grounds. What is your crime? The men in black sneered, so what? We're here to take your life today. Don't waste your breath on them. Zhao Jing said to Shen Zhao, they're after me. Find a chance to escape first. Shen Zhao also drew her sword. Brother Crown Prince, my father taught me that the Shun family never backs down. Zhao Jing smiled slightly. Good. Then they must be held up by the guards. We have to break out while there aren't too many of them. Shen Zhao commanded loudly. There are only 3 of them. Brother Crown Prince, cover me. The men in black were stunned. This little girl has some guts. Shen Zhao immediately charged forward. An arrow flew towards them. Zhao Jing immediately swung his sword to cut it down, warning, there's an ambush in the forest. One of the men in black suddenly approached, and Shen Zhao immediately raised her sword to counterattack. Your Highness, be careful. Suddenly, Shen Zhao froze. The crown prince urged, Shen Zhao, why aren't you moving? Are you all right? More and more men in black appeared, and Shen Zhao's heart tightened. Suddenly, an arrow flew and hit one of the men in black. Zhang Zhao and Shen Fong arrived on horseback. Your Highness, Zhao Jiao. Shen Zhao cried out, second brother. Second brother. Shen Fong said, Your Highness, Zhao Jiao, get on the horse. Shen Fong said, second brother will cover you while you leave. I'll stay behind. Shen Zhao froze and asked, second brother. Shen Fong said to her, Zhao Jiao, listen to his highness. Take her and go. Xiao Jing replied, understood. Zhang Zhao turned to him and said, don't be reckless. Retreat if necessary. I know. Then they left. The men in black shouted, "You think you can stop us alone?" The Shen family is truly arrogant. Shen Fong drew his sword and said, "Whether we're arrogant or not, you can try and find out." One of the men in black whispered, "Boss, this guy is also a target. Since we have more men, let's take him out first, then go after the crown prince." Hearing this, Shen Fong felt suspicious. "I'm a target too." On the horse, Shen Zhao asked the crown prince, "Your Highness, why didn't we take second brother with us?" Zhao Jing said apologetically, "Someone needs to stay behind. If we stayed, we would only hinder him." Jiang Zhao comforted his sister, "Don't worry, Shen Fong is only buying us time. He's not their target. They won't pursue him relentlessly." Zhao Jing also comforted her, "And the faster we escape, the sooner we can bring back reinforcements." Shen Zhao worried, "If I were stronger, second brother wouldn't have to stay behind alone." A while later, Shen Fong, seriously injured, thought to himself, "These people are more difficult to deal with than the assassins at the temporary palace, and this doesn't seem like the prime minister's style. Killing me wouldn't benefit him. If I die, my father will definitely fight to the death with the Wei family. Could it be someone else who wants to harm the crown prince?" Suddenly, a cold light flashed behind him. An arrow flew towards him. Shen Fong was startled and quickly dodged, thinking, "They're still after me." Another assassin jumped down from the branches, sword raised to strike Shen Fong. Shen Fong raised his sword to block, but lost his footing. He cursed inwardly, "I can't hold on much longer. This person's skill is far superior to the others. There's no chance of escape." He immediately asked, "Who are you?" The female assassin sneered, "You're distracted." She then knocked Shen Fong's sword away with a single stroke. Any last words? Shen Fong pulled out his folding fan, thinking, "I can hold on for a little longer with the fan, but if reinforcements don't arrive soon, I'm afraid I'll be the one asked for last words. You might as well tell me who you are, so I'll know when I die." The female assassin responded coldly, "Then there will be no last words." Just then, Xiao Huang charged over on horseback, shouting, "Shen Fong, get on." She reached out and pulled him up. Shen Fong, shocked to see her, asked, "Sixth princess." He quickly mounted the horse. Xiao Huang immediately urged the horse forward. Shen Fong, leaning back precariously, asked, "Sixth princess, why are you here?" Xiao Huang replied, "I came out. Oh, to keep an eye on brother Shen, to make sure he didn't fall behind." Shen Fong blushed. "Your Highness, your dress will get dirty like this. This humble official should try." Xiao Huang replied, "Censor Shen, I never care about my dress." At that moment, an arrow flew towards them. Shen Fong immediately shielded Xiao Huang. "Don't be afraid. Your Highness, I will protect you. Let's go." He held her tightly. Xiao Huang said, "Second brother Shen, bear with it. You'll be all right. You will." The female assassin scolded her subordinate. "You idiot, where are you shooting? We need the sixth princess alive." Luckily, Shen Fong shielded her, barely avoiding the arrow. The man stammered nervously, "I'm sorry." Suddenly a guard shouted, "There are more assassins over there." Everyone immediately said, "Retreat to the camp." Zhao Jing comforted him, "Second brother, I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Shen Zhao said worriedly, "Second brother Jiang, didn't we agree to let second brother stall for a while? Why hasn't he come back yet? If I hadn't insisted on going ahead, maybe we would have been back at the horses by now, and second brother wouldn't have had to give us his horse. If something happens to second brother because of this." Zhao Jing hugged her and comforted her. "It's not your fault, it's mine. I shouldn't have wanted to be alone with you and dismiss the guards. I'm sorry. I promise you, I won't let you encounter this kind of danger again." Shun Xiong waited anxiously outside. "What's going on? I can't wait any longer. What happened? I can't just sit here." Jiang Zhao rushed in and shouted, "Zhao Mimi, Shun Air." Shen Zhao quickly pushed the crown prince away and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What's wrong with my second brother? Take me to him." Jiang Zhao replied, "Little sister, follow me." The crown prince quickly shouted, "Wait for me." Following Jiang Zhao, Shen Zhao hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Xiao Huang." Xiao Huang said nervously, "Xiao, Ji." Shen Zhao quickly asked, "Xiao Huang, are you all right?" Xiao Huang replied, If Censor Shun hadn't blocked that arrow for me, I wouldn't be like this." At this moment, Shen Mother lifted the curtain and came out, saying, "Sixth princess, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, my son might not have made it back. Your Highness, if there's anything the Shun family can do for you in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Shen Zhao asked worriedly, "Mother, how is second brother?" Shen Mother replied, "The wound looks serious, but fortunately, it didn't hit any vital points. We just have to wait for him to wake up." Zhao, help me look after your second brother. Your Highness must be frightened today. I'll take you to change your clothes. Xiao Huang replied, all right. Zhao Jing and Lu Mingxi immediately said in unison. Then let me look after him with Shen Zhao. Seeing this, Shen Zhao became suspicious. Zhao Jing and Lu Mingxi glared at each other. Lu Mingxi immediately placed her hand on Shen Zhao's. Classmate, the imperial physician said, second young master Shen is out of danger. Don't worry too much. Shen Zhao replied, but second brother hasn't woken up yet. I'm still a little worried. Lu Mingxi comforted her. Don't blame yourself too much. No one expected this to happen. Zhao Jing interjected, I'm sorry. After all, Shen Fang is because of me. Lu Mingxi immediately interrupted. His Highness dismissing the guards was indeed a bit much. If it were me, I would definitely put my classmate Shen's safety first. Shen Zhao turned to Mingxi and said, it's not the crown prince's fault. Zhao Jing also placed his hand on hers. Shen Zhao, don't worry, this won't happen again. Shen Zhao asked blankly, am I overthinking this? Are you two fighting over something? Zhao Jing said, since Shen Zhao has said so, this young master would also like to ask, what exactly is the Lu family stance? Shen Zhao worriedly thought, why does the atmosphere feel increasingly tense? Lu Mingxi immediately put on a wronged expression and said to Shen Zhao, classmate, his highness is so scary. Zhao Jing quickly pulled her away. Lu Mingxi, let's talk privately. Shen Zhao advised, Crown Prince brother, don't scare Mingxi. Outside, Lu Mingxi asked, I wonder how this humble official has offended his highness. Zhao Jing replied, Shen Zhao can't see, so control your expression. Lu Mingxi immediately composed her expression and retorted, all right, there's no need to be like this in front of your highness. Just say what you want to say, your highness. Zhao Jing was startled by the speed of her change in expression. What's your purpose in getting close to Shen Zhao? His Majesty should have already mentioned taking a concubine to your family, right? Do you think it's easier to approach this from the Shen family side? Lu Mingxi chuckled and replied, taking a concubine. How boring, your highness. My Lu family doesn't want to become the second Wei family, and I don't want to be the second consort Wei. Just now, your highness asked about the Lu family stance. I can fully represent my father in answering. Shen Zhao's attitude is the Lu family's attitude. The Duke has a solid foundation in the military, and it's safer to stand on this side. Besides, Shen Zhao is very good to me, so naturally, I will reciprocate. Moreover, if your highness has already decided not to take a concubine and hopes to stick to it, then I absolutely do not want to enter the palace. Zhao Jing asked, in that case, why are you obstructing Shen Zhao and me? Lu Mingxi replied, does your highness truly feel obstructed? It seems your highness isn't that confident about this matter. But don't worry, that little girl from the Shen family isn't really that little girl from the Shen family. After all, what a pity. The two looked at each other without speaking. At this moment, Shen Zhao came looking for them and asked, what are you two chatting about outside? Is everything all right? Why is the atmosphere so strange? Zhao Jing replied, Jiao, after returning to the palace, I plan to ask Father Emperor to let me go to the Ministry of Revenue. Shen Zhao was startled. The Ministry of Revenue. Isn't that Lu Mingxi's father's department? Zhao Jing snorted. You need to take care of yourself at the Imperial College. Stop skipping classes. Lu Mingxi came closer and put her arm around Shen Zhao. Don't worry, your highness, I'll definitely help you look after Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao replied, we'll look after each other. I can take care of Mingxi too. Lu Mingxi said somewhat shyly. Besides, I'm not as strict as his highness. If Shen Zhao has too much homework, I'll just feel sorry for her. Shen Zhao replied, he's not really that strict. Lu Mingxi smiled. My father will also help your highness. Don't worry. Zhao Jing thought to himself, now I'm even more worried. I'll have Kong keep a closer eye on things outside. Xiao Huang worriedly thought, could what Yuan Mukai said before be related to the assassination attempt? Should I tell Father Emperor? But I don't have any proof. Will Father Emperor think I'm just trying to get out of the marriage? At this moment, Yuan Mukai spoke. Sixth Princess, let's talk. Oh no. Could the Sixth Princess think I did it? Please, what benefit would I gain from sabotaging the diplomatic relations between our two countries? Seeing her so worried about Shen Fang did give me some inspiration, though. If the Sixth Princess continues with this I won't help you attitude, then I can't guarantee what might happen to Shen Fang again, and it might not even be my doing. He's just a censor, after all. With the diplomatic relations between our two countries at stake, Father Emperor won't really punish me. I'll just have to compensate with some gifts, right? Besides, Sixth Princess, You don't dare to tell him you like him. I doubt he likes you either. If you actually told him, it would only make him more awkward, and then he wouldn't know how to reject a princess. Not to mention, if he knew I had a prejudice against you, he might dislike you even more. So, if you return to my country with me, he'll be safe, and you'll leave a good impression on him. Xiao Huang replied, Prince Mu, if you can keep your word, I can go to Father Emperor. But after returning to the palace, I need to tell my mother consort first. Yuan Mu put his hand on her shoulder. I said, as long as the sixth princess agrees, I will definitely keep my word. However, I'm not that generous. As the future queen, don't go see him again, otherwise. Xiao Huang replied, all right. Inside the tent, Shun Fong woke up. Mother Shun and Shun Jiao quickly called out to him. Shun Fong asked, Jiao, Mother, where's the sixth princess? Is she all right? Shun Jiao threw herself into his arms. If something happened to you, I wouldn't want to live. Shun Fong comforted her. I'm all right now, aren't I? Don't worry, Jiao. Mother Shun said, look at you, acting like nothing happened. You're really putting on a brave face. Shun Fong asked, how long have I been asleep? What's the situation now? Mother Shun immediately replied, you've been asleep for a day. His Majesty has ordered a lockdown of the military camp and is searching for the assassin. Shun Fong immediately asked, have they caught the masked female assassin? Mother Shun was furious. You're still worried about being attacked in your condition. Shun Fong hurriedly said, no, it's just that I find it a bit strange. That female assassin was after me. I need to talk to Father. You two rest. Jiao, remember to look after second brother, or he'll run off again. Shun Jiao said, second brother, did you cause trouble again? Shun Fong laughed. All right, if the sixth princess is fine, I want to see her and ask her something. Shun Jiao immediately said. Xiao Huang said, if you have any questions, I can help you write her a letter. Shun Fong immediately asked. Shun Jiao gave him the letter, saying that it contained everything he might want to ask, but she didn't want to see him. The letter from Xiao Huang read, I was there because I thought the assassin wouldn't harm me. My intelligence was wrong. I didn't expect you to shield me. Also, Minister Shun saved me once before, so the Shun family owes me nothing. We're even. Shun Fong thought, no one owes anyone anything. Her Highness wants to draw a clear line. We were picking mushrooms together just a few days ago. Is it just because we talked about the person Her Highness likes? Shun Jiao asked, what did Zhao Huang write? Why does second brother look so dejected? Shun Fong thought, so that's why she doesn't even want to see me. Does she really care that much about him? He forced a smile and said, it's nothing, probably just my old injury acting up. Shun Jiao said in shock, nothing. This is not a small matter. I'll get the imperial physician. Don't move, second brother. Shun Fong said, I know. He thought, why would Her Highness think the assassin wouldn't harm her? It can only be because Her Highness thought the assassin was sent by Prince Mu. Prince Mu must have said something. No, I have to ask her directly. She's avoiding me now, and she already has a bad impression of me. Forget it. I'll just leave it be. It's not so bad being with Xiao Huang. She thought, it's better not to see him. I should forget about second brother Shun as soon as possible. It's better for everyone. Just then, Shun Fong appeared and called out to the sixth princess. She immediately turned around. Shun Fong asked, is it really just because we talked about the person you like that you don't want to see me? Xiao Huang said somewhat fearfully this princess is not a child. If others see us meeting privately, there will definitely be gossip. Shun Fong suddenly grabbed her hand and said, I understand. As long as no one sees us, it's fine, right? Your Highness, come with me to the storehouse. Shun Fong asked, no one comes to this storehouse. Your Highness can rest assured, right? I just have an urgent matter that I need Your Highness to confirm. At that moment, Xiao Huang thought, he still treats me like a child, so he doesn't care about the difference between men and women. She immediately withdrew her hand and said, Minister Shun, please behave yourself as a subject. Shun Fong knelt down and replied, yes. I want to ask Your Highness, why did you think the assassin was sent by Prince Mu? Did Prince Mu say anything to you before the incident? Xiao Huang said, he was just joking and trying to scare me. I only realized after I went back that the assassin's target was actually fourth brother. Shun Fong asked, then when Your Highness saw the signal, who did you think the assassin's target was? Xiao Huang stammered, I thought it was you. Shun Fong asked again, so Mu told Your Highness that he wanted to kill me. Xiao Huang said guiltily, he said you were always in his way, so. Shun Fong stood up and said, then Your Highness may not have to marry him after all. I'm afraid he wasn't joking. The assassin said I was one of the targets. I didn't understand before, but if what Your Highness said is true, then I understand. I will report to His Majesty as soon as possible. Your Highness can go find the person you like now. Xiao Huang said worriedly, wait a minute. If you go to Father, Mu definitely won't let you off. I know if the suspicion is true, it's a big deal, but you're still injured. Why don't you let someone else go to father? Shen Fong pulled his hand back. Your Highness, please behave yourself. Also, are you saying these things so that the person you like can get the credit? Xiao Huang retorted, Minister Shen, if you mention the person in my heart again, I'll really be angry. I just don't want to cause you any more trouble. Shen Fong thought, she talks about causing me trouble when it's clearly me protecting her. He asked, how is it that I don't even know that your Highness is causing me trouble? Xiao Huang said seriously, you always shielded me from your and Mu's questioning, and you helped me down from the tree. Also, Minister Shen, you may not know this, but a few years ago during the Lantern Festival, my sister entered the palace, and I ran into some bad people outside the palace with my maid, and then you saved me. Shen Fong said in shock, so that little girl was your Highness. But why were you outside the palace? Xiao Huang blushed and said, I just wanted to see the lanterns, so I sneaked out. Shen Fong couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Huang was both embarrassed and annoyed, saying, go ahead and laugh, Minister Shen. You always see me at my most embarrassing moments. Shen Fong replied, your Highness misunderstands. I just think your Highness is very cute like this. I never thought it was troublesome. Besides, that little girl can now bravely rush into the forest to save someone. That's really impressive, he said, gently patting her head, and continued. As for Prince Mu, your Highness needn't worry. I only hope he targets me, so I can obtain evidence. The little emperor worriedly asked, but won't your injury be dangerous? Shen Fong replied, rest assured, your Highness, I know my limits. In any case, I'm definitely much more capable than the person in your heart, and I'm not afraid of Prince Mu. The little emperor was speechless, his cheeks flushed. Censor Shen, can we pretend I never mentioned the person in my heart? Please don't bring it up again. Shen Fong asked again, your Highness, tell me honestly, is it because you're worried the person in your heart will misunderstand that you don't want to see me? The little emperor thought to himself, I can't tell Censor Shen the truth. Shen Fong continued, to be so stingy about just saying a few words to your Highness, he really isn't a suitable person. What do you even like about him? The little emperor quickly replied, I understand. So, Censor Shen, please don't mention it again. Censor Shen, please rest well. I'll take my leave now. Seeing this, Shen Fong thought somewhat dejectedly. His Highness has learned to brush me off. Was I too hasty? I've frightened her again. The emperor asked, you want to cooperate with the Liu family? Zhao Jing replied, yes, Lord Liu already has this intention. The emperor continued, so you want to make Liu Mingxi your concubine to solidify the relationship. Mingxi has been following you around this whole time, so have you finally figured it out? Zhao Jing replied, Father, I don't want to rely on marriage to win over the Liu family, and I don't want the Shen and Liu families to become the next Wei family. The emperor asked, are you questioning my choices? At this moment, a eunuch entered and reported, Your Majesty, Shen Fong requests an audience. The emperor exclaimed in surprise, Shen Fong has awakened. Quickly summon him. Shen Fong entered and bowed, Your Majesty, Your Highness. The emperor said, you're still injured. There's no need for formalities. What urgent matter do you have? Shen Fong respectfully reported, Your Majesty, this humble official suspects that the Wei family is colluding with the Zhao. Prince Mu assisted in this assassination attempt. The Zhao are proposing marriage on the surface, but secretly they are joining hands with the Prime Minister to support the fifth prince. This humble official is worried that the Zhao have ulterior motives. Therefore, I implore your Majesty to withdraw the marriage alliance with the Zhao. Prince Mu's temperament is far less steady than the Prime Minister's, and his actions are not as thorough. I want to start with him and find evidence of the Prime Minister's collusion. The Emperor asked, so you want to use the marriage alliance to provoke Yuan Mu? How much certainty do you have? Shen Fong replied, 70%. The Emperor asked again, and the remaining 30%. Shen Fong replied, the benefits gained from the marriage alliance with the Zhao may not meet your Majesty's expectations. After all, the one truly in power is the princess. Prince Mu cannot make the decisions. After hearing this, the emperor nodded. All right, I'll trust you this once. Shen Fong immediately replied, this humble official understands. The emperor instructed Zhao Jing, after returning to the capital, put some pressure on the Ministry of Revenue to distract the Grand Scholar. This will help Shen Fong proceed smoothly. Zhao Jing responded, this son understands. This son will escort Censor Shen back to rest first. On the way back, Zhao Jing looked at Shen Fong, hesitant to speak. Shen Fong said, "Your Highness, if you have something to say, just say it. I can't stand you staring at me like this." Zhao Jing replied, "Thank you for your help during the assassination attempt. Also, regarding little Lu, I couldn't speak to father about it before." Shen Fong said, "Your Highness, this is this official's duty. The Six Princes matter was just taking advantage of the situation. Your hesitation, you want to ask about Zhao Jiao, right? You're worried that Zhao Jiao has no feelings for you, and the Shen family will break off the engagement, correct? She just hasn't figured it out yet. At least now, she's very close to you. But right now, Shen Zhao only sees me as a brother." Shen Fong patted his shoulder. "Your Highness, this is much better than her treating you like a stranger before. I think you have a good chance. So don't worry." He thought to himself, the Sixth Prince wants to draw a clear line with me. At least Zhao Jiao doesn't run away when she sees His Highness. What is the Sixth Prince so afraid of? At this moment, Shen Zhao ran over and shouted, "Second brother, where did you run off to? Didn't I tell you not to run around? Your wound is going to split open again. I was so worried when I couldn't find you." Shen Fong quickly explained, "My wound hasn't split open." "Let me explain." Shen Zhao quickly grabbed him and said, "Mother told me to watch you, but you haven't changed at all." Shen Fong quickly replied, "Good sister, you're pressing on my wound. It really hurts this time." Shen Zhao immediately rolled up her sleeves and said, "This time I'm going to tie you to the bed." Shen Fong hurriedly said, "Zhao Jiao, I promise I won't move this time. Don't do this." Zhao Jing, watching this scene, broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that Shen Zhao probably never treated him like a brother, at least not this ruthlessly. Shen Zhao put her hands on her hips and ordered. The imperial physician said you need to rest for half a month after you return. No more running around. Shen Fong quickly appeased her. "I know, yesterday was a special circumstance." Shen Zhao said, "Swear it." At this moment, Zhao Mian walked over and reported. Shen Fong asked, "Fifth Prince, what's the matter?" Zhao Mian replied, "It's about the assassin. I didn't know you were so badly injured. I'm sorry." Shen Fong comforted him. "Fifth Prince, you don't have to blame yourself. It's thanks to your warning this time." He thought helplessly to himself. Sixth Prince too, always thinking everything was his fault. Shen Zhao added, "Yeah, it's not like you sent the assassin." Shen Fong approached Zhao Mian and said, "Actually, regarding the Fifth Prince's matter, the situation behind this is more serious than we imagine. If the noble consort is truly involved, with all due respect," he continued, "Your Highness, if you are not involved, I think you and the noble consort should sever ties with the Wei family as soon as possible. Also, Fifth Prince, you should also stay away from Yuanmu." Shen Zhao looked at them and said, "What's going on? You two are hiding something from me." Shen Fong replied, "It's nothing. When second brother's injury heals, I'll bring you storybooks and snacks from Garden." Shen Zhao asked, "Can't you just bring them into the palace for me?" The Crown Prince said, "Even if I'm not around, don't neglect your studies. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Kong. In any case, don't let Lu Mingxi lead you astray. It's best to stay away from her." Shen Zhao replied, "Crown Prince, do you have a prejudice against Lu Mingxi?" The Crown Prince stammered, "No, I don't." Shen Zhao walked up to Zhao Jing and handed him a package, saying, "Here you go." The Crown Prince asked in surprise, "Is this a new official inauguration gift package? There are snacks and medicine I prepared inside." Zhao Jing put the package on his shoulder, thinking that it was just like what his mother used to prepare for his father. Shen Zhao excitedly interjected, "Mingxi taught me how to do it. I'm amazing, right?" Zhao Jing thought to himself, "It seems Lu Mingxi is still somewhat useful." Suddenly he thought, "Wait, you didn't prepare one for Mingxi too, did you?" Shen Zhao said blankly, "No, Mingxi isn't going anywhere." Zhao Jing instructed, "Regarding Yuan Mu, Xiao Lu needs to take some time off to go to High Garden for extra lessons. Remember to visit him after school." Shen Zhao replied, "His Majesty hasn't asked this princess to marry anyone either, so I'll just rest in a garden for now." Xiao Wang interjected, "Speaking of marriage, I want to thank Imperial Censor Shen in person. I wonder when he'll be free to visit a garden." Shen Zhao said with a smile, "Isn't it a coincidence? My second brother said that he would bring me storybooks and snacks after his injury heals. See, my second brother is the best. Little Huang, don't be afraid of him." Xiao Huang replied, "It was all a misunderstanding." Crown Prince Xiao Jiji asked, "Is Xiao Lu also afraid of Shen Fong?" Shen Zhao, hearing the word also, looked puzzled. The Crown Prince said, "When Kong, he has also been quite frightened by him recently. She probably hasn't recovered from the shadow of the horse riding lesson yet." He recalled one Kong running to him in a panic and saying, "Your Highness, I swear, Shen Fong has been looking at me with that kind of look recently. Shen Zhao added, yeah, he finally learned something, but he ran away before he even got on the horse. Xiao Huang interjected, I don't know about Kong Yi, but it was a misunderstanding back then. Zhao Jing said, all right, it's been hard on you all, just to prevent Prince Mu from causing any more trouble. Shen Zhao comforted Xiao Wang, don't worry, Mingxi and I will help take notes and give them to him later. Xiao Wang happily thanked Xiao Jiji. Xiao Jing thought to himself, why does Lu Mingxi have to go to He Garden too? At this moment, Shen Fong was walking towards He Garden, thinking to himself, His Highness has been going to He Garden a lot recently. I wanted to talk to him today, but knowing I'm coming, he must have hidden himself away already. Even if I can't talk to him, it would be nice to see him from afar. He entered with the things in his hand and said, Jiao, I brought you the books and snacks. Seeing Xiao Wang standing at the door, he froze. Xiao Wang said, Gigi will be here soon. In any case, I owe Imperial Censor Shen a favor. Regarding the marriage proposal, I came here today to thank you in person. She thought to herself, even if it's not you and Mu, it can't be second brother Shen. So let this be the last time I see him. Emperor Zhao said, Imperial Censor Shen has helped me a great deal. My mother said I must give you a gift to show my gratitude, but I'm afraid you won't like what I give you. So today I wanted to ask you, anything at all, Imperial Censor Shen, just name it. Shen Fong smiled and replied, Your Highness, there's no need for this. The marriage alliance is a matter of expediency with its own purpose. He thought anything at all. He continued, I truly dare not take credit, so there's no need for a gift. He put the item down. The young emperor asked, Imperial Censor Shen, you've refused several times. Do you think I can't offer anything good? Shen Fong said to her, Your Highness, you misunderstand. I previously apologized to Your Highness and said anything at all because I knew you wouldn't make things difficult for me. But how are you sure I won't force you to repay me? Zhao Huang immediately replied, Of course, it's because I know Imperial Censor Shen wouldn't force anyone into anything. Shen Fong gritted his teeth and moved closer, saying, Your Highness, you think too simply. I wouldn't force anyone, but what if I said I wanted to be your horse? What would you do? Would you really agree? The young emperor replied, That's fine too. Shen Fong was startled and quickly knelt, saying, Your Highness, please forgive me. I meant there's no need for this. It's all within my duties. I know. Imperial Censor Shen always treats me like a child, thinks I don't understand things. But I've really liked you for a long time. Not the kind of liking for a friend or a brother. So, if Imperial Censor Shen is just joking, and I take it seriously, who's really at a loss? Certainly not me. The young emperor finished speaking and, seeing Shen Fong stunned, turned to leave in a fluster, saying, I didn't mean for you to do anything. I know you don't feel that way. There are many people in the capital who like you. I'm just one of them. Imperial Censor Shen, don't worry about it. She finished speaking and quickly ran away. While running, she said, Anyway, whatever gift you want, just tell Zhao Jing. I've taken up your time today. I'll be going now. Her cheeks burned. How embarrassing, she thought. Second brother, Shen, probably won't want to see me again. Suddenly, Shen Fong grabbed her hand. Since Your Highness has said so much, you can't just leave like before. Your Highness, that unreliable, useless, and blind person is me. He pulled her into his arms. She whispered, I didn't insult you. Shen Fong laughed. Then I didn't hear wrong. I am indeed blind. But what do you mean I don't feel that way about you? My feelings for Your Highness are more than just a little. So if I really became Your Highness's horse, you would definitely not be the one at a loss. Saying this, he lifted her chin and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Zhao Huang woke up with a start. Was I dreaming? She quickly pushed him away. Wait a minute. Shen Fong said helplessly, Your Highness, if you say those things were all a joke, then I'm going to make a fuss. Zhao Huang covered her mouth and replied, Wasn't it always when I wasn't wearing my princess attire that you would see me? You always. Shen Fong held her hand. But the person I like is Jiao Luanyang, not the sixth princess. Zhao Huang replied. Then Father Emperor might not be happy. The Shen family already has Zhao Jing. Shen Fong interjected. Speaking of your Father Emperor, Your Highness, let's keep our relationship a secret for now. Mainly, if His Majesty finds out, he might suspect my motives for investigating third uncle. I know saying this makes it seem like I'm toying with a young girl's feelings and refusing to take responsibility. But Zhao Huang smiled. I understand your heart. Third uncle's matter is more important right now. I'll talk to Father Emperor later. Consider this my gift to you. No matter what, I can't let you be disliked by Father Emperor because of this. Shen Fong said, Your Highness, Please leave it to me. I've already accepted your highness's gift. Zhao Huang was stunned. Shen Fang held her hand and asked, then how about another kiss? The young emperor said shyly, Teach, this counts as a gift. Why wouldn't it? You said anything at all. The young emperor added, and you've just recovered from your injury. You should also take care of yourself with third uncle's matter. Don't be too anxious. Shen Fang asked her, Isn't your mother busy looking for a husband for you lately? How can I not be anxious? Zhao Huang blushed and replied, "Mo mother. I'll stall them at the Imperial Hospital." Shen Zhao said, now that both Crown Prince and Little Huang don't come to the Imperial Hospital anymore. Even Zhao Mian misses the Imperial Hospital, and her complexion has improved a lot. I don't even know how much longer second brother will be busy. Looming, she said, if that's the case, why don't we take a day off tomorrow and go somewhere lively? Shen Zhao asked, just the two of us. Looming, she said happily, there's a place 6 princess can come to. But isn't it still being all secretive? Kong Yi, hiding nearby, was startled and wanted to come with us. Where are you planning to go tomorrow? You know His Highness the 6th Prince needs to keep a low profile. Looming, she replied, of course, it's a place His Highness Yuan Mu would definitely not go. And it's a place that values its guests' privacy and has excellent security. Shen Zhao asked, can His Majesty Zhao Huang go too? When Kong Yi quickly interjected, wait, I want to go too. Is there such a place in the capital? He thought to himself, His Highness told me to keep an eye on Looming Shi. Looming Shi quickly replied, if one wants to come, then come along tomorrow. Don't regret it then. When Kong Yi was covered in a cold sweat, thinking, why do I have a bad feeling about this? The next day, Lu Mingxi brought everyone to a restaurant. A waiter respectfully waited outside. It's been a while since we've had such lovely ladies grace our humble establishment. When Kong Yi remained silent, the unease in his heart growing stronger. Shen Zhao curiously asked, what kind of place is Langyu Pavilion? Lu Mingxi smiled and replied, it's Qingguan Pavilion, of course. Just then, someone came out and said, Miss Lu, the private room you reserved is ready. When Kong Yi and Xiao Huang were both surprised, Shen Zhao asked with a puzzled look, what is Qingguan Pavilion? Lu Mingxi explained, simply put, it's a place where we can invite handsome young men to accompany us for tea, conversation, games, and music. Shen Zhao said excitedly, that sounds lively. The manager clapped his hands. Welcome, honored guests. Young gentlemen, please come forward and greet them. A group of young men vied to invite the ladies inside. What kind of music do you ladies prefer? I'll go prepare it right away. When Kong Yi panicked, thinking they actually agreed to this just like that, Xiao Huang spoke up, wait a minute, I don't think this is a good idea. When Kong Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing the 6th prince is still here. Xiao Huang worried, I just confessed my feelings, and now we're coming to a place like this. What if Brother Feng finds out? Lu Mingxi asked, does Miss Lu still have any concerns? Are you about to get married? The young man laughed, then you should come even more. We can even teach you some sweet nothings, so you don't marry the wrong person and ruin your life. Shen Zhao also chimed in, that's right, Xiao Huang needs to choose her future husband carefully. Don't be fooled by a bad guy. Lu Mingxi also laughed and said, and this place is very proper. They won't be disrespectful to the guests. It's just finding a few young men to accompany us for some fun. Hearing this, Xiao Huang wavered slightly. As long as Brother Feng doesn't know, and it's not a disreputable place, then I don't have to feel guilty. Lu Mingxi added, unless one tells on us, no one will know we were here today. Xiao Huang thought, if Kong Yi tells 4th brother about anything related to the Jiao family, 4th brother will definitely tell Brother Feng. So Xiao Huang said, sorry, Kong Yi, to make sure you don't tell anyone, you have to come in too. When Kong Yi was shocked, at this moment, 2 men stepped forward and grabbed him. Don't be afraid, young master. We occasionally have male guests here too. When Kong Yi cried out, wait, I don't want to go. Shen Zhao said happily, Xiao Huang, let's go in. Xiao Huang replied, okay. A cat in the tree poked its head out. Jiang Jiao appeared, got it. But wasn't that Jiao Mei just now? Jiao Mei went to Langyu Pavilion today. What kind of place is that? Meanwhile, Shen Feng thought, according to the intel, Yuan Mu is probably going to look for the prime minister, but given the prime minister's temperament, he definitely won't meet him in the city. I'll have to keep an eye on the villages outside the city these next few days. Just then, Jiang Zhao appeared. Shen'er, why didn't you tell me Jiao Mei went out of the palace to have fun today? Shen Feng froze. Where did Zhao Jiao go to have fun? Jiang Zhao replied, you don't know. It's a place called Langyu Pavilion. Shen Feng asked again, Where's Lang Yu Pavilion? Jiang Zhao said, it's in Yangguan. I saw her when I was chasing a cat. Shen Feng said, oh, it's probably one of those Qingguan pavilions. Jiang Zhao continued, what? How could Zhao Mei go to a place like that? How can you be so calm? Shen Feng replied, what's the big deal? Doesn't Zhao like handsome young men? It's nothing strange. Who did she go with? Lu Mingxi, so it should be fine. Jiang Zhao said, now that you mention it, I did see Miss Lu and the Sixth Prince. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng almost spat out his tea. How can they take the current princess to a place like that? Jiang Zhao asked, didn't you just say it was fine? Shen Feng immediately retorted, that's different. I have to go find His Highness the Crown Prince. Inside Lang Yu Pavilion, the fortune teller said, this young lady's path to marriage, I'm afraid, will be somewhat bumpy. Shen Zhao tilted her head and asked doubtfully, but I don't think there's a problem. He's not mentioning breaking off the engagement anymore. The fortune teller replied, what I'm saying is, the key lies with the newly appeared person. Shen Zhao asked in surprise, She thought to herself, does His Highness the Crown Prince think I've been too lazy recently and haven't been studying hard? The fortune teller continued, judging from the outcome, you and your fiancé are very close. Forgive my presumption, but are you childhood sweethearts? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The fortune teller continued, it seems I guessed correctly. You only see him as an older brother now, not a fiancé. Hearing this, Shen Zhao was startled, remembering Zhao Jing once asking, is liking someone like how you like your second brother? She thought to herself, did His Highness the Crown Prince think so before? Xiao Huang, who was at the side, also thought, it seems fourth brother still has to work harder. The fortune teller then asked, does this young lady also want her fortune told? Xiao Huang quickly shrank back and said, no, I don't want to. Shen Zhao hurriedly walked over and said, Xiao Huang, don't worry. Even if you don't look, we know that your future will definitely be smooth sailing. Xiao Huang blushed and said, hopefully, it will be smooth sailing. Inside the carriage, Zhao Jing said, it's rare to see you so nervous. Shen Feng asked worriedly, is it that obvious? Your Highness, I was very rude just now. I was worried that Jiao would be deceived by those people's sweet words. Hearing this, Zhao Jing seemed to understand something and thought, does Shen Zhao like listening to these things? Shen Feng asked again, why do you have that expression, Your Highness? As if you suddenly understood something. Zhao Jing replied somewhat guiltily, no, I'm just a little worried. Will they take Xiao Lu out of the palace too? Sigh, I clearly told Kong to keep an eye on Lu Mingxi. Your Highness, Kong Yi is no match for Miss Lu. Zhao Jing said, speaking of which, did you and Wen Kong Yi have some sort of disagreement before? Shen Feng replied, no, he probably mistook me for someone else. He felt a little guilty inwardly. Isn't it because His Highness Jiang Lu liked him before? Zhao Jing asked again, then have you taken a liking to any young lady? Shen Feng inwardly broke out in a cold sweat, your sister. He coughed and said, weren't we talking about you and Jiao? Why are we talking about me now? Zhao Jing laughed. Nothing, just a little curious. Let's talk about the important matters first. Shen Feng asked in confusion, why did you come here to find me? Could it be that there's been progress with your and Mu's matter? Shen Feng replied, there has indeed been some progress. I wanted to discuss it with Your Highness. Inside the Lang Yu Pavilion, everyone casually requested songs. The girls could listen to whatever they wanted. These pastries are complimentary. Please enjoy. Shen Zhao asked happily, all these pastries are free. I don't even know which one to choose. Lu Mingxi asked, do you think these young gentlemen are more handsome and charming than your fiancé? Will you forget about him in the future? Shen Zhao asked, why would you say that? Actually, I miss him even more now. This place is quite fun. I want to bring him here next time. When Kong Yi hurriedly said, aren't you ashamed? You even want to bring the young master here. Shen Zhao said, what's wrong with that? Xiao Huang said, Jiao, fourth brother probably wouldn't want to come to a place like this. Shen Zhao asked curiously, then did you have fun today, Xiao Huang? One of the young gentlemen laughed and said, of course, I had fun. This young lady just complimented our band. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please tell us, and we'll change it immediately. Xiao Huang blushed. Is it because I'm usually too bland that Xiao makes Shen Zhao want to come to a place like this? Should I learn some sweet talk too? Shen Feng continued, my dad has a dating guide. Want me to steal it for you? Zhao Jing asked, does that even work? Shen Feng replied, well, my dad only uses it to annoy my mom. Other than that, I don't have much experience either, but I heard you're quite popular. Wiping his sweat, Shen Feng said, Your Highness, that's all because of my family status. After all, my father's official position is... Zhao Jing asked curiously, So have you taken a liking to any particular young lady? Shen Fong continued to wipe his sweat. Your sister. He coughed and replied, weren't we talking about you in Yao Jiao? Why are you asking about me? Zhao Jing said, nothing, just a little curious. Let's talk about today's business first. Shen Fong looked puzzled. Zhao Jing continued, you came to me for Shen Zhao, so you must have made some progress with the Mu family, right? Shen Fong replied, indeed, there's been some progress. I'd like to discuss it with your highness at Langyu Pavilion. Everyone, please order whatever you like. Ladies, feel free to request any songs you wish to hear. These pastries are complimentary. Please enjoy. Shen Zhao asked happily, so many pastries are free? I don't even know which one to choose. Lu Mingxi asked, don't you think these young gentlemen, so handsome and eloquent, are much better than your fiancé? Don't you miss him anymore? Shen Zhao asked, why would you say that? Actually, I do miss him now. This place is quite fun, and I want to share it with him. I want to bring him here next time. Wen Qinyi hurriedly said, aren't you ashamed? How could you bring the young master to a place like this? Shen Zhao said, what's wrong with that? Xiao Huang replied, Zhao Jiejie, fourth brother probably wouldn't want to come here. Shen Zhao asked curiously, so, Xiao Huang, are you having fun today? One of the young men said, of course. This young lady just complimented our band. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please tell us, and we'll correct it immediately. Xiao Huang replied, blushing. It's all right, Lu Mingxi. She said she hasn't had enough fun yet. Hurry up and arrange some more entertainment. The manager agreed. All right, how about we perform some dances for you ladies? What do you ladies think of our skills? The others echoed her sentiment. After a while, the manager said, please enjoy yourselves, ladies. You're welcome to come back again. Xiao Huang came out and praised. That last dance was really interesting, completely different from our women's dancing style. Shen Zhao also agreed. Yes, I feel like I haven't seen enough. At this moment, Shen Feng appeared at the door and called, Jiao Jiao. Shen Zhao said happily, oh, second brother, how did you get here? Shen Feng asked, why didn't you tell anyone you were going out? Did you have fun? Shen Zhao replied, it was so interesting. Xiao Huang was just praising them. Xiao Huang said shyly, no, I didn't. Shen Zhao asked again, didn't you just say they danced well? Xiao Huang froze. I was just saying that casually, and then covered her face in embarrassment. Shen Feng asked with a smile, Your Highness, you're having so much fun. Why are you hiding it? Xiao Huang quickly said, Zhao Jing, I'll wait for you in the carriage. After saying that, she ran out. Shen Zhao sighed. Second brother scared her away again. Shen Feng asked back, did I? Shen Zhao then said to Zhao Jing. Xiao Huang also said, you wouldn't come to a place like this. Zhao Jing replied, I'm not here for fun. I'm worried about everyone. Shen Zhao asked blankly, worried about what? Zhao Jing continued, I'm afraid you'll be cheated or something. He sighed, thinking to himself, this girl is so naive. She doesn't understand anything. Looming, she stepped forward and asked, Your Highness, do you not trust me? Shen Zhao replied, the crown prince is just worried that Xiao Huang would sneak out of the palace. Mingxi, don't misunderstand. We only came because you said this place was very discreet. If you're so worried, then we should hurry back to the palace. Zhao Jing replied, I'm saying that everyone is having so much fun. It's all right to stay a little longer. Shen Zhao said happily, Crown Prince brother is finally letting me have some fun. But Xiao Huang has to return to the palace early. So let's end here today. Zhao Jing then said, as you wish. Tonight, I'll have the Imperial Kitchen send some food to the Hei Wang residence. Shen Zhao said, I also want to take second brother with me. Mingxi, do you want to come? Lu Mingxi quickly declined. I have to go home and have dinner with my mother. Maybe another day. Shen Zhao waved goodbye, then we'll leave first. Lu Mingxi also waved goodbye. Then she said, come out, they're gone. When Kangyi walked out of Langyu Pavilion and said, you tricked me, Lu Mingxi replied, you were the one who insisted on following me yesterday. I didn't force you to enter the palace. Xiao Huang blushed, thinking, what's going on? Shen Zhao sat next to her and asked, Xiao Huang, what's wrong? Don't you like the pastries this time? Xiao Huang replied, no, it's not that. Shen Feng smiled. Your Highness doesn't want to see me, so I'll excuse myself first. Xiao Huang stammered, and quickly ran out, saying, I need some fresh air. Shen Feng stood up and said, I'll go check on her. You guys eat first. Shen Zhao instructed, second brother, don't scare Xiao Huang. Shen Feng quickly left, leaving only Zhao Jing and Shen Zhao in the room. Zhao Jing asked, did anyone say anything you particularly liked today? Shen Zhao replied, they said quite a bit, but what I like hearing the most was, Zhao Jing asked eagerly, which sentence? Shen Zhao said excitedly, these pastries are complimentary. Eat as much as you want. Zhao Jing picked up some food for her, and said, "Don't mind that. These dumplings are cooked through. Try them." Shen Zhao said happily, "Crown Prince brother, don't just give me food, you eat too." Outside in the garden, Shen Feng walked forward and said, "Your Highness, there's no one here. You can say whatever you want." Xiao Huang said nervously, I just casually praised their dancing, nothing else. Don't be angry. The expression on Shun Feng's face clearly said, "Are you kidding me?" Heavens, I'm really not angry. As long as your Highness is happy today. Xiao Huang thought to herself. His forehead clearly says angry all over it. So she said, "Feng Ge, didn't you used to say that lowly people aren't worthy of me? Do you remember?" Shen Feng covered his face and thought, how many holes have I dug for myself, really? Then he leaned down and pinched Xiao Huang's cheek, saying, "I'm really not angry. As long as your Highness had fun today." Xiao Huang asked, "Really?" Shen Feng replied, "I was just thinking, if only I were the one making you so happy. But your Highness looks so guilty. Did you really fall for someone today?" Xiao Huang replied, "No. Besides, as long as you appear in front of me, I'm happy no matter what you do." Shen Feng said, "It's my fault. I haven't seen you enough lately." Xiao Huang mumbled, "Then I'll punish you to spend more time with me today." Shen Feng immediately agreed. "Yes, your Highness." Xiao Huang worriedly said, "What if Lu Suchong and Zhao Jing try to drag me out again?" Shen Feng replied, "I won't give Lu Mingxi that chance. Don't worry." Meanwhile, in the outer city, Chancellor Wei paced back and forth, muttering to himself, "Why didn't Yuan Mu send someone to assassinate Shun Feng as planned? The problem is that Shun Feng is still alive. There are more failures than successes." Just then, Yuan Mu appeared and said, "Hey, how much longer do I have to wait? I heard the sixth princess's birth mother is eager to arrange a marriage for her." Chancellor Wei replied, "Prince Mu, this is clearly a test for you. You shouldn't be rushing to me." Yuan Mu retorted, "If you had dealt with Shun Feng earlier, would things have turned out like this?" Chancellor Wei responded, "Since things have come to this, Prince Mu, why are you still so fixated on the sixth princess?" Yuan Mu angrily said, "No, I absolutely cannot let this go." At this moment, a servant rushed in frantically, "My lord, the censorate has surrounded the residence." Yuan Mu cursed under his breath, "Damn it." He turned and ran. As soon as he left, the censorate officers burst in. The censorate is investigating a case. "We asked for the Chancellor's cooperation." Chancellor Wei thought to himself, Yuan Mu must have been followed. Just as he suspected, he questioned, Shen Feng trespassed into another's residence. Is this how the censorate handles matters? Shen Feng cracked his knuckles and said, the situation was urgent. This subordinate had no choice but to intrude directly. I hope the Chancellor will pardon me. Chancellor Wei asked again, who gave you the authority? How dare you search my residence without a warrant? Shen Feng stepped aside, and Zhao Jing walked in and said, it was me. The censorate recently received a secret report that a spy had infiltrated. Coincidentally, someone sneaked into the residence. Given the urgency, I was also considering the Chancellor's safety and reputation. The Chancellor wouldn't object, would he? Chancellor Wei replied, it's a great honor to have the Crown Prince personally come to investigate. Would you like a cup of tea? Zhao Jing shook his head. No need to trouble yourself. He thought, he's so calm. He's probably already destroyed the evidence. I can only count on you and Yuan Mu. As Yuan Mu fled, he thought to himself, I didn't expect my Imperial Sister's people to fail to eliminate Shen Feng. Things are getting more and more troublesome. Just then, a folding fan flew towards him. Yuan Mu recoiled in surprise, blocking it with his knife. The fan returned to Shun Feng's hand. He smiled and said, long time no see, Prince Mu. How have you been? Yuan Mu thought, it's so dark, and he's wearing a mask. How could he possibly recognize me? As long as my identity isn't exposed, I still have a chance to escape. Shen Feng smiled and twirled his fan. He said, Prince Mu, didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted to step on me to become the sixth princess's dog? Now I can answer you. Yuan Mu snorted, that's right. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Feng instantly flashed to Yuan Mu's side, and the two began to fight. Yuan Mu groaned inwardly. This is trouble. Just then, Shen Feng knocked the knife out of Yuan Mu's hand and reached for his mask. Yuan Mu's heart tightened. If my mask is taken off, I'm finished. At that moment, a long whip suddenly wrapped around Yuan Mu, pulling him away sharply. Shen Feng was startled. Wu Wenji appeared and said, you're wearing the Zhuaxi uniform, so you should be one of us. If that's the case, why were you being chased outside the Su Kingdom's capital? Yuan Mu froze, just about to speak, when Wu Wenji glared at him coldly, and he immediately shut his mouth. Shen Feng thought, Princess Zhuji, Wu Wenji. Wu Wenji tightened her whip and said coldly, I need an explanation. Shen Feng replied, Your Highness, this person is suspected of colluding with Qi Shan of the Sui Kingdom, harboring treacherous intentions. As a member of Zhuxi, he interfered in the Sui court's affairs. I ask your highness to hand him over to this subordinate for disposal. Wu Wenji retorted, Are you sure you're not framing him? Such a serious accusation. How can it be based solely on your words? It's better that I take him back for interrogation. If it's true as you say, I will naturally give you an explanation. Shen Feng's face darkened. This matter concerns the Sui court and should be investigated jointly by our 3 judicial offices. Wu Wenji said coldly, I'm not asking for your opinion. I will interrogate him first to prevent anyone from slandering Zhuji. Considering the diplomatic relations between our 2 countries, I believe the Sui Emperor will also agree. Seeing this, Shen Feng was silent for a moment, then asked, May I ask why your highness is present in the outskirts of the Sui capital at this time? The princess's attendant replied, The princess is on an escort mission. You mustn't ask too many questions. Wu Wenji, however, said it's all right. I simply missed my imperial brother and traveled day and night to get here. Your Ministry of Rights has records of this. You can investigate. Shen Feng stepped back and apologized. Wu Wenji ordered him to be taken away and said, Let's go to the outer city post station. Wu Wenji remained silent. Yuan Mu spoke up. Sister, that guy's been bullying me. Otherwise, the marriage with the 6th princess would have been settled long ago. Wu Wenji put down her teacup and said, All these years you've been in Sui, you weren't there to play around. The marriage isn't settled. Your studies haven't progressed. You rise to the bait whenever someone provokes you. You rush to hand over evidence, and you can't even win a fight. If I hadn't come today, what would have become of you? Yuan Mu replied, Sister, it's all Shen Feng's fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so anxious. Wu Wenji said, You can't even outsmart the censorate, and you still have the nerve to complain. The marriage alliance is off. Protecting AE is more important. Anyway, this marriage was just to show the Sui Emperor our attitude, to show our willingness to be close. Pick someone from your entourage to take the blame. Say you were unaware. As things stand, the Wei family is no longer useful. Using their evidence to befriend the Sui Emperor isn't a bad idea. Yuan Mu said discontentedly, What about Shen Feng? Even if I can't marry her, I can't let him step on me to climb higher. Wu Wenji replied, He's the crown princess's brother. It won't be that easy for him to rise. Why bother comparing yourself to him? You're just too emotional. Tomorrow I'll be testing you on your studies in Sui. Yuan Mu was immediately frightened upon hearing this. The next day, the emperor held a banquet. Princess, you've come from afar and have happened upon this internal court matter. This small banquet is specially arranged to comfort you. Wu Wenji replied, I truly didn't expect that Mu would have someone from the imperial uncle's faction planted by his side try to disrupt the atmosphere between our 2 countries. As you all know, Mu has been studying in Sui for so many years, and I'm here to take him home. Zhao Jing probably wants to push someone out to take the blame, but this also happens to align with my father's intentions. Making a big fuss about this now wouldn't be good for anyone. Anyway, my father only has his eyes on the Chancellor. Shen Zhao, sitting beside him, asked softly, Crown Prince, why do you keep staring at the Western Princess? Zhao Jing replied, I'm not. I'm just thinking about how she's going to hand over the evidence to get rid of the Chancellor. Shen Zhao exclaimed, Are you jealous? Don't be silly. I'm just thinking about official business. Nothing else. Shen Zhao laughed. It's all right. I know the Crown Princess can't be jealous. Don't be so nervous. Actually, I'm just afraid the Western Princess will steal Shawan. In prison, Shen Feng said, Chancellor Wei, stop struggling. The evidence is all here. Just confess. Chancellor Wei retorted, Shen Feng, are you really going to risk everything to help the emperor deal with our Wei family? Shen Feng shrugged. Chancellor Wei, what's the point of saying this now? Chancellor Wei continued, Are you sure the Shen family won't become the next Wei family? Shen Feng's face darkened. Don't worry about my family. The Shen family will never follow in the Wei family's footsteps. It's that simple. Chancellor Wei sneered. I wonder if His Majesty thinks the same way. At the banquet, the Suya dancers began to perform. Yuan Mu whispered, That dancer is one of the envoy's people. Yuan Mu replied, I won't be entering the harem. The music and dance bureau is of no use to me, and I have no dealings with them. Yuan Mu frowned. Even the music and dance bureau can relay messages. Suddenly, the dancer screamed, startling everyone. The dancer cried out, Western Princess, Then she collapsed to the ground. The emperor exclaimed in shock, "Call the imperial physician." Everyone else, withdraw. Zhao Jing said anxiously, "I'll go to my father and mother. You two go wait in the side hall. Don't want her off." Shen Zhao nodded, understood. Zhao Jing turned and instructed, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, you two follow Xiao Jiao. Don't leave her side." Xiao Huang replied, "All right." Then he suddenly said, "Xiao Wu, do you think Zhao Mian is acting a little strange today?" Xiao Huang called out, "Fifth brother." Zhao Jing walked over and patted Xiao Wu. "Are you all right?" Xiao Mian replied, "I'm fine, fourth brother. You go ahead." Shen Zhao thought to herself, "Why is Xiao Mian so nervous? It's so strange." Xiao Mian thought to herself, "Mother often called for Suya dancers to perform, but there's never been any record of them entering the Music and Dance Bureau. Ing Xiao and I were planning to ask a dancer about it. But now that she's dead, it seems Mother really did have dealings with Suya." Just then, Shen Zhao called out, "Xiao Mian, are you all right? Your complexion is very poor. Should we call for the imperial physician?" Xiao Mian replied, "No need. What could possibly happen to me?" Shen Zhao immediately said, "You've been acting strange ever since that autumn hunt. Something's definitely wrong, but you keep it all bottled up." Xiao Mian retorted, "You're so annoying. Whether or not something's wrong with me is none of your business." Shen Zhao knocked him on the head and said, "I'm going to be your sister-in-law soon, so of course it's my business." Just then, a palace maid ran in and shouted, "Your Highness, your Highness." Xiao Wang anxiously asked, "Is there news from Father Emperor? Tell me quickly." The palace maid replied, "Today, a palace servant poisoned the dancer Zhang Yi. She said she was following Empress's orders." Shen Zhao quickly said, "How is that possible? How could the Empress do such a thing?" Xiao Huang chimed in, "Don't worry, Sister Jiao. Father Emperor will definitely investigate this thoroughly." Xiao Mian thought to himself, "Mother is trying to kill two birds with one stone." Meanwhile, the emperor angrily slammed his teacup on the ground and said, "It's her again, always her. I pleaded for her so she wouldn't be implicated in the Wei family affair, and now the dancer she brought, Zhang Yi, has died in front of Yong." The empress replied, "Your Majesty, please calm down. This matter might." The emperor interrupted, "If not her, then who? Who else would have the audacity? You felt indebted to her and let her enter the palace. But you also know that even without the Wei family, there would have been other ways for her to come in. You're still speaking up for her now. This matter involves Zai. Someone has to take responsibility." The empress hurriedly said, "But the matter hasn't been investigated yet." The emperor angrily said, "Enough." Just then, a eunuch entered and reported, "Your Majesty, the fifth prince requests an audience outside." The emperor immediately said, "What trouble is he here to cause at a time like this?" The empress quickly said, "Bao Sha, who must have something urgent, otherwise he wouldn't come so late." The emperor waved his hand and said, "Fine, let him in." Xiao Mian immediately ran in and shouted, "Father Emperor, I did it, the matter with the dancer. If you want to punish someone, punish me." Seeing this, the emperor immediately scolded, "Do you think I wouldn't dare punish you just because you're a prince?" The empress quickly stopped the emperor and said, "Xiao Wu, this case hasn't been investigated yet. Let's wait until the truth comes out. You've been frightened today. Go back and rest." Xiao Mian thought to himself, "Even if Mother didn't do it, Father Emperor will definitely pin the blame on her." He closed his eyes and said, "Now that the Wei family is no longer a threat, I'm willing to guard the imperial mausoleum, so there's no need to worry about threatening fourth brother's position. I only ask that Father Emperor spare Mother." Hearing this, the empress was stunned. She cried out, "Xiao Wu." The emperor replied, "It seems you're certain your mother did this. Since you've confessed, then I'll grant your wish." After leaving the hall, Zhao Jing and Shen Zhao immediately ran to find him. Shen Zhao asked, "Why are you suddenly going to guard the imperial mausoleum? Don't tell me it's just so you don't have to go to Taiyuan Academy." She handed him a package. "Take these." Xiao Mian asked, "What is it?" Shen Zhao replied, "Snacks for the journey and the money we pooled together." Xiao Mian asked again, "Why are you giving me these?" Xiao Huang replied, "Fifth brother, the imperial mausoleum is no match for the palace, and you're going to be punished. Having some money to bribe the officials that will make things easier." Zhao Jing also said, "If anything happens or you need anything, you can write back." Xiao Mian lowered his head and said, "Shen Zhao, you promised to help me with something before." Shen Zhao asked, "Do you not want to go to the imperial mausoleum anymore?" "I'll go and beg His Majesty." Xiao Mian replied, "Without the Wei family, I won't stay in the palace anymore. Please take care of Mother in the future." I know Father Emperor doesn't like her, but you don't have to mind him too much. Just help Mother when she needs it. Shen Zhao said, you've been waiting here for so long, and your mother didn't even come to see you off. Isn't that too much? Zhao Mian replied, I understand why Mother didn't come. After all, if it weren't for the Wei family needing a prince, she wouldn't have entered the palace. Most importantly, I didn't grow up to be what she hoped for. I hope there won't be any more Mother and I situations in the palace in the future. Besides, I'm waiting here for you guys, not Mother. I'm leaving now. You should go back too. Nearby, a bullock asked, Your Highness, everything is prepared. Are you really not going to send it to the fifth prince? The noble consort replied, No need, let's go back. From today onwards, the palace gates will be closed. No outsiders are allowed in. In the palace, the emperor said, You assisted the crown prince very well with the Wei family matter this time. When I asked you to deliver the message, I promised a reward if things went well. Tell me, what do you desire? Shen Fong immediately knelt and replied, Your Majesty, I wish to request a marriage decree. The emperor asked in surprise, Oh, your father is still worrying about your marriage. Which family is the young lady from? Shen Fong hesitated for a moment, then said, I wish to request permission to marry the sixth princess. Hearing this, the emperor threw the memorial at him and said, Shen Zhao is the crown princess. Your elder brother serves as a deputy general in the army. You are currently working in the censorate, and your father is the current grand tutor. Now you also want to marry Xiao Huang. What exactly is the Shen family planning? Shen Fong quickly explained, Your Majesty, I swear the Shen family has no ulterior motives. I am willing to resign from my position as chief censor. I only ask for your Majesty's approval. The emperor said, The Shen family is prominent enough even without you. I sent you to Xiaoan to visit Shen Zhao, not to seduce the princess. Xiao Huang is the only unmarried princess. Sending her to Xishang for a marriage alliance is also a possibility. However, I am not unreasonable. If you truly wish to marry her, it is not entirely impossible. As long as you can persuade the crown prince to take a concubine to strengthen his influence, I won't mind the Shen family forming another marriage alliance with the royal family. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind relieving Grand Tutor Shen of his worries by bestowing upon you a good marriage. Shen Fong was greatly shocked upon hearing this. After leaving the palace, Shen Fong hesitated about whether to seek his father's help. No, that would make the Shen family the second Wei family. He recalled what Chancellor Wei had asked him years ago. Are you sure the Shen family won't become the next Wei family? At this moment, Xiao Huang tugged on his sleeve and asked, Did father agree to our matter? Hearing this, Shen Fong remained silent for a moment before saying, Don't worry, Your Highness. Father didn't refuse. He just said he needs to consider it further, as he is busy with affairs recently. Xiao Huang stared at him for a while, then pinched his face. Shen Fong exclaimed, Your Highness, what's wrong? Xiao Huang hugged him and said, Liar, how could father say such a thing? He didn't agree, did he? He scolded you, saying the Shen family is too ambitious, didn't he? Shen Fong said, It's all right, Your Highness. Father never said anything like that. It's really fine. Xiao Huang said, I should have asked father myself. Shen Fong quickly said, Absolutely not, Your Highness. Father is still unhappy about this matter. I'm afraid that if he gets angry, he will send you off for a marriage alliance again. Xiao Huang sobbed, I knew it. In father's eyes, I'm just a tool for marriage alliances. Shen Fong hurriedly comforted her. Don't cry, Your Highness. I will think of another way. I'm not crying. At this moment, Zhao Jing ran over and said, Shen Fong, what are you doing? Let go of Xiao Lu. Xiao Huang cried out in fear, Fourth brother, fourth brother. Zhao Jing immediately stepped forward and said, Xiao Lu, don't cry. What did he do to you? Don't be afraid. Fourth brother will stand up for you. Shen Fong, I really misjudged you. Dragging the princess around in broad daylight. What kind of behavior is this? Shen Fong was about to explain, but Xiao Huang quickly interjected. It's not like that, fourth brother. Fengge didn't bully me. Actually, I was the one holding on to him. Shen Fong blushed and added, Your Highness, I assure you, I'm happy to. Xiao Huang quickly interrupted. That's not the point. The crown prince exclaimed, Fengge. Shen Zhao was also stunned. When did you two? Xiao Huang nervously said. It actually started after the autumn hunt. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. The situation was complicated back then. It wasn't intentional concealment. Shen Fong added, but I'm still trying to find a solution. Shen Zhao pressed, but wouldn't taking a concubine solve everything? Diao Zhuang, Guspet, Diao Yi. Zhao Jing immediately retorted, absolutely not. No way. I will absolutely not agree. Don't even think about letting Lu Mingshi step foot in this palace. Shen Zhao asked in confusion. What's wrong with Mingshi? Zhao Jing replied. In short, I will not budge on the matter of concubine. I know you were raised by mother consort, so she wouldn't tell you these things. You only see how much father dotes on her and think the concubines don't have much impact on Mother Empress. Besides, Xiaolu wouldn't tell you either. Because she isn't favored, she can only endure silently. Look at Fifth Brother and the others, and you'll still think it's nothing. Shen Zhao recalled Zhao Mian's words. I hope there won't be a second me, or my mother, in the palace. Zhao Jing continued, of course. I also know that all of this is because you don't have feelings for me. I once said I hoped the crown princess would be like my mother, but now I only hope the crown princess is just you, no more, no less. You don't need to model yourself after anyone else. I just hope you can like me too. After saying this, he ran off. Shen Zhao asked, eldest brother crown prince. She then turned to her second older brother for help. Shen Fong said, Jiao, how can you say taking a concubine is all right? If you truly like someone, you should want them all to yourself. I will absolutely not allow your second sister-in-law to keep any male companions. Jiao Huang exclaimed in shock, say second sister-in-law. Father Emperor hasn't even agreed yet. Shen Feng retorted, isn't the main point that she can't keep male companions? Anyway, I don't agree. Xiao Huang blushed. That's not what I meant. Shen Feng continued, Jiao, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and go see His Highness the Crown Prince. Shen Zhao quickly turned around. All right, I'll go right away. Sorry, Xiao Huang. I haven't really thought about the concubine matter, but don't worry. Second brother will definitely treat you well, second sister-in-law. Xiao Huang's cheeks flushed, and they whispered, say second sister-in-law. Let's talk about it after we're married. Zhao Jing was standing outside, stunned. At this moment, Shen Zhao ran over, eldest brother crown prince. Zhao Jing turned around and apologized. I'm sorry, I ran off just now. Shen Zhao pursed her lips, gathering her thoughts. Why do you think our affection is different? Zhao Jing said seriously. Look at Xiao Lu and your second brother. When they're together, they always unconsciously move closer to each other. It's completely different from our nominal marriage. It's not even as good as when we were children. You used to say you wanted to kiss me. Shen Zhao finally understood what he meant and sighed. I understand. She reached out and took his hand. Men are so troublesome. Didn't you used to say you didn't like me kissing you? Then can I kiss you every day from now on? As she spoke, Shen Zhao pulled him closer, intending to kiss his cheek like when they were children. Just as she was about to get close, Zhao Jing abruptly pushed her away and exclaimed in shock, that's not what I meant. He looked away and lowered his head. I just feel that the palace environment isn't suitable for you. He turned around. Madame Shen misses you very much too. Why don't you go back to the Shen residence for a while? Also, if the Shen family wants to switch our marriage to my second brother, whether it's you or Xiao Huang, I will talk to our parents. You can take this time to think about it. I think the Shen family will agree. After all, your parents aren't the type of people who value benefits. I still have matters to attend to at the Ministry of Revenue, so I'll be going now. Shen Zhao wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. A few days later at the Shen residence, Shen Zhao's mother sighed and put down her chopsticks. Shen Lifeng asked while chewing his food, what's wrong? Did Shen Fong make you angry again? Madame Shen rubbed her temples. You can still eat. She turned to look at Shen Fong. Look at him. He said he was taking leave, but he didn't even say when he'd be back, as if he'd been suddenly dismissed from office. Shen Fong didn't dare to make a sound. Madame Shen then looked at Shen Zhao, who was focused on eating, and look at Dao Jiao. She's home, but hasn't said when she's returning to the palace. The more I think about it, the more worried I get. I think you should retire to ensure our family's safety. Shen Lifeng was stunned. It's not that serious, is it? He took a bite of food and said, I don't know much about Dao Jiao's situation, but Fenger hasn't been punished recently, and His Majesty even hinted at arranging a marriage for him. Shen Feng's hand paused midair as he picked up some food, his expression suddenly darkening. Shen Zhao suddenly looked up in confusion. Didn't second brother say that His Majesty didn't agree to his and Xiao Huang's matter? These words startled both parents. Shen Feng quickly stuffed a bun in her mouth. Good sister, try this bun. He muttered softly, we haven't figured out how to tell father and mother about this yet. At this moment, Madame Shen said with a dark smile, oh, what's going on? Shen Feng honestly replied, it's just like that. Madame Shen was so angry she couldn't speak. She remembered how the sixth prince saved her son's life during the autumn hunt. Are you repaying kindness with resentment? Shen Feng stammered, repaying a life-saving grace with marriage. Is that not allowed? Madame Shen still had a smile on her face. The sixth prince is so gentle, yet he took a fancy to a wall-climbing rascal like you. Shen Zhao innocently added, that's right. Wasn't Xiao Huang very afraid of you before? Shen Feng cried out helplessly, good sister, say less. Madame Shen glared at her. Shen Feng's scream echoed. Misunderstanding? It's really a misunderstanding. Mother, listen to me. A moment later, Madame Shen regained her elegant composure and asked, do you have someone you like? There's no need to frighten me like this. She sneered, you better confess honestly. If I find out you've deceived a young lady. At this moment, Madame Shen thought of Shen Zhao. What about Zhao Jiao? This has nothing to do with her, right? Shen Zhao honestly replied, big brother, the crown prince said I wasn't treating him like I did when we were little, so I kissed him like I used to. But he pushed me away just like he did when we were little. She sighed. Men's hearts are so hard to understand. The three of them were speechless. In Shaowan Palace, Shen Zhao curiously asked, Shaowan, is the book you borrowed from the Imperial Library about incense making? Shaowan flipped through the book and said seriously, yes, I noticed Mother hasn't been sleeping well lately, so I want to make some calming incense to help her sleep better. Shen Zhao looked a bit doubtful. So you want to ask the Empress to help you and second brother. Xiao Wang looked at her tenderly and said, well, in this harem, the only one who can persuade father is mother. I have to try. I can't always hide behind second brother like you. Shen Zhao suggested, how about I talk to the Empress for you? Xiao Wang firmly refused. No, this is my business. I don't want to involve you. What about you? Are you going back to the residence? Did you and fourth brother quarrel? Shen Zhao rubbed her chin. It wasn't really a quarrel. It's just that he thinks I don't like him. She said with some frustration, but I even kissed him. I really don't understand. Both Xiao Wang and Lu Mingshi were stunned. Xiao Wang blushed and rubbed her fingers. Zhao Jiao is so amazing. I wouldn't dare to take the initiative to kiss someone. Shen Zhao asked in confusion. Why not? If you kissed him, you would be overjoyed. Xiao Wang blushed even more. That's not the point, and my second brother can't enter Haiwan Palace now. Lu Mingshi suggested. Actually, if Sixth Princess wants to meet him, my family is holding a tea party at the end of the month. It would be perfect for you two and second young Master Shen to come together. She winked. These tea parties are really just gatherings for noble children. Xiao Huang said shyly, really? Mingshi, thank you. Inside Yangshi Palace, the Empress was receiving guests. Please wait a moment. I'll go and announce your arrival. Xiao Wang was lost in thought when her mother called her. Xiao Wang. She came back to her senses and looked at her mother, who gently stroked her face. Don't worry. If the Empress doesn't agree, I'll think of another way for you. She said apologetically, Mother, I'm causing you so much trouble. Her mother gently tapped her forehead. What trouble is this? Your mother rarely has the chance to do anything for you. Now that you have someone you like, I can't just stand idly by. As long as the person you like treats you sincerely, Mother will be at ease. She nestled into her mother's arms. Just then, a servant girl came out to report, Concubine Shun, Princess Yanglu, the Empress invites you in. Inside the hall, the Empress smiled. It's a coincidence that everyone is here today. I suppose it for the same matter. Concubine Shunran smiled. If this isn't fate, what is? Xiao Wang became nervous when she saw Concubine Shunran. Greetings, Concubine Shunran. Concubine Shunran said gently, Sixth Princess, there's no need for formalities. The Empress said softly, actually, Jinger came to me and said he wanted to switch his engagement with the Shun family to Jialu, and also Concubine Shun. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Concubine Shunran lowered her head slightly, thinking, as expected. The Empress continued, he said, that the engagement was made too early, and now Shen Zhao has no feelings for him. So it's better to let those who love each other be together. Concubine Shunran softly said, what if Zhao Zhao does have feelings for him? The Empress simply smiled. On this point, I trust Jinger's judgment. Suddenly, Xiao Wang knelt down. Mother, please reconsider. If Zhao Jiao and fourth brother's engagement is broken because of this, I'd rather be stripped of my title. I'm timid and useless. I don't deserve to be a princess. Both Concubine Shunran and Concubine Shun exclaimed her name. The Empress walked over and helped her up. Xiao Wang, there's no need to panic. I believe Jinger has his reasons for doing this. I believe this is just a temporary measure. After all, doing this will make it easier for His Majesty to agree to your marriage with second young Master Shen. She was completely stunned. A moment later, Outside the hall, Xiao Wang kept apologizing to Madame Shen. If it weren't for me, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Madame Shen just looked at her with some helplessness. What does this have to do with Princess Xiao Wang? I understand the imperial family's intentions. You and Zhao Zhao are usually so close, and you didn't know that Zhao Zhao is actually very slow when it comes to feelings. She still felt a little guilty, but I think Jiaji actually cares a lot about fourth brother. Suddenly, Madame Shen interrupted her. Your Highness, she immediately changed the subject. Compared to Zhao Zhao, there are actually some things I'd like to discuss with you privately. Xiao Huang immediately agreed. At the Liu family residence, many young masters and misses gathered together, filled with laughter and chatter. Shen Zhao widened her eyes and looked around. Wow, I didn't expect so many people to be here. Shen Feng walked beside her and chimed in, it's a banquet hosted by the Liu family, after all. Shen Zhao saw two people up ahead and called out, Xiao Huang, Mingshi. She then quickly walked towards Xiao Huang with a worried expression. Xiao Huang, what's wrong? Xiao Huang mumbled dejectedly. Jiaji, I'm really sorry about what happened between you and fourth brother. Shen Zhao just smiled. It was a special situation. It really wasn't your fault. Xiao Huang, don't worry about it. She suddenly remembered something and tilted her head, asking, let's not talk about that. Didn't you say you wanted to kiss my second brother last time? Shen Feng froze. Xiao Huang's face flushed red. Jiaji, I never said anything like that. Shen Feng, however, was inwardly delighted. He took a step closer. Your Highness, I'm ready. Xiao Huang waved her hands repeatedly in alarm. No, that's not what I meant. Suddenly, whispers arose from the surrounding people. Second young Master Shen and the sixth princess are so close. I heard the marriage contract between the royal family and the Shen family is going to be changed to them. Then wouldn't the crown princess's position be vacant? Hearing these rumors, Xiao Huang couldn't help but purse her lips tightly. Shen Feng patted her head. Your Highness, I actually have something to say to you. Then he turned to Shen Zhao and said, Zhao, I'm going to chat with Her Highness. Shen Zhao naturally had no objections. All right. On the other side, Shen Feng began, actually, when Zhao Zhao's engagement was first settled, my parents were also very worried. But when Zhao Zhao met His Highness the Crown Prince for the first time, she really liked him. It was only then that my parents were somewhat relieved. So my family only cares about Zhao Zhao's feelings and never thought about the Crown Princess position. As he spoke, he gently patted her head. Actually, the marriage alliance between the royal family and the Shen family ultimately depends on who holds the power. His Highness the Crown Prince feels that, since things are like this between our families and you, it would be simpler for you and me to marry than for him to marry Zhao Zhao. Besides, there's no need to worry about the Shen family's influence being too great. After all, my father could just resign from his official post, and I would stay away from the court. Xiao Huang said in surprise. Then what about your work as a censor? Shen Feng said somewhat helplessly, Your Highness wouldn't look down on me just because I don't have an official position, would you? I have a generous dowry. Xiao Huang said flusteredly, You know that's not what I mean. You have a bright future at the censorate, but if you resign for our marriage, then forget it. Shen Feng said seriously, Your Highness, the only reason I went to the censorate was because His Majesty wanted me to be able to deal with the Prime Minister easily. That's all. I don't actually like doing this kind of work. It's tiring, and I easily offend people. Xiao Huang asked innocently, Really? Shen Feng suddenly turned around. So Your Highness doesn't need to worry about these things. So can I kiss you now? He pressed her against a tree. Xiao Huang's cheeks flushed. That's not what I meant when I talked to my sister. Shen Feng immediately backed away. Really? Then I was happy for nothing. Xiao Huang said shyly then, just one kiss. Saying so, she gently pulled him closer and initiated a kiss with Shen Feng. At this moment, Shen Feng suddenly remembered something. By the way, my mother saw you when she entered the palace. Did she say anything bad about me? Xiao Huang truthfully replied. She just said a few things in private. Recalling what Madame Shen had said, Your Highness, Feng is usually a bit reckless. He hasn't been disrespectful to you, has he? Has he lied to you or pretended to be very proper? Xiao Huang could only repeat it verbatim. That's what Madame Shen said. Shen Feng suddenly lowered his head and kissed her. My mother is really afraid that Your Highness will be deceived by me. So do you feel like you've been deceived? Xiao Huang whispered. Yes, you clearly said just one kiss. Shen Feng declared triumphantly. That was me wanting to kiss you back. At the Liu family residence, Two young ladies turned around. Then we won't disturb you. Farewell. Under the blooming flowers, she couldn't help but sigh. The news is just barely spread, and so many people have come to inquire. Do you really think this is just a stopgap measure? Shen Zhao said calmly. His Highness the Crown Prince is a little angry, but he won't lie to me. Lu Mingshi pouted. You trust him too much. There are many good men. You have to be careful. Suddenly, a surprise cry came from the passing crowd. Hey, His Highness the Crown Prince is surrounded by a group of young ladies. Your Highness, would you like some tea? Your Highness, would you like some pastries? Zhao Jing politely declined. No, thank you. He raised his head and walked straight towards Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao, I'm here to see you. Lu Mingshi reached out to stop him. Wait a minute, Your Highness. If you've already decided to break off the engagement, then why are you still here to see her? Zhao Jing sighed, suddenly putting on a pitiful expression. I just thought you were here and wanted to come see you, but it seems I came at a bad time. Then I won't disturb you in Lu Mingshi. I'll come back when you're free. Shen Zhao was a little surprised. Lu Mingshi, accustomed to this kind of old trick, couldn't help but sneer. Where did those leaves come from? Sure enough, Shen Zhao turned her head to speak for Zhao Jing. Mingshi, don't misunderstand. His Highness probably has something important to discuss. Zhao Jing continued his pitiful act. Don't blame Lu Mingshi. She's just worried about you. Shen Zhao replied, I know. I just hope you two won't have any more misunderstandings. Let's go over there. Zhao Jing turned back and smiled slightly, a triumphant look on his face. Lu Mingshi was secretly annoyed. He actually used my own tactics against me. As they walked, Zhao Jing said, Actually, I mainly wanted to talk to you about breaking off the engagement. After all, this concerns you, and I should ask for your opinion. Shen Zhao said calmly, I know. This time is different from those playful times before. You don't have to worry about me being upset. Zhao Jing spoke seriously. If you want to marry someone else after the engagement is broken off, I won't say a word, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up. I know I'm a bit boring, but you wouldn't just like my face, would you? I'll work hard to make you like the real me. He spoke with increasing determination, moving closer. Then, no matter what my father says, I will marry you and make you my crown princess. Shen Zhao smiled brilliantly, pushing him against the wall again. Then you have to let me kiss you. You can't push me away every time. Let me kiss you, and you have to keep your word. Zhao Jing smiled and agreed. Okay. In the Shen residence, Madame Shen sighed, holding her forehead. Just after deciding to break off the engagement, Shen Zhao has received so many invitations. My head is starting to hurt again. They all use the excuse of seeing me, but most of them are actually here to inquire about His Highness, right? Shen Lifeng and Shen Zhao, who were practicing swordsmanship, turned their heads simultaneously. Shen Lifeng said coldly, Then you have to ask Zhao Jiao if she's willing to go. Shen Zhao was stunned. Madame Shen pondered silently. Shen Feng walked in. Father, if you just say we're looking for a husband for Zhao Jiao, we'll definitely receive even more invitations. Zhao Jiao turned to her second brother and asked, Second brother, are you going out? Shen Feng smiled. I promised the sixth prince I'd take him out horse riding. Shen Zhao said excitedly, Horse riding. Then I want to go too. Shen Feng coughed lightly. Can I take you next time? Madame Shen said angrily, Take Zhao Jiao with you, so she can keep an eye on you and prevent you from doing anything excessive that might frighten the sixth prince. Shen Zhao immediately replied, Understood. At the riding grounds, Shen Feng asked in confusion, Your Highness, why are you here too? Zhao Jing said matter-of-factly, Xiao Huang is going out with you alone for the first time. As his older brother, of course I'm worried. But in his heart, he was thinking, I'm here to learn. Shen Zhao said happily, What a coincidence. Everyone's here. Let's play together then. Zhao Jing also agreed. Shen Feng shouted, Jiao Jiao. Xiao Huang also said shyly, Fourth brother, can you two stop looking at us like that? Zhao Jing said nonchalantly, Just pretend I'm not here. Shen Zhao was confused again and asked her second brother, doesn't Xiao Huang know how to ride a horse? Why is he riding with you? Zhao Jing secretly rejoiced, as expected of my Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang shyly exclaimed, Little brother, I wanted to ride like this. That's how it's written in novels. These past few days, she had been holding his hand tightly, and Shen Feng shyly buried his face in her arms. Shen Feng spoke up to smooth things over. The sixth prince is easily shy. Don't ask anymore. Let's ride a lap first. You guys have fun on your own. With that, he whipped his horse and left. Shen Zhao silently watched them leave, then looked at Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing asked blankly, What's wrong? Shen Zhao said, Your Highness, do you also want to ride like that? Zhao Jing subconsciously nodded, thinking to himself, Is there really such a good thing? A moment later, he sighed helplessly, just as I thought. Shen Zhao sat behind him and said, "Your Highness, you have to sit like Xiao Huang, otherwise I can't see the road ahead clearly." Zhao Jing thought to herself, could she be sitting right in front? Just then, a voice called out, "Shen Zhao." Lu Mingshi suddenly appeared and walked over. "Your Highness, Zhao Jing, you seem a bit reluctant. Why don't you switch seats with me? I'm not as tall as you. I won't block anyone's view. And I don't know how to ride a horse. Could you teach me, Shen Zhao?" Zhao Jing sneered inwardly. Here we go again. He also started to put on a gloomy and pitiful look. "If you want to hang out with Lu Mingshi, just go. I won't bother you. I can be by myself." Lu Mingshi muttered softly, "Your Highness, since the engagement is already broken off, you should maintain some distance." Zhao Jing put on a wronged expression. "Am I bothering you too?" Shen Zhao looked at Lu Mingshi and said gently, "As expected, His Highness is quite concerned. Then I won't disturb you too." Shen Zhao waved her hand and called out, "Stop it. You two don't argue. I'll go get 2 more horses, 1 for each of us." Shen Feng could only shake his head helplessly at this scene. Little Huang said, "This is just like Zhao Jie's style." Shen Feng sighed. A moment later, Shen Feng held his chopsticks, thinking to himself, this was supposed to be a solo date with Lu Jianxia. Why are there so many people? Little Huang also couldn't help but frown. Why are there so many people? Zhao Jing picked up some food for Shen Zhao and tasted it himself. "Try this, you'll definitely like it." Lu Mingshi also smiled and offered her some food. "Shen Zhao, you should try this dish." Shen Zhao put down her chopsticks and stopped Zhao Jing's hand. "What's wrong with you two today? Just eat your meal." Lu Mingshi. She suddenly said, "Shen Zhao, can you help me get the dish on the other side? I can't reach it." Zhao Jing was taken aback. I also... A dish was suddenly placed in front of her. Shen Feng continued, "Your Highness, Miss Lu, I'll leave the dishes here." "You're welcome. Zhao and I have finished eating. We'll leave first and won't disturb you 3. A moment later, Shen Feng called out helplessly, "Didn't I tell you to continue eating?" Shen Zhao looked at the two of them. "I'm almost done eating too. If we're going out, let's all go together." Little Huang grabbed Shen Feng's arm, pouted, "Since it's like this, I'll accept it. Even if Mother blames me, I don't care." Saying this, he picked up Little Huang and leaped onto the roof. "We're leaving first, goodbye." Shen Zhao exclaimed, "Second brother." On the roof, Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. Little Huang looked around. "Are we sitting on someone's roof? What's wrong with that?" Shen Feng laughed. "Don't worry, Your Highness. This is the roof of the Tianji Hall." Little Huang understood and asked quietly, "If Madame Shen finds out, will she blame you?" Shen Feng said cheerfully, "It's fine. My parents have both gone to a banquet today. I'll peel some chestnuts for you. Half for each of us." Shen Feng peeled one and handed it to her. "Is it good?" Little Huang asked happily. "Delicious." Suddenly, a stern voice rang out, "Shen Feng." Shen Feng immediately wilted. "I'm doomed." Madame Shen was furious beside him. "What are you doing? How dare you let His Highness sit in such a dangerous place?" Madame Shen waved her hand, and Shen Lifeng quickly ran over. Shen Feng knew he was done for and could only shout, "Your Highness, my last words are, next time you go out, be sure to check the almanac." A clap of thunder sounded. Shen Lifeng grabbed Shen Feng, soothed Little Huang, and brought her down. "The culprit has been caught. What should we do?" Madame Shen said, "If I hadn't come back early, I wouldn't have known you were doing such a thing." Meanwhile, with Shen Zhao, Lu Mingshi suggested, "Classmate Shen, second young master Shen, has also left. Why don't we go to Lanyu Pavilion together?" Zhao Jing retorted, "A trendy place like that is only worth visiting once. I think Mozhang Bookstore would be better." Shen Zhao said speechlessly, "You two are really arguing. Can't you be more amicable?" The two said in unison, "No way. Men and women shouldn't be too close." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Jiao Mei." Jiang Zhao walked over. "Jiao Mei, are you going out to play today?" She turned to second brother Jiang and said, "You came just in time. We were just wondering where to go." She pulled Lu Mingshi and Zhao Jing, both of whom looked at Shen Zhao. Hearing Shen Zhao say this, he smiled. "Then why don't we all go to the training grounds to practice?" She looked at Zhao Jing again. "If someone wants to go somewhere and others don't, why don't we all go to the training grounds?" Zhao Jing took the opportunity to taunt Lu Mingshi. "I have no problem, of course, but classmate Lu is too weak. I'm afraid it's not suitable for him." Lu Mingshi glared at him and forced a smile. "It's just physical training. Of course I could do it too." Later at the training grounds, Zhao Jing sighed, thinking to himself, sigh. Shen Zhao gently held Lu Mingshi's hand and guided him. "Come on, don't be nervous. Try aiming first. Lu Mingshi drew the bowstring. Zhao Jing, seeing them so close, felt a pang of jealousy and his face darkened. Suddenly, Shen Zhao walked over and called out, "Brother Crown Prince." She handed her sword to Shen Zhao. "Why are you sitting here all alone, looking glum? Want to spar with me?" The little prince asked in confusion. Aren't you practicing with Lu Mingshi?" Shen Zhao pointed behind her. "Isn't second brother Jiang still back there?" Jiang Zhao crossed his arms. "What's wrong? Why haven't you drawn the bow yet?" Shen Zhao then offered the sword to the little prince. "If you're feeling down, practicing swordplay will lift your spirits. What do you say?" The little prince stood up. Zhao Jing smiled smugly. "Shen Zhao, take your sword. I won't go easy on you, so don't get angry if you lose." Shen Zhao laughed. "It seems you're very confident." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward. Zhao Jing blocked her attack and laughed. "Why is your sword so slow? Weren't you just saying you were too tired and wanted to go home?" Shen Zhao, not to be outdone, retorted. "It seems His Highness the Crown Prince is in a good mood too. In that case, I'll have to be serious." Jiang Zhao exclaimed from the sidelines. Zhao Mei's swordsmanship has improved again. Lu Mingshi turned his head and saw Zhao Jing and Shen Zhao exchanging blows, thinking to himself, they look quite well matched. After a while, Zhao Jing, exhausted, sighed, "I admit defeat." Shen Zhao patted his shoulder triumphantly. "You were only a few moves away. You're already very skilled, brother. It's normal to lose to our Shen family." He wiped the sweat from his brow. "I need to practice my swordsmanship more. I'll definitely beat you next time." She consoled him. "It's okay if you can't win. I'm strong. I'll protect you." He looked at her. "Then I won't hold you back." She said excitedly, "You're quite free today, right? Want to come to my house for dinner?" Second brother Jiang was about to join them when Lu Mingshi stopped him. "Then we won't disturb them." He quickly denied, "I wasn't." She walked over with a smile. "Shen Zhao, you too." Shen Zhao said happily. "Then Mingshi, come to my house next time too." She agreed. Later, at the Shen residence, Madame Shen's voice rang out. "Mother, father, I've brought Brother Crown Prince back for dinner." As soon as she entered, she saw Shen Feng being punished by carrying water buckets. "Second brother, what happened?" Seeing her return, Madame Shen walked out with a smile. Jiao, don't mind him. Are you hungry?" "All right, I'll tell the kitchen to make a few more dishes." Zhao Jing, seeing the little prince, asked, "He didn't bully you, did he?" The little prince whispered, "It wasn't fourth brother." Before he could finish, Madame Shen said, "Your Highness, please go to the side hall to rest." "You all go. Don't mind him. He's facing the wall in reflection." The three of them followed Madame Shen. Then the little prince stammered, "Madame Shen, second brother has been standing for an hour already. Why don't you let him eat first?" Hearing this, Madame Shen turned her head and gave Shen Feng a cold look. "For the six princes' sake, you can come in and eat too." Shen Feng happily put his arm around the little prince's shoulder. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." She asked with concern, "Is your hand all right?" Shen Zhao laughed. "The last time Brother Crown Prince came to our house was also my first time entering the palace, right?" Zhao Jing tilted his head. "That's right. I even got drunk on your second brother's fruit wine. I still remember it." Hearing Zhao Jing say this, Madame Shen was furious. "Shen Feng, turn around and continue your punishment." Shen Feng was startled again. "Mother." Zhao Jing looked at him guiltily. "I'm sorry." The next day, at the Eastern Palace, Zhao Jing coughed lightly. "You don't seem to have much of a reaction this time." When Kangyi said listlessly, "It's my honor to help Your Highness." But he thought to himself, this is the third time. Zhao Jing asked seriously, "Then Kangyi, do you have any new ideas?" When Kangyi straightened up and said helplessly, "I asked my elders at home, and my mother said that sending a gift in advance is always a good idea." Zhao Jing was puzzled, "But the key to my treasury is still in her hands. She doesn't seem to lack anything." When Kangyi suggested, "Then give her something that's not in the treasury, like something made by Your Highness personally. My mother said that handmade flowers can better convey your feelings." Zhao Jing suddenly realized, remembering when he asked the little prince, "What are you doing, little sickly?" The little prince replied, "I'm making a hairpin for Brother Shen for the Lantern Festival." Zhao Jing thought to himself, so that's it. The Lantern Festival is indeed a good opportunity. He said, "Kangyi, that's a good idea. Oh, and one more thing." Zhao Jing said seriously, "Based on your academic achievements, you don't need to stay at the Imperial Academy anymore. I want to let you go to the Hamlin Academy next year." When Kangyi said excitedly, "I will definitely live up to Your Highness's expectations." Shen Zhao paused. What's wrong? Don't you have plans too? Weren't you and Xiao Huang going to go out together for the Lantern Festival? Shen Feng ignored her, tugging at her sleeve. Of course we're going separately. He suddenly turned. With such a good opportunity, why wouldn't His Highness the Crown Prince invite you to see the lanterns together? Shen Zhao replied, Elder Brother Crown Prince has been very busy lately. He might not have time. Shen Feng turned and grabbed her shoulders. How could that be? You must invite His Highness the Crown Prince to see the lanterns together, just the two of you. His Highness will definitely agree. He thought to himself, this time I can't go on a date with Sixth Highness again. With Fourth Brother around, there's no chance. Just then, Madame Shun happened to pass by and sneered, if you want to go out alone with Sixth Highness, show me your itinerary first. Shen Feng froze. Aren't you worried about Zhao going out alone with His Highness the Crown Prince? Shen Zhao's stepmother scoffed. Do you think His Highness the Crown Prince is like you? Shen Zhao interjected. All right, Mingxi has her mother to accompany her. Only His Highness the Crown Prince hasn't been invited yet. At the Eastern Palace, Zhao Jing was buried in his work. How does this thing hook here? It's harder than accounting. He fiddled with a pile of threads. Just then, an attendant reported from outside, His Majesty has arrived. Zhao Jing was startled. Zhao Jiaqing lifted the curtain and entered, smiling. I heard you've been staying up late recently, so I came to see you. Zhao Jing rose and bowed. Father is too concerned. It's just that there are many things to do at the end of the year. Zhao Jiaqing said, you still need to pay attention to rest. Health is the most important thing. Zhao Jing glanced at the account books on the table. This son just wants to finish checking this year's accounts as soon as possible. It will only take a few more days. Zhao Jiaqing walked over and casually flipped through the account books, asking, are the matters of the Ministry of Revenue difficult to handle? Zhao Jing replied, not at all. Minister Liu is helping me with all his might, and this son has also learned a lot and is gradually getting the hang of it. Zhao Jiaqing suddenly asked, since that's the case, how have you been getting along with Lu Mingxi recently? Zhao Jing was a little helpless. We don't usually interact much. This son's mind is focused on the matters of the Ministry of Revenue. He thought to himself, actually, we just occasionally clash. Zhao Jiaqing smiled. When the Ministry of Revenue matters ease up next year, you can invite her to see the lanterns together at the Lantern Festival. Father will arrange guards for you, so you can just enjoy yourselves. Zhao Jing was stunned, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to begin. Zhao Jiaqing turned and left after he finished speaking. That's all then. It's getting late. Jinger, rest early. Zhao Jing watched him leave. This son respectfully sees father off. He thought to himself, I need to go talk to Lu Mingxi quickly. Elsewhere, Lu Mingxi's father was sweating profusely. Your father heard that His Majesty personally named you to accompany His Highness the Crown Prince to see the lanterns. Lu Mingxi calmly pruned a flower branch as she said, don't worry, father. Since I said I wouldn't marry into the royal family, I won't. You don't need to worry about this. His Highness the Crown Prince will probably come to find me soon, and this is a good opportunity. As for you, father, you might as well think carefully about whether to listen to His Majesty or His Highness the Crown Prince. Given His Majesty's attitude, he'll abandon you after using you. Regarding Shun Feng's matter, you should know who to help. In the Lu residence, Lu Mingxi spoke, Your Highness, what brings you here today? I certainly do, and I can truly help Your Highness resolve it. Zhao Jing frowned. What are your conditions? Lu Mingxi smiled. Your Highness knows something of my family situation. My mother's health is poor, and I am the only legitimate daughter, so I wish to assist His Majesty. Zhao Jing was taken aback. She continued, I only want a status that can suppress the elders in my family. After all, I want to become the next head of the Lu family. For me, assisting His Highness the Crown Prince is a good starting point. Zhao Jing said, You're quite frank. Mingxi smiled. Of course. If you... Zhao Jing said, You're quite honest. Lu Mingxi replied with a smile. Of course. If you don't agree, I'll go and make friends with the Shun family and form an alliance with the future crown princess. Zhao Jing snorted softly, then said seriously, So how do you plan to arrange things for the Lantern Festival? Lu Mingxi replied, Your Highness only needs to go to the Qingming tea house that day. I presume the guards sent by His Majesty won't be so inconsiderate as to barge into our private room, right? Then Your Highness can change clothes and leave through the secret passage in a room. Zhao Jing asked, You seem quite familiar with this place. Lu Mingxi smiled. Forgive my presumption, Your Highness, but this is just one of my properties. The manager here is one of my most trusted confidants. If Your Highness needs anything, you can send someone to contact her. Zhao Jing understood. Yours? Why isn't it the Luo family's? She said casually, "Not bad, right?" On the surface, this tea house belongs to an ordinary merchant, so His Majesty won't be too suspicious. I originally wanted to help Shen Zhao, and also let her know that I'm much more capable than you. Zhao Jing was speechless at her smugness. You are indeed more capable than I imagined, looming she. She looked at him, then happy cooperation. Rest assured, Your Highness, even with His Majesty's help, I still suggest you establish your own power as soon as possible. I've already persuaded my father, so you don't have to worry about trusted aides, except for the scribes. You still need to secretly cultivate Shen Feng. Zhao Jing said helplessly, but I heard from Xiao Lu that he's not interested in this. Lu Mingxi clicked her tongue. Your Highness, if you just want to use him to provoke the sixth prince, then it doesn't matter. Zhao Jing thought to himself, he's much more useful than Kang Yi. In the Shen residence, Madame Shen kept nagging. Today is the Lantern Festival. Don't cause any trouble. Don't take the sixth prince climbing walls and over roofs, and don't be disrespectful. Do you hear me? Shen Feng pouted. I know, you've already said it 3 times. Seeing his indifference, Madame Shen said angrily, if you really listened, would I need to say it so many times? I'm not talking to you anymore. She turned to Shen Zhao. Zhao, did you bring money? Buy whatever you want, and don't forget when the time comes. Shen Zhao happily agreed. I know. At this time, a servant came to report. Madam, the sixth prince's carriage has arrived. Madame Shen said after hearing this. All right. Shen Feng immediately pulled Shen Zhao and ran. Mother, we'll go first. Madame Shen helplessly slowed down. Take me to a lively street. Shen Feng asked in confusion. Where did His Highness the Crown Prince arrange to meet? Shen Zhao smiled. 7-star bridge. I know the way. You two go have fun. Xiao Huang said, why don't we take Zhao Ji there first and wait for fourth brother? Shen Feng hesitated, struggling internally. If we don't go now, we won't see the sixth prince next year. Let's go out early. Shen Zhao insisted. It's okay, Xiao Huang, I brought a fan. Even if something happens, it won't be a big deal. Xiao Huang held Shen Feng's hand. Then we'll go first. Shen Feng looked back. Be careful. Shen Zhao waved. Don't worry. A moment later, the crowd grew larger and larger, and Xiao Huang felt a little awkward. With so many people, holding hands is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? No, Shen Feng said shamelessly, it's precisely because there are so many people that we have to hold hands. What if we get separated, Your Highness? Xiao Huang blushed. I won't get lost. Shen Feng ignored her. I just want to make sure you're safe. Shen Feng rested his chin on his hand and asked, do you like it, Your Highness? Xiao Huang was a little flustered. Before her eyes was a beautiful qin. She couldn't help but admire. This qin is really beautiful. Shen Feng was still staring at her. The moment I saw this qin, I knew Your Highness would like it. Come try it. Xiao Huang reached out and plucked a string. The sound was pure, even, and focused, like the chime of metal and stone. But she gritted her teeth and said angrily, you fire-breathing dragon. You clearly said you wouldn't spend much money. How could this qin be cheap? I actually believed you and only prepared a hair ribbon. Shen Zhao smiled. Your Highness, I just happened to see this qin and wanted to give it to you. Besides, to me, how can this qin compare to the hair ribbon Your Highness made yourself? Saying this, he hugged her. After all, it was made by Your Highness personally. How can anything bought outside compare? However, if Your Highness really cares, then give me a kiss as compensation. He lifted her face and slowly leaned in. Xiao Huang suddenly pushed him away with force. No. So this was your plan all along. Madame Shen was right. It's because I always give in to you that you're so audacious. Shen Zhao asked worriedly, are you really angry, Your Highness? Xiao Huang turned her head. Feng Ge, this time I will never let you have your way. I will never kiss you. Shen Zhao said, if Your Highness really doesn't like this qin, Xiao Huang immediately retorted, no, I like this qin. Shen Zhao extended his hand. Your Highness, give me your hand. Xiao Huang handed her hand over. I won't forgive you so easily this time. Shen Zhao put the bracelet on her wrist. Here, it's a good thing I prepared this too. I carved this bracelet myself. Xiao Huang happily admired the bracelet. Shen Zhao smiled and interlocked their fingers. So I really just happened to see that qin and wanted to give it all to Your Highness. Will you forgive me, Your Highness? Xiao Huang's heart beat faster and faster, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Shen Zhao pressed his advantage, leaning closer. Your Highness, forgive me. Xiao Huang touched the bracelet on her wrist and whispered, all right, I'll forgive you a little for now, but you still need to add a more valuable gift. Shen Zhao rested her chin in her hand and said cheekily, what else could I want other than you, Your Highness? Xiao Huang blushed slightly and took out another book. Your mother gave me this. She said it's a guide to avoid being tricked. Shen Zhao said awkwardly, I was wrong. I meant everything I said. Elsewhere, Zhao Jing carefully examined the gift in his hands. Although it looked unremarkable on the outside, it was actually quite sturdy, right? He hoped it wouldn't suddenly fall apart later. He adjusted his mask, wondering if Shen Zhao would like it. Zhao Jing paced anxiously. What if she didn't like it? He was a little nervous. Just then a scream suddenly rang out. Stop, thief! He was startled and saw a frail, old woman shouting, don't run. Zhao Jing clicked his tongue and put on his mask properly. He turned and delivered a swift roundhouse kick to the thief. He thought to himself, hadn't security in the capital been tightened recently? He went over and returned the purse to the old woman. Here you go. The old woman thanked him gratefully. Thank you, young man. It was then that he noticed his lantern had been torn. Zhao Jing froze, staring at the lantern in disbelief, wondering what had happened. Had he bumped into something? Just then, a voice called out, Brother Jing. Zhao Jing's heart sank. He was done for. Shen Zhao walked over cheerfully, 2 candied hawthorns dangling in his hand. Sorry to keep you waiting. I just went over there to grab these. Shen Zhao handed him one of the candied hawthorns. Here's one for you. She then noticed something hidden behind him. Did you buy a lantern? Zhao Jing mumbled a response and then handed it to her. It's a little torn. Take a look. Shen Zhao examined it carefully. It's quite cute. I can fix it when we get home. Or should we buy a new one today? Where did you buy it? Want to go together? Shen Zhao blushed as she ate her candied hawthorn. Zhao Jing said softly, no need. He felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed he wouldn't be able to give her the lantern after all. Just then, a group of children ran by and bumped into him. His candied hawthorn went flying and landed in the lake. Zhao Jing froze, wanted to say something, but he felt dejected. Shen Zhao said, it's okay. We could just buy another one. Zhao Jing muttered, today's just not my day. Shen Zhao took his hand. What's wrong? Don't be glum. She smiled. I'll share some of my good luck with you. It's rare for us to be out together today, so don't let these little things ruin our mood. I'll buy you another candied hawthorn and lantern to make up for it. Zhao Jing finally cracked a small smile. Okay. After a while, Shen Zhao looked around excitedly. It's so lively everywhere today. I was right. Come on, let's go check that out. She pulled his hand and led him forward. Zhao Jing's cheeks flushed slightly as he followed silently. Suddenly, Shen Zhao asked, where did you buy that lantern? I've never seen one like it before. Zhao Jing had to confess, actually, I made it myself. Shen Zhao was clearly surprised. Zhao Jing continued, I was going to give it to you, but now it's broken, so I guess I can't. Shen Zhao was overjoyed. Why didn't you say so earlier? I love it. A little tear like this can be easily fixed at home. Zhao Jing looked away shyly and stammered. How about I go and solve some lantern riddles and win a new one for you? Shen Zhao said without hesitation, but this one is handmade by you. It's one of a kind. I don't need any other lantern. Zhao Jing was stunned. Then if you like it, can we hold hands like we did earlier all day today? Shen Zhao suddenly said, fine, but you're not allowed to ask about that feeling again. Zhao Jing quickly zipped his lips. Understood. A while later, in the restaurant, Shen Zhao said happily, this place isn't as good as the palace, but it's not bad, right? Zhao Jing nodded. These tang yuan are actually quite delicious. Shen Zhao beamed. My second brother recommended this place. How about we go release lanterns by the lake after we eat? Zhao Jing smiled. Sure, and we can watch the fireworks by the lake too. He glanced around casually and suddenly froze. Zhao Jiaqing and Song Shuyun, disguised as commoners, were strolling happily down the street. Song Shuyun smiled. This year's Lantern Festival is even more lively than previous years, isn't it? Zhao Jiaqing, though not particularly interested, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he glanced toward the restaurant. Song Shuyun asked curiously, what's wrong? Zhao Jiaqing looked away. Nothing. Hiding behind a wall, Zhao Jing couldn't help but feel nervous. He hadn't expected his father and mother to be out of the palace as well. Shen Zhao also peeked out cautiously. Zhao Jing turned around apologetically. It seems we really do need to avoid crowded places now. Shen Zhao smiled gently. It's all right. The most important thing today is being able to come out with you. I'm happy to go anywhere. Then let's take this alley as a shortcut. Zhao Jing looked at her. Okay. Later that evening, Shen Zhao swung the rabbit lantern in her hand. This lantern actually gives off some light. Zhao Jing looked at the small lantern. Will this alley really lead us out? She hesitated. It should, but according to the usual tropes, this is when, before she could finish, two thugs suddenly appeared in front of them. One of them yelled, "It's him. He kicked me. I won't go easy on him this time." Seeing this, Shen Zhao pulled down her mask. I was just saying that, and it actually happened. Zhao Jing took the lantern she offered. I accidentally bumped into a thief earlier, but he actually got away. Shen Zhao pulled a fan from her sleeve. This girl will uphold justice today and punish evil. Zhao Jing watched from the side, thinking, has she been watching too many wuxia dramas lately? The two thugs were stunned for a moment, then both fainted. Shen Zhao touched her chin. Looks like they've fainted. Let's go find an officer and have them taken away. Zhao Jing tightened the rope. Then I'll tie them up securely so they don't escape. Shen Zhao said happily, Okay, I'll leave it to you. He asked her curiously, are you really this happy because you did a good deed? Like you became a hero? She blinked innocently. Not really. It's just that it's been a while since we fought side by side, so I'm a little happy. He recalled how Shen Zhao had single-handedly dealt with the two thugs and smiled faintly. That doesn't really count as together. I didn't even get a chance to do anything. She looked at him. You watch my back. Of course, that counts as participating. Zhao Jing wiped away some sweat helplessly. I suppose so. She held up the lantern. And I was thinking, will we have another chance to fight side by side in the future? You don't come to morning practice anymore. She said somewhat dejectedly. Actually, I really hope you would still come, but I know you're very busy now and will only be busier in the future. And our engagement has also been broken off. She gazed sadly at the lantern. Your imperial father and mother don't even want to see me with you anymore. Every time I think about not being able to practice swordsmanship with you in the future, I feel a little sad. Actually, I don't really understand what you mean by but I don't think you're unimportant like Lu Mingshi, and I don't want to always cling to you like second brother or little Huang. I just want to face and solve problems with you like we used to. Shen Zhao suddenly looked at Zhao Jing and said, frankly, the thought of someone else standing by your side in the future makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe it's precisely because I like you that I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. She didn't know that Zhao Jing's face had turned completely red and he was in a daze. She continued, if you want the kind of like that second brother and little Huang have, then I'm really not that. Zhao Jing blurted out urgently, I don't. Just then fireworks suddenly burst into bloom. She looked up. We've been here too long. The fireworks have started. Zhao Jing turned to look at the fireworks. She urged, let's go. Hurry up and find them, then go to the river together. I wonder if we'll make it in time. Seeing that he hadn't moved, she looked at him. Finally, Zhao Jing spoke, wait, if we can't make it to the river, then we won't go. The fireworks, the lanterns, they don't matter. I like you. That's why I want to be with you. She asked doubtfully, didn't you say you couldn't kiss me? His face flushed with excitement. Then can I kiss you now? Shen Zhao covered her mouth, giggling. I know we're not engaged yet, and it's not proper to ask this suddenly. So forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Shen Zhao sighed. Seeing him stammering, she stepped forward and pulled his face down. You're beating around the bush too much. Zhao Jing was incredibly nervous. Amidst the sound of fireworks, Shen Zhao and Zhao Jing shared a sweet kiss. A moment later, Zhao Jing, still immersed in the kiss, couldn't help but touch his lips. Lu Mingshi handed him a piece of paper with a speechless expression. Your Highness had a pleasant day, right? But please memorize this. If His Majesty asks about today's itinerary, I've written it all down here. Zhao Jing blushed and replied casually, okay. Lu Mingshi reminded him disdainfully, don't get it wrong. She thought to herself, love is truly terrifying. Don't let it interfere with important matters. Zhao Jing coughed lightly. Don't worry, I know my limits. It's getting late, let's go. As soon as they stepped out, two guards were waiting. Your Highness, Zhao Jing said, let's go pick up little Lu and return to the capital together. At the Shen residence, Shen Zhao cheerfully swung a lantern as she walked in, saying, I'll go find Mother to fix the lantern later. Madame Shen and Shen Lifeng were already waiting. She said, Zhao, you're back. Come to the main hall. Your father has something to ask you. Shen Zhao happily exclaimed, Mother, I was just about to go to the main hall to find you. Shen Zhao thought to herself, what does father want to ask? Is it about going out today? She began to list. We saw the lanterns, celebrated the Lantern Festival, and even caught two bad guys. She proudly declared, today, I finally kissed the crown prince. Shen Lifeng froze, and Shen Feng, who had just returned, was also shocked. Shen Zhao happily called out, "Second brother, you're back." Shen Feng couldn't contain his indignation any longer. "You're not even engaged yet. How could the crown prince do such a thing?" He muttered to himself, "I haven't even kissed the sixth prince yet today." Shen Lifeng also expressed her disapproval. "Yes, how could he kiss you? It's fine to go out and have fun, but how could he go so far? It's outrageous. I used to think he was quite good." Shen Feng echoed, "Exactly." Madame Shen sighed and called out Xiao Zhao. Shen Feng nervously gulped. "What is it, mother?" Madame Shen chuckled. "Look at how fiercely you're all arguing. I'll go ask the sixth prince another day if things are really as you say." Shen Feng immediately wilted and quieted down. Madame Shen then turned to her husband and said, "You shouldn't get too worked up either." Shen Lifeng nodded. Shen Zhao suddenly asked, "So, is there still uncertainty about second brother and Xiao Wang's marriage?" Shen Feng reassured her, "Absolutely not. Third time's the charm. Any more trouble, and it'll damage the royal family's reputation." Shen Zhao asked doubtfully, "Will that implicate our family?" Madame Shen's expression turned serious. "That depends on the crown prince's attitude." Shen Feng added, "Indeed, but the crown prince still needs to gradually accumulate power." Shen Lifeng slammed the table in anger. "Who knows how long that will take? This is too irresponsible. I won't agree to it." "What if they don't get married in the end?" Shen Zhao interjected. "But if they don't get married in the end, wouldn't my kiss today have been for nothing?" Shen Lifeng fumed. Clearly, he's the one who took advantage. At the Eastern Palace, a eunuch loudly announced, "Her Majesty, the Empress, has arrived." Song Shuyun ordered, "You may all leave. I need to speak with the crown prince in private." The servants quickly withdrew. Zhao Jing was a little nervous. "Mother, weren't you with father today?" Song Shuyun approached with a gentle smile. "Your father is still attending to state affairs, so mother came to see you." Zhao Jing pursed his lips. "Mother still has me in her heart. I'm eternally grateful." Song Shuyun got straight to the point. "Did you meet with Shen Zhao today?" Zhao Jing was momentarily speechless and ultimately chose to lie. "Mother, you yist. Today I met with Minister Lu's daughter, Lu Mingxi." Song Shuyun was somewhat surprised. "You don't even trust your own mother." Zhao Jing insisted, "I truly don't know what mother is talking about." Song Shuyun spoke frankly. "Your father is still tolerating this. But if in a few years he directly decrees a marriage between you and the Lu family, Minister Lu will undoubtedly be loyal to your father, and then no one in the court will be able to help you." Zhao Jing spoke. "Mother, how can you be so sure that no one will help me? I only need more supporters than opponents." Song Shuyun was taken aback. Zhao Jing continued, "Mother, didn't father also face everyone's opposition when he insisted on making you empress? Why can't I do the same now? Since mother already knows, will you help me?" Inside the Twilight Fragrance residence, Shen Feng was engrossed in flipping through books, while Xiao Huang occasionally glanced at him, recalling Zhao Jing's words. Father was indeed somewhat unfair to Shen Feng back then, giving him an idle post. "It's truly a waste of his talent. Little sickly girl, can you persuade him to work for me first? Is that possible?" Xiao Huang hesitated. Fourth brother's words weren't entirely unreasonable. She pondered. Feng Ge had previously said he didn't want to return to the censorate, and with the recent marriage affair, father was already displeased and suspicious. Zhao Huang absent-mindedly picked up a book and fell in a deep thought. Even if he ends up only being a groom, he can't get too close to the crown prince. Feng Ge is doing this for the Shen family. I don't want to put him in a difficult position between the Shen family and my request. So, for fourth brother's matter, I'll have to think of another way to help him. Just then, Shen Feng suddenly approached from behind. "Does your highness like this? Then I'll try it more often in the future." Xiao Huang, startled, quickly grabbed a book. "What book is this?" Shen Feng was still analyzing, although this part might be a bit. "But if your highness likes it, I can." Xiao Huang rolled her eyes and froze. What book is she reading? She quickly closed the book. "I just picked one up randomly." "Wait, when did you get here?" Shen Feng smiled. "Your highness was so engrossed in your reading. I called you several times, but you didn't respond, so I came over to check." The little princess hurriedly put the book back. "I don't like reading this kind of stuff." After a while, Shen Feng also became absorbed in the book. The little princess thought, it's just some travelogues and local gazetteers about Jiangnan. Her face flushed slightly, and she peeked at him. "Does he want to go to Jiangnan? I can ask mother about my maternal family situation there. If we were in Jiangnan, then I shouldn't let brother Feng worry about fourth brother's matters anymore." Just then, he spoke, startling her. "Your highness." Shen Feng moved closer. He closed the book in front of her. Since I sat down, you've peeked at me 12 times. You can look at me openly. Or are you bored? Should I take you out for a walk? The little princess replied, it's nothing. There are just some parts in this book I don't quite understand. Shen Feng sighed. Your Highness, did the Crown Prince ask you to come find me? Jiao Huang froze, not answering. Shen Feng continued, I will agree to any request of yours, so your Highness doesn't need to feel pressured. Just tell me. The little princess had to admit, it's precisely because you're like this that I don't want to talk about the Shen family matters, nor your future. I don't want you to do anything you're unwilling to do. Shen Feng moved closer and embraced her. Then your Highness, please help me refuse fourth brother. It's not the time to serve the royal family again. Not even now. The little princess blushed. All right, I'll help you refuse fourth brother when I get back. Shen Feng smiled. Then your Highness shouldn't worry about this matter today. Shall I bring you the book you were reading just now? The little princess said loudly, a little embarrassed. I already said I don't want to read it. Shen Feng coaxed. All right. Fine, I want to read it. Shen Feng said, your Highness's maternal family is in Jiangnan. Let's go to Jiangnan together after we get married. The little princess was stunned. So that's why you've been looking at so many local gazetteers. Shen Feng nodded. Yes, we can enjoy the scenery along the way. The little princess asked in confusion, how did you know mother has been homesick? I really want to visit her maternal family for her. Shen Feng suddenly said, your Highness, tell me directly what you want to do in the future. The little princess blushed and whispered, then please bring me that book. Shen Feng responded with a smile, as you wish, your Highness. The little princess exclaimed in embarrassment, stop laughing. It's just that the book in your hand was too difficult to understand. Zhao Jing was sitting in a daze when someone walked in. He turned to look. Shen Feng spoke directly. If you have any matters in the future, come to me. Don't involve Sixth Highness anymore. Zhao Jing was a little surprised. You're right. I wasn't thorough enough. Shen Feng continued. Then please keep this a secret from Sixth Highness. It's safer if she doesn't know. Also, my father is very dissatisfied with your performance during the festival. Zhao Jing said in a panic, I'm sorry. Shen Feng said he invites you to the training grounds. He wants to see if your martial arts have improved recently. Zhao Jing sighed. All right. Inside the Shen residence, Shen Zhao was diligently practicing her swordsmanship. Each of her strikes was fluid and graceful, her hair flying in the air. After finishing her practice, Madame Shen came over with a plate of apples. Jiao, you must be tired from practicing. Come and have some apples. She walked over happily, her face beaming with a smile. Thank you, mother. At that moment, Shen Feng appeared out of nowhere and quickly snatched an apple. Thank you, mother. Madame Shen looked displeased. You're lazy all day long, not practicing your swordsmanship properly. Get lost, Shen Zhao said while munching on an apple. That's right. Brother Feng has been quite motivated lately. You can't slack off either, brother. He paused. What has your Highness been busy with recently? Shen Zhao took another bite. Busy taking over the shops. She says she's going to provide for you. Mingxi is also thinking about expanding the family business. Upon hearing this, Madame Shen raised her hand and knocked him on the head, letting Sixth Princess provide for you. Where's your ambition? Shen Feng rubbed his head and complained, I didn't ask her to provide for me. Why don't you just add more to my dowry? Shen Zhao suddenly became serious. It feels like everyone knows clearly what they want to do and are working towards different goals. Mother, she glanced at Shen Feng. She firmly replied, I want to become stronger and more powerful now. I don't think I'm good enough yet. Not the only choice for Crown Princess. After all, the books say that only the strong can win the beauty, and I'm not strong enough yet, mother. Madame Shen and Shen Feng were even more puzzled. She continued, and I don't want to stay in the capital forever, just catching petty thieves every day. How boring is that? Didn't second brother say that everyone in the Shen family has to go to the military camp for training? So when can I go, mother? Madame Shen said worriedly, Jiao, your engagement being broken off isn't because you're not good enough. Shen Feng added, besides, I went to see eldest brother because of the Wei family. You don't have to do this, old Shen. Master Shen, who had been standing by the side, finally spoke. Actually, I don't think it's a bad thing to let Jiao go out for training. The Western Border Army is led by Princess Nanshan. Jiao can go there. He paused and added, it's good for Jiao to leave the capital for a while. Most importantly, Jiao should do what she wants to do. Shen Zhao pondered. Although Madame Shen was a little worried, she still agreed. All right then. Your second brother will teach you military strategy. You can go after you pass the assessment. Shen Feng added, don't expect me to go easy on you this time. She curled her lip. When did you ever go easy on me at the Imperial College? Master Shen stepped forward and said, if you don't want to stay there, you can come home anytime. Shen Feng smiled and rubbed her head. Madame Shen sighed. When I sent you into the palace, I thought our Shen family finally had a proper young lady. Shen Zhao said in shock, huh? Am I not a proper young lady? I've reviewed etiquette so many times, mother. Don't worry, I'll come back after I made a name for myself. Her mother was speechless. Shen Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm starting to sympathize with His Highness the Crown Prince now. Later, at the Crown Prince's residence, when Kongyi looked around, thinking, didn't His Highness say he would introduce me to 2 colleagues today? Why am I the only one here? Could it be that the others haven't arrived yet? He nervously hoped that his new colleagues would be friendly. Suddenly someone shouted, Scholar One, you're here early. He thought the voice sounded familiar. Turning around, he exclaimed, what are you doing here? Lu Mingxi looked at him. What? You don't welcome me as a colleague? Do you want to kick me out of the tea house now? Before he could recover, another hand landed on one Kongyi's shoulder. Excuse me. He turned around in a panic. Why are you here too? Shen Feng turned his face away. What? You don't welcome me as a colleague? I can leave. But compared to Scholar One, it must have been little Fairy Lu who asked His Highness to call me here, right? Lu Mingxi smiled. Scholar Shen's position hasn't been finalized yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered His Highness. Shen Feng reminded him, I hope little Fairy Lu will stop staring at His Highness in the future. She looked as usual. It was just a slip of the hand. When Kongyi sat there trembling, not daring to speak, Shen Feng guessed. That time His Highness went to Yulan Xian. Was that also your doing? She retorted, oh, his second young master, Shen afraid of losing to the beautiful men there. At this moment, Zhao Jing walked in with a smile. Seeing everyone getting along so well, I'm relieved. At this point, when Kongyi fearfully ran to Zhao Jing's side, Your Highness, I want to go home. Zhao Jing looked at his trembling appearance and curiously asked Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang exclaimed in surprise, go to the military camp for training. As expected of eldest sister, so impressive. Lu Mingxi stroked his chin. Princess Nanshan is in the west now, right? Shen Zhao felt reluctant. But if that were the case, she probably wouldn't see them for years. Lu Mingxi turned to Xiao Huang. After Six Highness gets married, he will also go to Nanjiang for training. It seems that I'm the only one left in the capital. Xiao Huang held Shen Zhao's hand and asked, Zhao, when are you leaving? Can you still make it to my wedding? Shen Zhao said softly, as long as eldest brother can come back on time, I can make it. Don't worry, I see second brother urging eldest brother to come back with 3 letters a day. Xiao Huang blushed. There's no need to rush. Suddenly, Xiao Huang remembered that if you go to the military camp, won't you be unable to see fourth brother for several years? Lu Mingxi rested his chin on his hand. So what? His Highness the Crown Prince stays in the capital to manage internal affairs, and the Crown Princess goes out to train. Isn't that good? If His Highness has any objections, just switch to someone else. At this time, Zhao Jing walked over. Who do you want to switch to? Shen Zhao happily shouted, Crown Prince brother. Lu Mingxi pouted, you came really fast. Xiao Huang turned to Lu Mingxi and said, Mingxi, I really don't understand this problem. Can you help me take a look? Hearing this, Lu Mingxi smiled and looked at Zhao Jing. Then I won't disturb His Highness the Crown Prince. Later, only Zhao Jing and Shen Zhao remained. He worriedly held her hand. How long do you plan to wait? She looked at him. At least 3 years, but it also depends on Princess Nanyang's arrangements. Zhao Jing instructed, no matter what you do, safety first. Don't take any risks. Seeing his worry, Shen Zhao comforted him. Don't worry, I understand. Zhao Jing continued, the situation in Nankan is stable now. If you go, there shouldn't be any major problems. He held both her hands. Don't worry about the matters in the capital. I'll arrange everything. Shen Zhao smiled. Then please take care of my parents and second brother. Hearing this, Zhao Jing suddenly became serious. You don't need to tell me. I'll have everything prepared before you return. Just do what you want to do. She asked back, really? Can I really do anything? Zhao Jing saw through her thoughts. You're not allowed to go to Qingwan Temple again. She looked a little disappointed. Didn't you say anything? He said, except for this. At this point, Zhao Jing blushed slightly. You kissed me. You have to take responsibility. Shen Zhao put her hand on his shoulder. Are you still worried about this? Zhao Jing was a little uneasy. Mingxi was still here. How can I not be worried? Shen Zhao smiled at him. All right, then wait patiently for me to come back. Zhao Jing softly said, then I wish you a safe journey and a safe return. As soon as the words fell, the two embraced in happiness. Inside the study, the emperor propped his chin and looked through the memorials. The empress walked in. "Your Majesty, why are you sighing?" The empress gently massaged his shoulders from behind. "You know the Shen family's temperament. He and Xiao Lu are simply in love." He softly said, "Even so, now is not the time." The emperor suddenly stood up. Now the eldest son of the Shen family has returned triumphantly, and the second son is both civil and military. In the future, whether in the military camp or the court, he can achieve great things. But the Shen family is dutiful, not as complicated as other aristocratic families. Jingshi's situation is also different from mine and hers back then. She is betting that the Shen family won't change their minds, especially since I can see that Jingshi is determined to marry Shen Zhao. In the future, the Shen family will have a capable empress. I know that recently, Jingshi appears to be compliant on the surface, but she must be secretly accumulating leverage, preparing to negotiate terms with me. Song Shuyuan was a little surprised. "I didn't expect you to see through it all." Seeing her like this, Zhao Jing comforted her. "You don't have to be too nervous. I think this is a good thing. If she wants to marry Shen Zhao, she has to find her own way to fight for power and dare to confront me. If she can't even do this, how will she control the Shen family in the future, let alone those powerful families? She still wants to expand the harem in the future." He was well aware of Shen Zhao's daily life. "Shen Zhao, are you happy? Do you want to go to the training grounds today?" Zhao Jing obediently agreed. On the other side, Shen Feng smiled. "I want to study, preferably one where I can also practice martial arts." Xiao Huang thoughtfully designed. "How about this side?" Madame Shen was a little dazed. "In the future, none of my 3 children will be by my side." Chen Li Feng was very happy. "This is good. Look, I even found Feng Yin's travelogue. We can also." Xiao Jiaqing continued. "Once she succeeds, I will support Shen Feng so that the Shen family can remain loyal to me, and it will be convenient for them to support the crown prince in the future. As you said, the Shen family is simple. Their network isn't that complicated. Once she truly controls the court, perhaps she can bring Xiao Wu back to the capital. So stop pleading for her. She has to walk the path she chooses. Spring is almost here. Do you want to take a walk in the garden?" Song Shuyuan smiled and agreed. "All right, this episode ends here. If you like it, please like and share. Give me more motivation to continue making videos. Remember to follow me for the next episode. Have a wonderful day.